A super warrior, while indulging in an online game, mistakenly selected the mage class. Accustomed to brute force, he found himself transformed into a melee-oriented mage, embodying the principle of overcoming strength with strength. As the perfect fusion of physical prowess and magical spells unfolded, a new path within the game revealed itself. Fireball? Chain lightning? Frost mirror? Yet, I am here to hone my martial skills. What do spells concern me? Am I a mage? Oh, right, I am indeed a mage. But, do you truly believe I am a mage? Very well, behold my blades. Witness my swords. Observe my fists. Marvel at my hidden weapons. What? You dare claim I'm not a mage? If you doubt me, I shall demonstrate. If you believe, I shall perform. A mage who masters martial arts is unstoppable. The sky above Cloud City was shrouded in gray, with intermittent raindrops falling gently. Near the player spawn point of the Mage Academy, two NPC merchants were surrounded by a throng of eager players. One specialized in broomsticks, while the other dealt in black-framed glasses. The influence of Harry Potter on the age-old theme of magic had even permeated the latest holographic online game, Parallel World. These two NPCs, clad in the standard attire reminiscent of Harry Potter, mercilessly robbed new players of their resources. New players were granted only 50 copper coins, yet these seemingly useless items were priced at 125 coins each, totaling precisely 250. Nevertheless, the players remained undeterred, toiling tirelessly throughout the day for this modest sum. The Mage Academy was alive with players draped in long robes, sporting black glasses, and brandishing broomsticks. Amidst this jubilant atmosphere, one individual wore a frown. Gu Fei, donned in a mage's robe, stood at the center of the school square, gazing at the surrounding revelry, and could find nothing to do but sigh in despair. The profession he least desired was that of a mage, yet fate had cast him into this role. This predicament was entirely the fault of a student named Afa. Gu Fei, a teacher at the school, had inadvertently overheard several students discussing this new online game utilizing holographic technology. After a few inquiries, Afa had generously gifted him an account. Who would have thought that kindness could lead to such trouble? In a befuddled state, Afa had mistakenly transferred to Gu Fei an account already set with a profession and name. It was only after undergoing holographic scanning and identity binding that Gu Fei realized this situation. To complicate matters, the game had garnered unprecedented attention as it was the first to employ holographic technology. Due to the limited capacity of the game servers, the officials could only issue a restricted number of accounts, one identity per account. Thus, Gu Fei found himself condemned to play as a mage if he wished to partake in the game. Gazing at the state-of-the-art holographic equipment he had purchased, he felt it would be a pity not to engage with it. Ultimately, Gu Fei entered the game, yet the profession he had yearned for eluded him, rendering the entire purpose of the game utterly void. At this moment, Gu Fei stood in the city, utterly at a loss. Suddenly, he spotted several mages, their tattered robes and bruised faces, hastily retreating from the entrance of the Mage Academy. Spotting a diminutive, frail figure among them, Gu Fei instinctively called out, "Afa!" This student, who excelled in neither academics nor athletics and possessed an unremarkable appearance, was a quintessential outlier in the school. Gu Fei's mage account had originated from him. Encountering Afa in the game, Gu Fei struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand him physically, for it was not intentional, and he had to maintain his role as a teacher. Afa, upon hearing his name, looked up and staggered over. "Hello, teacher," he exclaimed. "That's enough. No need for such formality," Gu Fei quickly replied. Being greeted in such a manner by a student in the game was an exceedingly awkward experience, drawing curious glances from other players nearby. "What happened to you?" Gu Fei inquired, pulling Afa away from the crowd. Gasping for breath, Afa replied, "I didn't expect it to turn out like this. I just went out to stroll around the city and got beaten up." "What level are you?" Gu Fei asked in confusion. He understood that outside of the spawn point, there were no safe zones in the game, yet low-level players enjoyed PK protection. Players below level 5 could not be PK'd. "I just spawned, I haven't leveled up yet," Afa explained. "Then how could you be attacked?" Gu Fei was puzzled. "It wasn't PK, I got beaten up," Afa clarified. "What's the difference?" Gu Fei did not comprehend. "Teacher, PK requires using skills in the game to reduce health points. But now it's a holographic simulation, they treated it like a street fight and just beat me up. Although my health didn't decrease. It really hurt." Afa winced, touching his bruised mouth. "Such people exist?" Gu Fei was astonished. "Yeah, I didn't expect such a thing could happen in a holographic simulation," Afa admitted. Holographic simulation. Gu Fei murmured to himself, I must go see. He suddenly took a step towards the exit. Wait. Alpha grabbed Gu Fei's arm. Teacher, you're also a mage. Your innate physique and strength are no match for those knights. We can't win this fight. Gu Fei patted Alpha's head and said, Have you forgotten? Your teacher is skilled in martial arts. With that, he turned and strode away. Teacher, Alpha stared in disbelief at Gu Fei's retreating figure. The notion that Gu Fei was skilled in martial arts was a running joke at Yulin Middle School. Rumor had it that even the principal privately commented on it. What is shamelessness? Gu Fei claiming to be skilled in martial arts is the most shameless thing I've ever seen. Gu Fei indeed had better agility, speed, dexterity, and strength than the average person. To most, these attributes were entirely reasonable for a physical education teacher. Yet Gu Fei insisted that he had trained in martial arts since childhood, developing his robust physique and claiming to be invincible. No one believed him. A widely circulated video from the school campus network showed a young man being beaten black and blue by an old man at the school gate, rolling on the ground with no ability to resist. The video was titled Old but Vigorous. The elder was the protagonist, while the young man, as verified, was none other than the self-proclaimed invincible Gu Fei. With such an experience, who would believe Gu Fei was skilled in martial arts? Everyone thought he had read too many martial arts novels and had lost his grip on reality. Fortunately, although Gu Fei claimed to possess martial skills, he exhibited no inclination towards violence, and his teaching attitude remained earnest, preventing any further repercussions. However, at this moment, Alpha watched as Gu Fei exited the Mage Academy, calling back, which way? Alpha instinctively pointed to the right, and Gu Fei moved forward. Alpha was momentarily stunned before he quickly gathered his wits and hurried to catch up. The game's realism was undeniably impressive. The cobblestone path felt a bit rough underfoot, yet Gu Fei moved with the grace of the wind, while Alpha trailed behind, drenched in sweat, only to see Gu Fei pause at an intersection. Where are they? Gu Fei inquired, turning to Alpha as he caught up. They were over there. Alpha pointed towards the fountain in the center of the square. Teacher, don't go. Alpha shouted as he saw Gu Fei advancing. Gu Fei turned back with a smile. You stay here, we'll be right back. The silhouette of Gu Fei in his mage robe appeared delicate, yet he exuded an air of unusual elegance and confidence. Well, at worst, he'll just get beaten up. After all, the real me won't get hurt. Alpha muttered to himself, chasing after Gu Fei this moment. Gu Fei's whereabouts had become elusive. Fa walked while scanning his surroundings, when suddenly, a series of anguished cries emanated from a nearby alley. Fa rushed over, peering into the darkness. Within the alley, four individuals clad in light knight armor were mercilessly assaulting a frail man. The sound of fists striking flesh was chilling. The victim's face was contorted, blood splattering across his body. His attire offered no clue to his profession, but even if he were the most resilient of warriors, as an ordinary person, he stood no chance against the onslaught of four robust men. Having lost all ability to resist, he cowered silently in the corner after being struck down. The four assailants bore brutish expressions, clearly not of virtuous disposition. Yet, they halted their assault as Gu Fei appeared before them. No words were exchanged upon seeing Gu Fei in his mage robe. The four men exchanged glances, a knowing smile spreading across their faces. Release him, Gu Fei commanded. Are you referring to him? The most imposing of the four kicked the cowering man, signaling to his companions. They began to encircle Gu Fei. Initially, they had been wary of Gu Fei fleeing, but to their surprise, he stood his ground, allowing them to surround him. The apparent leader's eyes flickered with surprise. However, after scrutinizing Gu Fei more closely, a sense of relief washed over him. The man before them, though not particularly tall, wore a mage robe that did little to conceal his athletic build. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs suggested a commitment to physical fitness. While his physical prowess was commendable, this was still a game in this realm. Attributes such as speed and strength were dictated entirely by game data. As a mage, Gu Fei possessed the weakest physical stats, and a single punch from the leader would likely leave him reeling in pain. It appeared that the hyper-realistic environment had caused the leader to momentarily forget that this was merely a game. Without any pleasantries, the leader simply uttered, "Attack." The two men on either side lunged forward, while another positioned himself at the alley's entrance to prevent Gu Fei from escaping. In an instant, the two assailants were upon him, one throwing a punch and the other delivering a kick. Gu Fei remained unperturbed, stepping back just enough to evade both strikes. He then executed a swift kick, striking the left assailant squarely in the face. However, as he attempted to follow up with a kick to the right, he found that the other man had retreated in shock. Gu Fei could only smile wryly. In reality, such a move would have incapacitated at least one of his assailants. Yet, within the confines of the game, his speed was hampered by the mage's subpar physical data, rendering him unable to fully unleash his potential. Moreover, his strength was equally diminished. The left assailant, though struck, merely covered his face in astonishment. In reality, a blow of that magnitude would have left him unconscious for several hours. Indeed, he possesses some skill, the leader remarked, though he did not appear overly concerned. While Gu Fei's kick had landed, its impact was evidently limited. He then shouted, "He is merely a mage, there is no need to fear." With that, he charged into the fray himself. Gu Fei maneuvered between the three attackers. Despite his shortcomings in strength and endurance, his agility remained relatively intact, especially considering they were all novices yet to gain experience points. He deftly threw punches and delivered kicks, relying on his extensive fighting experience to strike accurately, while the three assailants failed to even graze his robes. The leader's astonishment grew. This individual was far more capable than anticipated. Had he been a more physically robust character, the three would have already been bested. At this moment, Gu Fei felt a sense of frustration due to various restrictions. He was unable to execute many of his martial arts techniques. It occurred to him that even if he had chosen a fighter class, his skills would remain dormant until he had leveled up. Conversely, he realized that as a mage, if he allocated his experience points wisely towards agility and strength, he could still harness his martial prowess. This thought invigorated him. The three assailants, witnessing Gu Fei not only holding his own, but seemingly growing more spirited, became increasingly flustered. Their street fighting techniques, which were already rudimentary, appeared even more flawed to Gu Fei. He had no desire to linger in this confrontation, seizing an opportunity to withdraw. "Shall we continue this?" he taunted. Having endured numerous strikes, the three men were not unscathed, especially since Gu Fei had deliberately targeted the same areas repeatedly. The leftmost man's eye was bruised, the right man's eye similarly darkened, while the leader's nose bled profusely. Fearing his blood might flow into his mouth, he raised his head and wiped it, then turned to his companions and said, "Let's go." "Wait," Gu Fei interjected. "After attacking someone, do you think you can just leave without an apology? Apologize?" The leader laughed mockingly. "You can't even kill me, why should I apologize?" This was not without merit after all. Gu Fei's efforts had only resulted in 2 black eyes and some blood, injuries that were hardly unbearable. As for death, that was out of the question in the game. One could only die if their health points reached 0. Despite their bruised appearances, their health points remained intact, a notable flaw in the game. Gu Fei merely smiled faintly, bending down to pick up a piece of rubble. In a swift motion, he hurled it, striking the leader squarely on the forehead. The leader's fury ignited. If that had struck your eye, what do you suppose would happen now?" Gu Fei said leisurely. The leader faltered. He had initially thought Gu Fei's action was a casual gesture, but the tone suggested otherwise. While your eyes may remain unharmed in reality, in the game, you would be blind from this point onward. Do not forget, this is a fully immersive simulation, Gu Fei asserted. The leader recoiled in fear. Yet after a moment's reflection, he dismissed the notion. "You think you could just strike my eyes at will? What nonsense!" He scoffed, laughing heartily. Gu Fei remained silent, deftly flicking his foot to lift another fragment of stone, gesturing with his right hand. "Ah!" A scream erupted as the leader, clutching his right eye, collapsed to the ground, rolling and wailing in pain. The agony of having his eye struck was on an entirely different level from merely suffering a black eye. "You still have one eye left," Gu Fei remarked coolly at the writhing figure. He then flicked his foot again, sending 2 stones soaring into his grasp. His gaze shifted to the 2 remaining assailants beside the leader. "I now possess 2 stones." "Yais, I'm sorry." The 2 men, utterly terrified by their leader's cries, stammered out their apologies. "Let's go." Gu Fei waved dismissively. The 2 hurriedly assisted the leader, who, shielding his right eye while tightly closing his left, trembled in pain and muttered, "Hurry. Help me get out of here." The other 2, momentarily stunned, quickly moved to support him, while the man who had previously guarded the alley had already vanished. Fa, who had been watching this unfold from the alley's entrance, stood dumbfounded. It was only after the assailants had disappeared from sight that he regained his senses, rushing into the alley with astonishment etched across his face. "Teacher, you really know martial arts?" he exclaimed. "Of course, I have trained in martial arts since childhood," Gu Fei replied, his tone and demeanor unchanged from his usual classroom persona. Indeed, Gu Fei was proficient in martial arts that he was born into a family steeped in martial arts, training in the discipline from tender age. While each family member pursued their own respective careers, they shared a unified aspiration to perpetuate and elevate the legacy of Chinese martial arts. However, Gu Fei felt that, apart from himself and his father, no one else truly cared about this endeavor. The uncles and older generations still possessed commendable skills, yet in his own generation, Gu Fei found himself bereft of any worthy opponents for sparring. Moreover, those who had practiced martial arts since childhood looked down upon him. What era are we living in? The skies are filled with airplanes. The streets are teeming with computers' martial arts. Can martial arts put food on the table? Gu Fei longed to prove them wrong, yet he only encountered deeper disdain. The harsh reality was that, in this day and age, martial arts indeed struggled to provide sustenance. He ventured into the realm of sports, a domain seemingly conducive to showcasing martial prowess, but faced repeated failures. Some disciplines eluded him due to his inability to grasp their rules, such as soccer and basketball. Others, despite his martial skills, proved futile, like chess, and some, like swimming and diving, were simply beyond his capability due to his lack of swimming skills. Even in martial arts itself, Gu Fei found it difficult to thrive. The martial arts he practiced emphasized personal development and combat techniques, rendering him at a disadvantage in performance-based events. Conversely, his father strictly forbade him from participating in combat competitions. We practice martial arts to cultivate ourselves and push the limits of the human body, not to engage in reckless brawling. His father admonished earnestly. But if we surpass the limits of the human body, isn't it to better defeat our opponents? Gu Fei questioned, perplexed. You are mistaken. The best way to defeat an opponent is with a gun. His father replied. A gun? His father nodded solemnly. Indeed, a gun. But before Gu Fei could finish his objection, his father responded with a swift punch. Being from a martial arts lineage, reason was often settled through demonstration. That year, his father was still in good shape, and his skills surpassed Gu Fei's, and naturally, Gu Fei could not truly retaliate. The outcome was that he was left bruised and battered. That very day marked Gu Fei's interview at Yulin. Ultimately, after being eliminated from all sports disciplines, Gu Fei managed to remain in the sports field, if one could consider being a physical education teacher as such. However, the incident of him being soundly defeated by his father outside the school gates was captured on camera and disseminated widely, tarnishing his attempts to promote martial arts at Yulin with a label of disgrace. Was martial arts truly struggling to survive in contemporary society? Gu Fei felt an overwhelming sadness. He seldom attended family gatherings anymore. In the past, the older generation regarded his dedication to martial arts as a beacon of inspiration, using him as an exemplar to guide his peers. Yet now, witnessing his contemporaries dressed in finery and leading seemingly successful lives while Gu Fei had fallen to the role of a mere physical education teacher, the elders began to waver in their convictions. Apart from his father, none believed Gu Fei would amount to anything significant. His father's steadfast belief remained that martial arts should not be used for reckless violence. I will not allow you to use martial arts to harm anyone, his father declared resolutely. What about bad people? Gu Fei inquired. Not even them, his father affirmed. There are always police and laws to enact justice against wrongdoers. Then what purpose does martial arts serve? Gu Fei lamented, frustrated by his inability to grasp its significance as his father did, forever entangled in the question of martial arts' true utility. Chapter 3. A brief trial in the parallel world. On that fateful day in class, upon overhearing several boys discussing the impending launch of a holographic technology-based online game, Gu Fei suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. He understood the implications of holographic technology. Since he could not fully express himself in reality, surely in the game, he would be free from all constraints. That very day, Gu Fei purchased a complete set of holographic simulation equipment and designated his profession, fighter, a warrior adept at utilizing every part of his body in combat. Just from that description, he was convinced that this was the most suitable profession for him. Unfortunately, due to a minor blunder by a student named Alpha, he found himself assigned to the game's weakest and least suitable profession for close combat, Mage. Initially, Gu Fei felt utterly despondent, but after the recent incident, he realized that the distinction of professions within the game was merely relative to the game's skill sets. For him, it meant he had already acquired a full set of professional skills. As long as he allocated his skill points wisely, the specific profession mattered little. Of course, if he were to be a fighter, The profession's attributes would certainly complement his martial arts prowess more effectively. However, being a mage did not equate to being entirely inept. He could aspire to become a martial arts mage. A groan interrupted Gu Fei's reverie as a fellow student struggled to rise from the corner. Teacher. Alpha hesitated to approach and looked up at Gu Fei. Gu Fei quickly moved over to assist him. Are you all right? I'm fine, really. The individual stood up, taking a deep breath. Although his face bore signs of injury, there was an air of scholarly demeanor about him. Such a refined individual was no wonder a target for bullying. Gu Fei and Alpha helped him to a seat by the fountain in the town square, where he splashed water on his face, looking considerably more refreshed. Turning to Gu Fei, he smiled and introduced himself. Hello, I am Hong Chun-Yi Xiao. It was clear from his name that he was a character within the game. And Gu Fei promptly replied with his own moniker, Qianli Yizue. This name, coined by Alpha, sounded like that of a drunkard, which left Gu Fei feeling somewhat vexed. They shook hands, while Alpha, still appearing quite juvenile, was completely overlooked by Hong Chun-Yi Xiao. Holographic technology is being applied to online games for the first time, and I anticipated some unexpected occurrences. Who would have thought it would lead to this? Hong Chun-Yi Xiao remarked, tilting his head skyward. Oh, from your words, it seems you are part of the game's staff? Gu Fei inquired. Alpha perked up at the mention of game staff. To him, it sounded like an endless source of benefits. Whether it was divulging insider information or directly assisting players in acquiring rare equipment, such unethical staff members were often scorned and condemned by players when absent, yet worshipped like deities when encountered. Hong Chun-Yi Xiao nodded toward the sky, saying, the public beta just commenced, and I heard reports of a group of novice players bullying mages and other professions relying on the disparities in the game. I came to investigate and ended up getting thoroughly beaten. How is this issue being handled? Gu Fei asked. I'm not sure yet, Hong Chun-Yi Xiao replied. We'll have to see how the technical team decides to address it. There are quite a few issues with the game. It seems we are still quite away from a formal commercial launch. As Gu Fei and Alpha observed Hong Chun-Yi Xiao gazing at the sky, they followed suit. A light drizzle was falling, quickly dampening their faces. Gu Fei thought to himself, is he still washing his face? And lowered his head. What are you two looking at? Unexpectedly, Hong Chun-Yi Xiao was the first to inquire. What are you looking at? Alpha retorted. I can't stop my nose from bleeding, little brother. Hong Chun-Yi Xiao exclaimed. The two were left speechless. After a moment, Hong Chun-Yi Xiao lowered his head and rubbed his nose, stating, all right, I need to explore other areas. What about you? I'm going to level up, Gu Fei declared, eager to discover whether his frail mage body could harness his martial arts prowess after fully allocating his upgrade points. Alpha hesitated briefly, then looked at Hong Chun-Yi Xiao and said, I'd like to accompany you and explore the game. Hong Chun-Yi Xiao chuckled, little brother. I am a disciplined game worker. Do not expect any benefits from me. Alpha's intentions were exposed, and his face flushed red as he awkwardly added, I didn't mean that. I just want to familiarize myself with the game alongside you. Then let us go? Hong Chun-Yi Xiao replied with a grin. Turning to Gu Fei, would you like to join us in getting acquainted? He emphasized the word acquainted, causing Alpha's face to flush even deeper. No, you two go ahead. Gu Fei waved goodbye to them. After parting ways, Gu Fei eagerly dashed out of Cloud City, heading toward the leveling area. The leveling zones surrounding the starting city were always the most rudimentary, and the parallel world was no exception. The monsters were unremarkable, consisting of innocuous creatures like cats, dogs, and rabbits, generally regarded as friendly companions for humans. Moreover, the application of holographic technology rendered these small creatures vibrantly lifelike and irresistibly adorable, and these low-level monsters posed no threat. Even a small puppy would whimper pitifully after receiving a slap. After delivering a couple of kicks to a hapless dog, Gu Fei found it impossible to continue. Glancing around, he noticed other players with expressions of hesitation. Some players, who had steeled themselves to act, paused upon receiving scornful glares from onlookers. In the training area, many players stood, wide-eyed, as the small animals frolicked around their legs, demonstrating affection. How can we train like this? One male player lamented, throwing his weapon to the ground with a sigh. Indeed, it's impossible to practice. They're simply too adorable, a female player remarked after putting away her weapon, picking up a nearby rabbit, and rubbing her face against it in frustration. What kind of planning does this game company have? Why make the training area as monsters so charming? The crowd began to voice their dissatisfaction with the game's design. Gu Fei joined in a few complaints with those nearby before deciding to walk away alone. Since he could not engage here, why not seek a different location? That was his reasoning. To be honest, he had little interest in combating animals. His martial arts training had always focused on human targets, and he had never learned how to attack a dog's vital points. Although this did not imply that he was inferior to a dog, Gu Fei felt it would be a disservice to his years of hard work to apply his skills against such a creature. Continuing down the main road, he distanced himself from the city, and before him lay an endless expanse of mountains. The delightful cats, dogs, and rabbits had vanished. Upon reaching the mountaintop, Gu Fei gazed down into a valley, or perhaps a basin. At the foot of the hill, a bonfire blazed, surrounded by several unsightly figures idly dozing. Gu Fei quickly discerned that these individuals were not players, but NPCs, for even 6 identical siblings would not exhibit such uniformity in height, build, and attire. Human NPCs were precisely what Gu Fei was eager to encounter. They were likely to be leveling monsters, he mused as he slowly approached the small group. The 6 individuals sat around the fire, naturally keeping watch. In fact, Gu Fei should have noticed them from the hilltop. But it was only as he drew closer that they suddenly sprang to life, pointing and shouting at him. Gu Fei distinctly heard their exclamations. Wow! A fat sheep has arrived. Quick, capture him. In previous online games, there would have been floating text above the NPCs' heads. Now, with holographic technology, their words were conveyed directly through sound. 6 figures surged forward, their movements impeccably synchronized, their speed perfectly uniform, such that when they reached Gu Fei, their formation remained unblemished. The NPCs wasted no time. The foremost individual lunged with a butcher's knife. Gu Fei deftly evaded, retaliating with a punch that landed squarely. This encounter was markedly different from the earlier scuffles in the city. Due to the PK protection, previous altercations had only simulated pain through holographic technology, devoid of any real consequence. However, facing these creatures, even the weakest mage's physical attack would inflict genuine damage. After absorbing Gu Fei's blow, the NPC merely staggered, its rusty knife thrusting forward once more. Gu Fei sidestepped again and delivered another punch. The 6 adversaries converged to attack, yet Gu Fei navigated their ranks with remarkable ease, landing strikes with both fists and feet intermittently. He remained oblivious to the levels of these 6 foes. But this skirmish was far less challenging than the earlier brawl with 4 players, and decidedly more mundane. Gu Fei's faith in holographic technology had begun to wane. It seemed to merely simulate a highly realistic scenario. Yet, these NPC minions exhibited the characteristic low AI typical of conventional online games. Their repetitive and monotonous attack patterns were indistinguishable from non-existence in Gu Fei and Oppo's SIs. Moreover, they displayed no understanding of actively evading a player and Oppo's assault, relying solely on hit and dodge statistics for their calculations. Defeating them was merely a matter of time, and Gu Fei consciously distributed his punches evenly among the 6 foes. After a few more minutes of toil, one NPC finally emitted a last, defiant roar before collapsing. Following this, with a flurry of 3 punches and 2 kicks, the remaining 5 fell to the ground. Amidst the chaos, Gu Fei's brilliance shone brightly, as these seemingly low-level creatures propelled him directly to level 6. Chapter 4. Rebirth. The parallel world possesses 5 fundamental attributes: physique, strength, agility, intelligence, and spirit. Upon leveling up, one is rewarded with 5 attribute points. Gu Fei, without hesitation, allocated all his points to agility. After a few swift punches and kicks, he found himself remarkably faster than before. Delighted, he realized that not only could he return to his original capabilities, but as this was a game, he could potentially achieve speeds beyond what his real self could ever attain. However, Gu Fei did not desire such extremes. He merely wished to regain his true self. He planned to invest any excess points into strength, enhancing his attack power to match his real-life prowess, as he currently felt rather feeble. Clenching his fists, he acknowledged that, being a game, he was compelled to loot the defeated creatures. After distributing his points, Gu Fei began to scavenge the bodies of the 6 creatures, ultimately uncovering 2 small cleavers and 6 pouches of coins. The monsters were not particularly wealthy. Each pouch contained merely a handful of copper coins, all of which Gu Fei stowed away. He scraped the rust off the cleavers, tucked them into his robe, and proceeded to the next hill. There, he encountered another campfire and 6 more figures. Yet before he could ascertain whether they bore resemblance to the previous group, the system emitted a notification: "Dear player, the game will disconnect in 10 seconds. Please prepare to log off." The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8. With the final number, the game severed its connection, and the simulated world vanished, returning Gu Fei to reality. What was happening? Pondering this, Gu Fei accessed the official website. At that moment, the developers and operators of the parallel world were convened in an emergency meeting, addressing numerous issues that had surfaced on the first day of the public beta test. As the first of its kind in holographic gaming, the parallel world had maintained an air of mystery, developing in secrecy until its internal testing phase, which had been heavily promoted. The internal testing had involved only staff, who focused primarily on the characters, quests, skills, and equipment, essential components of any MMORPG. However, the myriad issues that arose on the inaugural day of the public beta were largely attributed to the holographic technology, which had proven to be overwhelming for many players. Foremost among the complaints gathered from the player feedback channel was the excessive adorableness of the lowest-level training zone monsters, which had incited the most dissatisfaction. Female players expressed collective outrage, while male players, fearing scorn from their female counterparts for attacking these cute creatures, voiced even stronger discontent than the women. Additionally, the game's NPCs, structures, and foliage appeared monotonous and repetitive, issues that could be rectified through technical adjustments. However, the more daunting challenges stemmed from human behavior. Within just half a day of the public beta, violent incidents occurred frequently within the game, leaving the officials utterly perplexed. The sensory simulation was the essence of the holographic experience, and these violent acts unfolded within this fundamental framework, rendering technical fixes ineffective. After extensive deliberation, it was decided to categorize such combat as player versus player, PvP, and to elevate the protective measures against PvP to level 10. Whether players would eventually wield in-game weapons to cast skills while using their hands to execute self-developed sneak attacks remained uncertain. Well, this is reality. A senior executive consoled the attendees. The essence of a holographic game is its realism. This is precisely our original intention. Yet the subsequent issue was one that even the FAA of realism could not obscure. Female players had suffered sexual harassment from male players. The game staff had not anticipated that the holographic technology would so thoroughly expose the darker sides of human nature. The sensory simulation was an integrated system, and excising the inappropriate elements was beyond the technical capabilities of the game developers. Moreover, this facet was arguably a selling point of the game, and the higher-ups were reluctant to impose an outright ban on it. Ultimately, the resolution proposed was to create a system that respected the consent of both parties involved. However, this posed a significant challenge for the technical team. Imagine, in a warm and tender environment, a couple deeply in love contemplating the next step in their relationship, only to be interrupted by a notification. You have received an XX invitation from someone. Do you accept? Even if they chose yes, the previously harmonious atmosphere would be disrupted. Furthermore, how to gauge the appropriateness of such invitations became a point of contention. Would a mere kiss qualify? What about a touch? Someone is preparing to touch you. Do you accept? When one meeting attendee hypothetically suggested such a prompt, the room erupted in discomfort. Regardless, we must proceed with a prototype. We can observe player reactions and adjust accordingly, the chief executive decisively concluded. After discussing several other matters, the meeting adjourned, and various departments promptly resumed their urgent tasks. The public beta had barely commenced, yet the game was already undergoing a metamorphosis, a remarkable feat in the history of online gaming. Fortunately, they could attribute their shortcomings to the novelty of holographic technology, but the pressure on the team was palpable. The chief executive observed the flurry of activity with satisfaction until he noted one individual still seated, grinning at him. Once everyone else had departed, he addressed the lingering figure. Xiao Wu, do you have something to discuss? The boss knows my heart. The individual, known as Xiao Wu, rose and approached the executive, casually pulling up a chair. Speak, the executive urged. Xiao Wu was a member of the game design team and a core contributor to the overall development. Today, I witnessed something that leads me to believe our game may encounter some issues, Xiao Wu stated. Oh, due to the nature of holographic simulation, some players may transfer their real-world skills into the game, granting them an inherent advantage over others. This poses a significant threat to the balance we strive to maintain. Xiao Wu explained. What skills could impact the game? The executive inquired. Martial arts, for instance. Xiao Wu affirmed. Today in the game, I encountered a player whose class was a mage. They defeated 3 knights barehanded. I believe they possess martial arts skills. Such individuals exist? The executive frowned. Consider police officers, soldiers, martial artists, and boxers. They could all create an imbalance in the game, Xiao Wu elaborated. What can we do? We cannot prohibit players from participating based on their real-world professions, the executive lamented. Indeed, there seems to be no solution, Xiao Wu conceded. The executive, however, smiled. If there were no solution, you wouldn't and Oppos, TB here discussing it with me. Xiao Wu chuckled in return. These individuals have sparked an idea in me. Traditional online games revolve entirely around combat. However, as we are in the realm of holographic simulation, should we not enhance the development of systems beyond combat? Allowing individuals with real-life skills to bring their talents into the game could help restore some balance. Your suggestion sounds simple, but the development challenge is substantial, the executive remarked. We could give it a try. Very well, draft a concrete proposal for discussion at our next meeting, the executive instructed. Understood. Xiao Wu beamed. I shall take my leave. Wait, the executive called out. I must ask, how did you manage to enter the game again? Surely, you are not unaware of the rules governing the gaming industry? As a member of a game development company, one is prohibited from engaging in the company's own games. In some instances, even relatives are barred from participation. I have never concurred with this notion. Those of us who create games do so out of a profound passion for them. Why should we, therefore, forfeit our right to enjoy gaming? Rest assured, I am a disciplined game developer, and within the realm of gaming, I am merely an ordinary player. Can you truly be ordinary, given your understanding of games? Inquired the boss. Fear not. I shall not engage with any clandestine elements, replied Xiao Wu. I will ensure someone keeps an eye on you. What is your in-game name? The boss questioned. A smile in the mortal world. Xiao Wu chuckled and departed from the meeting. Chapter 5. The Fireball. The game adjustments are being made extensively, with the official announcements of progress released daily. On the first day, the adorable creatures in the training area were corrected, and the hideous wild boars and wolves were completely eradicated. The following days brought anticipation from players. Although the last public test lasted merely half a day, everyone experienced an unprecedented sensation brought by the holographic game. This time, the excitement was even more fervent. Gu Fei was no exception. Upon returning home each day, his first action was to check the game's modification progress online. Finally, a place to showcase his skills was on the horizon, and Gu Fei often woke up laughing from his dreams. Due to the extensive adjustments required, the wait extended to a month. The proposal put forth by Xiao Wu had been approved, but perfecting these changes would require even more effort. Thus, the game company decided to gradually introduce these features in future updates, allowing the game to resume operations. On one particular day, Gu Fei, unfortunately, had a class. After it ended, he rushed home, eager to enter the game, an eagerness he hadn't felt in a long time. When he logged off, he found himself on a mountain peak in the wilderness outside the city, but now he was sent back to his starting point, the Mage Academy. Was he to start anew? Gu Fei checked his level. It remained unchanged at level 6. The coins he had collected that day were still in his pocket, and he still carried the 2 rusty meat cleavers at his waist. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed many mages gathered in front of an NPC, forming a long queue. After confirming that this NPC did not sell glasses or brooms, he curiously joined the line. What is going on? Gu Fei inquired. Learning skills. A person ahead of him replied, glancing back. It turned out that to expedite players' ability to protect themselves, the level requirements for learning skills had been lowered. Players could now obtain their first skill for free upon spawning, and every 6 levels thereafter, they could learn the next skill relevant to their class. Therefore, newly spawned players at the Mage Academy had one more task to complete besides purchasing glasses and brooms. The line moved swiftly, and soon Gu Fei stood before the NPC. Having learned the mage's first skill, it was nothing new. Fireball, seemingly the eternal first spell any mage could master. However, Gu Fei, now at level 6, could also learn a second skill, Fire Resistance Ring. If Fireball was the primary offensive skill for novice mages, then the Fire Resistance Ring was the primary means for these fledgling mages to safeguard their frail bodies. As a holographic game, the casting of spells had its unique characteristics. In the central square of the Mage Academy, thousands gathered, collectively shouting, Fireball. Instantly, fireballs ignited before each player, floating in the air, an awe-inspiring sight. While the mages were all smiles, Gu Fei noticed a person beside him who appeared pale, seemingly quite startled. Shoot! Someone shouted, prompting the crowd to echo the command, the clamor rising in intensity. However, the Mage Academy was an absolute safe zone, where the use of combat skills was strictly prohibited. Despite the command to shoot being issued, the fireballs remained stationary. The individual beside Gu Fei grew even paler, prompting Gu Fei to ask, "What's wrong?" "Damn it," the person cursed, adding Gu Fei as a friend. "Look at my name. System notification. Fireball has added you as a friend." Gu Fei couldn't help but laugh. It turned out this person's name was indeed Fireball. No wonder he seemed so anxious amidst the collective shout. As more players learned their first spell, the square echoed with shouts of Fireball. Unable to endure the noise any longer, Fireball waved to Gu Fei and prepared to leave. I'll leave too. It's deafening." Gu Fei followed him out. The two departed the Mage Academy and headed toward the leveling area outside Cloud City. Along the way, Fireball complained to Gu Fei, explaining that he received this account with the name and class already chosen. Gu Fei felt a sense of camaraderie. Though Fireball had previously cared little about his name until the recent uproar made him reconsider, he pondered how in battles with mages, regardless of whether they were foes or allies, shouting Fireball would undoubtedly distract attention. For now, he could only hope that this most basic spell would be forgotten in the later stages of the game. Gu Fei engaged in conversation with Fireball, sharing his own misfortunes of being forced into the mage class. Fireball, not understanding Gu Fei's underlying reasons, assumed he simply disliked the mage profession and began passionately recounting the glorious history of mages. Regardless, Gu Fei found himself quite fond of Fireball, as he was one of the few mages not wearing black-rimmed glasses and holding a broom. As they chatted, they soon arrived outside the city. The initial changes to the game had begun to take effect. The area outside the city was now teeming with wild wolves and boars. Having learned from prior experiences, the new wave of low-level monsters appeared exceptionally grotesque, inspiring players to eagerly pursue leveling up. The area was bustling with players hunting down the wild wolves and boars. The disparity between the creatures' strength and appearance was laughable. They could barely put up a fight against the players' fervent assault. Monsters were in high demand. As soon as one spawned, dozens of players would swarm it. Fireball, invigorated by the excitement, took a few steps forward and shouted, "Fireball!" A fireball rose steadily before him. "Shoot!" he bellowed. With a resounding pop, the fireball struck a wild boar being mercilessly attacked by players. Sparks flew, accompanied by the scent of barbecue, as the boar collapsed. "Beautiful!" Fireball cheered, celebrating his first successful attack. However, the players who had been attacking the boar suddenly turned to glare at Fireball, their expressions indicating they found him even more detestable than the boar itself. "Hello, everyone." Fireball waved cheerfully. "Thief! How uncouth," was the hostile response to Fireball-esque greeting. "Huh, weren't you all just attacking it randomly?" Fireball was bewildered. It was clear a dozen players had been surrounding the boar, so how could his attack be considered stealing? Wasn't it the case that whoever dealt the killing blow got the credit? "Are you blind? Can't you see we're part of a guild?" One player shouted. "A guild?" Fireball looked at Gu Fei in confusion, who was equally perplexed. The game had just launched. Who had the capability to form a guild so soon? The group nodded in unison as one of them yelled, "You're stealing from our reverse guild. You won't survive." Surely no guild could have a name more audacious than this one. But Fireball showed no sign of fear in the face of the intimidating group. This surprised Gu Fei. Fireball met their gaze, calmly stating, "So what if I stole your kill? What can you do to me? I'm only level 1. Gu Fei chuckled, realizing why Fireball displayed such righteous indignation. Having kept an eye on the official website, Gu Fei understood the modification was specifically aimed at addressing the violent incidents he had previously experienced. Players protected under the PK rules would be rendered immune to skills. Even if struck, they would not feel pain. This adjustment meant that should another altercation arise, Gu Fei would not be able to inflict harm on the opposing player. And even if he did, it wouldn't hurt. In this moment, Fireball, shielded by the protection, regarded the fierce players with indifference. Yet those who dared to label themselves as reverse players undoubtedly possessed a spirit to match their name. As the Fireball, emboldened by its level 1 status, displayed an audacious demeanor akin to a pig unperturbed by boiling water, it showed no signs of discouragement and charged forward with reckless enthusiasm. "What are you doing? I am level 1. Level 1. Level 1. Amidst Fireball's repeated proclamations, its limbs were seized by several individuals, hoisted into the air, while one shouted, "Let's hang it over there in the tree." This suggestion was quickly dismissed. "Just toss it into the river." Fireball, now agitated, struggled desperately. Yet, regardless of being a mage or even a warrior, it found itself in a predicament with no chance of escape. Elevated like a sacrificial offering to the gods of an ancient tribe, Fireball scanned its surroundings and immediately spotted Gu Fei. "Hey, you there. Save me," it cried out. Gu Fei nodded and quickly maneuvered to the front, blocking the crowd. "Everyone, let's discuss this calmly. Please lower the person first. Who are you? Get lost." The crowd dismissed Gu Fei with a glance, paying him no heed. The game had only been live for a day, and no matter how skilled a player might be, it was impossible to take on many alone, especially when this individual was merely a mage. "He is my friend. Let me down." Fireball continued to shout. "Friend? Then let's throw you into the river together." One individual waved their arm, and several rushed towards Gu Fei. Taken aback, Gu Fei realized that not only did Fireball possess PK protection, but this group, still outside the city gates, was also targeting the weakest monsters, clearly not even close to level 10. In a situation where fighting under PK protection yielded no pain, if this group closed in on him, he would undoubtedly be forcibly subdued with no means to escape. Gu Fei promptly stepped forward, pushed off the ground, leaped into the air, rotated, and executed a sweeping kick from left to right. Thud, thud, thud. The The three individuals at the forefront were sent tumbling by Gu Fei's aerial strike. They sat in confusion on the ground, exchanging bewildered glances. Although they felt no pain, their sense of touch remained. It was akin to a gentle brush against the face. Yet the force was overwhelming and irresistible. The eerie spectacle conjured by the system was more chilling than pain itself, leaving the three immobilized in shock. The onlookers had a clearer view of Gu Fei's swift and decisive kick, leaving them perplexed. What skill was that? They inquired among themselves. Do you know this move? Someone asked a fellow mage. No, there is no such move, came the response. I don't have it either. All the various classes in the group scoured their skill panels, finding no resemblance to a spinning kick or whirlwind kick. What is this guy's profession? They began to doubt the mage's robes he wore. In a fully immersive game, equipment was not class restricted, making it quite plausible and reasonable to conceal one's true profession with a mage's attire. Hidden class? Someone speculated. All eyes were fixed on Gu Fei, while Fireball, suspended in midair, remained oblivious to the kick, only sensing an eerie silence enveloping the scene, as those holding it became statues, firmly maintaining its position aloft. What are you doing? Let me down, Fireball bellowed. This outburst snapped the crowd from their stupor, and without thinking, they loosened their grip. Fireball plummeted to the ground, landing flat. With little time to spare, it cursed under its breath. Ignoring the onlookers, Gu Fei stepped into the throng, hoisting Fireball up and departing. The crowd exchanged glances, yet none dared to intervene. Chapter 6. The Swift Mage. Where is he headed? As they drew further away from Cloud City and the novice training area by the city gates, Fireball could not resist inquiring. There are too many people there. It's impossible to level up. Let me take you to a different place, Gu Fei replied. Where to? Fireball looked around, noting the undulating hills that clearly differed from the terrain outside the city. In the game, this indicated they had entered a new training area. Gu Fei did not respond but led Fireball up a hill, pointing to a small pond at the base. Look, there. Turning back, he found Fireball had vanished. Suddenly, he heard Fireball's voice close to the ground. Get down. Are you trying to get us killed? We'll be spotted. Fireball had already flattened himself against the hillside, burying his head in the grass while attempting to crawl backward, struggling to speak to Gu Fei in hushed tones. What are you doing? Gu Fei asked, both amused and exasperated. That's a vagabond. Do you know what level that monster is? You brought me here? I might as well go back outside and fight over monsters with others. Fireball exclaimed, crawling back half a meter before daring to lift his head to speak. What's the big deal? Just watch. Gu Fei chuckled, lifting the hem of his mage robe. What are you doing? Fireball gasped, only to see Gu Fei draw a dagger from beneath his robe. You're a thief? Fireball was taken aback. Fireball, Gu Fei called. Yes? Fireball responded just as he noticed a fireball igniting in front of Gu Fei. Equipment might not prove one's identity, but skills were unmistakable. There was no doubt Gu Fei was a mage. So you are a mage. Fireball nodded. But why are you wielding a dagger? To defeat monsters, Gu Fei declared, leaping down the slope. Hey, are you insane? Fireball shouted, quickly crawling forward half a meter, raising his head to see Gu Fei halfway down the hill. Damn, a mage running this fast, Fireball exclaimed. At that moment, Gu Fei had entered the line of sight of 6 NPCs, who stood up and surrounded him. We're doomed. We are definitely doomed. You're too weak, Fireball muttered. With 6 NPCs attacking, even if they were at a lower level, it was not something one person could face alone, especially given that these creatures had a tendency to assist one another. Fireball dared not blink, fearing that in the blink of an eye, Gu Fei might vanish in a flash of light. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded before Fireball's eyes. Gu Fei's figure weaved nimbly among the 6, his dagger flashing as it struck, blood spurting forth and NPCs wailing in agony. Fireball was rendered speechless, gasping in astonishment. Who on earth is this? 6 level 20 monsters were being subdued, their attacks all missing. No, it seemed not all missed. It appeared Gu Fei was simply dodging them. What level is he? 40? 50? But the game had barely been launched for a day. How could anyone reach such heights? Even if someone could. Is there really a mage capable of such melee prowess? Is he a hidden character? A hidden profession? The legendary game Balance Breaker? As Fireball and Oppo's imagination ran wild, Gu Fei truly transformed into radiant beams of light in his eyes, leveling up as he dispatched the 6 monsters. With his enhanced speed and a dagger as a weapon, Gu Fei's efficiency soared. Fireball rose from the ground, waving enthusiastically at Gu Fei. Gu Fei first looted the fallen NPCs before approaching Fireball with a nonchalant smile. To him, defeating these 6 predictable NPCs was utterly effortless. Brother, what level are you? Fireball asked, eyes filled with admiration. Gu Fei glanced at his profile and replied, level 10. What? Level 10? Fireball dropped back to the ground. Do you know what level they were? He pointed at the 6 NPC corpses. I saw on a website. Around level 20, Goofei said. Level 10 defeating level 20 monsters, 6 at once. Fireball nodded, as if trying to convince himself, despite having just witnessed it. What an oppos, that's the big deal. If you can kill, then kill. Goofei shrugged, unconcerned. Fireball could only stare in disbelief, utterly at a loss for words. What is this? Is this skill? But in a holographic game, what skill is there? I have skills. Goofei chuckled. What? You can use skills in an online game? Fireball mumbled. Before Goofei could respond, a shout came from the other side of the hill. Found them. Over here. Looking towards the sound. They saw a figure on the right slope gesturing towards them while yelling back down the hill. Both stood up to peer down the slope. Players were rushing from all directions, gathering together, amounting to at least several dozen. What is going on? Is there a boss? Fireball asked as he scanned the area. But aside from the 6 fallen monsters, there were no other NPCs in sight. They're coming for us, Goofei stated. How do you know? Fireball questioned. I can sense their intent. Goofei replied. Come on, stop joking. Fireball rolled his eyes. Yet Goofei and Oppo's prediction proved accurate. A crowd was steadily gathering at the bottom of the hill, approaching the two with an intimidating presence. See, I told you they were coming for us. Goofei pointed to a figure at the forefront. Fireball squinted and recognized the very group of players he had clashed with earlier. Seriously? Is it really necessary to mobilize so many for a single pig? Fireball grumbled, adopting a defiant demeanor. Anyway, I'm just level 1. Didn't you see that pond over there? Goofei pointed down the slope. Fireball recalled the threats of being thrown into the river and immediately turned pale, bracing himself for the worst. Is that pond deep? I don't know. Goofei shook his head. By this time, the crowd had reached them. Goofei had never considered fleeing. Fireball, thinking himself level 1, hadn't intended to escape either. However, after Goofei's warning about the pond, he began to regret his decision. The two sides met, with the opposing players fanning out in a semicircle around them, numbering at least 50 or 60. Goofei let out a sigh. He could only employ his skills, not become a superhero capable of taking on 5 or 6 dozen opponents. Even if his skills allowed it, his stamina would not permit such a feat nevertheless. Whether or not to engage was still uncertain. The glances directed at him revealed a hint of trepidation. What is the matter? Goofei inquired. President, it's him. One shouted, pointing at Goofei. Goofei turned to the one designated as president, a lanky young man, not tall, with straight hair that inadvertently elongated his face and stature. His skin was rough, pockmarked like an orange peel, and his small eyes darted around Goofei. With such a demeanor, Goofei presumed his profession was that of a thief. After scrutinizing Goofei for a moment, the young man smiled. Hello, I am the president of the Unruly Guild. Hello, Goofei replied, maintaining his composure. We came from Endopos, Magic Domain Endopos, together to Endopos, Parallel World Endopos, the president stated. Goofei nodded. Being a young person himself, he was not entirely ignorant of online games, especially the renowned title of Magic Domain, which he often heard about. In the school where Goofei taught, this game was regarded as a dire enemy by teachers, fearing that their students might be lured away. However, with the emergence of holographic gaming, it was clear that these older online games had lost their appeal. Since the public beta of the Parallel World commenced, the online population of Magic Domain has persistently reached new lows. The predominant voices echoing throughout the realm are those clamoring to sell their accounts, eager to transition to the Parallel World. Although it is said that Magic Domain is hastening its pace towards a holographic reform, regardless of the circumstances, they will never savor the sweetest first bite of this grand cake. Beside them, Fireball possesses knowledge that surpasses even Goofei's understanding. Having played Magic Domain himself, he recognizes the infamous name of the Rebellious Heaven Guild. This guild is renowned for its formidable strength, holding significant prestige within the gaming community. Particularly notable is its leader, Sword Demon, who has brought the Magic Swordsman class to its zenith, excelling in gear, level, skills, and technique. Truly the epitome of excellence. He stands as the idol of countless players in Magic Domain, and during Fireball's own tenure in the game, he too harbored admiration for a considerable time. Little did he expect to encounter such a figure under these circumstances. Gazing at the rather unsavory young man before him, Fireball could not restrain himself from inquiring, "Are you Sword Demon?" Goofei's calm reaction rendered the interaction rather dull for Sword Demon, yet Fireball's enthusiasm pleased him immensely. With a slight nod, he replied, "Indeed. I am. Greetings." His demeanor, cloaked in an approachable guise, yet laced with an air of superiority, was executed flawlessly. Good heavens, is that truly how you look? You are Sword Demon? Or am I simply seeing things? Fireball's unabashed remarks struck a nerve, delivering a sharp pang to Sword Demon's heart. Chapter 7. The Dagger Mage in the Realm of Magic. The Sword Demon once basked in unparalleled glory. He founded the formidable Anti-Heaven Guild, a coveted sanctuary for all players striving to join its ranks. Upon expressing his desire to venture into the parallel world, he was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. Everyone was eager to follow him as they sought to reconstruct the Anti-Heaven Guild under his leadership once more. However, in this holographic game, players' true appearances were unveiled, revealing a stark contrast between the Sword Demon's excessively simplistic visage and his previously resplendent online persona. The disparity was so pronounced that the majority of guild members found it hard to accept. Consequently, more than half opted for self-reliance instead. The few female players who once surrounded him cast but a fleeting glance before vanishing entirely. Ultimately, from a guild of nearly 1,000, only around 50 remained willing to accompany him. The harsh reality left the Sword Demon feeling disheartened, yet as a top-tier player who had once achieved remarkable feats. He possessed exceptional skills. He was resolute in his determination not to concede defeat. He had silently vowed to reclaim his former glory in the parallel world and restore the Anti-Heaven Guild's illustrious reputation throughout the game. His first priority was to bolster his own strength. However, the holographic nature of the game posed immediate challenges. From the very onset, the Sword Demon sensed the disadvantages inherent in this simulated environment. The concept of operation seemed likely to become obsolete. His hands, once adept at manipulating the mouse and keyboard with ethereal grace, now found themselves rendered useless. As a premier player, he understood that he must compensate for this through a profound comprehension of the game's content. Fortunately, the game's public testing soon underwent revisions, granting him a period to readjust. During this time, he immersed himself in extensive game materials and even simulated combat techniques in the real world. When public testing resumed, the Sword Demon re-entered the game with newfound confidence. In less than a day, he had reached level 25. The toil and sweat he expended during this time were inconceivable to the average player. Gaming was far more than mere play. The initial stages of the game presented an opportune moment to widen the gap in levels. The Sword Demon, fully aware of this, did not squander time aiding others. Thus, he was absent from the Anti-Heaven Guild members outside the city. It was only after Gu Fei had dispatched 3 opponents and taken away the fireball that his companions realized what had transpired and hurried to inform him. Upon hearing his companion's detailed account, the Sword Demon was plagued with doubts. He was well versed in all the skills within the game, and if one were to insist that Gu Fei's kick resembled the combatant's swallow return flash, it was an advanced skill only obtainable at level 54. How could anyone possess it at this stage? Moreover, his comrades had yet to reach level 10. How could they possibly engage in combat against someone protected by PK rules? Thus, the Sword Demon hastily returned from the leveling area, leading guild members in pursuit of the direction the two had taken. His motivation was not to retaliate for a trivial matter such as having a pig stolen, but rather an earnest desire to understand this character better. Unfortunately, the fireball had struck a nerve with the Sword Demon. This was the most effective way to ignite his competitive spirit, and the fireball had deftly capitalized on it. After casting a fierce glare at the fireball, the Sword Demon inquired of Gu Fei, "What level are you?" "Level 10, Gu Fei replied. "Excellent." The Sword Demon nodded. "How about I take you both on alone?" "Wait, I'm only level 1, level 1. What level are you?" the fireball exclaimed. Gu Fei echoed the fireball's sentiment. "Yeah, he is only level 1. He can't PK." The Sword Demon chuckled, not intending to engage in a duel with a level 10 and a level 1 player. His words were merely intended to provoke a display of humility from them. However, Gu Fei then added, "So I can handle this alone." The Sword Demon's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly believe his ears. "What did you say? How? Aren't you going to PK?" Gu Fei retorted. Gu Fei's response left the Sword Demon with no room to retreat. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but rather a sense of indignation. To have his first battle, a battle meant to establish his reputation, against a mere level 10 mage felt utterly beneath him. Yet, he could not conjure a dignified excuse to decline the challenge, so he simply nodded and said, "All right, very well." Surveying the surroundings, he pointed toward a spacious area by the pond on the hillside. "Shall we go over there?" It was his first PK encounter in the parallel world, and he believed that finding an open, stable location would enhance his performance. Gu Fei, indifferent to the location, nodded and proceeded in that direction. The fireball quickly followed, whispering, "Are you insane? You don't even know what level he is, and you're going to PK him? What is the issue? If we can PvP, then let us do it." Gu Fei replied with a smile. At the pond's edge, they took their positions. The Sword Demon's companions, a nervous crowd, stood behind him. They trusted the sword demon, thus choosing to follow him into the game. This battle could potentially determine whether he would once again rise to prominence. Standing behind Gu Fei was the fireball, who was preoccupied with assessing the pond's depth, searching for a place to escape should he fall in. He believed Gu Fei had no chance of winning. After all, who was his opponent? The sword demon, a titan in the realm of online gaming. Every game he had touched had witnessed his ascendance to the pinnacle of success. The realm of magic? Merely one of many spectacular peaks he had scaled. Let us begin, Gu Fei declared, lifting his mage's robe and drawing a dagger. A dagger? The sword demon paused, bewildered. This individual was clearly a mage. In the game, some skills were universally accessible. Upon reaching a certain level and paying a fee, any class could learn them. Identification was one such skill, serving purposes beyond mere equipment appraisal. Players could also identify the class and level of other players and monsters. The sword demon, possessing ample experience in online gaming, had learned the identification skill at the first opportunity. Upon their initial encounter, he had already assessed both individuals. Two mages, one at level 10 and the other at level 1. However, due to insufficient identification skill level, he could not discern the equipment on their characters. When Gu Fei drew his dagger, the sword demon was taken aback. A novice, he thought, shaking his head in disappointment. His inaugural foray into combat was against a mage wielding a dagger. It seemed hardly commendable. The sword demon also unsheathed his weapon, a dagger, as a rogue. He was a true expert in dagger combat. Please, the sword demon remarked, feeling that against such an opponent, it would be unbecoming to seize the first strike. Please, Gu Fei replied, suddenly holding the dagger in a reverse grip, clasping his fists and bowing to the sword demon. This gesture astonished the sword demon. Yet before he could fully comprehend it, Gu Fei had already darted forward to strike. So fast, the sword demon was taken aback. With his modest knowledge of the game thus far, he quickly surmised that Gu Fei must have allocated points to agility. A mage focusing on agility. In the sword demon's extensive gaming experience, he had encountered many such builds. But the high agility leading to evasion or complete misses required exceedingly high levels and equipment to support it. Such strategies typically emerged only in well-researched games. However, in this parallel world, two factors complicated matters. First, it was a new game, with many elements still being explored. Second, players could only maintain a single account. If one misallocated points or faced other issues that rendered their character ineffective, there would be no option to delete and restart. Therefore, while the sword demon had reached level 25, he had only allocated points up to level 10. He would not recklessly expend points until he had thoroughly researched an optimal allocation strategy. Before him stood a mage whose agility was perceived as recklessly audacious. As the sword demon assessed Gu Fei, he swiftly sidestepped, evading Gu Fei and Appo's thrust. Unexpectedly, his opponent reacted with remarkable speed before the initial attack could lose its momentum. He swiftly maneuvered and countered with a backhand swipe. However, the sword demon, possessing reflexes akin to a phantom, adeptly shrank back, avoiding the strike with agility. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Fei's assault was far from over. After missing his initial strike, Gu Fei pivoted, presenting his back to the sword demon, and with a deft motion, thrust his dagger from beneath his armpit, aiming once more at his adversary. At that moment, the sword demon remained in a crouched position, having narrowly evaded the previous swipe. Gu Fei's backward thrust was now aimed directly at his forehead. There was no time left to evade. Instinctively, the sword demon raised his hand to shield his face, only for his dagger to intersect precisely with Gu Fei's incoming strike. A sharp clink resounded as he recoiled several steps, creating distance between them. Both combatants felt a tumult of emotions within. Gu Fei was taken aback by his opponent's ability to evade 3 of his attacks. These were no mere strikes. They comprised the refined techniques known as Tai Sui, Flicking Tail, Yasha, a series of dagger maneuvers honed through countless trials, each aimed at vital points. In the realm of the game, Gu Fei would never dare to employ such techniques in reality, for a single misstep could cost a life. He had assumed his victory was assured, only to find himself at a disadvantage. Though it was evident that his opponent lacked formal martial training, his quick reflexes were undeniable. Additionally, his character's attributes in the game heavily favored agility, a crucial factor that enhanced his speed beyond Gu Fei's own. This revelation led Gu Fei to recognize an important truth. While only a martial artist in the real world could achieve such swiftness, within the game, anyone could attain comparable, if not superior, speed through skill allocation. It was astonishing to encounter situations in the game that would be impossible in reality, and Gu Fei felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 8. Unchanging amidst change. At this moment, the state of mind of the sword demon was a stark contrast to that of Gu Fei. Just moments ago, he had been struck thrice in quick succession, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The final blow had been a reflexive action to shield himself, an instinctive response that inadvertently deflected the attack. The opponent was a mage, while he was a rogue. Logically, it should have been he who sought to close the distance, while the mage would do everything possible to maintain it, attacking from afar with spells. Yet, here he was, facing a mage wielding a dagger and charging at him. And after enduring 3 close-range strikes, he found himself retreating in fear. Despite his extensive experience in online gaming, the sword demon had never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament. Initially, he had been wary of the mage's basic fireball spell, although it was of a low level. A direct hit could inflict damage equivalent to 2 or 3 of his own strikes. To his astonishment, the mage had eschewed spells altogether, opting instead to deliver 2 or 3 blows with a dagger, an utterly implausible situation. Both sides were at a stalemate, neither willing to advance. The sword demon quickly calculated his tactics. Lacking any ranged attacks, he realized he had to close the distance to defeat his opponent. But the thought of doing so sent beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The fireball. Suddenly, Gu Fei spoke to the crowd. But before he could finish, a fireball ignited swiftly before him. This was disastrous. In his preoccupation with the mage's melee capabilities, he had completely overlooked the fact that Gu Fei was, indeed, a mage. Upon seeing the fireball, the sword demon began to execute an erratic S-shaped movement. He had witnessed mages casting fireballs in the game before. Once launched, a fireball would track its target for a brief moment within a small radius. As long as one avoided being hit or stayed out of range during that time, they would successfully evade the attack. The sword demon twisted and turned frantically in the crowd, waiting for Gu Fei to utter the word fire. To his surprise, Gu Fei, staring at the fireball, suddenly muttered, "I wasn't Oppos, T calling you. I was calling that fireball." With a sudden sound, the first fireball extinguished, only for a second one to ignite immediately after. The sword demon's movements became even more frantic. Yet, Gu Fei's fireball still showed no sign of being launched. Instead, he stood there, seemingly at a loss. Moments later, the fireball extinguished itself. With the threat of the fireball looming from afar and no advantage in close combat, how could he fight? There was no choice but to proceed as he saw fit. The sword demon assumed that Gu Fei repeatedly igniting fireballs was merely a ruse to distract him. Without waiting for Gu Fei to conjure a third fireball, he unleashed his signature skill, and his figure gradually dissipated like mist, vanishing from view. Stealth! Someone in the crowd exclaimed. Stealth was undoubtedly the rogue's ace skill, so it was not surprising. What truly astonished them was that stealth was a skill only accessible at level 24 for rogues. While they knew the sword demon was likely at a higher level than them, they had not anticipated such a significant disparity. Truly, he was the top player in the online gaming realm. Just moments ago, they had been worried about the sword demon being repelled by Gu Fei's 3 strikes. And now their confidence surged anew. In the world of online gaming, levels spoke volumes. As the sword demon disappeared from view, he concealed himself in a position on the battlefield, closely monitoring Gu Fei's actions. He had refrained from using stealth initially due to the mage's level 6 skill, Fire Resist Ring. The nature of stealth meant that any attack or being attacked would immediately reveal him. Although the Fire Resist Ring and Oppos' attack was minimal, its range extended just beyond close quarters. Thus, the rogue could not approach quietly while the mage maintained the Fire Resist Ring. Of course, the Fire Resist Ring had its weaknesses. It was subject to cooldowns, and the time difference between the two meant that the mage could not keep the Fire Resist Ring active indefinitely. This window of opportunity was ideal for the rogue to execute a sneak attack. The sword demon deduced 2 key points from his experience. First, that a novice mage would activate the Fire Resist Ring upon engagement. Second, that Gu Fei would not expect him to possess a skill exclusive to level 24 rogues, stealth. Hence, his original plan was to wait until Gu Fei exhausted the Fire Resist Ring before using stealth to close in for a decisive blow. However, it appeared that both his deductions were erroneous. Gu Fei had neither activated the Fire Resist Ring nor displayed any surprise at his stealth. Furthermore, the close combat abilities of this mage were more formidable than those of the rogue, an experience the sword demon could scarcely fathom. Faced with the situation, the sword demon had no choice but to activate stealth himself. He was confident that upon seeing him use stealth, the mage would undoubtedly activate the Fire Resist Ring. However, his stealth duration exceeded that of the Fire Resist Ring by 3 seconds, allowing him to close in and strike once the Fire Resist Ring cooled down. Unless, the mage had upgraded the Fire Resist Ring, extending its duration beyond that of his stealth. But such a possibility was almost non-existent. A level 10 character would lack the time or resources to enhance any skill to that extent. Through his understanding of the game, precise calculations, and strategic planning, the sword demon had always prided himself on crafting optimal combat strategies, never underestimating even a level 10 mage. Regrettably, this time he had misjudged once again. Gu Fei remained stationary, neither activating the fire resist ring nor moving about to evade an unseen foe. Was it possible he had yet to learn the fire resist ring? Or was he simply an utterly incompetent novice? The sword demon was filled with doubt, yet he recognized the fleeting opportunity before him and advanced towards Gu Fei. Predicting several possible routes the mage might take, Gu Fei remained motionless, not even lifting a finger. The sword demon began to wonder if he needed to get so close as to blow a breath on Gu Fei's face to elicit any sense of danger. In the blink of an eye, the sword demon found himself behind Gu Fei, who still showed no sign of awareness. Time was of the essence. His stealth was set to expire. He prepared to unleash his most powerful attack, the Rogue and Oppos, level 18 skill, Backstab. As the name suggests, this skill was to be executed from behind the target, dealing 200 of the normal 40 points of damage. Although the moment he performed the skill, the effect of stealth would vanish, alerting Gu Fei to his presence. By that time, the dagger would surely have pierced his back. With a 14-level disparity between them, the Rogue and Oppos' backstab against the mage could only result in a one-hit kill. Nothing else would suffice. The onlookers were oblivious to the unfolding drama, unaware that the sword demon had already closed in behind Gu Fei. Just then, Gu Fei suddenly spun around, his left hand darting out swiftly. The crowd gasped in bewilderment. In an instant, the sword demon's silhouette materialized in the air, his right hand clutching a dagger, yet Gu Fei's left hand firmly grasped his wrist. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, yet the scene continued to evolve. Gu Fei's left hand pressed and twisted, causing the sword demon to wince in pain, his fingers losing strength, and his grip on the dagger faltering. In one fluid motion, Gu Fei's right hand swooped downward, fingers loosening and tightening simultaneously, discarding the small blade he had held while catching the sword demon's dagger mid-fall. With his left hand, he wrenched the sword demon's right arm behind him, advancing to secure his position, his right hand lifting the dagger to rest against the sword demon's neck. The series of movements were executed with such precision that by the time the crowd processed what had happened, the sword demon was completely subdued, the blade poised at his throat. However, in the realm of online gaming, whether such a scenario posed a genuine threat remained uncertain. Yet, the outcome of this confrontation was clear to any observer with discerning eyes. Ah, magnificent! A voice erupted from the fireball. The realization that if Gu Fei were to fall, he would become the next target sent waves of fear coursing through him. At this moment, witnessing Gu Fei's resounding victory, his spirits soared as he clapped and rushed through the crowd to stand before the two. He exclaimed to the sword demon, "You've reached level 24, haven to you? Yet you were bested by a level 10 mage. Can you accept that?" Ha! With an air of triumph, Fireball appeared as though he himself had vanquished the sword demon. The sword demon and Oppos' face turned ashen. He accepted his defeat with grace. Even when granted the opportunity to backstab from behind, he was still overcome. What more could he contest? A level 25 rogue could only display so much prowess. Who exactly was this individual? The techniques he employed were clearly not of the game's standard repertoire. Acceptance of defeat did not equate to joy. Within the sword demon's heart, emotions were tumultuous. Alongside his confusion regarding Gu Fei's skills, there lingered a sense of lament for his own decline. Once the unrivaled master of online gaming, now he had fallen to a mage 15 levels beneath him. Had his past glories truly faded into obscurity? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a release from behind. Gu Fei had let him go. The sword demon turned, taking 2 steps back, and inquired, "What is your name?" "Qianli Yizue," Gu Fei replied. "Excellent. I shall seek you out again," declared the sword demon. Gu Fei nodded with a smile, and as the sword demon turned to leave, Gu Fei called out, "Wait, your dagger." He tossed it toward the sword demon. The sword demon caught it, momentarily stunned. This dagger was known as Frost's Remembrance. Beyond its damage, it boasted an additional 25 agility, a 30 chance for critical hits, and a 10 chance to inflict level 3 frost damage. It had been inadvertently acquired by the sword demon after cleverly using the terrain to defeat a boss of unknown level. Currently, among the weapons listed on the official website, none boasted superior attributes. The sword demon's ashen face was partly a result of losing this dagger to Gu Fei. Yet now, Gu Fei tossed it back into the sword demon's hands, who grasped it tightly, unable to believe the reality of the situation. In a gaming world saturated with pay-to-win warriors, such a gem could easily fetch several months' wages for an ordinary person. But this young man before him, did he not understand its worth? Or was there something else at play? Confounded, the sword demon could only nod in acknowledgement, murmur his thanks, and turn away. Chapter 9. The tactics of masters. The other players of the Invincible Guild, upon witnessing their leader's resounding defeat, displayed a palpable sense of despondency. With disdainful glances cast at Gu Fei and Hui Qiu, they silently departed. Hui Qiu, intoxicated by his newfound dominance, whistled and jeered. Once an admirer of online gaming experts, he now reduced them to a single utterance, "Bah! Drunk brother, drunk brother." As the members of the Invincible Guild dispersed, Hui Qiu had already erected a new idol in his mind. "How did you know he was behind you?" he inquired. "Because of the killing intent." Gu Fei replied with a smile. "Killing intent? Does such a thing truly exist?" Hui Qiu murmured. "Indeed," Gu Fei nodded. "My perception of killing intent is not yet perfected. My uncle is the true master. For instance, if he were to lie there while you walked beside him, making noise, he would remain in deep slumber. Yet, the moment your focus shifts to him, he would awaken instantly. You truly know martial arts." Hui Qiu exclaimed. "It is not merely martial arts. It is kung fu." Gu Fei corrected him. "What is the difference? Martial arts are for physical fitness. Kung fu is for defeating enemies and defending the homeland." Gu Fei sighed. This distinction was a point of contention between him and his father, who insisted they practiced martial arts, while Gu Fei believed it was undeniably kung fu. "Is there a need for defending the homeland now?" Hui Qiu asked. "Not at all." Gu Fei chuckled. "Thus, I am merely enjoying this online game." "Oh, may I learn?" Hui Qiu and Appo's enthusiasm was rekindled. "You." Gu Fei hesitated. "Am I too old?" Hui Qiu's disappointment was palpable. At over 20, he felt that, according to some martial arts novels, protagonists at his age should already be renowned in the martial world. Starting martial arts at this age, he thought, would mean that by the time he emerged, all potential partners would have been claimed. However, Gu Fei shook his head. Kung Fu should ideally commence once one's body has fully matured, around 15 or 16 years of age. You are of a similar age to me. You are not too old. However, mastering Kung Fu requires a significant investment of time, at least 8 to 12 hours daily. Do you possess that much free time? Not at all. Hui Qiu replied without a moment, and Appo's thought. Perhaps you could utilize your time in the game. No need, no need. I shall forego it. Let us continue gaming. Hui Qiu hurriedly interrupted. Gu Fei could only smile wryly. At that moment, 6 homeless NPCs had respawned by the pond. Gu Fei picked up the small knife he had dropped earlier, preparing to engage the enemies, while Hui Qiu remarked, "Drunk brother, these monsters are too high level for me. I lack your skills. I shall train elsewhere. I and Appo's LL accompany you." Gu Fei offered. "I came to play the game, not to be escorted," Hui Qiu declared with determination. "Very well, then off you go." Gu Fei laughed. "Drunk brother, level up slowly. Don and Amp. Appo's leave me too far behind." Hui Qiu waved as he ran off, adding, "If you haven't logged out by then, we shall head back to town for a drink." "Sounds good," Gu Fei called back. Thus, they parted ways, with Gu Fei continuing to grind in this area. After the exhilarating battle with the sword ghost, he felt a rush of excitement. It had been a long time since he had the opportunity to engage in such combat. The fleeting moments between victory and defeat were a sensation he cherished. Although his opponent was somewhat unrefined in combat techniques, in this parallel world where battles were essential, everyone would eventually acquire a certain level of combat skill, and that would be the truly fascinating moment. As for the present NPCs, Gu Fei casually dispatched them with little effort. Computers remained computers, their rigid attack patterns, repeated ad nauseum, were ultimately ineffective. Sooner or later, all players would discern the predictable tactics of computer opponents. For instance, the sword ghost, with his intellect and reflexes, would inevitably become a formidable player. By the pond, Gu Fei had been grinding for a full 2 hours. To him, it was not merely monster hunting. He was practicing his kung fu routines. The invigorating sensation of sweating profusely brought him immense joy, and he did not find the repetition to be tedious in the least. Despite the gradual abandonment of kung fu by his family members, Gu Fei persisted in his practice, driven by a deep-seated passion for kung fu and the boundless joy it brought him. After toppling 6 more homeless NPCs, Gu Fei had reached level 16. He cupped his hands in the pond and Appo's water and splashed his face. The warmth of his perspiration, suddenly cooled by the refreshing water, felt utterly delightful. For the first time, Gu Fei genuinely appreciated the game's realism. The sensations of sweat and coolness were simply splendid. At that moment, a notification chimed, and upon opening his inbox, he found a message from Hui Qiu. Drunk brother, what level are you at?" "Level 16, Gu Fei replied. "Ah, so fast. I have only just reached level 10. Gu Fei could almost hear Hui Qiu and Appo's lament through the text. However, It took him 2 hours to reach level 10, while Gufei had merely battled twice by the pond. It seemed that in this parallel world, defeating higher-level monsters was indeed an effective way to level up quickly. Drunk brother, have you finished? I've saved up some money. Come back to town, and I'll treat you to a drink. Huichio messaged again. Sure. Gufei replied, and began collecting the spoils from the 6 defeated foes. A handful of coins, some unknown flora, and a collection of small knives. He had gathered over a dozen and had run out of space to store them. Although the game was entirely realistic, characters still required a means to store their possessions. In this parallel world, the inventory was designed as a pocket. Items could be tossed into the pocket affixed to the right hip, and they would be securely stored, never to fall out again. When one wished to retrieve an item, reaching into the pocket revealed a neatly arranged array, and whatever section one touched would naturally be grasped. Once the hand emerged from the pocket, the item was as if magically produced. With his belongings sorted, Gufei climbed to the mountaintop, scanning the horizon to discern his way back to Cloud City. Unfortunately, he spotted an individual at the pond's foot, also leveling up. Stealthily, he approached the homeless NPC from behind, delivering a backstab, followed by a flurry of rapid strikes against the monster and Oppo's onslaught before swiftly retreating to recuperate. Once his health was restored, he executed the same strategy again. The dagger in this person's hand emitted a faint blue glow, prompting a smile from Gufei as he recognized the individual as the sword ghost. His level appeared to be in the 20s, making him well suited for monster grinding here. However, taking on 6 homeless NPCs alone was ill-advised for any player. Save for Gufei and Amp, Oppo's extraordinary skills and the sword ghost and Amp, Oppo's strategic prowess. Expectedly, only 3 of the 6 homeless NPCs were gathered around their campfire. As the 4th respawned, the sword ghost immediately approached, utilizing stealth to get close, deliver a backstab, launch a forceful attack, retreat, rest, and await the next spawn. The sword ghost and Oppo's method of attack mirrored Gufei and Oppo's own. Both had devised a repetitive strategy tailored to exploit the NPCs and Oppo's weaknesses. Gufei could not help but commend him internally. Yet, Gufei soon noticed another figure not far from his vantage point on the slope, observing the sword ghost's performance. Clad in a form-fitting purple robe that accentuated her figure, it was evident she was a female player. From his angle, Gufei could not discern her features clearly. He only caught sight of her right hand draped over her left arm, with 2 fingers gently resting against her lips as she intently watched the sword ghost below. Who would have thought a girl could appreciate talent? Gufei mused with a smile. At that moment, the sword ghost had just dispatched another homeless NPC and retreated to a resting spot. After feeling in his pocket, he seemed to realize his inventory was full, exhaling in relief before lifting his gaze and noticing the 2 on the slope. After a moment of surprise, he turned and walked away. At this distance, Gufei pondered whether the sword ghost had recognized him. Gufei mused quietly to himself. He possessed no distinctive emblematic weapon akin to the Frost of Remembrance wielded by the sword demon. With the object of their admiration now lost, the 2 promptly chose their respective paths. Gufei observed that the girl was heading in the same direction as the sword demon, and a sly smile crept onto his face. Could it be that the sword demon was destined for romance? Though curiosity stirred within him, the thought of the fireball awaiting him at the bar in the city made him abandon the notion of following them. Oh, he noted in the comments section that some were discussing the style of the work. It would indeed be premature to draw conclusions solely based on the title and synopsis. Those who engage in discussions about style are undoubtedly seasoned readers of Butterfly. Should the synopsis resemble that of Solo Adventure or Starshine, it would elicit knowing smiles. However, for those genuinely seeking to comprehend what this book entails, a cursory glance at such a synopsis would lead them to one bewildered conclusion. What on earth is this? The synopsis lacks the signature style of Butterfly. Given Butterfly's penchant for verbosity, one would expect a summary of at least 1,000 words. This highly condensed synopsis is, without a doubt, a bold departure. And let us all celebrate this breakthrough. As for what is truly termed style, upon revisiting 2 earlier works, one might discern that not every chapter exemplifies this so-called style. It is likely that readers have formed deep impressions of certain pivotal moments, leading to a generalization that oversimplifies the narrative. Such an accurate encapsulation indeed. Let us applaud and cheer once more. Finally, I implore everyone to delve into the book itself. To put it in contemporary terms, this narrative is merely at its inception. I intend to lay the groundwork with 2 million words, build up to the first minor climax with 3 million, depict the peak with 4 million, and if all proceeds smoothly, transition to the next segment with 5 million words, and then, lo and behold, the true journey of this book shall officially commence. Chapter 10. a distinct taste as Gu Fei made his way back to Cloud City. The number of players gradually increased from afar. It was evident that most players were not yet focused on leveling up. Instead, they were reveling in the novelty of the holographic simulation game. Two players stood together, shaking hands and patting each other on the shoulder, both overwhelmed by the freshness of the experience. Upon returning to Cloud City, Gu Fei inquired about the tavern's location from Huoqiu and proceeded towards the square. The tavern, auction house, and bank, three significant establishments, were situated at three corners of the square. Gu Fei stepped forward and pushed open the tavern door. Contrary to his expectation of a dimly lit interior, the room was awash with a soft, natural warm hue. The tavern was bustling with players, all in high spirits. The somber patrons seeking solace in drink had yet to arrive. The bar was lined with an array of colorful bottles, and the NPCs attending the customers displayed a cheerful demeanor, warmly greeting everyone. As Gu Fei scanned the room, he was outdone by Huoqiu's keen eye. Huoqiu shouted from one end of the table, "Drunk brother, over here." "Hey, Huoqiu." Gu Fei waved back. Suddenly, a fireball flared up before him. The surrounding players were momentarily startled, but once they grasped the situation, laughter erupted throughout the tavern. After Huoqiu's fiery display subsided, Gu Fei approached the table. Huoqiu wore an expression of frustration as he cursed the friends responsible for his unfortunate nickname. While listening to Huoqiu's grumbling, Gu Fei continued to survey the room. "Isn't that?" Gu Fei suddenly spotted someone. Huoqiu glanced back and laughed. "The sword demon, right? He just came in not long ago. That guy took a detour and returned before me." Gu Fei remarked. "What?" Huoqiu didn't understand. "I saw him leveling up in that area earlier," Gu Fei explained. "Oh, his level seems about right," Huoqiu said, pouring Gu Fei a drink. "Here, drunk brother, give this a try. With a name like yours, you must enjoy drinking, right?" Gu Fei smiled wryly. "Did you forget? My name, just like yours, was given by someone else." "Oh, I forgot." Huoqiu slapped his forehead, lamenting, "Had I known, I wouldn't have treated you to a drink. That cost me a silver coin." 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins, which, at the game's outset, could purchase a basic weapon from the blacksmith's shop. Accumulating wealth through monster hunting would take considerable time. "No worries, consider it on me." Gu Fei chuckled, for he had been defeating higher-level monsters than Huoqiu, thus earning a more abundant income. At that moment, the sword demon noticed Gu Fei sitting nearby. Their eyes met, and the sword demon nodded, acknowledging him. The tavern remained lively. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and the atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence, with the remaining sounds emanating only from those facing away from the entrance, such as Gu Fei. Gu Fei turned to meet the gaze of a young woman. Clad in a familiar purple robe, he could not be certain if she was the same one he had encountered on the hillside. On his journey back, he had seen many wearing similar outfits, evidently the beginner gear of a certain profession. In the game, attire automatically adjusted to fit each individual, accentuating their physique. The woman before him possessed a slender and graceful figure, with every curve flawlessly defined, devoid of any excess flesh. It was no wonder that all eyes in the tavern were transfixed upon her. Her figure was nothing short of perfection. In contrast, her facial features, while not as striking as her physique, were still remarkable, with eyes as captivating as water and a gentle smile that radiated warmth. With a smile, she nodded slightly to the patrons in the tavern, prompting them to return to their usual demeanor. The scene could be likened to a sudden dispersal. The onlookers, who had been brazenly staring, now feigned decorum, secretly stealing glances. The tavern was quite crowded, with no vacant tables, save for a few with 1 or 2 empty seats. The male players at these tables exhibited expressions of excitement, yet none dared to extend an invitation. In this situation, the one who spoke first would become the target of scorn. Even with the rare opportunity to admire such beauty up close, the risk of being ridiculed was too great. To foster a harmonious atmosphere, everyone remained silent, awaiting the lovely lady's choice. The young woman glided gracefully through the tavern, and Huoqiu appeared quite animated. Their table, meant for 4, now accommodated only 2, presenting a promising opportunity. However, the woman's gaze merely skimmed the vacant spots, swiftly passing by Gu Fei and Huoqiu. Huoqiu, filled with anticipation, was left disappointed. "Wow, she smells incredible," he remarked. "How can a game simulate a fragrance?" Gu Fei scoffed. "It's body fragrance. The game simulates that," Huoqiu asserted confidently. Gu Fei chuckled, uninterested in engaging further. At that moment, the woman had traversed nearly half the tavern and, seeing no available seats, seemed prepared to exit through another door. Suddenly, she halted beside the sword demon, who occupied a 2-person table alone, leaving 1 seat vacant. All breaths were held in anticipation. Most puzzled, "What an unusual taste she has." Judging by looks, he is the least attractive in the tavern. Though the sword demon was an adept in the gaming realm, he was still an ordinary man, feeling a rush of excitement as the beautiful woman paused beside him. However, she did not take a seat. Instead, she gently raised her right hand and patted the back of his neck. The room remained eerily quiet. Do these two know each other? Everyone wondered. The thoughts of many echoed, Beauty and the Beast, while a few others mused on the absurdity of such a pairing. The sword demon, taken aback, certainly recognized that he did not know this woman. As he prepared to speak, he met her gaze and witnessed her smiling at him while pointing to the ground, saying, "You dropped your coin." Everyone, including the sword demon, looked down. A shimmering gold coin lay at his feet. "Oh, thank you," he responded instinctively, bending down to pick it up, contemplating using this as an excuse to invite the lady for a drink. "No need for formality," she replied, and by the time he retrieved the coin, she had already reached the door, glancing back with a smile before gracefully departing. The sword demon stood transfixed, clutching the coin tightly, feeling as though he had just discovered a treasure. Such a splendid figure, beautiful, and her voice is enchanting. "Ah, I believe I have fallen for her," Huixiu murmured. "Drunk brother," Yu Huixiu began, but upon turning to address Gu Fei, he found him already rising abruptly and hurrying outside. "You are truly my idol," Huixiu exclaimed, wide-eyed as he watched Gu Fei's retreating figure. Gu Fei burst out of the tavern, scanning the surroundings and spotting the young woman turning into a nearby alley. He hastened to follow her. That fool sword demon. Gu Fei cursed inwardly, realizing that he remained oblivious to the fact that his Frost's remembrance had been stealthily pilfered from the table. No one would expect such a young woman to commit such an act. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Gu Fei would not have believed it. How despicable. Gu Fei seethed, the incident awakening shadows from his childhood. During his training, he had endured considerable physical exertion, adhering to a principle of consuming smaller meals throughout the day. Whenever it was time to indulge in a little extra meal, the unfortunate child from my uncle's family would invariably appear. "Hey, Xiaofei, how did you manage to drop your food again? Hurry and pick it up, or else Sin Shu will surely give you a beating." "Oh," in a flurry, Xiao Gu Fei would bend down to retrieve his food, only to find that by the time he climbed back onto the table, his bowl of delectable dishes had vanished, along with the hapless child. Moreover, an array of tricks would emerge, such as claims of UFOs, his father searching for him, or the initiation of the Black Cat detective's antics, all of which ultimately instilled a deep-seated hatred in Gu Fei for such underhanded tactics of food theft. Regrettably, just as he resolved to retaliate against that child from his uncle's house, he discovered that the child had grown tired of the little morsels Gu Fei offered and had lost interest in these antics. For countless years, whenever Gu Fei reminisced about this incident, he felt a lingering sense of injustice awaiting resolution. Today, he finally encountered a chance for retribution. Unfortunately, the opponent was a girl, and he pondered how best to approach the situation. As Gu Fei was deep in thought, he reached the mouth of the alley, and upon turning around, found his nose nearly touching hers. "Ah, it is quite fragrant," was his initial thought, but as he regained his composure and stepped back, he noticed the girl was regarding him with sultry eyes. "What do you want? Hand over the item." Gu Fei did not return her gaze with kindness. Although the close proximity had rendered his face somewhat flushed, he felt an impulse for a repeat of their earlier closeness. "What item?" The girl feigned ignorance. "Feigning ignorance? The dagger you just took from the tavern. Frost's remembrance," Gu Fei retorted. The girl was taken aback. She was not pretending. She simply did not expect the person pursuing her to be the rightful owner of the lost item. She had assumed he was merely a dullard, driven by lust to engage in conversation with her, confident in her own beauty. Just as she was enjoying her dinner, the power went out. "Oh no. I lit a candle." It is said that a candlelit dinner is quite romantic. However, such an atmosphere surely does not pair well with a spicy dish like boiled meat slices. After finishing her meal, the electricity still had not returned. Sighing, she reflected that in ancient times, some would carve holes in walls for light, others would borrow the light of the moon, and still others would catch fireflies. In modern times, we have the illumination of streetlights. Beneath a street lamp, a butterfly diligently studied a stack of newspapers, but alas, the entertainment and sports sectors lacked any juicy gossip lately, and the weather had turned cooler. As autumn winds blew, leaves cascaded down, slicing against her face like small daggers. The fallen leaves intertwined, forming a large character. Tragic. Feeling disheartened, she thought perhaps some lamb skewers would lift her spirits. But to her dismay, the skewers were gone, leaving only scraps of bone. That dish was far too laborious to consume. She could barely manage 20 before being unable to eat another bite. No, I simply can't eat anymore. Besides, I still have to save room for a late-night snack. Chapter 11. Flying knives. Once again, the flying knives. Hurry and take them out. Gu Fei extended his hand. Why should I give them to you? The girl retorted. Gu Fei furrowed his brows, pondering whether he should earnestly explain to her that stealing was wrong, that it was improper to take what didn't belong to her, and that she ought to return it to its rightful owner. Such moral admonitions were certainly within his repertoire, for he was a teacher. However, the young lady before him, not significantly younger than himself, had demonstrated a level of skill and composure that led Gu Fei to suspect she might be a professional. Engaging in philosophical discourse with someone like her would be futile. When reason failed, it was time for fists to take center stage. Gu Fei had been shaped by the environment his father had created, embodying much of his father's character, save for a divergence in their respective purposes for practicing martial arts. He clenched his fist, and the girl's expression shifted. What are you doing? Are you going to hit me? Or are you going to strike a woman? You can't be that despicable. Don't want to get hurt? Then hand over what you took, or I assure you, you won't remain a beauty for long. Gu Fei declared. The girl's face turned pale with fear, and after a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I guess I'm unlucky. Here. She hastily reached into her pocket and hurled a dagger at Gu Fei with force. If he were to be struck down so easily, Gu Fei would find it embarrassing to claim mastery of martial arts. He swiftly caught the dagger and was about to utter a few more words when he noticed the girl had already turned and was sprinting away. This was bad. Gu Fei thought frantically, what on earth is this? It's not Frost's remembrance. I've been deceived. He leapt into pursuit. Believing he could easily catch up to such a seemingly frail girl, Gu Fei soon realized his grave miscalculation. This parallel world, touted for its realism, had overlooked a fundamental disparity, the difference between men and women. The gender disparities in this holographic game mirrored those in old online games, reduced to mere labels of male and female. Beyond that, there was little distinction. The official website had previously condemned male players for harassing female players and had made significant modifications to address this issue. However, the decisive factor remained the profession. Could a male mage entertain improper thoughts towards a female warrior? His head would undoubtedly be severed. No matter his level, if he wished to act inappropriately, he would need to close the distance. From several meters away, even the most potent spells would not constitute harassment. The issue of gender was indeed a flaw in the system, Gu Fei thought indignantly. Just look at the girl before him, in full flight. The only word that came to mind was swift. Despite Gu Fei having devoted all his level-up points to agility, this girl was clearly a master of it. The distance between them continued to widen, and she even had the audacity to turn around and make faces at him. Gu Fei's anger flared, yet it was futile. In the game, there was no concept of unlocking potential. One could exert themselves to reach their maximum capacity with ease, but any attempt to surpass that limit was impossible. Fool, come chase me, she taunted, having turned a corner, her figure soon disappearing from his sight. As the gap widened, the girl even paused at the intersection ahead, turning back to shout at Gu Fei, if you have the guts, don't run. Using the most primitive of provocations, Gu Fei attempted to incite her. However, experts had established that women inherently possessed a resistance to such tactics, and indeed, his taunt fell flat. The girl, seemingly unperturbed, blew him a playful kiss. I'm done playing with you, little mage. I'm off. The girl, having tired of the game, turned to leave, but Gu Fei was thoroughly incensed. Go to hell. He bellowed, launching the dagger like a shooting star. When it came to flying knives, nothing was more evocative than the legend of Xiao Li's flying dagger. Swift was just one aspect. Its true terror lay in its precision. Xiao Li's flying dagger never missed. In gaming terms, this translated to ignoring evasion, with a certainty of hitting. Of course, its accuracy stemmed from its speed. Because it was fast, no one could evade it. Xiao Li's targets were elite masters, rumored to vanish in the blink of an eye. To strike such individuals, one had to be exceptionally swift. Yet for Gu Fei, his aim was to strike a girl who had just turned to flee. She possessed neither the awareness nor the skill to dodge his flying dagger. As long as he had accuracy, it sufficed. Gu Fei, capable of hitting a stone squarely in someone's eye, had more than enough precision. With a swift motion, the dagger flew through the air with a whoosh. Ah! The girl cried out as the dagger struck her calf, causing her to collapse to the ground. Gu Fei's spirits soared as he rushed towards her at breakneck speed, but the girl was now wailing inconsolably. The tears of a beauty are the hardest to bear. At that moment, Gu Fei, witnessing the pool of blood around her, felt a twinge of guilt. Though this was merely a game, and the dagger posed no real harm, it would undoubtedly be painful. Gu Fei surmised this, for he himself had never endured such a severe wound, and it appeared the dagger had penetrated deeply. You. This is utterly outrageous. The girl, sprawled on the ground, pointed at Gu Fei while sobbing uncontrollably. While a hint of remorse stirred within Gu Fei, he reminded himself that she was a criminal. He must maintain a cold demeanor towards the enemy. With a steely expression, he reached into his pocket, pulling out a large bundle of small, sharp knives and shouted, "If you keep cursing, I'll stick every last one of these into you." The girl immediately fell silent. Having already been stabbed once, she dared not doubt Gu Fei's resolve. Of course, he was merely intimidating her. He already regretted the first stab and had no intention of inflicting further harm. The girl lay on her side, clutching her injured leg, too frightened to speak, only emitting soft sobs. Gu Fei reached out to touch the dagger embedded in her leg. "Ah, what are you doing? You pervert!" The girl screamed as he aggravated her injury, sending fresh waves of pain coursing through her. "Pull it out," Gu Fei suggested. "It looks quite unsightly with the dagger still in your leg. Will it stop hurting if you pull it out?" The girl's question was naive and foolish. In reality, when a knife penetrates a non-vital area, as long as there is no excessive bleeding, one typically wound face life-threatening danger. Hence, it was crucial not to remove the knife hastily, as it could accelerate blood loss. Yet Gu Fei mused, perhaps pulling it out would alleviate her pain? He nodded at her. "It'll stop hurting if I pull it out." "Then go ahead." She gritted her teeth. "All right," Gu Fei replied, providing no time for preparation, and swiftly yanked the knife free. "Ah!" The girl screamed in agony, the pain still very much present, and blood gushed forth. The game proved remarkably realistic. "My health points are dropping," the girl suddenly exclaimed. "Oh no." Gu Fei panicked. "Quick, do you have any cloth? Preferably bandages." To his surprise, the girl did indeed hand him a roll of bandages. Gu Fei examined it and found it was a game item called a blood-stopping bandage. He tore off a segment and deftly wrapped her leg, staunching the flow of blood almost instantly. Whether it was due to his knowledge of basic first aid or the effectiveness of the game item, he couldn't be certain. "Is your health still declining?" Gu Fei inquired. "It's not declining anymore," she replied. "That was close." Gu Fei exhaled in relief. If her health had dropped to 0, she would have respawned, and he would have no idea where to find her again. With her condition stabilized, the girl's cries diminished, eventually reducing to soft sobs, occasionally punctuated by fierce glares directed at Gu Fei. Feeling that his sense of guilt had largely dissipated, Gu Fei extended his hand towards her. "All right. Now return Frost and Appo's remembrance to me." Although the girl and Appo's pocket containing the item was within reach, Gu Fei knew he could easily retrieve it. However, Gu Fei was acutely aware that the pocket, for its owner, was a treasure trove, while for outsiders, it was merely a pocket. If one dared to reach in, the only thing one would find there would be their own hand. At this moment, the young woman appeared to be in less pain, her spirit somewhat restored. "Here, is this yours?" No," Gu Fei replied. "Then why should I return it to you? It's my friend's." He insisted. "Friend?" The girl scoffed lightly. "If he were truly a friend, why isn't he sitting at the same table as you? Don't think I haven't noticed. You're seated with that lecherous fellow. So you must not be anything respectable either." Gu Fei recalled the fiery gaze of the fireball. Indeed, it had been fervent and bold. One might crudely describe it as lecherous. "What kind of decent person steals from others?" Gu Fei retorted. "I never claimed to be one," the girl laughed. "Hand over the item." Gu Fei feigned menace. "Not a chance. Then I shall take it by force," Gu Fei declared, brandishing the dagger he had just extracted from her thigh. "Oh, if you wish to stab, then go ahead." The girl's enchanting gaze, which had captivated so many in the tavern, returned, accompanied by a playful smile. This wretched girl. How could she see through me so easily? Gu Fei felt dejected. In this situation, he truly could not bring himself to strike. "In truth, I understand your intentions," the girl proclaimed. "What do you mean? Long before we reached the tavern, you had already set your sights on that dagger in his hand while on the hillside, hadn't you?" she continued. Gu Fei realized that this girl had indeed taken note of the dagger in the sword demon's possession back then, following its trail to the tavern and effortlessly claiming it before the crowd. That dagger is an exceptionally rare piece of equipment. With this game's immense popularity, if we were to sell it online, countless individuals would covet it. We could easily split the profits down the middle. How does that sound? Now, you wouldn't want me to return the dagger, would you? The girl proposed. "Humph," Gu Fei scoffed, producing a sound he believed encapsulated his disdain. "I have no interest in money. I merely wish to retrieve the item to return it to my friend. Do not ascribe petty motives to a gentleman's heart." "Hey, stop pretending. A true man should be more candid than a mere girl," she challenged. "I am quite candid," Gu Fei replied coolly. "Return the item to me, and I shan't make things difficult for you. I advise you to refrain from such deeds in the future." "Oh," the girl's eyes flickered. "So, you truly are a good person?" "Of course. Very well. Good person. Would you be so kind as to escort me to the healer?" Do you truly believe that this wound will heal merely by wrapping it up? Take me there, and I shall return your item, she said. Today's second update. Coming up with a title for this chapter is just as painful as naming a character. Chapter 12. Where are you running? Gu Fei fixed his gaze upon the young woman, who returned his stare with equal intensity. This moment, where their eyes met, was a silent confrontation, and the underlying tension suggested that both harbored ulterior motives. When Gu Fei momentarily faltered, the young woman prepared to speak again. But he abruptly nodded. All right, I will escort you. She smiled, raising an arm towards him. I appreciate it. Not at all, Gu Fei replied with a smile, grasping her arm and pulling her close with a sudden tug. Hey, you. Just as the young woman began to suspect his intentions, Gu Fei bent his knees, leaned forward, and hoisted her onto his shoulder with surprising effort. Goodness, you're heavy. This was Gu Fei's first remark upon carrying her. Though the young woman was slender and graceful, the weight was indeed a burden, stemming from Gu Fei's own limitations. As a mage, despite having allocated 16 points to agility, his strength remained feeble, akin to that of a novice. It was quite a challenge for him to carry someone else. He sighed, reflecting that in his true form, a girl like her would be so light that even carrying her like a backpack would feel trivial. While he inwardly lamented her weight, the young woman was also struggling. The abdomen, being a particularly delicate area, was not designed to bear the entirety of one's weight. Those who had experienced such discomfort could attest to its unpleasantness. Moreover, Gu Fei's evident lack of strength made every step perilous, swaying dangerously as he walked. Yet, the medical center was not far, and the young woman gritted her teeth in silence. To show any sign of weakness might prompt a retort. What? You want to get down? First, hand over Frost's remembrance. Naturally, she had no intention of inviting such trouble, so she resolved to endure. As she expected, Gu Fei intended to torment her a bit. The route was short. They could certainly take the long way around. However, now that she was on his shoulder, Gu Fei nearly toppled over, regretting his poor judgment regarding the game. At this moment, he was not only disinclined to take the long route, but was eager to reach their destination swiftly. In the game, there exists a specialized support class, the priest. Healing is merely one of the supportive skills. The NPC medical practitioners, who offer free healing services to novices, are located not far from the priest academy. New players are often quite impoverished, and their low levels mean few possess the ability to heal. Consequently, when injured severely, they must return to the city to seek treatment from the medical practitioners. This notion of severe injury does not refer to the typical HP decrease during battles, which is merely a minor wound. Those can recover simply by stepping away from the fray and resting for a while. Severe injuries, however, lead not only to a drop in HP, but also in the maximum HP, and resting will not restore it. More critically, the pain from such injuries is relentless, a reality that players find particularly intolerable. This leads to an atmosphere surrounding the medical practitioners that is rife with suffering, tears, and blood. One could hardly exaggerate the despair prevalent in such places. As Gu Fei staggered out of the alleyway with the young woman in tow, they attracted no attention. Such scenes were commonplace, as many injured individuals were carried in for treatment. Finally finding a place to set her down, Gu Fei glanced ahead to see a bustling crowd that was even more animated than the broom vendors at the Mage Academy. He turned back to the young woman and said, "We arrived. You can queue here. Now, hand over Frost remembrance. There are so many people looking at me." She blinked in response. A beautiful woman always draws attention, and although the onlookers were grimacing in pain, they had little inclination for inappropriate thoughts. Yet, diverting their attention to admire beauty as a means to alleviate their discomfort was a tactic as old as time. Gu Fei remained unfazed, extending his hand and coldly stating, "Hand it over. I really am being watched. Look over there," she exclaimed, raising her voice as she pointed to a specific spot. Initially, no one had been paying attention to them, but her shout drew glances their way. The moment the eyes of a few individuals landed on them, their expressions brightened, and they hastened towards Gu Fei and the young woman. In this crowded place, finding a few agile individuals was no small feat. It's really you. As the five approached, quickening their pace, Gu Fei was still trying to comprehend the situation when they stood before him, glaring fiercely. Gu Fei did not recognize them, nor were they glaring at him. But the young woman's sudden action shifted the focus entirely. She seized Gu Fei's arm and shook it vigorously, shouting, "Oh no. They found us. Run, run." The five moved swiftly, quickly encircling them. Great. I've been duped again. Gu Fei realized that these individuals had also suffered at the hands of the young woman. While they were bent on revenge, he had inadvertently become ensnared as an accomplice. "Everyone, don't listen. I don't know her. We're not familiar at all." Gu Fei hurried to clarify. "Not familiar? Then how come my dagger is in your hand? One of them shouted. Dagger? Gu Fei paused, finally noticing the weapon in his grasp. It was the very dagger she had used against him, which he had taken and now found himself holding. This dagger, he realized, was definitely not Frost's remembrance. Yet he hadn't had the chance to examine it closely. A quick glance revealed that its attack power exceeded that of Frost's remembrance, with additional damage and attack speed bonuses. While it did not quite match Frost's remembrance overall, it was still a rare find for early players. Understanding that this dagger must have been acquired through dubious means by the young woman, Gu Fei was now in a precarious position, utterly unable to defend himself against the accusations. Quick, let us break through, she shouted, tugging at Gu Fei as they surged forward. This maneuver inadvertently created a 2-against-1 scenario, prompting the others to rush in for support. In the ensuing chaos, the young woman suddenly released Gu Fei's hand, deftly slipping through a gap on her right and darting away, calling back, men to the left, women to the right. See you at the usual spot. Gu Fei could only smile wryly. Had she given him a heads up earlier, he too could have escaped like she did, given his own agility. However, her actions clearly indicated she intended to abandon him as a scapegoat, using his presence to bolster the illusion of complicity. As the young woman swiftly departed the healing plaza and navigated through the city's alleys, she managed to shake off 2 of her pursuers. Exhausted, she collapsed onto the ground. Glancing at her injured calf, which was already soaked through the bandage. Gritting her teeth, she tore the bandage from the wound, silently cursing the game for its unsettling realism in some aspects, while being terrifyingly illogical in others. He had the audacity to say I was heavy, that wretched mage, she muttered under her breath. Pulling a fresh bandage from her pocket, she re-wrapped the wound. If she remained still, the bandage would work its healing magic, gradually restoring her health. However, being merely a basic bandage, the healing process would be protracted, and she was still far from recovery back at the healing plaza. Nonetheless, she pressed on. For the rare and exquisite dagger, enduring the pain to traverse such a distance was undoubtedly worthwhile. I never anticipated that one could acquire such a remarkable dagger so early in the game. It far surpasses that so-called Whale of Fury. However, I must act swiftly. The value of this initial equipment will only depreciate as the game progresses. The young woman contemplated as she leaned against the wall, rising to her feet and limping towards her destination, the trading hall. Similar to the auction house, the trading hall serves as a venue for players to sell their items. Yet there are numerous distinctions between the two. In the auction house, players pay a certain fee to set a price for their items, which are then sold by the system. During the designated time, other players may place bids, and ultimately, the highest bidder claims the item. Conversely, the true essence of the trading hall lies in its provision for transactions using real currency. In the present day, it is no longer newsworthy that virtual items command staggering prices in actual money, a fact that the gaming companies do not contest. However, the myriad of trading channels has historically resulted in low security. Thus, this parallel world has introduced a platform for real currency transactions directly within the game. Within the trading hall, several computers are arranged, enabling direct connections to the external network via the game's main server. This facilitates buyers in utilizing online banking to make cash payments. Sellers, on the other hand, must present their items in the exhibition area, set their prices, and provide their bank account details. Once everything is in order, the information is transmitted online. Buyers can view details on the website or visit the exhibition to inspect the physical items. Upon confirming their desire to purchase, they can pay the purchase amount through online banking, which will be deposited into the system account, allowing them to collect their items from the exhibition. Subsequently, the system will transfer the funds to the seller's provided account. This model mirrors that of certain trading websites, however. The direct involvement of the gaming company significantly enhances security and reliability. The young woman arrived at the trading hall, submitted her Frost and Oppo's memory to the exhibition, and began setting her parameters on the computer. After entering her account information, she proceeded to the final step, pricing. Given the game's early stage, the market had yet to show any signs of maturity. Thus, she could only rely on her experience to determine a suitable price. This Frost memory is undoubtedly one of the premier weapons in the game at this moment. A sum like this is unlikely to be refused by many a player. With that thought, she typed 50,000 into the keyboard. Taking a deep breath, she was poised to press confirm when a swift hand darted in from the side, striking the escape key and canceling her action. Startled, she turned to see Gu Fei's face, which bore a bemused expression. Are you really considering buying this for 50,000? He inquired with feigned concern. Last night, the power went out unexpectedly. This wiring lately. It reminds me of the updates from my earlier days. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it didn't. Oh, how nostalgic. Chapter 13. The return of possessions. Ah, you've arrived. The young lady beamed with a smile, exuding warmth akin to a wife welcoming her husband home after a long day. Gu Fei, however, remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. You run quite swiftly. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the young lady's injured calf, swiftly delivering a kick towards the wound. Is your leg better now? The girl winced in pain, her heart tightening, yet her face remained impassive. Before she could respond, Gu Fei mumbled, this isn't the same bandage I wrapped before. You certainly pay attention to details. The girl was somewhat taken aback. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have followed you earlier, nor would I have found you again now, Gu Fei replied with a grin. The girl gazed at Gu Fei, silent and expressionless, leaving no one to decipher her thoughts at that moment. Gu Fei continued to speak to himself. In truth, you could have guessed I would know you were here to trade. However, you likely did not expect my arrival to be so prompt, did you? What about them? The girl inquired, referring to the 5 individuals at the healing plaza. Let us go, Gu Fei responded. How could they possibly let you go? The girl could no longer contain her curiosity. Quite simply, I returned the dagger to them, Gu Fei stated. Returning the dagger will make them believe you? The girl found this implausible. Of course, it is not so simple to convince them. However, the dagger has already been given back, and in a fight, they would not be my match. What further demands could they have? Gu Fei countered. They can and oppose. To defeat you? The girl and oppose. S expression was one of astonishment. Being skilled in identification techniques herself, she recognized Gu Fei as merely a level 16 mage, which was above the average. But those who wielded the dagger of wrath were certainly not below level 16, and there were 5 of them. Gu Fei appeared indifferent, merely chuckling. So, you mean to say that you returned the dagger when they were completely incapable of doing anything to you? If her previous expression was surprise, then the incredulity now etched on the girl's face was unmistakable. While the dagger may not be as valuable as the memory of Frost, she estimated it could easily fetch around 30,000. To her astonishment, Gu Fei relinquished it with such ease. Could it be that his relentless pursuit was not for monetary gain? What do you truly want? The girl couldn't help but ask. I've mentioned it countless times. Return the dagger to me, Gu Fei replied. The girl's gaze continued to reflect disbelief. I knew all along you would never trust what I said. Therefore, behold, Gu Fei gestured to the side, and a figure emerged from behind him. A rather unseemly individual, yet with keen eyes, stared intently at the girl. The sword demon. Now you can believe me, can't you? Gu Fei smiled. You need not return the dagger to me. Just give it back to him. Who is he? Surely I need not introduce him? The girl stared at the sword demon for a moment, then nodded. All right. Upon returning to the exhibition hall, the storage transaction was cancelled. The girl received the memory of Frost and immediately handed it over without a moment's hesitation. However, she directed it towards Gu Fei, not the sword demon. Gu Fei casually accepted it, not even glancing at it before passing it to the sword demon, who showed no sign of anxiety or unease regarding Gu Fei's action. Throughout, he remained fixated on the girl. The girl could only imagine the rage brewing within him. Yet, this was a trading hall. If one were to compare it with the safety zones within the game, the trading hall was undoubtedly the safest of all. Within the Mage Academy, one could witness thousands chanting for fireballs, igniting them with fervor. Here, after Gu Fei called out for a fireball, he soon heard a response from another corner of the exhibition hall. A fireball, currently admiring mage equipment, hurried over. Do you have something to say to this young lady? Gu Fei inquired of the fireball. The fireball nodded and turned to the girl. Miss, what is your name? She shouted on. The girl's expression revealed no hint of emotion. And she retorted, and you? I am called Fireball, he replied cheerfully. Shi Xiaotian showed no reaction, her gaze lingering on Gu Fei. Gu Fei understood that her question was directed at him. Qian Li Izue, Gu Fei responded, with a hint of a sigh. He disliked that name, but had no choice but to bear it. Your real name? Shi Xiaotian stated. Gu Fei paused but eventually replied, Gu Fei. Shi Xiaotian nodded, took a few steps back, leaned against the wall, and sat on the ground. Supporting her injured calf, she looked at Gu Fei and exclaimed, Violent Fei. Gu Fei was taken aback but quickly retorted, Fraudulent Tian. The atmosphere grew peculiar, prompting the sword demon to lightly cough. A young girl, don't hold it against him. Gu Fei said to the sword demon. All right. The sword demon replied without a second thought. Gu Fei chuckled, now that you have the dagger, are you eager to level up? The sword demon, who had rarely displayed a smile since entering the trading hall, managed a rather unattractive grin. I'm off. If you need anything, just call. He turned away without casting another glance at the 3. Damn cool. I never imagined he would resemble the legendary figure from the game. Fireball commented, then added, except for his looks. Gu Fei sighed. On this matter, I am utterly defenseless against your argument. What about us? Fireball glanced between Gu Fei and Shi Xiaotian, inquiring. I'm off to level up, Gu Fei replied. What about you? Fireball remained silent, his eyes darting towards Shi Xiaotian, only to find her completely ignoring him, which left him feeling rather disheartened. He resigned himself and said, I'll also go level up. Then let us depart. Gu Fei turned to leave. Hey, Shi Xiaotian suddenly called out. Fireball spun around as if he were the most agile mage. Shi Xiaotian still did not glance at him, but directed her gaze at Gu Fei. My leg. She pointed at her calf. Gu Fei noticed blood seeping through the bandage, stepped closer, and sighed. You are truly heavy. I can't carry you. As he spoke, he rubbed his right shoulder, the spot where he had previously shouldered Shi Xiaotian. Shi Xiaotian glared at him. Gu Fei sighed, extending his hand, the bandage. Shi Xiaotian retrieved it from her pocket and handed it over. Gu Fei bent down, tore away the old bandage, and re-wrapped her leg. I told you, my hemostatic bandaging technique is quite effective, unlike your own. Gu Fei remarked as he finished the task and stood up. It's done. It shouldn't bleed anymore unless you meddle with it. And in that case, I bear no responsibility. Let us go. Gu Fei waved at Shi Xiaotian and walked out with Fireball. The moment they exited the trading hall, Gu Fei received a system message. Shi Xiaotian has added you as a friend. This girl introducing herself as Shi Xiaotian and then inquiring about my real name. This must indeed be her true name, right? In the game, everyone uses pseudonyms. It's peculiar for a fraud to use her real name. Gu Fei mused silently. As he left the trading hall, the friend request window remained open. Thank you. Had you not mentioned it, I would have remained unaware that the game had a trading hall. Gu Fei sent a message to his target. Hongchun Yishao. Hehe. Did you find it in the trading hall? Hongchun Yishao replied. Yes, all is well now, Gu Fei responded. Would you like me to share the details of the fraud? Hongchun Yishao inquired. Well, let us pass on that, Gu Fei replied. Protecting a fraud? Quite rare. She must be a beauty, right? Hongchun Yishao responded. She has a pleasant appearance, Gu Fei admitted honestly. Hongchun Yishao replied. I must warn you. Based on my years of experience, female players' deceit is not only frightening, but their vengeance can be equally terrifying. Be cautious. The game is vast, and encountering it again in the future may prove challenging, Gu Fei remarked. Is that truly the case? Well, perhaps, Gu Fei replied with unwavering honesty. After all, the person did take the initiative to add me as a friend. Whether they will reach out again remains uncertain. Indeed. Enough of this. I shall continue to level up. He declared. Hey, do share some information about the boss, hidden quests, or rare equipment. Gu Fei urged. Don't jest. I am a disciplined game worker. Hongchun replied with a light-hearted tone. Gu Fei merely jested, not genuinely seeking information, and promptly sent a smiling emoji before closing the message window. Fireball. Ugh, Gu Fei exclaimed, only to realize that such a name should not be uttered carelessly. Nevertheless, a fireball had already begun to materialize before him, causing the nearby fireball to bristle with indignation. Who are you cursing? A slip of the tongue. Gu Fei retorted, but your name is rather inconvenient. We ought to think of a code name. The fireball, in its usual fashion, muttered 180 curses upon the individual who named it. Before finally acquiescing to Gu Fei's suggestion, you may call me Little Fire. Little Fire. Well, I suppose that will suffice for now, Gu Fei replied. As the two made their way toward the outskirts of the city, the fireball suddenly recalled something. Drunken brother. Earlier, you mentioned that you would treat me to drinks, yet you abruptly departed, leaving me to foot the bill. The fireball exclaimed. Is that so? Then I shall treat you next time, Gu Fei replied nonchalantly. I can't shake the feeling that you might renege on that promise, the fireball remarked, displaying a heightened sense of caution. How could that be? Do I seem like the sort of person devoid of integrity? Gu Fei countered. Not initially, but now. The more I observe, the more I sense it, the fireball expressed with concern. In truth, I am not one to bully the weak, Gu Fei laughed. But I do relish taking advantage of those I know well. Yesterday, it appears I added another chapter, as I was not home in the evening. Today, I shall catch up. Chapter 14. Difficult to comprehend in the blink of an eye, Parallel World had been in open beta for a week. All players were striving to adapt to the changes brought about by this new online game. As a teacher at the school, Gu Fei constantly overheard discussions about the game. Naturally, he could not join in on these conversations. At Gu Fei's request, AFA had refrained from mentioning to anyone at the school that Teacher Gu was playing the game. In truth, teachers are human too. Many, like the students, have a fondness for video games. However, the constraints of their role often compel them to present an image of detachment from worldly pleasures, habitually dismissing the interests of their students. Although Gu Fei was merely an inconsequential physical education teacher, he adhered to the ethical standards expected of educators. Nevertheless, to the students and his colleagues, Gu Fei's transformation was evident. He no longer incessantly brought up his martial arts skills. Teacher Gu had finally returned to being a normal person. This had become a noteworthy piece of news within the school. Gu Fei paid little mind to this, dedicating his leisure time to Parallel World. He relished this virtual realm, where he could wield his martial arts freely. However, he was not oblivious to the fact that this was ultimately a game, which necessitated informational support. With each few levels he gained, Gu Fei would visit the official website to research data and select his next training area. Gu Fei had 3 criteria for selecting monsters: humanoid, melee attack, and a level higher than his own. The choice of humanoid and melee monsters was to facilitate the application of his martial arts. Gu Fei did not engage in online gaming merely for the sake of it. He played to enhance his martial prowess. What others deemed a tedious leveling process, Gu Fei perceived as a practice in his martial arts training, thus never finding it monotonous, even if he had to repeat a single action 1,000 times. He remained wholly engrossed. As for selecting monsters of a higher level, this was a strategic consideration from a gaming perspective. In Parallel World, monster experience points were fixed, and naturally, the higher the level, the greater the experience gained. Hence, battling monsters above his level was undoubtedly a swift route to leveling up. With his unique martial skills, Gu Fei was not one to abandon such an opportunity lightly. However, despite possessing techniques beyond the average person, Gu Fei still faced limitations when challenging monsters exceeding his level by more than 20. Often, he found himself either unable to match the monster's speed or incapable of breaching its defenses. This scenario prompted a nostalgic recollection of his childhood, when his father imparted martial arts teachings. "You are small and weak, so I am unconcerned by your attacks." His father, struck by Gu Fei's punch, remained jovial. In the next moment, he swiftly countered, sending Gu Fei tumbling to the ground, still laughing. "You see my shoulder move. You know I am about to strike. Yet you cannot evade or block. Why? Because your hands cannot keep pace with your eyes. You must train. You must continue to train." It was through these repeated challenges that Gu Fei grew, cherishing the joy of those moments. Now, he had an opportunity to experience that joy once more. How could he not feel exhilarated? Leveling up, improving himself, challenging stronger foes. Everything seemed so straightforward in the realm of online gaming. On this day, Gu Fei finally reached level 30. After leveling up, players typically glance at the experience required for the next rank. Gu Fei was no exception. But this glance left him utterly astonished. Is this really the experience needed to ascend from level 30 to 31? Am I at level 30 or 300? Gu Fei pondered. This time, the required experience for leveling up had not increased by a mere 10. It had multiplied tenfold. 10 times. Never had he heard of such a drastic leap in experience requirements in any online game. At that moment, in the vast player community of Parallel World, the number of players at level 30 was rapidly increasing. Everyone was immersed in the whirlwind of leveling, stunned by the sudden shift. Players were in a frenzy, reporting what they perceived as a bug to the game company. In that instant, nearly no one continued to grind for levels. The game company swiftly issued a statement. The data was normal, and it was not a bug. The situation arose due to adjustments made to the experience required for leveling up before reaching level 30. The root cause of this adjustment stemmed from the numerous violent incidents on the first day of open beta. Many players had taken advantage of their inherent physical advantages to bully weaker classes. The game company could not intervene directly, and the only solution was to modify the game settings to mitigate such occurrences. After deliberation, the final decision was to significantly reduce the experience required for players to level up before reaching level 30, allowing them to advance swiftly to that rank. This level was deemed the point at which all classes had achieved balance, enabling players of any class to adequately protect themselves and contend with enemies. The phenomenon of stronger players bullying weaker ones would not persist beyond level 30. Of course, if one were an exceptionally inexperienced player, there was little that could be done. But that was not the game company's responsibility. This was a statement sufficient to earn the players' trust, as many had witnessed the adverse events during the game's early days and were unlikely to dispute it. Upon realizing that nothing had changed, players hurried back into the game to continue their fervent efforts. Gu Fei, however, remained unaware of these developments. After confirming that he was not at level 300, and having not scrutinized the experience further, Gu Fei merely felt a flicker of unease before returning to normal. He intended to inquire with Hong Chun Yishao, but upon checking his friend list, he found the other player was offline, and he promptly abandoned the idea. Even if there is an error, the game company will naturally rectify it. I shall focus on my training, Gu Fei thought. Following the preordained leveling route he had selected, he ventured into his designated training area. Gu Fei's training zone at level 30 was equivalent to that of others at level 40. In truth, he could tackle monsters of even higher levels. However, Those monsters were already at a level where they boasted high health and thick defenses. From the perspective of time spent versus experience gained, battling level 40 monsters proved to be the most efficient. When unexpectedly encountering the Sword Demon in the training area, the Sword Demon, with a tone of mutual understanding, articulated this very theory. Gu Fei, of course, had calculated similarly, with one distinction. For the Sword Demon, leveling was simply about advancement, while for Gu Fei, each level gained represented a further refinement of his martial arts. If viewed solely from a gaming perspective, Gu Fei would lack such enthusiasm. At this moment, the Sword Demon had already accrued experience equivalent to level 35. Clearly, he had reached level 30 ahead of everyone else. Yet he and Gu Fei shared a similar sentiment. They merely acknowledged the experience gained and continued with their training. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Gu Fei remarked that he would not disturb the Sword Demon's leveling efforts and proceeded to another area to hunt monsters. Neither proposed teaming up for leveling. In the Sword Demon's view, his method was entirely self-sufficient. Adding another player could enhance their shared experience, but in terms of time, efficiency would decline. Gu Fei, having discerned that the Sword Demon's monster hunting strategy required no assistance, was also focused on honing his martial skills and saw no need for help. With an unspoken understanding, they parted ways. Before separating, Gu Fei cast an envious glance at the Sword Demon's frost recollection. It soon became evident that Xiaoyan's discerning eye was indeed sharp. The price of 50,000 yuan for this dagger was likely undervalued. Its true worth lay not in its high damage, lethal probability, or freezing damage rate, but rather in its additional value of 25 points. A player gains only 5 points per level, meaning this dagger effectively elevated a player's level by 5. In a game where defeating higher-level monsters was the fastest route to leveling up, such a property needed no further explanation. Even if it were not a weapon, simply having such a stone dangling from my waist would allow me to venture into a higher training area, Gu Fei mused to himself. Although he felt a twinge of envy, he had no regrets about returning the dagger to the Sword Demon or even helping him retrieve it after it was lost. This was a matter of principle. Between their respective training zones lay a row of small trees, obscuring their view of one another, though faintly. The anguished cries of monsters could be heard from both sides. The difference was that the Sword Demon paused intermittently, while Gu Fei faced a continuous chorus of screams. The Sword Demon required rest to restore his health. In the parallel world, under conditions deemed as attacking or being attacked by the system, health could not be restored through potions or similar items. Potions could only expedite health recovery in peace mode. During combat, as officially stated, one could only employ restorative skills or specific special equipment to regain health. Thus, in the parallel world, training alone was undoubtedly a laborious endeavor. However, Gu Fei was an anomaly. He did not rely on skills and even utilized only basic attacks, yet his efficiency surpassed that of the Sword Demon, who had maximized the skills available to a level 30 rogue. The vast difference in their experience points was merely due to Gu Fei's commitments. He also dedicated considerable time to practicing martial arts in reality, something that online gaming could not replace. As for the Sword Demon, Gu Fei had no knowledge of his occupation, but whenever he logged in, his name was perpetually illuminated. Perhaps he was what one would call a professional player. While Gu Fei practiced, his thoughts drifted to the Sword Demon. On the other side of the trees, the Sword Demon was equally preoccupied with thoughts of Gu Fei. It had been several days since they last met, and now Gu Fei had reached level 30. Achieving level 30 in a week was, in the Sword Demon's eyes, quite an underwhelming feat nonetheless. He was online for extended hours daily and kept a close watch on Gu Fei's activities, well aware of his online hours. Considering the time, the Sword Demon could only express astonishment, a terrifying efficiency that eclipsed his own. He also found himself puzzled by Gu Fei's attire. A level 30 mage, yet what was that outfit? He had not even replaced his novice mage robe, and there was a bulge at his waist. Could it possibly be a dagger? The straw hat atop his head seemed to be equipment reserved for warriors, while the cloth shoes appeared to belong to rogues. Good heavens, what on earth was this? As for the second update, we are on the brink of reaching 50,000 words. Once we hit that milestone, we can ascend the rankings. For those with votes, please cast them generously. I am curious to see where I might place Chapter 15. The 9 strikes of the Tang sword. When the Sword Demon first laid eyes on Gu Fei, he was utterly astonished by the latter's equipment, so much so that he did not even consider employing identification techniques to scrutinize it further. However, to be frank, such scrutiny was unnecessary. Gu Fei and Appo's gear was merely commonplace, pedestrian fare. Even if it were exceptional, it would not be significantly superior. True treasures must exhibit remarkable craftsmanship at first glance, akin to the frost recollection. listening to the continuous wails of the monsters nearby. The sword demon could no longer contain his curiosity. How on earth was this fellow dispatching foes? As a seasoned player well-versed in the skills of the game, the sword demon could usually infer an opponent's combat style merely from sound, yet he found Gu Fei's actions inscrutable. Unable to resist the urge to investigate, he decided to approach stealthily, opting to use the skill of stealth to draw closer. In this parallel world, skills were not acquired once and for all. They required ongoing practice to enhance. The improvement metric was known as proficiency, with higher proficiency yielding superior skill effects. Numerous methods existed to raise this proficiency, such as regular usage, rewards from quests, or various items. Stealth was undoubtedly one of the rogue's most vital skills, and as a dedicated player, the sword demon understood its significance well, having diligently honed it to a considerable level. From the textual description alone, the sword demon discerned that his stealth now had no time limit. As long as he did not attack or get attacked, he could remain hidden indefinitely, a perfect technique for covert observation. Thus, he crept through the sparse woods until he finally caught sight of Gu Fei. There was no breeze at the forest's edge, yet the sword demon distinctly felt a chill, a coolness that emanated from deep within. Gu Fei's method of slaying monsters shattered the gaming knowledge he had amassed over the years. His agile, fluid footwork lifted the hem of his mage's robe, while a somewhat worn straw hat obscured half his face. With swift strikes, the glimmering blade danced around, and the monster's cries echoed relentlessly. To the sword demon's astonishment, Gu Fei wielded a sword, a blade reminiscent of the Tang's sword, performing rapid, elegant maneuvers that systematically dismantled the sword demon's understanding of online gaming. Gu Fei's attacks were stunningly executed, flawless in their beauty. Yet, despite their elegance, they were merely basic attacks. A mage wielding a sword, dealing damage faster than any other. It seemed almost unbelievable. However, upon closer inspection, the sword demon began to notice the intricacies of Gu Fei's combat style. Each strike he delivered inflicted maximum damage. In online games, weapon damage is typically defined by a range from minimum to maximum, and the disparity between these values can be significant. The debate over whether to choose a weapon with a higher maximum damage or one with a smaller, more stable range is a perennial topic. How to harness a weapon's maximum damage has long been a conundrum. Ultimately, the prevailing wisdom among players has been to rely on luck. Yet in this hyper-realistic online world, the sword demon sensed that the distinction between maximum and minimum damage was no longer a matter of luck. Rather, it lay firmly within the player's control. He surmised that the more accurate and forceful each attack, the greater the damage inflicted. Gu Fei exemplified this principle. The sword demon believed that even if Gu Fei and Apos' strikes did not reach maximum damage, they were unlikely to fall short. Having trained extensively in this area, the sword demon was acutely aware of the health points of these minor monsters. He had meticulously counted the number of strikes Gu Fei needed to fell one, allowing him to estimate the damage per blow. Coupled with Gu Fei's mage classification, he concluded that every strike aimed for maximum damage. At that moment, the concept of skill surged into the sword demon's mind, who said that holographic online games lack skill. This was skill, exceeding the mere clicking of a mouse or mashing of keys typical in conventional online games. This pursuit of maximum damage was indeed what one might call extreme skill. The sword demon felt as though he had glimpsed a new realm of possibilities, excitement bubbling within him. Just then, Gu Fei began to retreat, while simultaneously engaging in combat, cutting down foes as he stepped back. Was he fatigued? The sword demon wondered, for he had not observed any sign of injury on Gu Fei. Although the game incorporated a fatigue system, it was designed to minimize disruption to gameplay. If combat resembled the stamina of a real person, one would be utterly exhausted after mere minutes of such high-frequency battles. How could anyone enjoy the game? Hence, while fatigue existed, it decreased rather slowly. Players jokingly referred to it as a system to prevent addiction, mocking the game company for seemingly wanting players to remain engaged. Could it be that under extreme skill, fatigue diminished rapidly? The sword demon pondered. If that were the case, it might prove counterproductive, as fatigue recovery was equally slow. With no current method for quick restoration, players had to wait it out, with downtime also counting. To the sword demon, such a trade-off was hardly worthwhile. Regardless, Gu Fei was clearly clearing monsters while retreating, and those he attracted did not follow, as they were outside the active attack range. Upon reaching the forest's edge, Gu Fei delivered a decisive strike, dispatching the final creature. Remarkable, the sword demon thought to himself. The precision demonstrated during this retreat was indeed worthy of the term extreme skill. Yet, the most thrilling moment was yet to come. After toppling the monster, Gu Fei sheathed his sword, adjusted his straw hat, which had obscured his eyes, and smiled toward the sword demon and amp. Appos' location, inquiring, "What brings you here?" The sword demon glanced around, noticing no one behind him. "Are you speaking to me? Can you see me?" he asked, astonished. "I cannot see you. But I can sense your presence," Gu Fei replied. How could this be possible? The sword demon was bewildered, suddenly recalling their previous duel when his backstab had revealed him. Gu Fei had sensed his presence and swiftly turned to confront him. Did Gu Fei know he was lurking nearby all along? What did this mean? Was this also a form of skill? The sword demon was left in a daze. "I mean you. Why not reveal yourself?" Gu Fei called out. He was aware of the sword demon and Appos' existence, yet could not see him. The sword demon's voice seemed to emanate from thin air, rendering the situation exceedingly surreal. Reluctantly, the sword demon re-emerged from stealth, his figure becoming visible. "What is it?" Gu Fei continued. "I wanted to observe your monster-slaying technique," the sword demon replied. "How did it look?" Gu Fei smiled. "Impressive." The sword demon nodded. "This is my Tang sword and Appos' S9 strikes." Tang sword and Appos' S9 strikes? Indeed, Gu Fei affirmed. "What does that entail? Is that the name of your technique?" The Tang sword, he mused, reminded him of a low-level piece of equipment from a martial arts online game 2 years prior. The sword demon couldn't help but reflect on his own limited knowledge, as the illustrious Tang sword conjured thoughts of a mere trivial item in his mind. 3 styles of divergence, Gu Fei suddenly exclaimed, twisting his wrist as he executed 3 rapid horizontal slashes into the air. 3 styles of the breaking wave, he continued, his presence transforming as he unleashed 3 powerful downward strikes. 3 styles of the blazing sun. With a swift motion, he drew the blade back before unleashing 3 precise thrusts. The 9 strikes of the Tang sword allowed for the flexible integration of slashing, chopping, and thrusting techniques, a mastery that required over a decade of dedication. What could his own efforts possibly amount to? Gu Fei chuckled at himself. The sword demon merely nodded in confusion. He utterly failed to comprehend Gu Fei's words. In his eyes, Gu Fei's erratic display just now paled in comparison to the spectacle of their earlier monster battles. "By the way, what do you need from me?" Gu Fei inquired. The sword demon indeed had a matter to discuss, but he had been hesitant until witnessing Gu Fei's extraordinary performance, which finally instilled a sense of resolve within him. "I have a friend who wishes to form a mercenary team and was wondering if you might be interested." "A mercenary team? You're not aware?" "Of course, I am well aware." Gu Fei, who had keenly followed various aspects of the game, could not possibly be oblivious to the dual organizational structures within it, guilds and mercenary corps. Guilds function similarly to clans in typical online games. In the world of Parallel Universe, a guild can be established with a single nomination and the support of 20 participants. Conversely, the mercenary corps represent a novel concept distinct from standard online gaming. There are no membership requirements. Even a solitary individual can declare the formation of a mercenary organization. Subsequently, they can undertake mercenary tasks issued by the system, earning currency, experience, or other rewards. Furthermore, players or guilds may also post tasks within the game's mercenary guild, offering compensation. Should players accept these tasks, they too can reap rewards. Naturally, player-provided rewards cannot include experience points, typically consisting of currency or equipment. There exists no conflict between guilds and mercenary corps, meaning individuals from different guilds can unite to form a singular mercenary group. However, the prevailing trend is for guilds to establish their own mercenary corps, as, despite the ability to form a corps with just one person, the system-issued tasks are generally unattainable for a single individual. Such lone heroes would likely only undertake simpler tasks posted by other players. Thus, the cultivation of a formidable mercenary corps by a guild has become quite a fashionable endeavor within the game. At this moment, Gu Fei chuckled and remarked, "So, you want me to join your guild's mercenary corps?" The sword demon offered a wry smile. "The guild has already disbanded." "Oh, why is that?" Gu Fei queried, puzzled. Guilds require the establishment to be initiated by a player of at least level 30, with responses from those above level 20. The sword demon had long surpassed level 30, leading Gu Fei to believe that his guild had been established for quite some time. Today marks the 3rd update, totaling 50,000 words. Please cast your votes. The butterfly has led by example, having cast 6 votes herself. How impressive. Chapter 16. The Meeting at Shaolei Bar, Part 1. Gu Fei's inquiry left Jian Gui filled with resentment. Why else? It was all because of Gu Fei, a level 25 rogue defeated by a level 10 mage, who would still believe that Jian Gui possessed his former prowess. High level? What good was that? If a mage 15 levels lower could annihilate you, how could you expect your level to elevate your reputation? With such shared sentiments, it wasn't long before people began to drift away from Jian Gui, severing their friendships with him. However, Jian Gui accepted his defeat with grace and bore no ill will toward Gu Fei. Yet, when Gu Fei, wearing an expression of bewilderment, asked why, it did provoke a subtle grumble within Jian Gui. Ahem, that aside, let us discuss the mercenary group. Are you interested? Jian Gui inquired. Oh, it's nothing much. I suppose I'll take a look. Gu Fei replied. In truth, he was reluctant to partake in activities that would intrude upon his personal time. However, having witnessed Jian Gui's expression moments ago, and recalling the recent musings of Hua Qiu regarding Jian Gui's situation, he had come to understand the nature of Jian Gui's guilt. A twinge of guilt stirred within him. Had he known this would transpire, he need not have been so competitive. A mere exchange of techniques would have sufficed to grant Jian Gui some clarity. Given Jian Gui and Appo's character, he surely would not have continued to provoke Gu Fei and Hua Qiu afterward. More importantly, Gu Fei was acutely aware of the sting of ostracism. And Jian Gui's plight was worse than his own, stemming from something as superficial as appearance. This was utterly outrageous. The prevalence of judging others by their looks was truly excessive. Fortunately, he did not consider himself particularly unattractive. While sympathizing with Jian Gui, Gu Fei also felt a sense of relief for himself. Entirely human sentiments, after all. With feelings of guilt, understanding, and sympathy, Gu Fei resolved to sacrifice a bit of his personal space to support Jian Gui as a form of compensation. Jian Gui, unaware of the magnitude of this concession, merely nodded in agreement. Excellent. We arranged to meet in the afternoon. Accompany me. In the afternoon? What time? Gu Fei inquired. 2 o'clock. Jian Gui replied. Oh, very well. Gu Fei nodded. Until then, Jian Gui returned to the woods, resuming his training spot. Gu Fei stretched his neck, rolled his shoulders, and brandished his long blade, once again charging toward the minor creatures. At 1:50 p.m., Jian Gui sent a message. Where are you? I just returned to the city. Gu Fei was still grinding levels in the training area, estimating the time was close, and hastened toward the city. In this parallel world, there was no swift teleportation back to town. The developers had deemed it a measure to maintain authenticity. Players widely derided this, concluding it was merely a tactic to prolong online engagement. After the game's launch, there would be no monthly subscriptions, only timed point cards, an irrefutable testament. Very well. Jian Gui replied. Where shall we meet? I'll head directly there. At Xiaolei Tavern. Jian Gui stated. Oh, I'll go straight there. Gu Fei responded. Speaking of Xiaolei Tavern, it was indeed legendary. It was the first establishment owned by a player in the entire parallel world. The requirement for players to open private shops was level 20, but the crucial factor was the funding, specifically, the capital to purchase property. While street vending was permissible and unregulated by the system, acquiring a storefront required purchasing from the game's system. Although the towns were expansive, the fixed assets of housing were limited, making them quite valuable. No one anticipated that a player could actually open such an establishment at level 20, particularly a tavern of substantial size. Where did he acquire such funds? Players speculated endlessly, deducing a singular solution: purchasing equipment with real currency in the trading hall, then reselling it for in-game currency. A wealthy individual. Everyone marveled. Yet, having amassed such capital only to open a tavern left many puzzled. Perhaps the tavern appeared to be thriving now, but once the public beta concluded and the point cards began to deplete, how many would choose to squander their time there? Moreover, the system offered a diversity of tavern options. Where would a player procure such a wide array of beverages? True, the game's life profession of bartenders could craft drinks, but at this level, how much could they possibly produce? Did it mean buying drinks from the system's taverns and reselling them in his own? Indeed, Xiaolei Tavern operated on precisely that model, buying at retail prices and selling at retail prices, while the system imposed a daily transaction tax on the shop, resulting in losses. Persisting despite the losses. Such ambition, players expressed their astonishment. A wealthy and ambitious individual, with a rather unremarkable name, Xiaolei. This was the name that first gained prominence in the parallel world, even though many privately regarded him as foolish. Nevertheless, in a game filled with countless cities, players were randomly assigned to any location. And such a remarkable fool happened to land in Cloud City, becoming a source of pride for all its players. Gu Fei was, of course, aware of this renowned tavern and had visited it once alongside Hua Qiu. He had seen the illustrious Xiaolei himself, personally tending the bar, spending so much money and now incurring daily losses, yet choosing to stand behind the bar and serve customers. It seemed he had yet to reach level 30. What does it mean to be someone who has transcended base pleasures? This was it. Half of those who visited Xiaolei Tavern did so to pay homage to this wealthy, ambitious individual who had risen above trivial pursuits. As Gu Fei arrived outside Xiao Lei Tavern, he glanced at the system clock. It was exactly 2 o'clock. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open. Surveying the surroundings, he found no sign of Jian Gui's group and was about to send a message when Xiao Lei himself approached. Need any assistance? Oh, I'm looking for someone. Gu Fei described Jian Gui's appearance. That was truly an astonishing visage. Before Gu Fei could finish, Xiao Lei pointed toward a direction. Room 3. Of course, a player-run tavern wouldn't adhere to the rigid decorum of traditional establishments. Xiao Lei had creatively marked off several areas with wooden posts, each designated as a private room, lending a modern tavern ambience. Oh, thank you, Gu Fei expressed. Not at all. Feel free to call me if you need anything. Xiao Lei's smile epitomized exemplary service in the hospitality industry. Xiao Lei. Gu Fei raised a finger. Jesting. Your real name must be Lei Feng, right? Just joking. Xiao Lei chuckled. Gu Fei smiled as he bid farewell and proceeded toward room 3. The wooden posts formed a makeshift entrance, draping a tattered cloth as a door. Gu Fei grasped the cloth and gave it a gentle shake, treating it as a knock. Come in. A voice beckoned from within. Gu Fei lifted the cloth and stepped closer, immediately spotting the individual facing the door. 1 word, stunning. 2 words, incredibly beautiful. 3 words, utterly breathtaking. 4 words, how could this be? 5 words, it's actually a man? Seated beside Jian Gui was this striking individual. Were it not for the flat chest and pronounced Adam's apple, Gu Fei would never have believed he was male. This very person had an arm draped casually over Jian Gui's shoulder, and upon seeing Gu Fei enter, pointed a finger. Is that him? Jian Gui nodded and turned to Gu Fei. You've arrived. Gu Fei acknowledged. I'm here. The beautiful figure gestured toward an empty seat across the table. Sit. Gu Fei took a seat and finally turned his attention to the other 3 individuals present. Ordinary, unremarkable, common faces. Compared to the striking contrast between Jian Gui and this beauty, they appeared almost mundane, lacking any distinctive features. Allow me to introduce you, Jian Gui said to Gu Fei, starting from the individuals beside him. Zhan Wushang, a warrior. Zhan Wushang is a middle-aged gentleman, robust in stature, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Greetings, he said, extending his hand while introducing himself. I have a penchant for warriors, thus I invariably choose the warrior class in any online game. Moreover, I shall always be the foremost warrior among them. Jian Gui interjected with a supplementary remark. Hello. Gu Fei removed his straw hat with his left hand and promptly shook Zhan Wushang and Appo's hand with his right, only to discover the formidable strength behind it. This was to be expected, as a warrior undoubtedly dedicates considerable effort to enhancing their physical prowess. In contrast, Gu Fei, a full agility mage, felt as if his bones had nearly crumbled under the grip. Fortunately, Zhan Wushang was not intent on causing discomfort. He released his grip almost immediately, revealing it was merely a habit, which left Gu Fei with a wry smile. It was indeed a rare occasion for him to find himself at such a disadvantage during a handshake. This is Yugo, who prefers to choose a random profession in online games. This time, he has selected the knight class. Yugo excels in data collection and often notices details that others overlook. Jian Gui introduced the second individual. Yugo, you appear rather youthful, Gu Fei remarked as he extended his hand. My name truly is Yugo. I apologize for taking advantage of you, Yugo said sheepishly, scratching his head before reaching out to shake Gu Fei's hand, his smile radiating warmth and approachability. Oh, I see, Gu Fei chuckled. This is Yutian Shinming, whose preferred profession is mage. However, he has chosen to be an archer this time. Jian Gui introduced the 3rd member of their gathering. This individual, evidently young, bore a serious expression devoid of any smile, characterized by the defiance and pride typical of youth, likely a student. Hello. Gu Fei extended his hand once more, this time adopting the most earnest demeanor of the 3 encounters, understanding that the best approach with such a youth is to accord him the respect he desires, making him feel valued. Unexpectedly, Yutian Shinming was too juvenile to reciprocate the gesture. He merely snorted dismissively through his nose. All right. Impudent child, lacking respect, Gu Fei muttered inwardly. Lastly, we have this esteemed individual, Han Jia Gongzi, my longtime companion in online games, whose profession is the Eternal Priest. Jian Gui finally introduced the last member of their group. Chapter 17. Meeting at the Little Lei Bar, Part 2. Undeniably, Gu Fei found himself somewhat judging by appearances. Among the 4 unfamiliar individuals in the room, his interest was piqued most by one, primarily due to the stark contrast between this person and the sword demon, whose appearance was at the opposite end of the spectrum. Gu Fei suddenly recalled an ancient and enigmatic legend. Beautiful girls often choose companions who are either unattractive or mediocre in appearance, thus accentuating their own beauty. Was it possible that the pairing of himself with the sword demon stemmed from a similar notion? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, Gu Fei realized he was mistaken. They were gaming partners. Before the advent of Parallel World, there had been no games that necessitated real-life face-to-face interactions, which rendered the idea of mutual enhancement moot. The collision of their paths seemed merely a cruel coincidence, one that made the beautiful even more beautiful and the ugly even uglier. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that this young scion of the Han family did not react with immediate disdain upon witnessing the true visage of the sword demon, demonstrating a character superior to many others. Seated across a wide table, they were kept at a distance that spared them the formality of a handshake. They merely exchanged nods and greetings. Eventually, it fell to the sword demon to formally introduce Gu Fei to the group. This is Qianli Yizue, his profession is. The sword demon paused, a mage. What? You are a mage? Exclaimed the other three, with the exception of the Han family scion. All three possessed identification skills. Yet in such a friendly introduction, employing identification in a game was considered impolite. All present were seasoned players, veterans, and diehard enthusiasts, and thus adhered to this unwritten rule. Consequently, prior to the sword demon's introduction, the trio had merely speculated about Gu Fei's profession. The sword demon wore an expression of knowing anticipation. Looking innocently at Gu Fei, equally surprised, shook the hem of his robe and remarked, "Did you not see my mage robe?" The three exchanged glances. It was precisely because of his mage robe that they assumed he could not possibly be a mage. At level 30, which mage would still don a novice's robe? They believed Gu Fei was simply concealing his less than attractive equipment beneath a robe that covered him entirely. Little did they know he truly was a mage. Sometimes, even the keenest minds can falter when confronted with an unconventional character. However, to be fair, not only novice robes, but also mages adorned with straw hats were a sight none of them had ever encountered. Their collective gaze fixed upon the straw hat Gu Fei had casually tossed onto the table. As the introducer, the sword demon felt compelled to defend Gu Fei. He truly is a mage. A mage in such attire. How absurd, they unanimously concluded. Can you execute the ice and fire duel technique? Are you aware of the differences and applications of ice and fire resistance? Do you know the utility of chain lightning in evasive maneuvers? Queried Yutian Shinming, an expert in mage strategies, launching 3 questions, each a classic technique from renowned MMORPGs. Gu Fei's response left him momentarily dumbfounded. Are you referring to those techniques within and Appos, Parallel World and Appos? Yutian Shinming paused, but his reaction was swift. If you are unaware of these, how could you possibly master the mage profession? Gu Fei chuckled, thinking it pointless to argue with a child. Besides, he had never intended to be a proficient mage. At that moment, Yugu interjected, "Is it written as Qianli Yizue?" As he spoke, he dipped his fingers in his drink and inscribed the characters on the table. Indeed. Gu Fei nodded. The official ranking of leveling efficiency lists you second. Huh, what is that? Gu Fei inquired. Oh, it's a ranking of experience within the game, officially compiled. For instance, Wushang currently holds the top spot for warriors. The sword demon ranks 3rd among thieves. The scion is 4th among priests. And Yutian, being new to archery, is currently at 11th. Your ranking is based on experience relative to online time, placing you second. Yugu explained. Considering the player base of Parallel World, even Yutian's 11th position was quite an impressive feat. And what about you? Gu Fei curiously asked. Yugu sheepishly scratched his head. I am ranked first for posts on the official forum. Laughter erupted among the group. Yutian Shinming chimed in. Yugu spends so much time on that. No wonder your experience ranking is not higher. And what about you, Gu Fei? What is your rank on the Mage Experience leaderboard? Gu Fei had never checked, so he turned to Yugu. He smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. I only pay attention to familiar names, and those at the top. It seems I haven't seen yours. I knew it. Yutian Shinming interjected. That efficiency ranking is meaningless. Anyone can achieve that by simply logging on to grind monsters and logging off immediately afterward. Yutian, had you witnessed Qianli grinding monsters, you would never utter such words. The sword demon countered. Yutian Shinming's expression shifted as he recalled that Gu Fei was indeed the sword demon's recommendation. Surely, with the sword demon's prowess, he would not misjudge. With that thought, he chose to remain silent. Gu Fei, however, was struck by curiosity and asked Yugu, who holds the top position on that efficiency ranking? Red Dust. One smile, Yugu replied. Ah, it is he. Gu Fei was taken aback. Do you know him? What is his profession? The sword demon perked up, initially sharing Yutian Shinming's skepticism regarding the efficiency rankings. However, having interacted with Gu Fei, he was now aware that there were indeed remarkable talents hidden within. Upon hearing that Gu Fei knew the top-ranked player, he eagerly sought more information. Gu Fei could not divulge the true identity of Red Dust. One smile, as he had been specifically instructed to keep it confidential. Thus, he shook his head. I have met him, but am not familiar. I don't even know his profession. Not knowing the profession clearly indicated a lack of acquaintance, prompting the sword demon to refrain from further inquiries. Yet, to be fair, Gu Fei truly did not know Red Dust. One smile as profession. The introductions finally drew to a close when the Han family scion spoke. In that case, we shall provisionally establish our mercenary group with the 6 of us. It is not every day that we randomly encounter 5 old acquaintances in Yunduan City. Let bygones be bygones from the gaming world. In Parallel World, we are all good brothers. The 3 nodded in agreement. Gu Fei, upon hearing this, realized that these individuals had not been friends prior, and it seemed there were unresolved grievances among them. He pondered who might be the source of discord, suspecting Yutian Shenming as the most likely candidate. This arrogant young man surely harbored resentment towards the sword demon. A top-tier player. The Han family scion continued. However, I must lay my cards on the table. I do not intend to engage in guild activities this time. My primary focus will be on the mercenary group. I seek a team that requires not many members, but each must be an elite. Should I find anyone lacking, I will not hesitate to expel them. Gu Fei understood this was directed at him. Unlike the others, who were seasoned experts, he had merely been introduced by the sword demon, which likely raised doubts among them. However, this was preferable. If they looked down upon him, they could swiftly remove him from their ranks. After all, he was merely here to support the sword demon, to observe the spectacle, and that would suffice. As Gu Fei contemplated this, the Han family scion added, Currently, I have received a mercenary task submitted by a player. I can assure you, at this moment, it is nearly impossible to accomplish. However, this is true only for ordinary players. We are all renowned experts here. With our collective efforts and a stroke of luck, we can certainly give it a try. If we manage to complete this task, you can spend a few more days on the forum, and soon others will come knocking at our door seeking our assistance. Haraha. Gu Fei listened as the Han family scion spoke with apparent conviction. But as he reached the conclusion, it began to sound somewhat self-indulgent. This guy seemed rather narcissistic. However, this is hardly surprising. With such beauty, it is inevitable to cultivate a tendency towards narcissism by gazing into the mirror each day. Young Master Han spoke for a while, lifted his wine cup to moisten his palate, but suddenly paused, his gaze lost in contemplation of the reflection in the glass. What is it? Jian Gui inquired. It is simply too beautiful, young Master Han exclaimed in admiration. What? Jian Gui asked, puzzled. Just look at the face mirrored in this wine cup. It is truly flawless. How could heaven bestow upon me such a perfect visage? What immense pressure must I endure? Young Master Han appeared utterly enraptured. The others were left in fits of laughter. Jian Gui and Yu Ge were somewhat more composed, being an acquaintance and an intelligence expert respectively. They likely had some understanding of young Master Han's peculiarities. As for Gu Fei and his companions, they were on the brink of collapse at that moment. The intoxication in young Master Han's expression acted more like a catalyst, prompting nausea in the 3 of them. His demeanor seemed unfeigned. Could such a narcissist truly exist in this world? Gu Fei felt his horizons broadened. This journey was indeed worth it. Jian Gui swiftly snatched the wine cup from young Master Han's hand, bringing him back to his usual self as he cleared his throat. Now, let us discuss this mission in detail. You. Wait. Gu Fei suddenly interjected. What is it? Everyone turned to him. It's nearly 2:30. Gu Fei stated. Indeed. The others nodded in agreement. I have something to attend to, Gu Fei admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Huh. The group expressed their astonishment. I thought we were merely gathering at 2 o'clock. I did not realize there was so much to discuss. I have a class at 2:30, Gu Fei explained. A class? You're a student? Yutian Shenming widened his eyes, feeling an unexpected warmth towards Gu Fei in that moment. No. Gu Fei smiled at him. I am a teacher. Instantly, Yutian Shenming found Gu Fei's demeanor 10 times more disagreeable than before. I apologize, but I must take my leave. Shall we continue this discussion tonight? Gu Fei suggested. All right. Young Master Han waved his hand. Then we shall reconvene this evening. Thank you. Joining a team led by me is certainly not an easy feat. You must seize this opportunity. I have high hopes for you, young Master Han remarked. I will do my best, but I must take my leave now. Gu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking how excessively narcissistic this fellow was. Chapter 18. The Crisis of Trust. After logging off, Gu Fei hurriedly returned to his obligations as a physical education teacher. With only 2 classes per week, most physical education teachers typically manage several classes simultaneously. This afternoon, Gu Fei found himself amidst a peak work period. tasked with conducting 3 classes in succession. At that moment, he was somewhat distracted. The individuals he had just encountered, despite their varied personalities, were undoubtedly prominent figures in the online gaming realm. While he prided himself on his martial arts skills, he recognized his deficiencies in the gaming world. Learning from such distinguished individuals could potentially enhance his own prowess in online gaming. As he pondered this, he arrived at the playground where the students were already lined up in anticipation. Gu Fei quickly refocused and diligently guided his students through the lesson. He couldn't help but reflect on how obedient his students were. However, he noticed a particular student named Yutian Xinming, who displayed a lack of decorum and respect. Just then, AFA timidly approached Gu Fei. "Teacher, hey, what is up? What is it?" Gu Fei inquired. "What level are you?" AFA whispered. Gu Fei had previously cautioned him not to disclose the fact that their teacher played video games. "Level 30, Gu Fei replied. "Impressive," AFA exclaimed. "Is this how you speak to a teacher?" Gu Fei's expression turned stern as he recalled Yutian Xinming's disrespectful behavior. It seemed he had another student who lacked proper etiquette. Feeling wronged, AFA responded, having inadvertently treated Gu Fei as a peer. "Focus on your practice. Don't spend all your time thinking about games. Students should prioritize their studies, understood?" Gu Fei admonished. With a disgruntled expression, AFA mumbled that he understood and hurriedly departed. Gu Fei composed himself and continued teaching, delivering 3 identical lessons in a row. Although the repetition was tedious, it paled in comparison to the monotony of online gaming. Teaching martial arts to the students would certainly be a different matter entirely. As the final class concluded, the students assembled, and Gu Fei offered a brief summary. He then asked, "Is there anyone who wishes to learn some martial arts from the teacher after class?" All the students widened their eyes in surprise. Could it be? Gu Fei thought, his heart racing with hope. After countless discussions, was he finally able to pique their curiosity? Clearing his throat, he was preparing to elaborate when suddenly the students erupted into chaos, shouting, "Breaking news! Breaking news! Teacher Gu Fei is mentioning his martial arts again." It seemed that in reality, martial arts had no practical application. Gu Fei felt a wave of frustration wash over him. After work, following dinner, Gu Fei re-entered the parallel world. "We've been waiting for you." Same place. Jian Gue messaged as soon as he logged in. Gu Fei hurried from the logout zone to Shaolei Bar. The logout zone, in fact, was a safe area. The game required players to log off only in safe zones, as the numerous players made logging off akin to a system safe, where concentrating in specific spaces would enhance speed and reduce server load. However, one could forcibly log off outside of a safe zone. But if any mishaps occurred, such as losing high-quality gear or experience gained that day, or even the character itself, the official support would not be held liable. Players had voiced their concerns. What if I'm captured by villains in a remote forest, unable to die, yet cannot log off in a safe zone? What then? The system smiled. Online GM is at your service. Players erupted in frustration, as seasoned gamers knew that the defining trait of an online GM was their perpetual absence. Upon arriving at Shaolei Bar, Shaolei smiled and gestured towards a private room. "They're waiting for you in there." "Thank you." Gu Fei hurried inside. 5 individuals were seated in the room, awaiting Gu Fei's arrival. "Have you been waiting long?" Gu Fei asked as he took a seat. "Not too long." Han Jia Gongzi replied nonchalantly, "Just this afternoon." Gu Fei felt irritated. This guy was not only self-absorbed, but also insufferably sharp-tongued. "Aren't we here to discuss a mission?" Gu Fei prompted. "We've already concluded our discussion," Han Jia Gongzi stated, preparing to depart. We've discussed our individual tasks. And since yours is relatively simple, we didn't wait for you," Yugu explained with a smile, clearly a good-natured individual. "Gongzi, could you briefly explain what he needs to do?" Han Jia Gongzi nodded and began. "The mission involves a bounty hunt, targeting the leader of the bandits at Wulong Cave, Sua Tuesday. This is among the most challenging daily refresh missions I know of. In a previous endeavor, out of 27 adventurers, 20 perished on the way, with only 7 making it to the end, yet they ultimately failed. However, that was with ordinary players. Given our team's current composition, fewer individuals might actually facilitate better coordination. During the initial phase of the mission, your involvement is minimal. Simply follow our lead until we confront the bandit leader Sua Tuesday. That will be your moment to shine. Sua Tu resides in a small wooden hut deep within Wulong Cave. The space is so confined that our numbers would struggle to maneuver effectively. A misstep could easily trap our own in a corner. Although the area outside is vast and open, should Sua Tu emerge, he would immediately signal for reinforcements from the entire bandit camp. Thus, we must contain him within the doorway, allowing you to unleash your level 30 mage skill, Chain Fireball. Chain Fireball has an area of effect damage capability, although Suwa 2 will be blocked from direct attack, as long as you cast it into the room and let it explode. Suwa 2 will inevitably sustain damage. While this may take time, he lacks any healing skills or equipment, ensuring his eventual demise. If the situation remains stable, we can treat it as a skill demonstration. Laughter erupted among the group. So your task is quite simple, isn't it? Han Jiagong, Z inquired of Gu Fei. Gu Fei nodded. All right, let us set off. I arranged to meet the questing players at the entrance of Wulong Cave at 7, which is approaching. Good. You all go ahead. I'll follow shortly. Gu Fei stood up. What? Do you have something else to attend to? Han Jiagong, Z furrowed his brow. Gu Fei nodded. I need to return to the Mage Academy to learn the level 30 skill, Chain Fireball. With that, he turned and rushed out, pressed for time. The others in the room were momentarily stunned by Gu Fei's last remark. After a brief silence, their gazes fell upon Jian Gui, filled with skepticism and disbelief. Jian Gui picked up his glass, pretending to be nonchalant, only to have it snatched away by Han Jiagongzi. Jian Gui remained silent. Jian Gui, it seems you misjudged this time. Yu Tian Shun Ming broke the silence. Jian Gui replied, I have confidence in his skills. Yu Tian Shun Ming scoffed. You trust someone who has reached level 30 yet hasn't learned their skills? Jian Gui retorted, if you can defeat my level 25 rogue with a level 10 mage, I might just believe you. What? The others were taken aback, as this was the first they had heard of such a disgraceful incident. Jian Gui certainly did not want everyone to know about his past defeat. Unfortunately, the others were unconvinced by Gu Fei, and Jian Gui had no choice but to reveal this embarrassing history. A level 10 mage defeating a level 25 rogue, especially one under the command of the renowned Jian Gui, was hard to fathom unless spoken by Jian Gui himself. Faced with the reactions of the others, Jian Gui could only manage a wry smile. I didn't want it to happen either, but a loss is a loss. And I must admit it was fair and square. A level 10 mage? Just knowing fireball and fire resistance ring. How could that possibly work? Yu Tian Shinming murmured, clearly intrigued by the capabilities of mages despite not having chosen one himself. Upon hearing such an occurrence, he immediately began to contemplate the possible strategies a mage could employ. His resistance to the fire ring is exceptionally high. You cannot approach him. Yu Tian Shinming began to speculate. He hasn't even utilized the resistance of the fire ring, replied the sword demon, shaking his head. The fireball spell is of an extremely high level, enhanced by equipment that amplifies fire damage. It could obliterate you in an instant. He continued to guess. He merely used the fireball spell twice for the sake of containment, the sword demon stated. Then what does he intend to use against you? Don't tell me it's a mage's fist. The sword demon sighed, remarking, if you believe that there is no skill involved in a holographic online game, you are sorely mistaken. Once you witness Qianli battling monsters, you will comprehend what constitutes ultimate skill. Ultimate skill? The four of them were puzzled. This was merely a moniker bestowed by the sword demon. Even Gu Fei himself was unaware that his prowess was regarded as skill, let alone ultimate skill. In the eyes of top players in the online gaming realm, the sword demon nodded. Do you think his ranking on the efficiency leaderboard was achieved by mere chance? It is rooted in skill. The four of them remained in a state of disbelief. After a moment, brother, you spoke first. This is intriguing. I must delve deeper into the phenomenon of Qianli Izue. However, Yu Tian Shinming still wore a face of skepticism. His expression akin to someone who could scarcely restrain himself from pointing an accusatory finger at the sword demon, branding him a braggart. If this Qianli Izue is indeed as formidable as the sword demon claims, he would be the most displeased of all. He believed his own mage skills to be unparalleled, a pinnacle achievement, which had prompted him to switch professions. Little did he expect to encounter such a powerful character so soon. One who even commanded the respect of the online gaming legend, the sword demon. This is absolutely impossible. It must be an illusion. The sword demon must be hallucinating. Yu Tian Shinming murmured to himself. Zhang Wushang remained silent, neither exhibiting the enthusiasm of brother Yu nor the tumult of complex emotions like Yu Tian Shinming. Young Master Han merely gazed at the sword demon and finally remarked, I know you never jest. Of course, replied the sword demon. Let us hope this time is no different. Let us depart. Young Master Han rose. Excellent. The sword demon responded. The 5 legendary masters of the online gaming world set forth, laden with curiosity about Gu Fei. Chapter 19. The lack of progress. The Wulong Cave, as its name suggests, is a cave located on Wulong Mountain. To reach Wulong Mountain, one must walk approximately 500 meters northwest from the western gate of the city of Suyun. The mountain is notorious for its bandits and outlaws, making it an ideal location for skill training, treasure hunting, and leveling up, particularly for players between levels 25 and 30. The official description of Wulong Mountain states this clearly. In contrast, the Wulong Cave is a different realm altogether. The outlaws within the cave are the elite of the Wulong Mountains criminal underbelly, typically around level 35. Moreover, the cave's terrain is intricate and winding. Should a player become lost within, the online GM will not offer any leniency. This has led to a chorus of frustrated complaints from players. Due to a single remark left behind by Gu Fei, Jian Gui and his companions found themselves in a state of distraction and debate. By the time Gu Fei arrived at the cave entrance, he found no sign of the 5 individuals he was expecting. Instead, he spotted a seemingly forlorn mage squatting at the cave's mouth. Could this be our employer? Gu Fei pondered silently as he approached the individual. Hello? The person looked up and replied, Hello. What are you doing? Gu Fei inquired. Waiting for someone, came the response. Are you waiting for someone to assist you with the Wulong Cave's bounty task? Gu Fei continued. How did you know? The individual asked, surprised. Gu Fei chuckled. Because I am here to help you. Oh, you are from the Young Master Elite team. The person exclaimed, quickly standing up. Gu Fei had just learned the name of their mercenary group, which was not particularly well regarded. Though it was understandable, a narcissist like young Master Han would naturally name his team after himself. Why are you alone? The individual asked. They should be arriving shortly. Oh, the person replied, beginning to scrutinize Gu Fei closely. Initially dismissing him as just another passerby, upon realizing that Gu Fei's presence was pivotal to his mission's success. The observer was taken aback by Gu Fei's distinct style, a straw hat, a novice mage robe, and lightweight boots favored by rogues, creating an eclectic yet striking appearance. He discreetly cast an identification spell on Gu Fei, confirming his class, Mage. Then, he noticed Gu Fei's staff, which was uniquely designed, slender, flat, and equipped with a handguard. What extraordinary item could this be? The observer wondered. At that moment, Gu Fei turned to gaze down the mountain, finally spotting the 5 figures approaching. The 2 groups met at the cave's entrance, where young Master Han introduced each member to their employer. The buyer was evidently thrilled. Each individual present bore illustrious names. True legends of the online gaming world. Especially impressive was Yutian Xinming. As a fellow mage, the buyer admired him even more. Lamenting that Yutian Xinming was not playing a mage this time, but rather an archer. When it came to Gu Fei and Apos' introduction, the buyer's previously effusive praises of admiration quickly faded to curiosity. Qian Li Zui? Who is that? I've never heard of him. Is he skilled? The glances exchanged among the group betrayed their thoughts. Gu Fei was unfazed. He had never considered himself part of their circle. If one were to inquire in the martial arts community, who Wuden and Apos, Tino Gu Fei and Apos' name? Alas, the martial arts world was not yet as populous as the online gaming community. Do you play online games? The question sounded almost like an insult. Do you practice martial arts? That seemed equally absurd. What a stark contrast. Gu Fei mused as the group began to enter the cave. Young Master Han reiterated his instructions. We will handle all the monsters along the way. You must follow closely and refrain from engaging. Do you understand? Both individuals nodded. The buyer wore a look of excitement, while Gu Fei appeared somewhat disheartened. The responsibility of not engaging fell to him. When he had come to enjoy the thrill of combat in online games, the cave was rugged and treacherous, though it was devoid of light. Visibility was surprisingly clear, such is the magic of online gaming. The group soon encountered enemies, and Gu Fei and the buyer remained at the back of the line, idle and bored, leading them to strike up a conversation. Are you a mage as well? The buyer asked. Gu Fei nodded. What level are you? The buyer inquired. Level 30. And you? 25. The buyer replied, admiration flickering in his eyes. Your staff is quite unique. He remarked. Staff? Gu Fei paused, then smiled as he offered it. Give it a try. Really? The buyer hesitated, quickly handing his own equipment to another, showcasing a true expert's demeanor. He eagerly accepted the staff, caressing it before focusing intently. Suddenly, he exclaimed, what a staff! This is clearly a blade, a fusion of Eastern and Tang-style swords. In the game, such eclectic gear was common, and no one particularly cared about its specifics. This weapon was merely a common whiteboard item, ubiquitous in the game. But it was unusual for a mage to wield such a weapon. The buyer speculated that this mage was merely using the sword for appearances, as a long blade slung at the hip was far more striking than a staff in hand. I should get one too, the buyer thought, eager to emulate the expert, and return the blade. As they walked and conversed, ahead lay a fierce battle. Monsters exceeding the player's levels by 5. In the parallel world, fighting monsters of a higher level is not an easy feat. Those whose equipment does not match their level stand no chance. Even with adequate gear, one must consider efficiency. Only those with exceptional equipment can truly exploit the advantages of facing stronger foes. The current group of experts not only possessed superior gear, but also exhibited remarkable awareness. Indeed, Awareness. In the realm of fully immersive online games, operation has transformed into practical combat skills. Aside from exceptional individuals like Gu Fei, where could one find ordinary players capable of such finesse? Thus, awareness became the primary factor distinguishing players. Where does this awareness stem from? From the application of knowledge, the accumulation of experience, and so forth. Together, they form awareness. The current group exemplified individuals with outstanding gaming awareness. They effortlessly executed intricate strategies that ordinary players could scarcely imagine. Yu Tian Xinming unleashed a rapid arrow that struck its target, which promptly turned and charged toward him. The lurking Jian Gui seized the opportunity, delivering a swift backstab. As the monster pivoted, Jian Gui retreated, and both Zhan Wushang and Yu Ge galloped forward, flanking the creature, engaging in a frenzied assault to draw its ire. Following Jian Gui's lead, they collectively dispatched the monster. Meanwhile, Han's healing spells cascaded over each member, precise and judicious, leaving no resources wasted. This was the most efficient and rapid combat strategy imaginable. More importantly, they only eliminated monsters that obstructed their path, never disturbing others. This was precisely why young Master Han forbade Gu Fei and the buyer from engaging in combat. The spells of mages, with their incantations, luminous effects, and attacks, possess a considerable aggro range, unlike archers, who attract only the targeted threats. What is aggro? In simple terms, it is the monster's assessment of the threat posed by a player's actions. The measure of this threat is quantified by aggro value. Once a player and oppo's aggro value reaches a certain threshold, the monster will retaliate. When multiple players pose a threat simultaneously, the monster will target the one with the highest aggro value. However, mages, due to their extensive aggro range, can easily provoke several monsters at once, which is not the outcome anyone desires at present. The objective of this mission is the notorious bandit leader. Thus, it is imperative to avoid any waste of time along the way and to accomplish the task with utmost efficiency and swiftness. This is the consistent approach of the young master from the Han family. Furthermore, in this parallel world, the completion of various tasks is meticulously recorded based on the time taken. Naturally, the name associated with the task will belong to the client who accepted it, while the name of the elite team will be inscribed in the hall of the mercenary guild. This serves as a testament to the capabilities of a mercenary group. The team advanced with remarkable efficiency, prompting admiration from the young master of the Han family. It is indeed hard to fathom how these skilled individuals would collaborate if not for the existence of this unified online game in a parallel universe. Reflecting on this, he took a moment to glance back and was dismayed to find Gu Fei and the client resembling two leisurely tourists, strolling at a measured pace, supporting each other and pointing out the sights within the cave. They seemed entirely oblivious to the seamless coordination among the others. The young master could not suppress his frustration. While it is understandable for strangers to behave this way, Gu Fei is a member of this team. Moreover, compared to the others who have engaged in multiple online games, Gu Fei was quite unfamiliar with them. It is crucial to swiftly comprehend each team member's traits, styles, and tactical habits to effectively integrate into the group, becoming the vital finishing touch in their collaboration. Yet, this fellow squandered the opportunity to observe and learn, instead engaging in idle chatter with a level 25 mage. The young master felt a surge of exasperation. However, he had no time to mentor Gu Fei at this moment. He had to ensure the safety of those laboring ahead. The role of a healer is, in fact, quite demanding and exhausting. Many female players believe that being a healer, akin to a doctor who merely heals without engaging in the bloodshed of battle, is the most suitable profession for women. Yet, in truth, an exceptional healer must possess a strong sense of the larger picture, acute focus, calm judgment, decisive action in critical moments, and impeccable timing in execution. Rarely can a female player embody all these qualities. Thus, while there are many female healers, the truly elite ones are predominantly male players. The young master of the Han family is such an individual. In previous games, he had always complemented the sword master, supporting from the flanks. However, this immersive game has taken a toll on the sword master, who appears somewhat distracted. Consequently, the young master took it upon himself to assemble this team, positioning himself as the core. His perfectionist nature simply cannot tolerate Gu Fei's lack of diligence, treating the mission as a leisurely excursion. Were it not for the pressing circumstances, he would undoubtedly have rushed back to reprimand him. Let us strive for the rankings. Those with votes should take a cue from the butterfly and cast them all at once. Cast away, cast away, cast away. Echoing infinitely. Chapter 20. The secret path of Wulong Cave. The four members of the Sword Demon, engrossed in their task of eliminating monsters ahead, were oblivious to what transpired behind them. Unlike the obsessive young master of the Han family, who believed in closely monitoring the actions of others. They pressed deeper into the Wulong Cave. The young master, eager to find an opportunity to reprimand Gu Fei, regrettably realized that there was no chance for such an encounter on this path, having completed this task once before. As they ventured further into the cave, the monsters grew in level and density, necessitating a meticulous approach to avoid disturbing any additional creatures. They had to navigate cautiously to the innermost depths, where a stone door awaited, guarded by a formidable mini-boss. Defeating it would unlock the mechanism to access the lair of the bandit leader, so too, the young master, calculating their progress and time, remained unaware of the unforeseen incident occurring behind them. The path through the cave was treacherous, with uneven footing. In a moment of inattention, the employer stumbled, losing his balance and careening sideways. Be careful. Gu Fei observed that the employer was merely unsteady and not in danger of falling, so he offered a verbal warning. The employer steadied himself and thanked him, but Gu Fei suddenly sensed something amiss in the darkness behind the employer. Get out of the way, Gu Fei shouted, leaping forward. Before the employer could react, Gu Fei had deftly maneuvered past him, landing behind. A sharp clang echoed as Gu Fei's long knife clashed with a shadow lurking in the dark. Run. You don't need to help me, Gu Fei called back, only to find that the employer had already fled, showing no inclination to assist. From his perspective, since Gu Fei and his companions were hired to ensure his safety, it was their responsibility to protect him. As for returning the favor, if I could handle these monsters, why would I need to hire you? The employer mused. All right, you keep going, Gu Fei said, engaging in combat while addressing the employer. The employer, momentarily stunned, walked away, his mind filled with questions. Wasn't he a mage? Why was he fighting monsters in close combat? Oh, he was drawing the monster's attention to himself, a true expert indeed. The employer hurriedly rejoined the main group, leaving Gu Fei to face the threat alone. In the pitch darkness, Gu Fei fought while retreating, gradually returning to the center of the path where an unknown light illuminated his surroundings, allowing him to finally glimpse his adversary, a bandit clad in blue attire. The significance of the blue outfit was akin to the blue names of ordinary characters in past online games. In this holographic online game, NPC leaders no longer displayed names above their heads, rendering the distinctions of blue or gold names obsolete. Thus, the game developers decided to represent different tiers of monsters through their appearances. The bandit before Gu Fei was merely a minor blue monster, having leveled up through countless battles. This was Gu Fei's first encounter with a blue monster, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. However, the blue monster failed to evoke any significant thrill. It was merely an upgraded version of an ordinary creature, lacking the grandeur of a true boss. Real bosses donned golden armor, descended amidst vibrant clouds, and inspired a sense of inferiority with their powerful skills, superior equipment, high levels, and advanced AI, truly formidable NPCs. In comparison, blue monsters were merely trifling foes. Gu Fei danced around the blue monster, maximizing his damage output, knowing it was only a matter of time before he triumphed. Regrettably, lacking both strength and equipment, he found it laborious to contend with this upgraded foe. After several exhausting minutes, the blue monster finally collapsed. Just before its demise, Gu Fei distinctly heard it mutter, "The key to the secret path shall never be given to anyone." What key? Gu Fei instinctively inquired, but the creature had already perished. Even if it were alive, it wouldn't respond unless programmed to do so. Gu Fei hastily rummaged through the blue monster's remains. Besides the usual coins, he discovered a hefty iron key. Upon closer inspection, it read, "Key to the secret path of Wulong Cave." But where was the secret path? Gu Fei glanced around and stepped towards the dark area from which the blue monster had emerged. It was pitch black, obscuring his vision. Yet, this did not deter Gu Fei, for he possessed a torch. He had previously vanquished a group of vagrants by the lakeside, seizing not only a multitude of meat-cutting knives, but also their fire-starting tools. As a mage with limited carrying capacity, Gu Fei's pockets were not infinite. Naturally, he discarded the redundant meat-cutting knives, but the torches might prove useful, like now. Feeling a sense of foresight, Gu Fei extracted a torch from his pocket and ignited it. The darkness illuminated, revealing a large iron plate on the ground, one end secured by a massive lock. He inserted the recently acquired key and turned it, causing the lock to click open. Removing it, Gu Fei lifted the iron plate, revealing a square opening before him. Peering in with his torch, he discovered a tunnel tall enough for a person to walk through. Gu Fei quickly messaged Sword Demon, only to receive a notification that the recipient's message reception was turned off. Engaged in intense combat, they understandably wished to avoid distractions. All of them had their message receptions disabled. After all, they were together, and any urgent matters could be communicated verbally. It was best to wait until the task was completed. Gu Fei replaced the iron plate and returned to the path, only to be astonished once more. The monsters that Sword Demon and the others had previously cleared had respawned. They were merely level 35 monsters, posing no challenge to Gu Fei. However, unlike Sword Demon and his companions, who were well-versed in the monsters' locations and aggro ranges, Gu Fei knew that advancing now could lead to an overwhelming encounter with all the cave's creatures. In short, it was troublesome. Fate indeed. Gu Fei sighed, lifting the iron plate again. Perhaps by going this way, he could circle back to their front, catching them off guard. With a hint of mischief in mind, Gu Fei descended into the secret path. Though narrow, the secret path was far more navigable than the cave's winding routes. Gu Fei held the torch aloft to illuminate his way, remaining vigilant in case of ambushes. To his relief, he traversed the path without incident. Arriving at its end, a massive stone door. With a mighty push, the door creaked open, though it seemed eager to shut again. Gu Fei pressed and squeezed through, releasing his grip just as the door closed behind him. A couple of pushes from the other side yielded no movement. Pulling it? After all that effort pushing. I doubt I can manage that, Gu Fei lamented, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his own strength. It appeared he ought to consider increasing his power. Stepping away from the stone door, Gu Fei surveyed the expansive area before him. To his astonishment, he found himself in a spacious, flat expanse within the cave. In the center stood a solitary wooden cabin. Suatu resided in a small cabin deep within Wulong Cave. Although the exterior was wide and even, Gu Fei recalled the young master of the Han family mentioning this during the task briefing. He had reached his destination. It turned out that this secret path was indeed a shortcut for the quest. Gu Fei felt a surge of joy, as no one has arrived yet. Gu Fei tightened his grip on the blade in his hand and stepped towards Suatu's humble abode. He held profound admiration for the strategic combat style devised by the young master of the Han family. He had keenly observed their exquisite teamwork along the way. If they were to adhere strictly to the young master and Appos, as planned, it seemed likely that they would encounter only fleeting dangers. However, admiration does not equate to fondness. What Gu Fei cherished was the raw essence of face-to-face combat. Terms such as pulling monsters, kiting, and aggro management were familiar to him, yet he chose to tread a different path. He aspired to be a master in this game, not through the finesse of online gaming techniques, but through his martial prowess, which was the very reason for his journey into this parallel world. Having battled minor creatures for an extended period, Gu Fei yearned for a formidable boss to challenge his skills. At last, the opportunity had arrived. It is worth noting that such task-oriented boss encounters are rare. The system issues daily random quests, and the mundane tasks of delivering messages or fetching items are plentiful, while these challenging high-level quests are seldom encountered. Even when they do appear, one would need immense luck to secure them. Thus, the employer, upon receiving this task, would spare no expense in hiring assistants. Contemplating this, Gu Fei found merit in joining the mercenary group, as it would provide frequent opportunities to tackle difficult quests and embrace greater challenges. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he arrived at the threshold of the wooden cabin. Inside awaited the NPC, a foe whose demise would fulfill his quest. Gu Fei, however, was not inclined to waste time knocking politely. He delivered a powerful kick that sent the door crashing open, bellowing, "Sudo." It appeared that this method was effective in attracting the ire of the monsters. A figure lying on the bed swiftly rolled over, seizing the large blade positioned at the foot of the bed and lunged at Gu Fei with ferocity. Gu Fei met the assault with his own blade. The clash resounded. The force was tremendous. Although Gu Fei managed to block the strike, he could not withstand its power, and he was violently thrown backward by Suatu's blow. Suatu roared, charging out of the cabin, leaving Gu Fei pale with dread. He recalled the young master of the Han family's warning. Once Suatu emerged, he would summon his minions with a whistle. Chapter 21. The great thief Suatu. As expected, Soda burst out from behind the house, 2 fingers pressed to his lips, whistling a sharp call. The sound reverberated through the surroundings, causing Gu Fei to scan the area anxiously, yet no minor creatures appeared in sight. However, the boss, Suatu, paid no heed to this, finishing his whistle and brandishing a large blade as he charged toward Gu Fei. Suatu was a humanoid creature of average height, yet his upper body was a mass of formidable muscle, and his visage was distinctly fierce. He epitomized the official guideline that all creatures requiring players to vanquish must possess a repugnant appearance. With a menacing glare, Soda lunged at Gu Fei, swinging his weapon. Gu Fei, wary of a direct confrontation, deftly evaded the attack. To him, Soda was an opponent whose speed and strength surpassed his own, and to overcome him, one could only rely on skill. What is skill, if not technique? It is essentially the art of effective combat. The legendary arsenal of weapons, swords, spears, staves, axes, hooks, and forks, refers to various forms of martial arts. The Tang Dao's 9 connects is a combat technique specifically tailored to the use of the Tang sword. Gu Fei chose the blade in his hand precisely because its design closely resembled that of a Tang Dao, allowing him to employ this martial art. Gripping the hilt firmly, Gu Fei stood 2 meters apart from Sodu, his eyes locked onto his adversary. Here he comes. Gu Fei's peripheral vision caught a twitch in Soda's shoulders, signaling his movement. With a swift sidestep, Gu Fei narrowly avoided a devastating crimson arc that swept past him. This technique was known as the Flash of Red Beauty. Gu Fei had heard the young Master Han mention that confining Sotu within the confines of the house offered the advantage of preventing him from unleashing this powerful move. The damage inflicted by this attack was immense, and with the current defensive capabilities of players, no one could withstand it, even those fully invested in vitality. Why block? Just evade, Gu Fei had once questioned. Show me how you evade. Han had retorted. Gu Fei had successfully dodged the attack, yet regrettably, Han was not present to witness it. In essence, the principles of combat were straightforward, encapsulated in the 8 words articulated by Gu Fei's father. Eyes follow hands. Hands follow eyes. Ordinary individuals struggle to keep their eyes in sync with their opponent's hands, let alone coordinate their own hands with their vision. Yet Gu Fei possessed ample capability in both respects. As for synchronizing hands with eyes, it required points in the game, and fortuitously, he had invested fully in agility, sufficient to contend with Soda before him. This was largely due to the exquisite simulation system of the parallel world. Even the movements of NPCs adhered closely to the principles of human biomechanics. Even the fantastical techniques like the Flash of Red Beauty necessitated physical cues. Consequently, Gu Fei possessed both the awareness and ability to dodge the boss's attacks, while the boss, as a typical NPC, was accustomed to absorbing blows without evasion, focused solely on counterattacking. The disparity was apparent. The only concern weighing on Gu Fei was the potential damage his attacks could inflict upon Sodu. At that moment, Gu Fei's thoughts were fixated solely on the blade in his grasp. Instinctively, he felt that it was his only reliable asset. Magic? Gu Fei had yet to awaken to that possibility. However, this blade was merely an ordinary weapon, capable of delivering maximum damage against standard foes. Yet it left him apprehensive when facing a boss known for its substantial health and defenses. But upon landing his first strike, a horizontal slash aimed at Soda's abdomen from the 3 divisions, Gu Fei was emboldened by the tangible resistance felt at the blade's tip. If the sword demon gauged the damage of each strike based on the health of minor creatures and Gu Fei's attack frequency, then through his immersion in the game over the past few days, Gu Fei discerned the magnitude of damage dealt at the moment of impact. That strike against Sodu was undeniably the maximum damage he could muster. Even when attacking minor creatures, he had never achieved such a level of damage. After a few exchanges, when Gu Fei struck Soda's left leg, clarity dawned upon him. The significant damage stemmed from Soda's upper body. It appeared that, under these circumstances, the upper body's defense was effectively nullified. However, the blow to Soda's leg was met with no damage, likely due to some form of armor binding his leg. With this understanding, Gu Fei steeled himself, keenly targeting Soda's upper body whenever an opening presented itself. Given the futility of attacking the lower half, he chose to disregard it entirely. Nevertheless, the battle with Soda persisted for a full 15 minutes. Although Soda's upper body defense was 0, the boss's substantial health was no trifling matter. Gu Fei began to question the feasibility of Han's strategy of wearing down Sotu. Having just learned the rapid-fire fireball spell from Han, Gu Fei recognized that the spell was not categorized as an area damage spell, possessing only minimal additional effects. The damage it inflicted was trivial. If that were the strategy to defeat Sotu, it seemed they would have no need to return to work the following day. As Sotu succumbed, his body separated from his head, the latter conveniently wrapped. Gu Fei chuckled, recognizing that the NPC had been portrayed remarkably lifelike. It would have been excessively cruel and gruesome for players to dismember the head post-mortem. Upon retrieving the package, Gu Fei noted the label indicating it was the head of the mountain bandit leader. However, he found himself trapped at the bottom of the cave. The secret passage he had entered could not be pushed open from this side, and he discovered no mechanism to open the door through which Jian Gui and the others intended to break. It seemed he would have to wait for them to defeat the enemies and open the door for him to escape. With nothing else to occupy his time, Gu Fei meandered into Sotu's small wooden cabin. Upon entering, he heard a faint voice inquire, "Who are you?" Startled, Gu Fei had no chance to respond before the voice continued its soliloquy. He exhaled in relief. This was the nature of NPCs in the parallel world. Asking for his identity merely served to acknowledge his presence, followed by a lengthy monologue that constituted the narrative exposition. "Will you help me?" the feeble voice implored. It turned out to be a quest. Gu Fei mused inwardly. The NPC rambled on about coming from a certain place in search of something, only to be captured by mountain bandits, enduring torment, and now left with little life, until a hero like Gu Fei appeared, hoping he would assist in completing unfinished business. Without hesitation, Gu Fei accepted the quest. After all, accepting posed no risk. Even if he later decided against it, he could easily cancel. As for the details of the quest he had not fully comprehended, that was inconsequential. Official resources would provide ample information whenever he chose to pursue it. Upon hearing Gu Fei's agreement, the almost breathless figure immediately expressed, "Thank you. Take my badge, and good luck." The dying man extended his hand towards Gu Fei, who took the item, only for the man to pass away resolutely in that instant. Glancing down at the badge he had received, Gu Fei found no additional information. Just the name, Eddie's emblem. The emblem's details gleamed with golden light, a hallmark of high-grade equipment in the parallel world. Eddie's emblem, all attributes 6. Merely at the onset of the quest, having done nothing yet, he had acquired such a powerful item? What sort of quest was this? Gu Fei was astonished. To be candid, an item with all attributes 6 paled in comparison to equipment like Frost's Remembrance, which boasted a single attribute of 25. Although the total attributes exceeded Frost's Remembrance by 5 points, it was unlikely that any character would average out their attributes in such a manner. From the perspective of maximizing one's strengths, Eddie's emblem appears somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, golden grade equipment is undeniably golden grade equipment. Its emergence seems to herald the significance of this mission. Even Gu Fei, who harbored little interest in the task, found himself somewhat moved. He promptly opened the mission panel and discovered a new entry in his task list, Eddie's mission. Eddie, who set forth to fulfill his mission, unfortunately met his demise at the hands of bandits. Can you complete his mission? Such is the sole description of the task. In parallel worlds, missions are typically shrouded in ambiguity. Information is gleaned solely from NPC dialogues, while the task list merely indicates their existence, offering no substantial hints. This is why players engaged in quests often carry notepads, fervently jotting down notes at the slightest utterance from NPCs. Gu Fei adorned his chest with the emblem, glancing down only to feel that the attire appeared somewhat incongruous, prompting him to tuck it beneath his clothing. The emblem belonged to the accessory category. As long as it wasn't confined within the pocket of a robotic cat, its effects would manifest regardless of how it was carried. At that moment, Gu Fei felt a surge of power within himself. With all attributes at 6, it equated to a 30-point increase in stats, akin to a 6-level boost. Oh, I wonder if there are any treasures to be found in Sodu. I should take a look. With that thought, Gu Fei immersed himself in rummaging through the room. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the sword demon and his companions had finally reached the final threshold. Here lay a small boss guarding the entrance, surrounded by numerous petty thieves, presenting quite a challenge. The group exerted tremendous effort to eliminate them. The tank, war without injury, nearly perished in the fray, but fortunately, the sword demon intervened just in time to shield him. At that moment, the magic reserves of the nobleman from the Han family had dwindled to nothing, rendering him incapable of assistance. Only the sword demon, a seasoned comrade, sensed his predicament in that fleeting instant. After the battle, the group assessed their injuries. Aside from the nobleman from the Han family and the ranged fighter, Yu Tian Xin Ming, who remained relatively unscathed, the other 3 were in a pitiable state. All right, the nobleman reassured everyone. The troublesome matters conclude here. The ensuing battles will merely serve to pass the time. The monsters in this area would take over 5 minutes to respawn, allowing the group a moment to rest and recover their health and mana. Qianli, the next phase depends on you. Qianli, the nobleman turned back, only to find the employer standing behind them with a peculiar expression. Is Qianli intoxicated? The nobleman scanned the surroundings. Chapter 22. Entanglement. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had fought their way through, hardly sparing a thought for the individual who merely walked forward with his feet. As long as they followed the path laid out by the young master of the Han family, even if he were a fragile mage, there would be no need for protection, would there? Where is he? The young master of the Han family glared at the buyer, who had been conversing merrily with Gu Fei. We accidentally attracted monsters on the way, and he blocked them so I could go first, the buyer explained. This was somewhat reasonable, but the fact that he had not returned after such a long time was indeed unusual. They had all been clearing out monsters together. Surely Gu Fei could not be slower than them? Could it be that after he finished off the monsters, the smaller ones had respawned on the way? Yuga speculated. The path they had traversed required the cooperation of 5 top-tier experts. It was certainly not a journey a single mage could undertake alone. Let me ask him. As the young master of the Han family's striking face dulled, Jian Gui quickly sent a message to contact Gu Fei. If it were as Gu suggested, they would have to return to retrieve him. After enduring this arduous cooperation, they were all somewhat exhausted, and should they return, it would likely be with feelings of annoyance and complaint, making successful collaboration uncertain. The group wore expressions akin to wanting to spit blood as they stared at Jian Gui. To their surprise, after Jian Gui sent a few messages, his eyes widened, and he walked over to the mechanism, turning it to activate the stone door. With a creaking sound, the stone door slowly lifted, and Gu Fei gradually emerged before them. With his left hand resting on a long knife that should not have belonged to a mage, and his right hand holding a package, he wore a calm smile. Looking at them, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" The group stared at him blankly, momentarily forgetting to speak. Gu Fei stepped out from the door and tossed the package into the buyer and amp, Oppo's arms, saying, "Here and amp, Oppo's, what you wanted." The buyer accepted it and was taken aback, his surprise only increasing. The young master of the Han family and the others were left dumbfounded until Jian Gui asked, "What on earth happened?" "I discovered a secret passage over there. I called for you, but you didn't respond. I went through the passage and ended up inside. Then I killed Suatu and brought back his head." Gu Fei recounted. "How did you manage to kill him?" The young master of the Han family asked incredulously. Gu Fei pointed the knife at him. "How is that possible?" The young master waved the knife aside and walked in, the others following closely behind. In the square, Suatu's headless corpse lay desolately. The young master of the Han family, who had seen Suatu once before, remarked, "Why is Suatu not wearing any clothes?" The group regarded him with unusual glances. Frankly speaking, anyone who had seen the young master would instinctively question his sexual orientation. Ignoring their stares, the young master mumbled to himself, "He wasn't like this last time." Gu Fei shrugged, expressing his ignorance, merely stating, "Anyway, he had no defense on his upper body." "Oh, I see." The group understood. In their minds, if an entity had no defenses whatsoever, the Mage and Oppo's damage would be quite astonishing. Mages deal range damage, while Suatu, aside from his ultimate skill, relied on close combat. Gu Fei must have employed some unknown method to lure or otherwise wear down Suatu's day. However, Suatu's body was indeed covered in knife wounds, but that could have been inflicted after his death. It seemed Gu Fei did not wish others to know of his unique mage tactics, holding the knife merely as a pretense. As they pondered this, only Jian Gui stared at Suatu's corpse, somewhat lost in thought. "Where is this secret passage?" the young master of the Han family inquired. Sensing that Gu Fei was concealing his strategy, the top experts refrained from further questioning the process. This way, Gu Fei led them forward. With their combined strength, they pushed aside the stones, and Gu Fei joyfully declared, "We can exit from here without needing to slay any more monsters." At this moment, the experts felt somewhat downcast, silently trailing behind Gu Fei into the secret passage. Upon reaching the exit, they pushed aside the iron plate overhead, and the little blue creature that had previously held the key did not reappear. They were not far from the cave entrance and quickly returned outside. "The mission is complete," the young master of the Han family announced. The buyer nodded, promptly pulling out a pouch of coins from his pocket and handing it over. The young master accepted it, glanced inside, and nodded. "The money is correct. As for the other matters we agreed upon, I hope you will honor them." The buyer nodded, excitement written across his face. "I will certainly comply. The strength of your mercenary group is truly commendable. I only just realized what transpired." "What do you mean?" the young master asked. The buyer chuckled. "Let us not play coy. You were feigning a diversion, weren't you? You kept those little thieves outside the cave occupied while Brother Qianli ventured through the secret passage to face the boss alone. You mentioned that Suatu would summon his minions, but you just happened to block the entrance, preventing the small mountain thieves from entering, thus allowing Brother Qianli to confront the boss in solitude. You pretended not to know about the secret passage. However, there was no need to go to such lengths. I want to disclose your strategy. Even if I did, how many can face the boss alone like Brother Qianli?" The buyer said this with admiration in his eyes as he looked at Gu Fei. "What are you talking about?" Gu Fei asked, bewildered. "Hey, it's nothing at all. I will definitely reach out to you in the future if needed. I and Amp, Oppo's, am off now." The buyer gave Gu Fei a thumbs up and turned to descend the mountain. What was he saying? Gu Fei asked the group of experts. The experts felt quite awkward, and the young master of the Han family cleared his throat a couple of times. Ahem. "Did Suatu drop anything good?" "Nothing at all," Gu Fei replied, pulling out 2 pouches of coins he had found in Suatu's room. He handed them to the young master of the Han family. The young master paused but ultimately accepted them, waving his hand to the others. "Let us go back and divide the spoils." The others responded with half-hearted oaths. but it was evident that their lack of enthusiasm conveyed their reluctance to claim any share. The Little Lay bar had evidently become the stronghold for this group. Upon returning to Cloud City, everyone remained silent, almost instinctively heading straight there. Little Lay seemed quite familiar with them, swiftly pointing to an empty private room. Once inside, the young master of the Han family stretched out his hand, and the gold coins from the 3 pouches cascaded onto the table. Compared to many players still toiling for mere silver coins, this mound of gold could only be described as a tremendous fortune. How should we divide it? The young master inquired. No one spoke up. If it were up to Gu Fei, they would simply split it evenly. But he was uncertain if there were unspoken rules among these gaming experts, so he refrained from voicing his thoughts. The other 5 hesitated because Gu Fei's actions, entering through the secret passage and single-handedly slaying Su Tu, made their own contributions seem somewhat inconsequential. They were uncertain whether to take the money or not. Speak up. Why is no one saying anything? The young master of the Han family, lacking any ideas of his own, merely pushed the dilemma onto others. Let us split it, Yuga finally suggested. The young master was somewhat surprised. Although it seemed like their efforts had been in vain, they had nonetheless invested considerable time and energy. No one was willing to give all the money to Gu Fei, but if they were to split it, they would need to muster their courage. The one proposing this plan would need even more audacity. The young master did not expect anyone present to actually voice such a suggestion. After all, they were all renowned experts in the gaming world. While it is essential to possess great skill, it is equally imperative to win people over with virtue. Upon hearing this from Brother Yu, Gu Fei felt a wave of relief. After all, the matter at hand was merely a straightforward division of the spoils. He immediately echoed, "Let us split it. Split it." The others, observing Gu Fei's earnest expression and tone, began to waver, realizing that this was indeed a rare windfall. Ultimately, it was the young master of the Han family who took the lead, dividing the money into 6 equal parts. He then took a few coins from each portion and tossed them into one of the piles before pushing that pile toward Gu Fei, saying, "You deserve a larger share for your significant contribution this time. Is that so? Then I shall take it." Gu Fei responded without hesitation, swiftly scooping the pile into his pocket. After patting down his attire, he stood up and declared, "All right, let us be off." "Off? Where to?" The others were momentarily taken aback. "Logging off, of course. I have work tomorrow," Gu Fei replied. "Oh, off you go then." The others were left somewhat speechless. "See you later." Gu Fei waved to them, turning away with a nonchalant air. Though he was indeed logging off, it was not solely for the sake of tomorrow's work. Gu Fei would never be like an ordinary player, spending every waking hour glued to the game. He consistently adhered to a regimen of training, never missing his 3 daily sessions. It was time to engage in some physical exercise. As Gu Fei departed, the 5 renowned masters remained in a state of astonishment, staring at one another, momentarily paralyzed and hesitant to claim the money on the table. Eventually, it was the young master of the Han family who broke the silence, picking up a gold coin to toy with while jovially addressing Brother Yu. "You're quite remarkable. What is this? I felt a bit awkward bringing up the split, but you managed it effortlessly." There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone. Brother Yu chuckled lightly. "Are you mocking me? I genuinely believe that splitting it is not excessive." "Oh, that previous fellow had a point. Indeed, it was our clearing of monsters at the entrance that led to the summoning of the minions, creating an opportunity for Qianli to engage in a one-on-one battle." The young master of the Han family pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "True, the fight was rather chaotic. I initially thought it was due to system adjustments increasing monster spawns. It turns out that it was the summoning from within that drew the thieves toward us, and we just happened to intercept them. Thankfully, my precise healing saved us a few times. Otherwise, we might have faced utter annihilation." Laughter erupted among the group, their expressions a mix of admiration and respect toward the sword demon. It was no small feat to form a golden duo with such a player. Thus, splitting the spoils is hardly unjust, even if there's a slight imbalance. "Did you not also give him a bit more earlier?" Brother Yu interjected at that moment. "Fair point. Come, everyone, let us take our share," the young master of the Han family called out, prompting everyone to gather their portions and tuck the coins into their pockets. Yet the atmosphere remained unchanged. The squabble over money was merely a trivial matter for these elite players. What truly weighed on their minds was the realization that one player had accomplished what they deemed impossible, engaging a boss in a one-on-one duel. Each of them mused over this notion with a resigned smile, contemplating, "Even without armor, I wouldn't stand a chance, not even if I were stripped bare." Chapter 23. The joy of helping others. As the game session was about to conclude, Gu Fei hurriedly made his way toward the so-called safe zone after exiting the Little Thunder Bar. On his way, he passed by the guild building, bustling with activity. Now that players had advanced into the 30th level realm, Guilds in the game were sprouting up like mushrooms after the rain. Just a couple of days prior, Huichio had approached Gu Fei inquiring about which guild he intended to join. However, upon noticing Gu Fei's nonchalant reaction, Huichio had reluctantly departed to meticulously select a guild on his own. Gu Fei couldn't help but wonder if Huichio had found a guild to join. As he pondered, he opened his friends list and noticed that Huichio was offline. Huichio's online presence was rather erratic, making it impossible to deduce what he was up to. Just then, Gu Fei collided with someone as he lifted his gaze. Stumbling slightly, Gu Fei lamented his frail character in the game. Fortunately, he had just equipped an EDS emblem. Without those additional 6 points in constitution and strength, he might have been knocked to the ground. It was you. Gu Fei recognized the newcomer as Shi Xiaodian. Shoo. Shi Xiaodian gestured for silence, pleading, "Help me." With that, she swiftly ducked behind Gu Fei. Given Gu Fei's martial arts background, it was an effortless task to obscure the slender figure of a girl behind him. Just as Gu Fei was about to inquire about the situation, a young girl rushed into view at the intersection. Glancing around, she spotted only Gu Fei and exclaimed, "Hey, did you see a very pretty girl run past? Today's children truly lack manners." Gu Fei frowned. The Gu family had a long-standing martial arts tradition, upholding many old customs, particularly in matters of etiquette, which they took much more seriously than average families. While they didn't adhere to excessive formalities, they maintained strict respect for elders and teachers. For instance, every morning, the younger generation would greet their elders as soon as they woke and washed up. "Hey, I'm talking to you," the girl shouted again, noticing Gu Fei lost in thought. Although Gu Fei found it hard to appreciate the girl's rudeness, he empathized with her. She was evidently a victim of deceit. He nodded. "Yes, I saw her." "Which way did she go?" the girl asked anxiously. Gu Fei stepped aside and pointed behind him. "She is over here." "Oh no." Shi Xiaodian stumbled forward. In an effort to minimize her visibility, she had pressed herself against Gu Fei's back, and with his sudden movement, she lost her balance and nearly fell. Gu Fei regarded her coolly, not anticipating that the young girl would dash forward to assist Shi Xiaodian. "Sister Xiaodian, are you okay?" Upon hearing that title, Gu Fei sensed he might have misjudged the situation. Shi Xiaodian shot Gu Fei a fierce glare and smiled at the girl. "I'm fine." The girl glanced at Gu Fei and, with a hint of grievance, remarked, "Sister Xiaodian, what are you doing?" "I can't agree to what you're asking," Shi Xiaodian replied. "But we can't find anyone else." The girl insisted. "Then just wait a bit longer. Someone will come," Shi Xiaodian reassured her. "Please help us." The girl pleaded, tugging at Shi Xiaodian's hand while shaking it. Shi Xiaodian chose silence, merely shaking her head. Gu Fei, unable to stand by any longer, interjected. "You should really help her out." Shi Xiaodian shot him a disapproving glance. "Those who know nothing should mind their own business." Gu Fei shrugged at the girl, signaling his inability to assist, before resuming his journey towards the safe zone. Just as he had walked 10 meters, he heard someone call out from behind, "Wait." Turning back, he saw Shi Xiaodian rushing to catch up. "What is it?" Gu Fei inquired. I know you're always keen to help others. Why not lend them a hand?" she suggested. "What's the matter?" Gu Fei asked. "They need to gather a few more members for their guild," Shi Xiaodian explained. "Is that all? Then why don't you help them?" Gu Fei countered. "Me? How you know who I am? Associating with me brings too much trouble," Shi Xiaodian replied. "Well, in that case, joining to help them could indeed be quite meaningful, preventing several innocent players from getting entangled in your affairs," Gu Fei retorted. "Such a meaningful endeavor. You must participate," she insisted. "I must decline," Gu Fei stated. "Why?" Shi Xiaodian inquired, puzzled. Gathering 20 people for a guild is a trivial task in Parallel World. With its vast player base, it's astonishing that they can't find enough members. "Don't joke with me," Gu Fei scoffed. "They're right over there." "If you don't believe me, go ask them yourself," Shi Xiaodian said, exasperated. Gu Fei cast a doubtful glance at her before approaching the young girl. "Are you struggling to gather enough members for your guild?" The girl nodded yes. "We've been trying for ages, and we're just one person short. Is it really that hard to gather 20 people?" Gu Fei mused. "Exactly. That's why we need Sister Xiaodian's help," the girl replied. "All sorted, Mao Mao." "We're heading over now," Shi Xiaodian said with a smile. "Really?" The girl leaped in excitement, her eyes brimming with gratitude towards Gu Fei. "Thank you." "It's nothing. Just a small favor," Gu Fei replied. "Let us go." The girl joyfully dashed towards the guild building. "Come on," Shi Xiaodian urged, nudging Gu Fei as they chased after her. Inside the guild building was a sea of people, so noisy that one could barely hear themselves speak. Shouts for recruitment echoed from every direction. "Join our guild. Help us with all the tasks. Come respond. Pretty lady, join our little guest guild. We pay weekly. Warrior's home. Join our guild if you're a level 30 warrior." The cacophony of calls convinced Gu Fei that, despite the crowd Gathering 20 members for a guild was indeed a daunting task. The fact that Huichio had yet to choose a guild was understandable. There are too many people, Mao Mao. You go to Xiao Qi's place, and we'll head to the response area. We'll message you when we arrive, so Xiao Qi can accept the responses. Shi Xiaodian instructed the girl. The girl nodded and squeezed through the throngs. Shi Xiaodian pulled Gu Fei in the opposite direction. Near the response area, the crowd grew increasingly congested. Those approaching to select a guild were eyed as potential prey by the surrounding players. As soon as Gu Fei peeked out, he was immediately accosted. Hey buddy, what level are you? Come join our guild. Respond to us, respond to us. Another voice called from the right. Hands off. Shi Xiaodian asserted robustly. He's mine, no one can take him. With that, she firmly grasped Gu Fei and charged toward the response window. To facilitate player interaction, the game had unfortunately resorted to some rather unthematic facilities. The response area was nothing more than a touchscreen interface, an odd match for the overall game aesthetics. Yet a necessary compromise. As they stood in line, they gradually approached the screen. After sending a message, Shi Xiaodian nodded at Gu Fei. You can respond now. What's the name of the guild? Gu Fei inquired as he opened the search bar. Rebirth Amethyst, Shi Xiaodian replied. Gu Fei entered the name, and indeed, the guild had already garnered 19 responses. They just needed one more to establish the guild. He promptly selected to respond. Ding. The system notification chimed in his ears as Gu Fei received a series of messages. The guild Rebirth Amethyst has been officially established. Player Qianli Yizue has become a member of the Rebirth Amethyst Guild. For further details regarding the guild, please refer to the guild panel. All done. Gu Fei announced as he turned around, only to find Shi Xiaodian struggling to push her way through the crowd. This is bad. A foreboding sense of unease surged within Gu Fei as he shouted for the crowd to halt while pushing his way through. Alas, this was a strenuous endeavor. Despite his agility, he found himself unable to maneuver effectively amidst the throng, helplessly witnessing the figure of Shi Xiaodian becoming engulfed in the sea of people. What on earth are you up to? Gu Fei pulled up his friend's interface and sent a message. Nothing much, just something good, replied Shi Xiaodian. Clarify yourself. Gu Fei insisted. Just open your guild panel, and you'll find out, came the response from Shi Xiaodian. As Gu Fei continued to struggle through the crowd, he opened the guild panel. The levels and professions of the guild members were clearly displayed before him. There was a variety of professions, yet the levels were rather modest. Only 2 members were at level 30. Strikingly, the name Qianli Yizue appeared at the top, indicating he had the highest experience points. At that moment, Gu Fei suddenly froze. In the gender column, aside from Qianli Yizue marked as male, a series of names were followed by a designation of female. From the second name all the way to the 20th, a neat line of 19 females. What on earth is this guild? Entirely composed of women. Just then, a cacophony of notifications erupted, indicating that a series of XXX had added him as a friend. Gu Fei quickly scanned the messages, all from guild members. The first message read, Who are you? How did you join our guild? Sender, July. Discussions regarding the plot and characters proliferated, which was indeed gratifying. It was also heartening to hear that many voices no longer doubted the book was produced by Butterfly, bringing further comfort. Hey, everyone, relax and enjoy the read. There is no need for unnecessary worries. Chapter 24. Rebirth of the Amethyst come out immediately by the guild building. A message from July arrived. Gu Fei sighed and squeezed through the crowd. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he had once again fallen into a scheme set by Shi Xiaodian. While the outcome remained uncertain, those who had been deceived would inevitably feel displeased. Upon exiting the guild building, Gu Fei quickly spotted the person calling for him. In the corner of the east wall stood several girls, and as soon as Gu Fei emerged, one of them raised her hand and pointed at him. It was the little girl referred to as Mao Mao by Shi Xiaodian. That's him, the girl exclaimed. The group of girls turned their gazes towards Gu Fei. He swiftly counted their numbers, 6 in total. If a confrontation were to arise, he felt confident he could manage. Thus, he maintained a calm demeanor and stood his ground. The 6 girls approached Gu Fei, occasionally forming a line or a cluster. Under the attention of 6 girls, one might feel honored. However, Gu Fei's palms began to sweat, for he was acutely sensitive to the aura of hostility. Numerous players passed by, halting to gawk at Gu Fei with envious eyes. As they scrutinized the 6 girls, they noticed several strikingly beautiful faces among them, which only heightened their envy. As the 6 girls reached Gu Fei, one petite girl with short hair asked, Are you Qianli Yizue? Gu Fei nodded, already feeling a sense of affinity towards her, not due to any ill intentions, but because of her impressive equipment. He recognized her as a fighter, a class he had once longed to choose but had missed out on due to unforeseen circumstances. He had observed that players of this class were relatively scarce, as the demanding attack patterns often left players feeling uncomfortable, prompting many to shy away from it. Thus, encountering a fellow fighter ignited excitement within Gu Fei. To him, it indicated a shared passion for martial arts. "I am July," the short-haired girl introduced herself. "Hello." Gu Fei replied with a nod of goodwill. "I am the president of the rebirth of the Amethyst Guild," she stated. "I can see that," Gu Fei acknowledged. "Now, could you explain how you ended up in our guild?" July's tone turned cold as she replied, "This. Initially, I was somewhat confused. But I've come to understand it better now, and I need her to clarify as well." Gu Fei gestured towards Mao Mao. July turned to Mao Mao, who looked back at Gu Fei. "Shi Xiaodian told me that you needed one more person for the guild, so she asked me to help," Gu Fei explained. "We need one more member because we have strict criteria for guild members," July elaborated. Recalling the list of 19 girls in the guild, Gu Fei nodded in agreement. "I see." He then turned to Mao Mao. "What did Shi Xiaodian say to you?" Mao Mao replied with wide eyes. "She said she promised to join her friend's guild. So she couldn't join us, and that friend is you." Gu Fei reflected on the situation. "So she told you she would inform me. When she brought me to find you, you would thank me, believing that I had not pressured her into joining your guild, correct?" Mao Mao nodded in affirmation. "At that moment, I thought Shi Xiaodian was persuading her to convince me to join your guild, which is why she thanked me." Gu Fei addressed the group. "So, it seems everything is clear now. It was merely a misunderstanding orchestrated by someone. That pesky Xiaodian," July exclaimed, stamping her foot. As for what happened next, she had dismissed Mao Mao to prevent her from realizing that it was Gu Fei who had responded to the guild. Gu Fei added, "As for how this guild operation allowed her to exploit the situation, I have no idea." July sighed. "Guild responses are not subject to review. And because we have strict requirements for members, we usually keep the response option closed until we find suitable candidates, all to prevent unfamiliar players from sneaking in." "I understand now," Gu Fei said with a sigh. The other girls exchanged glances, inevitably murmuring complaints about Shi Xiaodian. However, it seemed their grievances were merely verbal, lacking any real animosity, which puzzled Gu Fei. The girls huddled together, whispering, gradually distancing themselves from Gu Fei. Sensing that his presence was no longer required and noting the time, he hastily made his way to a safe spot to log off. After a brief discussion, the girls reached a decision. "Hey, where did he go?" July turned to speak with Gu Fei, only to find he had already vanished. "Where did he go?" she exclaimed, checking her friend list to find Qian Li Zue displayed as offline. What kind of person is this? How can he leave mid-conversation? July stomped her foot in frustration while the other girls voiced their grievances about Gu Fei. Achoo! Gu Fei, who had logged off and was now on the rooftop practicing his punches, sneezed repeatedly. "Who was talking about me?" he pondered, deducing from traditional beliefs. The next day, as soon as Gu Fei logged in, a flood of messages erupted. He quickly opened one from July. "Where are you? Where 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 are you?" 7 times the question marked her fondness for the number 7. "What do you want?" Gu Fei replied. "What is wrong with you? We hadn't finished speaking yesterday, and you just ran off." July complained. "Is there anything else?" Gu Fei inquired. "Come over and talk." July insisted. "Where?" B17 on Charlotte Street. Indeed, while the city within the online game Cloud City was not as expansive as the real world, it was far more intricate than typical online games where players could traverse from the east gate to the west exit in mere steps. The town had grown sufficiently large that street names were necessary to differentiate the paths. Gu Fei mused that B17 might be a new shop that had opened. He made his way towards Charlotte Street. In the online game, player levels served as the primary determinant of the market economy. As more players surpassed the 30-level threshold, various in-game industries began to flourish: crafting, weaving, mining, farming, and so forth. While many players opted for direct sales, carrying large bags through the streets, a significant number of ambitious players took to the streets to buy property and open shops. Thus, street names and house numbers became prevalent. B17. B17. Gu Fei muttered as he searched for the location. He arrived at a peculiar shop that lacked the clear signage typical of other stores. Instead of a straightforward sign, it displayed an odd emblem, a diamond-shaped object glowing with a faint purple light. Uncertain of what it was, Gu Fei hesitated to enter and opted to knock gently instead. The door swung open, revealing July and several other girls, some familiar from the previous day and others unknown to him. Following July inside, he took a seat while the girls scrutinized him. The expressions in their eyes varied greatly. Most displayed resistance, a few appeared indifferent, and only a scant few offered warmth or friendliness. It was rather awkward. None welcomed him, not even July, who sat across from him, her gaze filled with resignation. "Please, state your business," Gu Fei remarked to July, It is evident that I am not particularly welcomed here. I too wish to conclude matters swiftly and depart." July opened her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged, her countenance betraying a sense of hesitation. "If there is something you wish to express, please do so candidly," Gu Fei encouraged with a smile. I must extend my gratitude for your assistance in responding to the guild this time," July stated, her pale opening remark clearly lacking substance. Gu Fei understood that this was not the crux of the matter. He merely nodded and patiently awaited her continuation. "However, having observed the composition of our guild members, you must surely be aware of our expectations for membership," she continued. At once, Gu Fei grasped her implication and felt a genuine sense of elation, promptly interjecting, "I comprehend your meaning. Very well, I shall simply withdraw from the guild myself." As he spoke, he called forth the guild panel to proceed, but upon witnessing the sudden change in July's expression, he heard her exclaim vehemently, "No. This chapter may appear rather brief. From an artistic standpoint, to enhance narrative cohesion, this episode underwent extensive editing during post-production, resulting in a reduction of the original length by approximately 15 to 18. Such a pursuit of excellence is indeed commendable and worthy of applause." Chapter 25. The Guild. The Guild. All eyes converged eagerly. Several young ladies dashed forward with remarkable agility. They swiftly surrounded Gu Fei. "What do you intend to do, young man?" One girl boisterously slammed her palm on the table, glaring at Gu Fei. Upon seeing her, Gu Fei felt a rush of excitement. Another fighter. This was the first girl he had encountered today. She was quite attractive, boasting a healthy complexion akin to chocolate. These were merely aspects that caught Gu Fei's attention. What surprised him was that among this group of girls, two had chosen the fighter profession. Contemplating this, Gu Fei's gaze began to wander, seeking a potential third girl who might also be a fighter. Noticing Gu Fei's indifference to her question, the girl shifted her focus, her intense gaze scanning for other targets. Her concentrated demeanor resembled that of a predator selecting its prey, and she felt rather insulted to be the first to be dismissed. Frustrated, she boldly stepped forward, blocking Gu Fei's line of sight, and exclaimed, "What are you looking at, you brat?" Gu Fei frowned. In this day and age, a girl speaking so bluntly could only be encountered in films. The world of online gaming was indeed a peculiar realm. With a sigh, he shook his head and replied, "I'm not looking at anything." Her nonchalant demeanor only served to further infuriate the fiery girl, who swung her fist, preparing for a duel. However, July interjected, "Lai, it's nothing. He says he wants to leave the guild." "Huh." The girl named Lai paused, her raised hand dropping involuntarily. The other girls who had gathered around looked at Gu Fei with a hint of surprise. "What is going on?" Gu Fei observed their expressions, wondering if he had misunderstood. "Aren't you all asking me to leave the guild?" Upon hearing this, the girls shifted uncomfortably, several displaying a trace of regret. Realizing that she needed to clarify, July spoke up, "You haven't misunderstood. We do want you to leave the guild, just not right now." "What do you mean?" Gu Fei inquired, perplexed. "Are you truly unaware or feigning ignorance?" Lai declared loudly, "The minimum member requirement for the guild is 20. If it falls below that number, it will automatically disband." "Oh, then you should quickly recruit more members, and I can leave, right?" Gu Fei suggested, and for some reason, the image of Han's son came to mind, making him curious about what might transpire if that fellow joined the guild. The girls exchanged glances before July spoke again. "We will find someone soon. Until we recruit suitable members, we hope you can bear with us for the time being." "What's the inconvenience in that?" Gu Fei chuckled, standing up. "Once you find the right people, just kick me out. Is that settled? Well then, I'm off." He rose and took a few steps toward the door, only to sense an unusual silence around him. Turning back, he felt the atmosphere had grown tense and noticed Lai was also looking at him. He nodded and remarked, "Lai, that is a splendid name. What do you mean by that?" Lai, true to her fiery nature, interpreted his words as having a deeper meaning. In an instant, she dashed behind Gu Fei, tilting her body and launching her right fist toward him. In response, Gu Fei silently pulled open the door, evading her attack with ease, and turned back with a smile, saying, "I'm leaving." He then closed the door behind him. As Gu Fei walked down the street, he contemplated quietly. Galloping Meteor. This was a fighter's offensive skill, characterized by superior speed and power compared to ordinary attacks, along with a charging effect. Fighters undeniably appeared more impressive. Glancing down at his mage's robe, he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Inside the room, silence lingered for half a minute after Gu Fei departed. The first to regain her composure was July, who slowly approached Lai, still standing at the back of the room. She gently shook her hand and said, "Try not to be so impulsive next time. Although he's at a higher level, he's just a mage, and his gear seems rather lackluster. If you accidentally hit him, he could be defeated in an instant." Lai turned to look at July, her expression dazed. He dodged. Huh, what did you say? I mean, just now, I threw my punch, and he evaded it, Lai explained. The other girls gathered around, and amidst the chatter, one asked, You weren't just trying to scare him, were you? Lai smiled wryly. I was genuinely annoyed and wanted to land a solid punch, but somehow, when he pulled the door, he dodged effortlessly. The girls exchanged incredulous glances. They had known each other for quite some time and were familiar with one another's backgrounds. Lai was not merely a fighter. She had always been bold and combative, with a keen interest in martial arts. It was rumored that she had secretly attended a martial arts academy to learn a few techniques. This was evident in her impressive skills. Among them, she was the quickest to adapt in this new virtual world. While others hesitated with their weapons, she was already delivering swift punches and kicks to the NPCs. Relishing the thrill, though Lielia's level was not the highest among the girls, currently at level 26, she could easily take on 4 or 5 girls at once in a duel. She took pride in this ability. In this game, traditional gaming skills were ineffective. Instead, her brief exposure to martial arts gave her a significant advantage, especially since she had chosen the fighter profession, making her feel right at home. Her character and passion for combat led her to engage in numerous skirmishes, and she had yet to face defeat, even against higher-level opponents. This string of victories had inflated her confidence, leading her to believe she was the top player. When faced with a mage like Gu Fei, she had assumed that one punch would suffice to leave him in disarray. Little did she expect that he would effortlessly evade her strike, displaying a certain finesse akin to a skilled master. Lai, do you think he has some training as well? One girl inquired. Absolutely not, Lai replied firmly. How can you be so sure? If he had any skill, he would have chosen a fighter like me, or at least a warrior or rogue for close combat. What did he choose? A mage? Is he foolish? Lai asserted. Perhaps he simply came to enjoy the game. Unlike you, who seems to have come solely for fights. Lai scoffed dismissively. Lai, seriously, how do you think he dodged? July asked. It must have been an illusion. Lai insisted, blinking earnestly. It definitely was an illusion. The girls gradually dispersed. How dare he underestimate me? Lai exclaimed, charging forward. The room erupted into chaos as one by one, they rushed out the door and onto the street. July could only smile wryly at the sight of the girls chasing after one another. That fellow seems rather decent. A voice chimed from behind her. Xiao Luo, don't go falling for any handsome face. July retorted without turning around, already aware of who it was. Not at all. I'm being serious. Don't you think so? Xiao Luo replied. Well, I suppose he is not particularly unpleasant and seems amiable enough, July remarked. Thus, there is no need to be so resistant. Until we find a replacement, let us allow him to participate in our activities. July responded ambiguously. Then I shall fetch this item for him. Xiao Luo approached the table where July had previously sat and picked up an emblem. Humph, and you say you're not smitten? July laughed. I'll investigate further before deciding. Xiao Luo chuckled and stepped out the door. With no one else in the room, July sighed wryly, glanced around, and followed suit. Just as she was about to close the door behind her, a voice suddenly emerged from above. So, what do you think? That person is quite remarkable. Isn't he? Xiao Tian, you always do this. You're going to scare me to death one of these days, July lamented. Nonsense. You'll get used to it. Xiao Tian called down from the rooftop, her head peeking over the edge to converse with July. Do you want to come down? July inquired. Yes, Xiao Tian replied as she gracefully flipped down from the roof. The height was considerable, and as she landed, she winced slightly, but quickly regained her composure. Turning to glance at the emblem hanging beside the door, she smiled and remarked, You've established the guild here, which is quite commendable. With that, she squeezed through the doorway. July, exasperated, followed her inside and gently closed the door behind them. Rather than taking a seat, Xiao Tian stood by the window, leaning against the wall as she asked, So, what do you think of that person? I came specifically to check on things. Come on, stop pretending. You're not that altruistic. You must have tricked someone and fled, July replied coolly. Xiao Tian chuckled softly, tossing her left hand. Here, take this. July extended her arm to catch it securely, opening her palm to reveal an unadorned ring, the Windwood ring. It was an accessory that enhanced agility and strength, a piece of equipment that no combat class would disdain. Especially as players recently discovered the escalating difficulty of leveling beyond level 30. The value of such attribute-enhancing gear had skyrocketed. July was well aware of the ring's worth. However, she merely smiled faintly before tossing it back to Xiao Tian. What's this? Don't want it again. Xiao Tian's expression showed no surprise. July remained silent, only offering a smile in response. Xiao Tian said nothing further, pocketing the ring. After peering out the window for a moment, she remarked, I know that compared to anyone else, you wouldn't want to join me. right? We are friends, July replied. But the guild involves more than just my own interests. I understand, Shi Xiaotian smiled, and that's precisely what I admire about you. How did you come to know that fellow, 1,000 miles drunk? He's someone I ultimately could not deceive, July stated. What do you mean by that? Remember I told you? As professional con artists, we exploit human greed. No matter how high your intelligence, as long as you harbor ulterior motives, I can ensnare you. But he managed to evade my schemes, Shi Xiaotian explained. Gazing out the window. Chapter 26. The quest chain. The departing Gu Fei was hardly preoccupied with guild matters. As he hurried towards the fountain square in the heart of Cloud City, where he had arranged to meet someone. From a distance, he spotted Hong Chen Yishao, who was smiling and waving at him. What do you need? Upon Gu Fei's approach, Hong Chen Yishao promptly got to the point. I have something I wish to consult you about, Gu Fei replied. With a grin, Hong Chen Yishao responded, I am a disciplined game worker. Your inquiries do not guarantee answers. If I can disclose information, I shall. If not, then so be it. All right, go ahead, Gu Fei said candidly. From his pocket, Gu Fei produced Eddie's emblem. Hong Chen Yishao merely glanced at it at first, but his eyes widened suddenly in astonishment. In that moment, Gu Fei seemed to fade from view, leaving only the emblem shimmering in front of him, reminiscent of a firefly glowing brightly against the dark night. Where did this come from? Hong Chen Yishao exclaimed, snapping back to reality as he grasped Gu Fei's hand, pulling the emblem closer for a closer inspection. Gu Fei recounted the events, and Hong Chen Yishao stood frozen in disbelief. I checked the official website last night, and there was no information about this emblem whatsoever. So I wanted to ask you. If you can share, please do. If not, that is fine too, Gu Fei stated. Hong Chen Yishao pinched his own cheek, confirming this was not a dream, and gradually returned to a more animated expression. After a few deep breaths, he said, This is a quest. I understand. Gu Fei replied. Compared to ordinary quests, this one possesses unique characteristics. We refer to it as a quest chain, Hong Chen Yishao elaborated. Quest chain? Gu Fei's understanding deepened. The term had indeed been mentioned on the website. It indicated a more complex and highly random nature compared to standard quests. The naming of the quest chain was purposeful. If a standard quest is perceived as a single point, then multiple points connected in a line create a quest chain. Such points are abundant within the game. Even a mundane task on an ordinary street could serve as a crucial link within a quest chain. A quest chain is thus composed by the system, which whimsically selects from countless points, freely arranging and combining them. It then chooses a suitable storyline from the vast narrative library, assigning appropriate rewards based on the difficulty of each segment. Upon completion of a quest chain, the system reconfigures and generates a new one. While the total number of quest chains remains constant, their content is perpetually unique. The likelihood of two identical quest chains being randomly generated is negligible. In this setup, triggering a quest chain is not particularly difficult, as its initiation conditions are not outlandishly peculiar. However, whether a player can complete it hinges upon their capabilities. The points comprising the quest chain are arranged haphazardly. The first step may be a simple task like delivering a message, while the subsequent step could involve an exceedingly challenging battle. It is quite feasible for a player to trigger a quest chain at level 0, only to find the second step requiring significantly higher levels for completion. The quest chain Gu Fei had activated also had relatively uncomplicated triggering conditions. In the later stages of the game, it was a common quest, the Troubled Eddy. However, it is crucial to emphasize that this pertains to the later game stages, given the current player capabilities. A recent example would be, the renowned gaming experts like the Han Family Science and the Sword Demon could only devise methods to trap and defeat Sodu by wearing him down in a confined space. Yet, with such a strategy, the first casualty would undoubtedly not be Sodu, but rather Eddie, who would be left gasping for breath in the corner of the room. Finding Eddie's corpse would mean the quest could not be undertaken. To ensure Eddie's survival and to hear his final words, two preconditions must be satisfied. First, Soda must feel secure enough not to eliminate Eddie immediately due to heightened threat awareness. Second, Eddie must feel safe enough to entrust his final wishes. To meet these criteria, the player has only one course of action, to confront and eliminate Sodu. Only by approaching alone can Sodu avoid feeling excessively threatened, and only by defeating him can Eddie relinquish his concerns. In a standard quest, Eddie would only impart a brief farewell. However, as Gu Fei had fortuitously activated a quest chain, Eddie's final words would encompass entrusted tasks as well. Regardless, this quest is tailored for high-level, skilled players. Only at such a juncture do players possess the strength to confront challenges alone. Hong Chen Yishao had a slight awareness of Gu Fei's prowess, but upon learning he had accomplished such a feat, he was profoundly astonished. He had considered the disruptive impact such players could have on game balance, primarily in player-versus-player scenarios. Yet he had not anticipated that even the system's designated bosses could be so easily vanquished. While Gu Fei continued speaking, Hong Chun Yixiao was lost in thought. As one of the core game planners, he subconsciously pondered the necessity of restricting such players to maintain balance within the game. Hey, Gu Fei's calls jolted Hong Chun Yixiao back to the present. What are you thinking about? Gu Fei asked, puzzled. I'm inquiring why there is no information about this quest on the website. Oh, Hong Chun Yixiao regained his focus. The quest chain is randomly generated, so it cannot be detailed on the website. Players must explore it themselves. Could you perhaps share a hint? Gu Fei inquired. With a bashful smile. Hong Chun Yixiao replied, I am a disciplined game worker. All right, I understand. Gu Fei said decisively. I'll explore it myself then. Farewell. Take care. Hong Chun Yixiao waved. Goodbye. Gu Fei turned and departed. After a brief walk, Gu Fei arrived at his leveling spot. Due to the exponential increase in experience required starting from level 30, he had no idea how many days he would need to spend here. In contrast to Gu Fei, the majority of players had long ceased to follow such a singular path of leveling through monster encounters. The game offered a plethora of diverse quests, with ample experience rewards. Although, in terms of efficiency, they might not match monster grinding, they were far from monotonous. Running errands, chatting, and occasionally engaging in battles. What could be more enjoyable? For Gu Fei, however, battling monsters was merely a means to hone his skills, a pursuit he found deeply fulfilling. Monotony? If he found martial arts tedious, would he have practiced diligently for over 2 decades? Moreover, since he began playing online games, Gu Fei discovered his skills had significantly improved. What was the reason? It stemmed from what the sword demon regarded as extreme maneuvers. With numerous opponents to spar with, more importantly, he could strike at their vital points without hesitation, continuing until they were defeated. This was a unique experience in Gu Fei's years of martial arts training. In daily life, sparring with others necessitated restraint. Many considerations often distorted the techniques employed. Gu Fei understood this, but felt powerless. Life was not a martial arts novel. The days of dancing on the edge of danger were few and far between. Thankfully, online games had helped fill this void. Though opponents could not match him move for move, the opportunity to strike without reservation was a welcomed reprieve. Upon reaching the monster grinding area, Gu Fei bent down, stretched his muscles, and drew his sword, charging forth. It felt remarkably effortless, truly a relief. Gu Fei understood that all of this was due to Eddie's emblem, which had augmented his attributes by an additional 30 points, resulting in a qualitative leap in his strength. The minor foes surrounding Gu Fei fell to the ground at an accelerated pace. He sensed that this spawn point was no longer sufficient to meet his needs. Perhaps it was time to explore higher-level areas. At this very moment, a pair of eyes was watching him from a short distance away. Hong Chun Yixiao, having followed Gu Fei after his departure, harbored the intent to uncover Gu Fei's true capabilities. What incredible speed! With a full allocation of agility points. Hong Chun Yixiao mused internally. In comparison to the seasoned players like Jian Gui, he, as a senior game designer, possessed an unmatched advantage. Jian Gui could discern that Gu Fei had invested in agility, while Hong Chun Yixiao could pinpoint the exact number of points Gu Fei had allocated, with a margin of error not exceeding 5. There was also strength, but that was likely a result of Eddie's emblem. As for attack power, Hong Chun Yixiao calculated Gu Fei's equipment, the attack power derived from his character points, and the NPC's defenses and health points. Gasping in astonishment, each strike was at maximum power. This is utterly absurd. Even in designing NPCs, we wouldn't dare make the data so stable. This fellow. Hong Chun Yixiao felt his facial muscles twitch slightly as he recognized a startling truth. For Gu Fei, he was akin to a character who had already mastered a complete set of skills. This was his craft. Moreover, in gaming terms, his initial proficiency was remarkably high, and no one knew whether this skill had a cap on its proficiency. To make matters worse, this individual's skills would, as per game design, grow stronger with the player's level advancement and equipment upgrades. Should such a character be restricted in some manner? With this question in mind, Hong Chun Yixiao concluded his surveillance and logged off in the safety of the city. Meanwhile, Gu Fei merely cast a casual glance at the figure of Hong Chun Yixiao as he departed. After logging off, Yixiao remained occupied, pondering Gu Fei's situation. A moment later, he abruptly rose and dashed out of his office towards the game company's operations department. In this parallel world, game companies handle both development and operations. While Yixiao belonged to the development team, the operations department was responsible for the game's daily maintenance. Within the operations department, a specialized team monitored in-game data trends. Any anomalies would trigger a lockdown, investigation, and analysis to determine if they fell within the game's intended balance. Essentially, They were on the lookout for the use of external programs. Despite advancements in gaming technology, even in this world of immersive simulation, external programs remained an inescapable issue. Eradicating them was a top priority for online games. While this parallel world possessed cutting-edge technology beyond the reach of individuals or small groups, they remained vigilant in this area. Yi Xiaowu nearly barged into the surveillance team's office, startling the occupants. Upon recognizing him, they relaxed. "Oh, it's Chief Yi. Found another bug?" As a core member of the development team, Yi Xiaowu frequently discovered design flaws and sought data verification from the surveillance team. This made them familiar with each other. Typically, Yi Xiaowu would identify the issue, and the surveillance team would verify it, earning him the nickname Chief Yi. "Check the data for the game account Qian, Li Yizue," Yi Xiaowu requested. The surveillance team exchanged glances. One member hesitated. "Isn't that against protocol?" Accessing player data was generally beyond the purview of Yi Xiaowu's development department. "This player is peculiar," Yi Xiaowu explained. This immediately piqued their interest, as it fell within their jurisdiction. They promptly abandoned their tasks and focused their data monitoring systems on Gu Fei, who was still leveling up. One of them muttered, "We haven't detected any anomalies." Frankly, if a problematic account required Yi Xiaowu's intervention, it would indicate a severe oversight on their part. They were now quite apprehensive. Yi Xiaowu was oblivious to their concerns. His eyes glued to the screen as he conducted a final verification of Gu Fei's data. The monitoring systems confirmed his initial suspicions. The other staff members also scrutinized the screen. After a moment, they exchanged relieved glances. The monitoring results clearly indicated that the account was not using any external programs. However, Yi Xiaowu's gaze remained fixed on one screen. The others followed his line of sight, and a look of astonishment spread across their faces. "Who is this person?" one of them inquired. Yi Xiaowu remained silent, bound by the company's policy prohibiting employees from playing their own games. While they turned a blind eye to his participation, he couldn't openly acknowledge it. After further examination, one staff member muttered, "His attacks always inflict maximum damage. Is he really not using external programs?" Gu Fei's exceptional performance had cast doubt on their professional judgment. Yet, another thorough review of the monitoring systems yielded the same conclusion: no external programs detected. Good heavens! Is he even human? "Chief Yi, how did you find him?" one of them exclaimed. "Heard it from someone," Yi Xiaowu casually replied, quickly changing the subject. "There are no issues with this account, right?" "None at all," they all firmly declared. "So his performance isn't against the rules?" "Of course not," one of them chuckled. "Precise attacks and force application to maximize damage are concepts you designed. Now that someone has achieved it, shouldn't you be pleased?" "Pleased, very pleased," Yi Xiaowu nodded. "In a traditional sense, this fellow is one of the top players in Parallel World," another remarked. Yi Xiaowu smiled, waved his hand, and said, "All right. If there are no issues, carry on. I'm leaving." On his way back to his office, Yi Xiaowu continued to ponder the question: is Qian Li Yizue a game balance disruptor? Gu Fei, the suspected game balance disruptor, was engrossed in training when he received a message from Huiqiu, urging him to return for a drink. Huiqiu was one of Gu Fei's first friends in the game. Although they didn't level up together, they met up regularly. They hadn't been in touch recently. Gu Fei packed up his belongings and set off for the city. Gu Fei's carrying capacity was quite low. However, his monster-slaying efficiency was remarkable, resulting in an abundance of loot after each training session. To address this, Gu Fei crafted a sack specifically for carrying miscellaneous items. Unlike items stored in pockets, the weight of the sack was physically felt, and it wasn't protected by the system. Gu Fei was trudging along the road, burdened by the sack. Although the emblem had granted him additional strength, it had also increased his monster-slaying efficiency, resulting in even more loot than usual. Despite his increased strength, the added weight made his pace just as labored as before. As he passed through a training area, Gu Fei's steps seemed even heavier. After struggling for a few more steps, he dropped the sack to the ground, leaned against a tree, and gasped for breath, intending to rest for a few minutes. The players in the training area noticed this peculiar individual. Several players' eyes lit up, and they eagerly rushed towards him. "Need any help? Let me carry that for you," they exclaimed, vying for his attention. "No need, you're too kind, allow me." One player grabbed Gu Fei's sack without permission, slung it over his shoulder with a flourish, and gazed into the distance. "Tell me, where are you headed?" "Cloudrise City," Gu Fei replied, "but Let's go?" The player strode off without another word. The other players looked envious, with a hint of disappointment. "But I'm not an NPC, I'm a player too," Gu Fei stammered. But the other player was already out of earshot. The players still surrounding him heard him clearly and exchanged astonished glances. They winked at the departing player and surreptitiously gave Gu Fei a thumbs up. "Buddy, was that intentional? That's a brilliant move." Influenced by online gaming novels, Many players were captivated by the prospect of triggering hidden quests. They yearned for a similarly serendipitous encounter, clad in peculiar attire and bearing a burlap sack. A sight unprecedented in the game. It was improbable that anyone would recognize Gu Fei as a player. In recent days, Gu Fei's return to the city, burdened by the sack, invariably led to such misinterpretations as he traversed the training zones. Yet, upon a brief explanation from Gu Fei, followed by the onlookers casting an appraisal spell, they would disperse with self-deprecating remarks. However, this individual was quite different. His pursuit of hidden quests had reached an unwavering fervor. He scarcely allowed Gu Fei to finish a sentence before seizing the sack. "Hey, you," Gu Fei called out, giving chase. In response, the person waved a hand with a flourish, declaring, "Today, nothing shall prevent me from assisting you in carrying the sack back." Gu Fei fell silent. Since the person possessed such unwavering resolve, he might as well indulge them. Forcing one's will upon others was not in Gu Fei's nature. "Carry it if you wish," Gu Fei thought, delighted to be relieved of the burden, and leisurely trailed behind the person. The individual, clad in heavy armor, bore the sack upon their shoulder with effortless ease, evidently a warrior of formidable strength. Albeit, their physique appeared somewhat slender. Of course, in the game, corpulence did not necessarily equate to strength. Gu Fei's well-honed physique, cultivated over 2 decades, was as fragile as paper within the game. The journey from there to Cloudbreak City spanned several minutes. Throughout the trek, the person maintained an unwavering posture, prompting Gu Fei to lament once more. "If only I had become a warrior instead of failing to become a martial artist. This mage's body is far too feeble." Finally, the pair arrived within the city. With a flick of their shoulder, the person deposited the sack, gazing at Gu Fei with profound intensity. "Thank you." Gu Fei patted the person and Appo's shoulder, then stooped to hoist the sack once more, staggering onward. The person paused, momentarily taken aback, but swiftly recovered, hurrying to catch up and eagerly inquired, "Where else must it be taken? Allow me to assist you." "There's no need. The warehouse is just ahead," Gu Fei replied. "The warehouse?" The person faltered again. Indeed, the warehouse was merely a few paces away, an establishment exclusively for player use. A sense of unease washed over the person as they gazed at Gu Fei, questioning. "Are you?" "Greetings, I am known as Drunken Miles," Gu Fei stated. You are not an NPC." The person appeared on the verge of fainting. Gu Fei sighed deeply and said, "I am not." Chapter 28. The Fireball's Invitation? "Who on earth are you?" The other party shouted at Gu Fei. "I already told you. My name is Qianli Yizue," Gu Fei replied, but suddenly he realized something. The person had raised their voice, and it had become noticeably shrill. As Gu Fei scrutinized the face he had not had the chance to observe until now, he was taken aback. "You are a woman?" Despite the heavy armor and helmet, the visage beneath was evidently that of a young lady. Although her expression was one of fierce determination, it could not conceal her delicate features. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, she abruptly thrust her hand into a pocket at her side, and with a swift motion, a massive dragon-headed axe emerged, accompanied by a gust of wind. What was even more alarming was that she wielded the axe with one hand, while her other hand seemed poised to strike, as if ready to seize Gu Fei by the throat and lift him into the air, then cleave him into pieces with that very axe. "What? Do you have an objection?" The girl lowered her voice. It lost its sharpness, returning to a deep, slightly magnetic tone. "No objections here." Gu Fei blinked. Undeniably, the girl's aura was quite formidable. "What do you mean?" The girl's axe hovered ominously above Gu Fei's head. "What I mean is, thank you very much. Thank you for helping me carry the sack back. To be honest, it was quite a struggle for me," Gu Fei said. The girl appeared somewhat bewildered. "This bag is a gift for you." Gu Fei tossed the sack at her feet. "Who wants your stuff?" The girl retorted. "I have things to do. I'll take my leave now." Gu Fei waved his hand and turned to depart. "Hey, you." The girl called out a couple of words, but Gu Fei had already disappeared around the corner of the street. A level 30 agility mage. His speed was not to be underestimated. Bowing her head, the girl contemplated for a full half-minute before she could no longer resist picking up the sack Gu Fei had left behind. Driven by curiosity, she opened it. "I'm just taking a look. I absolutely do not want his things," she assured herself. But after inspecting its contents, she became even more resolute in this belief. "What is this? What on earth is this?" The girl muttered repeatedly as she rummaged through the sack, her words echoing in a loop. Although the sack was filled with various items, the truth was that their value was quite negligible. The truly valuable items had long been stowed away in Gu Fei's own pocket. He was not foolish. Thus, after the girl had spent several minutes thoroughly sifting through the sack, she discovered only an array of miscellaneous items that NPCs frequently dropped, with no apparent significant use. For instance, half a brick, a handful of pebbles, a glass marble, a broken stick. Anything deemed worthless by players could be found in Gu Fei's sack. Ultimately, the girl concluded that she must have been mocked. Perhaps her earlier comical posture while rummaging through the sack had already been secretly recorded and would soon be ridiculed on the forum. With that thought, she brought her axe down heavily onto the ground, sending shards of stone flying. The most violent warrior wielding the most brutal weapon, this physical attack was no mere illusion. Jinlizue, is it? Do not let me encounter you again, the girl fumed inwardly. What a pity for my sack. Achoo. Gu Fei, now outside the bar, was reminiscing about his homemade sack for the last time when he suddenly sneezed. After regaining his composure, he rubbed his nose and pushed open the wooden door of the bar. Aside from the little lay bar, there were numerous system bars in Cloud City. Due to the city's vastness and the intention to facilitate players and to conveniently access their wallets, the system had established multiple bars scattered throughout various corners of Cloud City. The one Gu Fei was heading to was relatively popular. Positioned near the city gate, it was the closest bar to the area where the most players trained, making it the preferred resting spot for many, bustling with activity around the clock. Upon entering the bar, Fireball, who had already secured his seat, spotted Gu Fei immediately and shouted, "Brother Drunk, over here." "Hey, you there." Gu Fei greeted him. Fireball felt disheartened. While he affectionately called Gu Fei brother, Gu Fei referred to him simply as you there, which drew scornful glances from surrounding players, clearly perceiving him as someone desperately trying to ingratiate himself with a skilled player. However, there was little he could do. He could only blame his name. If Gu Fei were called Fireball, he too would be the subject of ridicule. "Sit down." "Why are you standing?" Gu Fei gestured for Fireball, who was still standing in a daze at the table, to take a seat. "How have you been lately? Have you found a guild to join?" Gu Fei, understanding Fireball's embarrassment, tactfully shifted the topic. As expected, Fireball immediately sat down at the mention of the guild and replied, "No, but I have my eye on one and am trying to find a way to get in." "Is that so?" Gu Fei raised his cup. The red wine, priced at 50 copper coins a glass, was the cheapest alcoholic beverage in the game and also the most popular. Here, players held a glass more for atmosphere. Money was better spent on more essential matters. "Which guild is it?" Gu Fei inquired, drinking deeply as he spoke. "Rebirth of Purple Crystal," Fireball replied. Puffed. Gu Fei spat out half of his drink, but fortunately, being a fully agile mage, he turned his head quickly enough to avoid splattering Fireball. "What happened?" Fireball exclaimed, astonished by Gu Fei's intense reaction. Nothing, just choked a bit." Gu Fei coughed loudly before casually asking, "What is special about this guild?" "Brother Drunk. Haven't you seen the forums?" Fireball countered. "I haven't been on much lately," Gu Fei admitted. "There are various guild recruitment ads in the player interaction section, divided by major cities. I found this guild in the Cloud City section," Fireball explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh," Gu Fei responded, signaling for Fireball to continue. Fireball glanced around, pulled his stool closer, and lowered his voice. "Brother Drunk, I'm telling you, you must not let this get out. Isn't it already on the forum? How could it be kept a secret?" Gu Fei replied, No, I'm not saying that." Fireball insisted anxiously. "That post has actually been buried for a long time. I dug it up from deep within. It was posted shortly after the game started. Can you guess what kind of guild it is?" "What kind of guild?" Gu Fei asked, glancing at the Rebirth of Purple Crystal guild panel. "It's a beauty guild," Fireball declared with great enthusiasm, his voice trembling with excitement. Gu Fei was nonchalant. He had encountered a few members of the Rebirth of Purple Crystal. When it came to beauty, it depended on how one defined it. If using Shishoutian as a standard, the ones he had seen thus far did not qualify. But if a few attractive features were enough to classify as beauties, then July, along with someone named Lai Lai, and another whose name he could not recall, could count as 3. If merely this were enough to claim the title of a beauty guild, then in this parallel world where real images were involved, some girls might come across as rather dishonest, immodest, or excessively delusional. "So, Brother Drunk, are you interested?" Fireball asked. Gu Fei smiled wryly. How could he convey his thoughts to Fireball? "Let me read you their guild requirements," Fireball said, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. Clearing his throat, he began. "First, independent and self-reliant, with no excessive dependency." "Indeed, your qualifications seem quite fitting," Fireball exclaimed, his voice cracking with elation. Gu Fei concurred with a nod. It was true that despite Fireball's prowess as a monster-slaying expert, he had always maintained his independence, never relying on Gu Fei to level up. Fireball, emboldened by Gu Fei's affirmation, was eager to continue reading, but Gu Fei interjected, "I believe you meet their general requirements, save for one." "What's that?" Fireball inquired. "Did they not mention that they only accept female players?" Gu Fei asked. How did you know, Zuekil? Fireball responded, taken aback. Well, they are an all-female guild. After all, it's quite clear that they only accept female players, Gu Fei explained. I don't think so, Fireball said, scratching his head while offering his analysis. I think this requirement is just a ruse. First, they attract beautiful women, and then they use these women to attract other players, which is a means of expanding the guild. Once they have attracted a certain number of female players, they will definitely start attracting male players. Therefore, they will need a seasoned protector of the fairer sex like me. Gu Fei sighed. Had he not personally interacted with the members of the Rebirth Purple Crystal Guild, he might have found Fireball's reasoning plausible. However, the truth was that those people regarded him as if he were a plague. He had only joined for less than 24 hours, and they were already working on his retirement. They hardly seemed like a guild in need of male players. As he was contemplating how to explain this to Fireball, he suddenly heard someone call out, Qianli Zue, you're here too. Gu Fei turned around and saw one of the members of Rebirth Purple Crystal, the third girl who, in his opinion, could be considered a beauty if one lowered their standards, the girl whom July referred to as Luo Luo. Oh, hello, Gu Fei said, standing up to greet her. Fireball's gaze toward Gu Fei was now filled with admiration. Does learning Kung Fu grant one unique advantages in this area? Fireball wondered, beginning to contemplate whether he should become Gu Fei's apprentice. Chapter 29. The chain Fireball Luo Luo gracefully approached the table where Gu Fei and Huoqiu sat, her wine glass delicately held in hand. May I? She inquired, pointing to the vacant seat. Huoqiu's excitement was palpable. He typically occupied a 3- or 4-person seat with Gu Fei, leaving 1 or 2 spots open, eagerly awaiting this very moment. Gu Fei was somewhat taken aback, having assumed the girl merely intended to greet them, not expecting her to actually join them. However, he was not one to shun company, and with a nod, he replied, Please, have a seat. I am Luo Hua Wuqing. She introduced herself as she settled down. A lovely name, Gu Fei complimented. Is flattering others your only skill? Luo Luo smiled at him. Gu Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling how he had casually offered a similar compliment moments earlier, nearly provoking a scuffle with the fiery girl named Lai Lai. What is your name? Luo Luo asked Huoqiu with a friendly demeanor. After a long pause, Huoqiu finally buried his face in his hands, weeping. What troubles you? Luo Luo queried, puzzled. Gu Fei stifled a chuckle and indicated the table, where he wrote Huoqiu's name in the spilled wine. Oh, Huoqiu, she laughed in response. Huoqiu, ever anxious, felt reassured by Luo Luo's laughter. Rest assured, I am not a mage, she added, easing his tension. With a sigh of relief, Huoqiu began to lament about the burdens his name had brought him, sharing the deep-seated shadows it cast over his spirit, shadows that could only be dispelled through profound emotional connections, like courting a girl. It appeared Huoqiu had little interest in discussing guild matters with Gu Fei any longer. Gu Fei chuckled softly, rising to his feet. You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Go on, Huoqiu exclaimed, appreciating Gu Fei's perceptiveness. Wait. Luo Luo stood as well, causing Huoqiu to freeze. Gu Fei turned to look at her. I have something for you, Luo Luo stated. What is it? She retrieved a small, round badge from her pocket. White with a design reminiscent of the sign hanging outside the B17 door on Charlotte Street, emitting a soft lavender glow. What is this? Gu Fei inquired. Guild badge. Every member of the guild possesses one, Luo Luo explained. Drunken brother, you joined a guild? Which one? I haven't heard you mention it. Huoqiu exclaimed before Gu Fei could respond. This is actually a misunderstanding. I won't be staying in this guild for long, Gu Fei clarified. That may not be the case, Luo Luo chuckled. Shaoqi does not harbor any ill feelings toward you, and she might persuade the other girls to accept a male player in the guild. Girls? Male player? Huoqiu murmured, then suddenly asked, what guild are you referring to? The one you mentioned earlier, Rebirth Amethyst, Gu Fei confessed, his heart heavy with regret. Huoqiu sprang to his feet, gazing at Luo Luo and Gu Fei, and proclaimed, Sister Luo, if one is acceptable, surely two will be as well. I am drunken brother Shadow, following him wherever he goes. No one can separate us brothers. Gu Fei felt embarrassed, wishing to clarify that he did not know this fellow. However, Luo Luo remained composed, smiling as she replied, whether one or two, I don't mind. Huoqiu was elated, but Luo Luo added, but I don't make the final call. Huoqiu lamented dramatically. Meanwhile, Gu Fei looked at the badge Luo Luo had pushed toward him. After a moment's pause, he said, it's best not to trouble you with that. I will leave once you find a suitable 20th member. Is that so? Well, do as you wish, Luo Luo replied, reclaiming the badge. Huoqiu stared at Gu Fei in astonishment, then excitedly exclaimed, Drunken brother, you needn't be so formal. Since you have the opportunity, seize it. You need not worry about my feelings. You two continue talking. I will take my leave, Gu Fei said, ignoring Huiqiu as he turned to depart. Huiqiu persisted. Drunken brother, I understand your intentions. From this moment forth, you are my brother, forever. Under the bemused gazes of the surrounding crowd, Gu Fei could no longer contain himself. Spinning around, raising a finger dramatically, and bellowing, silence. Chain Fireball. The bar erupted in gasps. Chain Fireball. A level 30 mage skill. Although the official adjustments had reduced the experience required to reach level 30, the number of players who had achieved this milestone remained limited, especially among the notoriously challenging mage class. In fact, no one present had ever witnessed a level 30 mage, let alone their formidable skill, Chain Fireball. Every eye widened in anticipation. In this immersive game, possessing high attack speed or defense paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring spectacle of a mage casting spells. Hordes of players had spent countless nights lamenting their choices, wishing they had chosen the path of the mage. However, it seemed Gu Fei stood alone in his regret over the class he had chosen. With a heavy heart, he aimed at Huiqiu, prepared to unleash his first spell. Few mages had reached level 30 without using a spell, and Gu Fei was certainly a rare case. In the expectant gazes of the crowd and Huiqiu's panic stare, Gu Fei hesitated to cast the Chain Fireball. What is happening? Gu Fei wondered, shaking his finger in confusion. The spell can indeed be cast without a staff. The staff merely enhances the damage. He had recited the incantation correctly, so why was he unable to cast? Amid the tense silence, the onlookers began to scoff, deeming him a mere pretender trying to intimidate them. But just as the crowd relaxed, a fire dragon erupted from Gu Fei's fingertips, startling even him. What a long casting time, he gasped. Quick-witted players soon grasped the situation. The fire dragon spiraled and transformed into a barrage of fireballs, hurtling toward Huiqiu. Gasps filled the bar as Huiqiu was enveloped in flames. Silence fell over the establishment until a series of vigorous coughs shattered the stillness. That hurts, Huiqiu exclaimed, frantically wiping his face, now marked with soot. The crowd was bewildered. The damage dealt was surprisingly minimal. Despite being a mage, Huiqiu bore no evidence of the devastating effects typically associated with a level 30 spell. Some may have wondered if he possessed high magical defense equipment, but discerning players quickly dismissed the notion, noting his lack of gear. As speculation swirled, attention shifted back to Gu Fei. The consensus was that mages focused their attributes on intelligence and spirit, which influenced spell damage, casting time, and mana. Intelligence primarily affected damage and mana, while spirit was said to reduce casting time. Recently, it had been rumored that reaching a certain level of spirit could even shorten cooldown times for skills. Yet Gu Fei displayed exceedingly long casting times and alarmingly low spell damage. The onlookers were left puzzled. How had such a mage survived to level 30? They must be friends. There's no way they'd harm each other, one player whispered. Indeed, he doesn't even wield a staff, another added. But how could he manage such a lengthy casting time? Have you all noticed that he did not merely utter a spell earlier? There were indeed a few words preceding it. I seem to recall something akin to shut up. Could this be a concealed incantation that extends the casting time of spells? Excitement surged among the onlookers. Quick, let us put it to the test. Several mages have already risen and exited the bar, the muffled sounds of shut up, XXXX fading into the distance. At that moment, Gu Fei also began to reflect, realizing that he had been somewhat impulsive just now. Is everything all right? Fire, that person, Gu Fei remarked. All is well. No worries. Fireball responded loudly, drunken brother. You need not take it to heart. We are brothers. Whatever you do, I shall not be offended. All right, then I shall take my leave. Gu Fei could no longer endure the situation. Where do you think you're going? A voice emerged from behind Gu Fei. He swiftly turned, only to find a heavily armored warrior, an overwhelming presence washing over him. It's you, Gu Fei exclaimed with a smile. Recognizing the female warrior who had helped him carry the sack, her eyes shimmered with a chilling glint as she suddenly swung her right arm. Gu Fei had already anticipated what was to come, deftly evading the strike. Don't run, the female warrior cried, brandishing her massive axe as she pursued him outside. The patrons of the bar quickly rose in unison and followed suit. Gu Fei chose not to flee. Instead, he stood quietly outside the bar, arming himself. However, to the astonishment of those around him, this mage, who had just showcased a level 30 spell, was wielding a knife. My dear lady, what seems to be the problem? Speak slowly, Gu Fei said, though he remained vigilant in his heart. From their brief exchange, it was evident that this girl was quite careless, straightforward, and persistent. Just like earlier, when she insisted on helping him carry the sack, she would undoubtedly insist on her current course of action. Wishing to speak, That would have to wait until after she had finished her strike. As expected, the girl paid no heed to Gu Fei's words, raising her giant axe to cleave at him. Gu Fei deftly dodged and retaliated with a strike aimed at her arm. Upon impact, a chilling realization washed over him. His attack had inflicted no damage whatsoever. Gu Fei possessed little attacking power. All damage stemmed from the weapon in his hand. Though the addition of the Eddy emblem had augmented his strength slightly, the inherent growth of a mage's power was minimal. 6 points of strength applied to a mage was not comparable to the same on a warrior. At present, even with 6 points of strength added to his attack, the maximum damage of his weapon still fell short against the defenses of this female warrior. This heavily armored fighter was impervious to his assaults. After an extended period of triumph in the game, Gu Fei finally encountered a formidable challenge. The Valkyrie before him presented a significant obstacle to overcome through martial prowess. Her resilience was akin to Soto the bandit's trousered lower half, rendering Gu Fei's strikes ineffectual. Furthermore, her armor and helmet provided comprehensive protection, leaving only her face exposed. However, Gu Fei hesitated to assault a maiden's face, given the absence of any profound animosity between them, merely a misunderstanding arising from a sack. Logically, even the most robust armor would possess vulnerabilities at the joints. Alas, the game's verisimilitude fell short, as the armor's occupant exhibited exceptional agility, while the joints remained impervious to attacks. After several exchanges, Gu Fei's tentative strikes against her right wrist, left knee joint, and left shoulder joint yielded the same conclusion: impenetrable defense. These futile attacks emboldened his adversary. Perceiving the ineffectiveness of Gu Fei's strikes, she became fearless. Her great axe whirled with renewed vigor, resembling a windmill as it bore down on Gu Fei. Left with no alternative, Gu Fei resorted to evasive maneuvers while contemplating a solution. The onlookers from the bar were aghast. In their eyes, Gu Fei embodied true valor. A mage daring to engage a warrior in melee combat was undoubtedly courageous. However, his actions were perceived as somewhat foolish. Engaging in a contest of strength against an opponent's advantage seemed imprudent. The situation was evident to all. Gu Fei's blade was incapable of penetrating the warrior's defenses. He relied solely on his agility to evade her attacks. While his evasions appeared effortless, the warrior exhibited unwavering patience, unfazed by her repeated misses. Undeterred, Gu Fei persisted in his tentative attacks on the joints. Yet, even after targeting 5 or 6 finger joints, his efforts proved futile. It seems that endurance is the only option, Gu Fei resolved, determined to outlast his opponent's patience in this stalemate. The answer arrived swiftly. The spectators were the first to succumb to impatience. Observing Gu Fei's inability to fell his opponent, they questioned his failure to employ magic. Magic! Magic! They chanted, led by a zealous individual. Despite being an essential element of mage versus mage combat, Gu Fei required prompting from the crowd. However, this suggestion sparked an idea. Recognizing the limitations of his martial skills, Gu Fei decided to utilize magic. He was not so inflexible as to ignore alternative strategies. Evading a descending axe, Gu Fei raised his treasured blade and proclaimed, "Fireball! Present!" Someone responded from the crowd, "Get lost!" Gu Fei retorted before turning to his summoned fireball and commanding, "Launch!" The fireball hurtled towards the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie seemed momentarily taken aback before cleaving the fireball with her great axe. Whether the explosion inflicted any damage remained uncertain to Gu Fei, as it lacked tactile feedback. "Are you a mage?" the Valkyrie inquired, her great axe lowered, scrutinizing him. Her belated realization of his class amused Gu Fei. Indeed, without prior knowledge of Gu Fei's identity, his combat style would hardly suggest that of a mage. The Valkyrie appeared apprehensive. His speed and uncanny ability to evade her attacks were disconcerting. Should he create distance and employ magic, she feared being worn down. "I do not require your concession," she declared, her earlier composure shattered by the realization that she had been mocked. The embers of her anger reignited. Raising her great axe horizontally with both hands, a posture unseen before, signaled an imminent special attack, as discerned by Gu Fei's extensive combat experience. Abruptly stomping her right foot, the Valkyrie twisted her waist, generating a whirlwind around herself. "Whirlwind Slash," an onlooker exclaimed. Whirlwind Slash, a level 30 warrior skill, involved rotating the body and weapon in a 360-degree attack. The damage inflicted increased with skill proficiency, while the duration depended on the warrior's rage. Theoretically, infinite rage would allow for indefinite execution. Rage accumulated primarily upon being attacked, with minor increments upon striking or slaying enemies. It was a unique attribute of warriors. Gu Fei's incessant strikes, though ineffective, had gradually accumulated a substantial amount of rage, nearing its maximum capacity. The activation of this skill prompted the spectators to recoil. The Valkyrie's rapid rotation created a vortex, with her great axe transforming into a dark blur, engulfing Gu Fei. Too fast. Despite the perception of warriors as cumbersome, their execution of this skill was surprisingly swift. Melee combat is indeed more captivating. Gu Fei mused amidst the collective gasp of the crowd, who anticipated his imminent demise. Evasion was no longer an option. The Valkyrie's whirlwind-propelled movement surpassed Gu Fei's current speed. Gu Fei could only brace himself with his blade. However, intercepting the axe's trajectory amidst the whirlwind's velocity was a feat few could accomplish. Despite his attempt to block, the relentless momentum of the whirlwind slash rendered a complete defense impossible. Resigning himself to fate was not in Gu Fei's nature. With a resounding crack, Gu Fei's white-grade single blade snapped in two. He felt a torrent of wind assail him, losing his balance and being hurled into the air before crashing down. Gu Fei's new mage robe offered scant protection. Had his initial block not mitigated a significant portion of the damage, he would have been reduced to particles within the whirlwind. Nevertheless, he sustained grievous injuries, his life force rapidly dwindling, nearing its end. I failed to evade, Gu Fei lamented. In a last-ditch effort, he had attempted to redirect the force of the whirlwind slash with his blade, hoping to propel himself out of harm's way. However, his blade had failed him, shattering upon impact. Consequently, his attempted leverage had been incomplete, resulting in glancing blows that sent him flying. A reprieve of 2 seconds had been granted before his impending demise. Hoping to survive? Gu Fei muttered, bracing himself. Suddenly, an ethereal glow enveloped him, mistaking it for the summoning of death. Gu Fei was surprised to witness his life force stabilize and even begin to replenish, having never before been the recipient of such care. Gu Fei was unaware that this was the most rudimentary skill of a cleric, restoration. It wasn't until he had fallen to the ground, surveyed his surroundings, and observed the young woman called Luo Luo incessantly chanting in his direction that Gu Fei began to comprehend the situation. However, Gu Fei was not simply rescued by this act. His life force continued to diminish. Restoration could only replenish life. To fully heal the injuries required the more advanced cleric skill of healing. Clearly, no one present possessed such an ability. Luo Luo could only continuously cast restoration to sustain him. It was a desperate race against the loss of blood, aided by the restorative magic. The female warrior, upon witnessing someone interfering with her duel against Gu Fei, was naturally displeased. But upon turning to see the person casting restoration, she paused in surprise. Sister Luo Luo. Luo Luo nodded, reaching into her pocket to retrieve several vials of healing potions and hemostatic bandages, which she handed to the bewildered Huiqiu, saying, "Apply these to control his injuries." Huiqiu, as if awakening from a dream, took the items and hastily rushed to Gu Fei's side, kneeling down. Saved, Gu Fei thought, seeing the items in Huiqiu's hands and realizing that the female warrior and Luo Luo seemed to know each other. Unexpectedly, Huiqiu hesitated to use the items. Gu Fei looked at him questioningly. "Hurry, what are you waiting for?" Luo Luo urged anxiously. She was frantically using restoration to salvage Gu Fei's rapidly declining life force, indicating the severity of his injuries. At this rate, her mana would soon be depleted, and it might be too late to use the healing potions. But Huiqiu mysteriously whispered to Gu Fei, "Brother Zue, shouldn't you first use acupressure to stop the bleeding?" Gu Fei nearly cursed aloud, but restrained himself. "I am a teacher," he reminded himself, then calmly said to Huiqiu, "You've been reading too many martial arts novels." "Oh, you can't use acupressure?" Huiqiu seemed quite surprised. "Apply the medicine," Gu Fei finally roared, unable to contain himself. The surge of emotion caused him to bleed even more profusely, alarming Luo Luo. "Let me do it." The young woman who had injured Gu Fei approached. "What do you intend to do?" Huiqiu righteously stood in front of Gu Fei, shielding him. "You, quickly apply the medicine for me." Gu Fei's voice grew faint. Chapter 31. June Rain out of the way. The heavily armored warrior, brandishing his axe, grew frantic. He lashed out at the fireball with his foot. Perhaps due to his prolonged engagement with Gu Fei, the kick lacked finesse. The fireball, lacking Gu Fei's agility, was sent hurtling 15 feet, tumbling twice before collapsing. Sprawled on the ground, the fireball mustered a final, undignified utterance. "Dude, that's a hottie." The maiden, her armor clanking, stooped down. Wordlessly, she retrieved the bandage that the fireball had dropped and swiftly began binding Gu Fei's wound. "Hey," Gu Fei gently interjected. "What?" she retorted, glaring. "I was wondering if perhaps we could apply some ointment before wrapping the hemostatic bandage. What do you think?" Gu Fei proposed. "Oops," she exclaimed, hastily unwinding the bandage. She snatched up the vial of medicine and liberally doused Gu Fei's injury. Gu Fei resigned himself, figuring it was just a game and not worth fussing over hygiene. He remained silent, allowing her to proceed unimpeded. With the medicine applied and the bandage secured, the bleeding ceased, and his life force stabilized. A few restorative spells from Luo Luo fully revived Gu Fei. Meanwhile, 15 feet away, the fireball lay prostrate, croaking, "Help me." Gu Fei reluctantly approached to assist him, but as he crouched down, the fireball whispered, "Zue, leave me. I'm waiting for the babe to come help me." Exasperated, Gu Fei dropped him unceremoniously back onto the ground and rejoined the others. The two women looked quizzically at the fireball before asking Gu Fei, "What's wrong?" "He's dead," Gu Fei deadpanned. The women glanced at the fireball, but remained silent. The onlookers, sensing that the conflict had ended and reconciliation was imminent, lost interest and dispersed. "Come inside," Luo Luo suggested, gesturing toward the bar. Gu Fei allowed the ladies to enter first, casting a final, impassive glance at the fireball before stepping inside himself. The fireball, crestfallen, picked himself up and hurried after them. Inside the bar, patrons resumed their seats. Luo Luo and the warrior maiden sat side by side at a small round table, while Gu Fei waited for the fireball to join him before entering. At the table, the warrior maiden was divesting herself of her armor. She removed her helmet, stuffing it into her pocket, followed by the giant axe and the full suit of armor. It was an odd spectacle, though everyone was accustomed to the game's mechanics and no longer found it surprising. Beneath the armor, she wore a simple peasant's outfit, the cheapest available in the clothing store. Her long hair was disheveled from the helmet, and her face was slick with sweat from the battle, giving her the appearance of a beggar. As the maiden finished tidying up, she looked up and noticed Gu Fei and the fireball taking their seats. "Hey, weren't you dead?" she asked the fireball, bewildered. "Wow, this girl is profoundly silly," Gu Fei thought, his lips twitching. "The resurrection point is nearby," he offered. "Is there a resurrection point around here?" The maiden wondered aloud. No one offered an explanation. Luo Luo glanced at the two men before asking, "What's going on with you two?" Gu Fei chuckled ruefully and explained the situation. The fireball burst out laughing. Luo Luo, ever the epitome of decorum, steadfastly upheld her no-exposed teeth policy. However, her lips were now utterly uncontrollable, and she had to cover her mouth with her hand and turn away, stifling her laughter. "Hey, is it that funny?" the maiden demanded, slamming her hand on the table. "Not at all," Gu Fei replied earnestly. "I pass by there every day, and this misunderstanding happens all the time." "Exactly. It wasn't like I was the only one who ran over there." "What are you laughing at?" she exclaimed. We're not laughing, Luo Luo said, lowering her hand and sitting upright with a smile. Only the fireball was completely uncomposed, struggling to suppress his laughter, shaking uncontrollably, nearly overturning the table. Seeing that Gu Fei showed no signs of mockery, the maiden's last vestiges of resentment toward the instigator vanished. "My name is Jun Rain," she said to Gu Fei. "What's yours?" "Qianli Zue," Gu Fei replied. "And you?" Jun Rain asked the fireball, feeling obliged to inquire of her tablemate. Upon hearing the question, the fireball's smile vanished, replaced by a mournful expression. Luo Luo interjected with a smile. "His name is Fireball." "Fireball is Fireball. Why are you crying?" Jun Rain asked, puzzled. "I'm a mage." The fireball lamented. "So what?" Jun Rain queried. Gu Fei shook his head. Both of them were being rather obtuse. Jun Rain failed to grasp the inconvenience of the fireball's name, even after he mentioned being a mage. The fireball, in turn, lacked logic, responding to her question about his name by stating his profession. The name was only problematic for those who had to address him, like Gu Fei, and had nothing to do with his class. It's not like he would be calling himself. Jun Rain, still perplexed by the fireball's name, decided to drop the subject and turned her attention back to Gu Fei. "Your name sounds familiar," she said. "I think I've heard it somewhere before." "Really?" Gu Fei asked with a smile, thinking of his ranking as the second most efficient leveler. "That's it," Jun Rain exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table and standing up. "You're the guy who infiltrated our guild." Gu Fei reflexively checked his guild panel, confirming Jun Rain's presence. They were both level 30, though she was ranked lower. He had been overwhelmed by the sheer number of female members and hadn't paid much attention to the names. He hadn't checked the panel since, as he didn't care much about the guild. "Xiao Yu, don't say that. It was a misunderstanding," Luo Luo interjected, defending Gu Fei. "Was it?" Jun Rain asked, eyeing Gu Fei suspiciously. "Even if you entered by mistake, you're starting to have ulterior motives, aren't you?" Jun Rain was well-versed in online gaming. Her obsession with hidden quests revealed her passion for the genre. In online games, males typically outnumbered females, and male players were often eager to pounce on any female character they encountered. However, the prevalence of cross-dressing players forced them to exercise caution. In Parallel World, cross-dressing was impossible, and appearances were genuine. The realistic simulation system made certain unspoken desires all too apparent. As a result, Cloud City was filled with male players trying to flirt with female players. In this environment, professional female guilds like Rebirth of Purple Crystals were highly sought after by male players. June Rain was perceptive and aware of the dynamics of the game. Gu Fei simply smiled at her accusations, remaining silent. I can't control what others do, June Rain said. I'm just warning you not to hit on me. I'm a lesbian and not interested in men. Is that so? Gu Fei said, suppressing a smile. Her lie was clumsy. In that case, you can just think of me as one of the guys. No problem, she replied. The young woman nodded earnestly and extended a hand towards Gu Fei, saying, a handshake. Without much thought, Gu Fei reciprocated, only to find himself inwardly exclaiming in dismay at the grip he encountered. What a violent warrior. He could hardly contain his frustration, for the force behind her grasp was overwhelming. June's Rain, as she was named, gripped his hand with unwavering strength, leaving Gu Fei's feeble resistance utterly futile. Pain was one thing. Enduring it was another matter altogether. Though his hand was firmly ensnared, Gu Fei's expression remained impassive, even as he silently cursed within. Aren't you in pain? June's Rain inquired with genuine curiosity. Of course it hurts, Gu Fei replied. Then why do you seem unaffected? He offered a faint smile, replying. I'm a man, after all. Enough of this nonsense. Luo, who had been observing, was taken aback by the exchange and quickly intervened, separating the two. Xiaoqi has messaged us, Luo announced. What is the matter? June's Rain asked eagerly. It seems we've received a guild mission. And everyone online is called back for a meeting, Luo explained. The mention of a mission ignited June's Rain's enthusiasm, and she sprang to her feet. A true mission enthusiast. Let us head back and see, Luo said, rising to follow her towards the door. As June and Appos, Rain reached the entrance, she suddenly turned back to find Gu Fei still seated. Hey, why are you still sitting there? What? Am I supposed to go too? Gu Fei replied, bewildered. Of course. You're a member of our guild now, June's Rain insisted. With nothing else to occupy him, Gu Fei stood up. He then remembered that Fireball had summoned him, and he wondered if there was any urgent matter to discuss. He turned back to Fireball and asked, Are you all right? Fireball wore a somewhat forlorn expression and shook his head. I'm fine, really. Go ahead, Brother Zue. Gu Fei nodded but noticed that the two women had already turned away. Fireball quickly approached him, saying, Make sure to keep me in the loop about any good news. Gu Fei smiled, of course. Following the two women out, they headed towards the street where the Rebirth Amethyst Guild was located. The trio walked in silence until suddenly, June's Rain erupted into laughter, doubling over with mirth. What is so funny? Gu Fei and Luo asked, puzzled. That person, his name is Fireball, ha ha ha. I can't stop laughing. June's Rain was nearly in tears from her laughter. What a character, Gu Fei thought, reflecting on the amusing encounter. Following their entrance into the Rebirth Amethyst office, the trio was met with curious gazes from everyone present, undoubtedly questioning the nature of their alliance. The female members mingled seamlessly, with Luo and June's Rain swiftly engaging in cheerful greetings. Gu Fei, however, felt distinctly isolated. Only July approached him with a warm salutation. You've arrived. Gu Fei nodded. His decision to accompany Luo and June's Rain stemmed from a crucial factor. Shortly after Luo mentioned receiving a message from Little Chi, he too received a text from July. Without it, he wouldn't have bothered, regardless of June's Rain's bluster. The sheer number of women in the room was remarkable. Gu Fei reckoned that unless he accidentally stumbled into a women's bathhouse, he'd likely never find himself in such a situation again. The atmosphere was undeniably awkward. Gu Fei even regretted coming and sheepishly retreated to a spot by the window, gazing absently outside. July surveyed the room and clapped her hands, announcing, Everyone online is here. Which is quite an accomplishment. It's rare to gather so many at once. Little Chi, what mission did we get? An enthusiastic voice chimed in. Gu Fei knew it was June's Rain without looking. Now that he knew she was female, her voice sounded distinctly feminine. Why hadn't he noticed it before? Well, it's not an overly difficult mission, July replied. But it's our guild's first. Missions in the parallel world weren't tiered by level or assigned difficulty ratings like in some online games. The true difficulty and feasibility of a mission only became apparent upon attempting it. This required players to explore and experiment. Fortunately, in the information age, the results of each mission were often shared on online forums. The current trend was to research a new mission on the forums before tackling it. After receiving the guild mission, July had already consulted online resources, seeing that many newly formed 20-member guilds had successfully completed it. She was confident that Rebirth Amethyst would have no issues. While June's Rain was a mission enthusiast, her expertise lay primarily in solo missions. She hadn't paid much attention to guild missions, which involved group activities. After hearing the mission's name from July, she continued to pepper her with questions. The mission: recapture the stolen treasure chest. It was a rather glitchy mission, revolving around a lost treasure chest that had been located and needed to be retrieved. July spread out a prepared map on the table and began explaining. I've checked online, and the treasure chest could be in one of these 7 locations. She pointed to 7 marked spots on the map. Those locations are quite far apart, Luo observed. July nodded. The online advice is to split into groups to pinpoint the chest's exact location, then reunite for a coordinated effort. That's what I had in mind as well. The smallest group to complete this mission had 6 members. We currently have. July counted the attendees. We have 14 people, so I believe we should be fine. Gu Fei remained seated, listening to July's explanation. When he heard that 6 people could complete the mission, he was about to suggest leaving, but July continued, with 14 people. We can form 7 groups of 2, each searching a location. The women nodded, and Gu Fei swallowed his words. Let's divide into groups, July announced. And everyone's attention turned to Gu Fei. The female players weren't necessarily opposed to male players, but they had decided to form an all-girls guild, and the sudden inclusion of a male member felt somewhat awkward. Furthermore, Gu Fei was still a stranger to them, and no one wanted to be paired with a stranger. July was well aware of their feelings, but she didn't want to dwell on the matter. She pointed to Gu Fei and said, Qianli, who would you like to team up with? Gu Fei anticipated being passed around like a hot potato. He wondered who would be unlucky enough to be paired with him. To his surprise, July gave him a choice. Gu Fei scanned the room, his gaze finally settling on Jun's Rain. He smiled and said, I'll team up with Little Rain. Why? Why do you want to team up with me? Jun's Rain protested. We're buddies, aren't we? Gu Fei chuckled. Jun's Rain was speechless. The other women looked bewildered, while Luo giggled and whispered to the others, causing a wave of laughter. All right, you 2 will be a group and go to this location, July said, pointing to a random spot on the map. Gu Fei had already opened the door, so Jun's Rain reluctantly followed him. The remaining groups were quickly formed, and the 6 teams departed, each heading toward their respective targets. The 7 locations were scattered around Cloudrise City in 7 different directions. It was fortunate that the mission was issued by the system. If it had been created by a player, the recipients would have likely killed the creator for assigning such disparate locations. What kind of intelligence gathering was that? Because it was a mission, Jun and Appo's Rain was full of energy. She strode ahead without looking back. Gu Fei was invigorated by her boldness and followed her with great enthusiasm. Unfortunately, Gu Fei's attire didn't quite match the tone. Jun's Rain donned her armor, leaving only her face exposed. The heavy armor and the giant axe on her shoulder conveyed a sense of strength and intimidation. Gu Fei, on the other hand, wore a novice mage's robe, which fluttered in the wind. From a professional gaming perspective, his gear was so poor that the wind might blow it right off, leaving him naked. As they walked, they heard someone calling Gu Fei's name from behind. They turned to see July and an unfamiliar woman approaching. They stopped, and July handed Gu Fei an item from her pocket. A staff. It had 8 intelligence, 3 stamina, and a 20 enhancement to fire spells. It was a decent item, but Gu Fei blurted out, the attack is so low. Low. July took it back and examined it, puzzled. They were speaking different languages. Gu Fei was focused on the staff's physical attack, which was merely a symbolic representation of the minimum and maximum values. Even the best staff couldn't compare to Gu Fei's broken white blade in terms of physical attack. Staves were valued for their magical attack power, and this one was quite good. What about yours? Let me see it, July said, wanting to see what kind of powerful staff Gu Fei used. Complaining about the additional attributes was one thing, but criticizing its attack power? Mine is broken, Gu Fei replied, referring to his blade. Their conversation was completely disjointed. Then use this one for now, July said, handing it back to him. All right, Gu Fei said with a reluctant expression. July was amused. Even if it wasn't as good as his previous one, it was still a good item. Did he really have to look so reluctant? After employing the signing technique on Gu Fei, it became abundantly clear that the equipment of this level 30 mage was utterly abysmal. Consequently, a staff was bestowed upon him. Yet unexpectedly, not even a word of gratitude was uttered in return. All right, let us act swiftly. July waved goodbye to Gu Fei and Jun's Rain, departing with the young lady in another direction. Gu Fei and Jun's Rain continued their journey, with a heavily armored warrior shouldering a massive axe in front and a novice robe-clad mage carrying a staff behind, both parading through the streets until they exited Cloud City. Jun's Rain halted her steps and turned to Gu Fei, inquiring, which way should we go? Gu Fei felt a wave of despair wash over him, suddenly realizing that partnering with her had been a grave mistake. Regret came too late, leaving him with no choice but to helplessly ask, aren't you the one looking at the map? Of course, who else would? Jun's Rain retorted with conviction. I can't read it either. Gu Fei refrained from mentioning that he had not even glanced at it. Jun's reign, however, found a sense of camaraderie in their shared confusion. So what shall we do? Asked. Gu Fei, exasperated, pulled up his friend's list and sent a message to July. July swiftly responded, directing them towards the path they should take. Let us go, Gu Fei declared, taking the lead this time, while Jun's reign followed closely behind. July indicated their destination, named Cloud Suburb Lake. The term Cloud referred to Cloud City, and the lake was simply called Cloud Suburb Lake, signifying a modest body of water located in the outskirts of Cloud City. Gu Fei was familiar with the location of the lake, but the issue was that the route taken by Jun's reign from the beginning had been incorrect. They would now have to make a considerable detour to reach their designated destination. With a deep sigh, Gu Fei recalled a saying, "Do not fear a formidable opponent, rather, dread a teammate akin to a pig." He felt he might indeed have encountered the legendary pig-like teammate. The journey ahead remained uncertain. Another week had come to a close. Chapter 33. By the lakeside nestled on the outskirts of the city, the lakeside is a picturesque expanse adorned with shimmering waters and verdant hills. A perfect locale for flirtation and lighthearted banter. Though currently, players have stagnated at level 30, the essence of youthful romance flourishes vibrantly. This delightful retreat by the lakeside seems to flourish with life. However, if one were to walk carelessly, they might inadvertently step upon a couple hidden within the grass. Jun's reign, with her characteristic clumsiness, would surely step on one or two pairs if she were to traverse this area. Sure enough, shortly after they entered this domain, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Watch where you're walking. Can't you see there's someone beneath your feet?" Both Jun's reign and Gu Fei were startled, repeatedly apologizing as they veered off the path. Gu Fei, now more cautious, wielded his exquisite staff like a probing stick, poking into the underbrush while muttering, "Is anyone here? Is anyone here?" No further incidents occurred. The couple hidden in the grass, upon hearing Gu Fei's calls and witnessing his erratic poking, swiftly retreated. Finally, Gu Fei and Jun's reign arrived at the lakeside. The water sparkled beautifully, unmarred by litter, a testament to the diligent maintenance of the environment. Rumors circulated that some players had begun to investigate which crafting skill was required to build boats in the game. The prospect of establishing a small dock by the lakeside, complete with a few rental boats, seemed promising. As Gu Fei admired the scenery, Jun's reign rudely interrupted, shouting, "Ah, where's the treasure chest? Treasure chest?" The mere mention of those words caused countless ears to perk up. Numerous eyes flickered from the grass, all directed towards the two by the lake. Gu Fei scanned the area, reasoning that if the task involved retrieving a treasure chest, it would likely be guarded by NPCs nearby. While small monsters did inhabit the lakeside, they were scarce and scattered. Moreover, since this was a romantic zone, players seldom engaged in combat here, allowing the distribution of NPCs to remain intact. After a thorough search, Gu Fei found no particular concentration of NPCs. "Let us wander a bit," he suggested. Reluctantly, they headed towards a group of NPCs that appeared to be a small gang. As they moved, the grass rustled ominously, with numerous players stealthily crawling forward, continuing to monitor the two treasure seekers. "Not here. Not here. Still not here," Jun's reign lamented, clearing NPCs along the way. The NPCs at the lakeside were not particularly high in level, and as a level 30 warrior, Jun's reign could easily dispatch them with a couple of strikes, leaving Gu Fei with little to do but meticulously search the surrounding underbrush. Ultimately, they found no treasure chest, but Gu Fei did uncover two couples lost in their amorous pursuits. Having circumnavigated much of the lake, the players trailing behind them were now few and far between. Yet the treasure chest remained elusive. Gu Fei's enthusiasm had waned considerably, while Jun's reign remained undeterred, her spirits as high as when they had first set out from the guild. Gu Fei suddenly felt a flicker of resonance. Her dedication to the game quest mirrored his own fervor for martial arts. Jun's reign continued to diligently slay monsters, uproot grass, and search for the elusive chest. Gu Fei, however, had begun to slack off, whimsically waving his staff about while stifling yawns. His sense of ennui mirrored that of any ordinary player who had ground the same monsters for countless hours. Suddenly, Jun's reign exclaimed, "Ah, it's right here." "Where?" Gu Fei's spirits lifted, for discovering the treasure chest meant the quest would soon conclude. Jun's reign joyfully pointed towards a grassy knoll where a wooden stump, its upper half severed, held a treasure chest perched upon it, devoid of any NPCs nearby. Is it really that simple? Gu Fei pondered. Hadn't July mentioned that they should notify the group upon finding the chest, then altogether seize it back? In the current situation, there was no need for a struggle. They could simply carry it away, much like Jun's reign was about to do. Just then, from the grass behind them came a sudden commotion, and several figures shot forth, rushing towards the treasure chest. "Oh no, an ambush!" How cunning of the NPCs. June's Rain shouted. NPCs? These are the players who have been tailing us. Gu Fei realized. From the outset, he had discerned the intentions of this group, who had stealthily followed the two. While Gu Fei could surmise their motives, he had expected the treasure chest to exhibit some semblance of rarity, not to be so blatantly displayed as if inviting theft. June's Rain was closest to the treasure chest, yet in her heavy armor. It was apparent that she would not excel in a sprint. After a few clumsy strides, she found herself considerably outpaced. Gu Fei stepped forward, brandishing his staff, thrusting it forward and swinging it sideways, striking two of the advancing players. Using the staff in such a manner resulted in limited damage. Yet the unexpected blows left the two players momentarily dazed. Having crawled along behind them for so long, they had confirmed Gu Fei's identity as a mage. And upon seeing him take a stand, they anticipated an explosive counterattack. Who could have foreseen that they would each receive a strike instead? While the two players stood bewildered, two others attempted to flank Gu Fei. Though his agility as a full dexterity mage was commendable, the thieves were professionals, and Gu Fei realized he could not keep pace. In a moment of desperation, he produced a small knife from his pocket and hurled it, striking one of the attackers, who yelped in surprise as he pulled the knife from his rear. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had readied a second knife, preparing to confront the remaining assailant. This player, eager to surpass June's Rain, was suddenly halted as she extended her arm, grabbing the collar of his shirt. The thief instinctively swung his dagger at her, but June's Rain, clad in heavy armor, stood firm, swinging her arm with a resounding thud that sent the rogue sailing into the river. The sheer might of a warrior was indeed fearsome, and Gu Fei felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. This display of strength surpassed that of an ordinary human, and he shuddered to think what further levels of power lay ahead as she continued to advance. The players who had been struck by Gu Fei's staff finally regained their composure and, seeing they were not severely injured, rushed forward once more. Gu Fei called out to June's Rain, "I'll hold them off. You go for the treasure chest." He then turned to confront the attackers. It seemed the two players had discerned that Gu Fei's staff would inflict minimal damage. Thus, they charged forward without hesitation, attempting to break through. Caught off guard by such a reckless approach, Gu Fei, with his slender frame, found himself overpowered and knocked to the ground. "Oh, you fool!" June's Rain exclaimed, abandoning the treasure chest to return and assist him. Just as Gu Fei was about to fall flat on his back, he steadied himself, executing a swift spin, and swung his staff, striking the ankles of both attackers. With cries of pain, the two players were sent sprawling, yet their injuries remained minor. Just as they prepared to rise, Gu Fei, quicker than the two, sprang to his feet and delivered a kick to each, knocking them back to the ground. He then raised his staff and admonished, "What are you two doing? Charging in without a plan? I have no respect for those who brawl without skill." Do not be deceived by Gu Fei's seemingly weak strength. His speed is astounding, and his attack frequency is relentless. More crucially, his gaze is sharp and discerning. The moment he detects any movement in his opponent's joints, he swiftly reacts, his staff striking down with precision. After a few well-placed blows, both adversaries find themselves unable to raise their heads. Finally, having learned their lesson, they lie still and obedient, prompting Gu Fei to halt his staff's assault. He turns to glance behind him, noting that the young man who had been struck by his blade is now nowhere to be seen, having been flung away by June's Rain. At this moment, she joyfully rushes towards the treasure chest. Suddenly, Gu Fei notices the grass beside a wooden post rustling violently and promptly shouts a warning. "Be cautious, there are others." June's Rain, however, is momentarily stunned by his alert. And in that brief lapse, a figure springs from the underbrush, lunging for the treasure chest. Gu Fei groans in frustration. It would have been better had he remained silent, as June's Rain might have reached the chest first and contended with the intruder. His shout causes her to freeze, allowing the opponent to seize the advantage. And it becomes clear that the chest is on the verge of being snatched away. Just as despair begins to set in, a sharp whistling sound pierces the air from a distance. With a swift whoosh, the assailant lunging for the chest is sent flying, dissipating into a burst of white light midair. What just transpired? Gu Fei is taken aback. June's Rain reacts with unprecedented swiftness, immediately crouching behind the wooden post and shouting to Gu Fei, "Get down, it's a sniper." Gu Fei swiftly drops to the ground, positioning himself beside the two fallen figures. Muttering in confusion, "A sniper? Is that a level 30 archer skill?" While its damage may not rival that of a mage's rapid-fire fireballs, a rogue's backstab, or a warrior's whirlwind strike, the range of attack is truly formidable, potentially doubling the normal shooting distance. You can only receive their arrows, never catch sight of the archer, explains the individual lying beside Gu Fei. Is that so? Unable to locate the shooter? Gu Fei responds with a smile. Chapter 34. Deadly probability 10. The lakeside of Yunjiao was enveloped in tranquility. A few individuals crouched motionless in the grass, with two players beside Gu Fei gazing curiously at the peculiar smile upon his face. Qianli Zue, I may have offended you just now. Gu Fei addressed the two. They exchanged glances. I am Fei Lian, spoke the one on the left. And I am Yu Hua, said the one on the right. Pleasure to meet you. Gu Fei extended his hand, shaking hands with both. The two, unfamiliar with one another, also exchanged pleasantries. The grass rustled beneath them, creating an appearance that was rather impure from a distance. Hidden behind a wooden post, Lu Yu's Rain possessed a pure heart, but could not suppress her curiosity, inquiring. What are you three up to? Please don't start a fight. It's nothing, we're fine. What a time to fight. Yu Hua shouted while waving his hand towards Lu Yu's Rain. However, he raised his arm too high, resembling a guiding beacon. Suddenly, a swift arrow whizzed through the air once more. Damn! Yu Hua instinctively touched the arrow lodged in his waist. Realizing his health was depleted, he uttered, I'm dead. And indeed, he fell. Get lost. Gu Fei shouted at Fei Lian. Why are you cursing? Fei Lian exclaimed, but as he saw Gu Fei roll swiftly to the side, he grasped the situation and hurriedly dodged as well. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late, and a whistling arrow struck his right arm. But that was not the end. Several more arrows flew, landing in the grass where the two had just been. Gu Fei remained still, tilting his head slightly. How are you? He had already witnessed the sniper's damage. Both individuals who had been hit were instantly eliminated. I'm fine. Fei Lian gritted his teeth in response. That arrow wasn't a sniper shot. The damage isn't so high. Oh, why didn't he use it? Gu Fei inquired. The cooldown for sniper skills is relatively long. It's impossible to shoot 2 arrows in succession, Fei Lian explained. You seem well informed. Gu Fei remarked. I'm also an archer, Fei Lian replied. Then you should snipe him. Gu Fei urged. I'm not yet level 30. Fei Lian lamented. Gu Fei could only sigh. Moreover, Fei Lian continued. That ordinary arrow he shot at me just now indicated his damage is remarkably high. His equipment must be exceptional. A level 30 player clad in top-tier gear represented the pinnacle of strength in the current game landscape. It appeared they had encountered a formidable adversary today. Gu Fei stole a glance towards the distant hillside. Aside from the sudden first arrow, he had observed the subsequent attacks closely. Though the arrows flew swiftly, they were no match for Gu Fei's keen eyesight. However, this clarity brought Gu Fei an unsettling realization. Sniping not only possessed a longer range, but also a faster firing rate than ordinary attacks. The fact that the assailant had landed several regular shots indicated he was not attacking from the maximum range of his sniper capability. Close-range sniping would be even harder to evade. Gu Fei felt confident in dodging regular shots, but he shook his head at the thought of evading a sniper shot. What is the cooldown for sniping? Gu Fei asked Fei Lian. The official cooldown is 45 seconds, Fei Lian responded, but for individuals, it's uncertain. We don't know if that guy has equipment that shortens cooldowns. Recently, there have been rumors that increasing energy can reduce skill cooldowns. 45 seconds, Gu Fei murmured. It had long surpassed that duration since the last sniper shot. If he were to expose himself now, he would undoubtedly be eliminated by a single arrow. Yet Gu Fei needed to see another arrow to ascertain the opponent's precise location. Only by knowing the target of the attack could he deduce the opponent's position from the arrow's flight path. Xiaoyu. Gu Fei added Lu Yu's Rain as a friend and messaged her privately. What is up? Xiaoyu replied. What is your defense? Gu Fei inquired. Xiaoyu provided a number, asking, why do you want to know that? Gu Fei temporarily refrained from answering and turned to Fei Lian. How much damage did that last ordinary attack deal? Fei Lian checked his wound and reported a number, also asking, what is the purpose of this question? How much damage does sniping increase? Gu Fei queried. The initial damage is double that of an ordinary attack, plus a critical hit chance, Fei Lian explained. Critical? Gu Fei pressed. It ignores defense and deducts a percentage directly from the target's health. The sniping skill starts with a 10 critical hit chance and a critical severity of 10. I'm unsure how much the effect increases with proficiency, Fei Lian elaborated. Gu Fei frowned. He had forgotten that skills also had proficiency levels. Without knowing the opponent's skill proficiency, it was impossible to accurately calculate the damage of that move. If calculated at maximum proficiency, however, since the parallel world was still in its infancy, only basic data had been released, and no players had achieved higher proficiency yet. Fei Lian was naturally unaware. Xiaoyu, what is your health? Gu Fei asked again. After receiving the data, he calculated briefly and sighed. It seemed Xiaoyu's equipment was not of high quality either. In the current situation, if the opponent's sniper shot triggered a critical hit, Xiaoyu would undoubtedly perish. If not, she might survive. However, if the opponent's skill proficiency was sufficiently high, increasing the damage by more than 100, reaching 118. Even without a critical hit, Xiao Yu would still be doomed. Are you trying to block an arrow for her? Fei Lian guessed Gu Fei's intentions. It's not me blocking. It's her, Gu Fei clarified. And then, Fei Lian pressed. Then I'll know his location, and I'll take care of him, Gu Fei stated. Fei Lian looked at Gu Fei incredulously. The tone suggested that as long as he knew where the archer was, he could easily eliminate him. Did he not just inform Gu Fei that this was a level 30 archer with exceptional gear? Not to mention, you still have to get close to him. Your mage skills have far less range than an archer's, right? If he senses any movement, he'll shoot you down, Fei Lian pointed out. Gu Fei smiled. That is precisely when I'll take my chance. Fei Lian appeared perplexed. Gu Fei did not rush to elaborate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu continued to press. Why are you asking about my defense? Why my health? Here's the thing. Gu Fei explained. I calculated his damage, with your defense and health. There's a 90 chance you can withstand a sniper shot, but there's a 10 chance you'll be eliminated. Oh. Then I'll just charge in and take him out. He can't kill me, and I'll just cleave him with an axe, Xiao Yu declared. How would you even get the chance to approach? If you don't eliminate him, he'll shoot you down with another arrow, and you'll be finished. Gu Fei wiped his brow. Right. Xiao Yu acknowledged. So what should we do? You attract his attention, and I'll sneak around from the other side to ambush him. Gu Fei suggested. How devious of you. Xiao Yu exclaimed. What is devious about it? This is strategy. It's called feigning one thing while doing another, Gu Fei replied. What if he eliminates me? Xiao Yu asked. Gu Fei was apprehensive about this very question, and he awkwardly said, then I'll know his position, and I'll avenge you. All right, let us do it. Xiao Yu responded. This girl was truly innocent. If it were anyone else, they would undoubtedly question how a mere mage could be so confident in taking down a level 30 archer with top-tier equipment. Gu Fei had previously struggled with how to gain trust, but with Xiao Yu, everything was so straightforward. When I give the signal, you get ready to move, Gu Fei instructed. Understood. The surroundings had once again returned to tranquility, as Gu Fei lay quietly on the grass, biding his time. Over there, Fei Lian, oblivious to the tactical agreement between Gu Fei and Xiao Yu, was whistling towards him. Gu Fei turned his head to look at him. What shall we do now? Fei Lian inquired. Just remain there quietly. Gu Fei chuckled. At that moment, the calm surface of the lake suddenly rippled, and the mountain breeze began to stir, sweeping across the lake toward the rocky shore, causing the lush grass to sway restlessly. Get up, Gu Fei signaled to Xiao Yu. With a rustling sound, Xiao Yu rose to her feet. The whistling of a cold arrow pierced the air. Although Xiao Yu had swiftly attempted to retreat, she was unable to evade it. Unlike Gu Fei and Fei Lian, she was concealed behind a tree stump, fully aware of the imminent threat, and thus remained on high alert. Oh no! Fei Lian turned to Gu Fei and shouted. Where did she go? The Gu Fei, who had been so near moments ago, had vanished, leaving only the swaying grass in the breeze. Suddenly, Fei Lian grasped Gu Fei's intention to use the wind to mask their movements. It was only at this moment that they could move without revealing their position through the rustling grass. However, while he could make use of this opportunity to escape, why would he challenge a level 30 elite archer? Fei Lian's gaze shifted, ultimately resting on Xiao Yu. It appeared that she had not tragically triggered the 10 chance. This shot had not claimed her life, and she had once again crouched behind the stump. Fei Lian's mind raced, concealed in the grass. They could indeed take advantage of the wind's movement to crawl away, but the area around the stump was open. The warrior had no such option. It seemed Gu Fei's intent to deal with the archer was primarily to assist the warrior in escaping. Yet, on one hand, he aimed to help the warrior, and on the other, he placed the warrior in the perilous role of bait. What a contradiction. This conflicted Gu Fei had already circled around, reaching the back of the hillside. He had clearly seen the previous arrow's trajectory and discerned the opponent's position, and the fact that Xiao Yu was still alive gave him great comfort. Now, he simply needed to close in on the archer and resolve the threat. Gu Fei had now spotted the moving figure among the trees at the mountain's summit. This fellow, cunningly, knew how to shoot and shift positions, quite the sly one. Unfortunately for him, an even more cunning individual had circled around to his rear. Chapter 35. The suspected ambush. The archer, engaged in a stealthy assault, exuded an air of cunning and treachery, while the others, upon hearing of the treasure chest, simply trailed behind Gu Fei and Lu Yuyu. This individual had taken a vantage point to observe from afar, ready to strike with a sudden arrow. This behavior was particularly distasteful to Gu Fei. In dealing with such a character, Gu Fei resolved to employ a strategy of reciprocity, intending to ambush him in return and let him experience the taste of his own medicine. The wind had not yet ceased, and the rustling of the grass effectively concealed Gu Fei's approach. He crouched low within the underbrush, his gaze fixated on the silhouette of the archer. The rogue was sprinting along the hillside, changing positions, and soon drew his bow, standing still as a statue. Quite the picture of stillness, Gu Fei mused internally, appreciating the archer's poise. This was preferable. Had he been less skilled and distracted, Gu Fei might have been discovered. Thus, taking advantage of the wind, Gu Fei stealthily advanced, inching closer until he was directly behind the archer, who remained blissfully unaware, fixated on the slope below. Following the direction of the archer's gaze, Gu Fei spotted a wooden post adorned with a treasure chest, alongside the very thicket where he had previously lain in ambush with Philian. A smirk crept across Gu Fei's lips as he raised his staff high and swung it down with a swift motion. The sound of the wind was unusually loud, finally alerting the archer. However, before he could react, Gu Fei's staff struck the carotid artery at his neck. This area contained an acupoint that required minimal force to induce unconsciousness. The game's simulation was remarkably realistic, but Gu Fei was aware that his attack power was insufficient to incapacitate the archer entirely. Hence, he followed up with a kick, intending to knock him down and ensure he could not rise again. Unfortunately, the archer was positioned by the slope, and as he turned to face the commotion, Gu Fei's kick sent him tumbling to the ground, where he rolled uncontrollably down the hill, colliding with several trees along the way. Gu Fei worried that by the time the archer reached the bottom, he might be rendered a fool. However, his more pressing concern was that if he did not intervene, the archer would roll straight into the lake. In a hurry, he opened his friend list and messaged Lu Yuyu. "Someone's coming, catch him." "Who?" she replied. "The one who shot at you," Gu Fei responded. Moments later, Lu Yuyu peeked out from behind the wooden post, and Gu Fei waved at her, but she seemed oblivious. He quickly sent another message. "Just wait there. He'll be there soon." With that, Gu Fei hastened down the slope. Lu Yuyu stood by the post, eagerly watching. And soon enough, an object came tumbling down. Was this the person Gu Fei mentioned? She steadied her nerves, confirmed it was a person, and leaped forward to stomp down on him, messaging Gu Fei. "Got him." The archer lay unresponsive, evidently having succumbed to unconsciousness from all the blows to his head. "Okay," Gu Fei texted back as he rushed to her side. Lu Yuyu, glancing in the direction of the approaching object, suddenly exclaimed in alarm, "There's another one." Having taken a hit earlier, she felt somewhat vulnerable, even though she had briefly rested behind the wooden post. Meanwhile, Philian had noticed the commotion and emerged from the underbrush. Spotting Lu Yuyu in distress, he rushed over, drawing his bow and preparing to shoot at the figure charging down the slope. Just as Gu Fei reached a distance where he could see their faces, he realized that the dim light of the forest had prevented them from recognizing him. Philian released an arrow toward him. Gu Fei quickly dodged and caught the arrow mid-flight, exclaiming in frustration, "It's me." "Oh." Lu Yuyu recognized his voice and quickly stopped Philian. "Don't shoot, it's a friend." Philian, taken aback, had no intention of firing a second shot. He was still reeling from the surprise of Gu Fei catching the arrow. Gu Fei stepped out of the trees and approached the duo, casually returning the arrow to Philian with a smile. "All is well now." Philian accepted the arrow, a bit bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Yuyu was entirely focused on the treasure chest, exclaiming, "Treasure chest, treasure chest." She hugged it tightly, finally accomplishing the task. "Task?" Philian asked, confused. "Yes, our guild's mission to reclaim the stolen treasure chest," Lu Yuyu proclaimed, lifting it high. Philian's expression soured. Had he known it was a mission item, he wouldn't have bothered to pursue. Now, recalling his own dubious intentions, he realized that he had only joined forces with them due to the sudden appearance of the archer. With the situation resolved, he took an involuntary step back. However, Gu Fei appeared unconcerned, and Lu Yuyu, oblivious to the underlying tension, had entirely forgotten about it. Consequently, the two paid little attention to Philian's presence. Relieved by their apparent lack of hostility, Philian's eyes began to wander to the archer lying at Lu Yuyu's feet. The archer was equipped with exquisite gear, and as a fellow archer, Philian swallowed hard. "Philian, aren't you an archer? Can you use this gear?" Gu Fei inquired. "What?" Philian gasped, unsure if he had heard correctly. Though Lu Yuyu and Gu Fei did not share his profession, this was indeed exceptional equipment. Selling it on the market could afford him enough to acquire top-tier gear for his class. Philian glanced at Gu Fei, then at Lu Yuyu, but they both ignored him. Lu Yuyu was still engrossed in examining the treasure chest, pulling and twisting it in vain. "Why won't it open?" she complained, striking it against the wooden post. "Don't smash it. Let me take a look," Gu Fei said as he approached to investigate the chest. Philian, astonished, watched these two individuals as they seemingly showed no interest in the exquisite gear, leaving it all for him. With the archer sprawled on the ground, Lu Yuyu had kicked him aside, and Philian cautiously knelt down to examine him, still transfixed by Gu Fei and Lu Yueyu's ongoing investigation. Finally, Filian felt reassured enough to flip the fallen archer over, reaching for the bow still gripped in his hand. It was likely a mission item, a chest that simply refused to open. Gu Fei had spent a considerable amount of time searching for any hidden mechanisms without success. Turning back, he noticed Filian had managed to turn the archer onto his back. Wait, Gu Fei cautioned. I knew it. Filian shouted in frustration. If you didn't want to share, you could have just said so. Why make me feel hopeful only to crush my spirits? Gu Fei chuckled ruefully. This person, I recognize. Huh. Filian was taken aback. Yutian Shenming, Gu Fei stated. The name rang a bell for Filian, a seasoned player himself. I used to play as a mage, Gu Fei added. Yes, I remember that name. Filian nodded excitedly. Is it really him? Gu Fei affirmed with a nod. Let us wake him up. Lu Yueyu, help me carry him to the riverbank. Why don't you carry him? Lu Yueyu protested, still engrossed in the chest. I can't lift him, Gu Fei replied with a wry smile. The admission felt like a humiliation, but he consoled himself with the thought that it was merely a game. Sigh, I guess it falls to me. Little Rain approached with an air of triumph, effortlessly lifting Yutian Shenming with one hand. As she walked, she inquired, do you know this person? How is it that this girl always seems to be a beat behind? Gu Fei nodded while pondering. Then why did he attack us? Little Rain remarked. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Let us wake him up first, Gu Fei suggested. By the time all three had reached the lakeside, Little Rain unceremoniously dropped Yutian Shenming onto the ground, while Gu Fei scooped up some lake water and splashed it onto his face. At that moment, Fei Lian realized a critical issue. Yutian Shenming had indeed lost consciousness. How had Gu Fei managed that? It appeared that no skill capable of inducing such a state existed. Even if there were, the dizziness in the game was not akin to human fainting. It merely immobilized the character through system enforcement. After splashing water for a while, Yutian Shenming finally stirred, slowly opening his eyes. Suddenly alert, he rolled over and was already busy knocking an arrow. However, the water that had seeped into his nostrils triggered a series of sneezes. Hold on, it's me. Gu Fei interjected. Ah, Qianli. Yutian Shenming recognized him. What happened? He sheathed his bow and arrow, rising to touch the lumps on his head and the pain from the blow he had received from Gu Fei. Could it be a surprise attack? He is already a level 36 thief. Yutian Shenming exclaimed in shock. A player of his caliber had been tirelessly grinding day and night, yet he had yet to reach level 31. The sudden appearance of a level 36 character was indeed alarming. Cough. Gu Fei cleared his throat, choosing not to address the question. Instead, he asked, what are you doing here? I'm on a quest, guarding a treasure chest, Yutian Shenming replied, noticing the chest in Little Rain's hands. He offered a wry smile. Why are you holding on to it? It's a quest item. There is nothing inside. Only players assigned to retrieve the chest can make use of it. Yet, rather than relinquishing it, Little Rain clutched it even tighter. Could it be that you all? Yutian Shenming was taken aback. What on earth was happening? Was the game's quest designed to incite players to fight amongst themselves? Although Gu Fei had not extensively engaged with online games, he understood that aside from battles between factions, such forced player versus player tasks were non-existent. Just as Gu Fei finished speaking, Little Rain exclaimed, oh no, Sister July and Sister Luo, they're all dead. A moment later, Chapter 36. Total Annihilation. A gentle rain began to fall in Cloud City as Gu Fei and Xiaoyu hurried towards the office of the Rebirth Amethyst Guild, with Xiaoyu clutching her quest treasure chest tightly in her arms. Naturally, Yutian Shenming was not inclined to part with the chest so easily. However, the dilemma was that Xiaoyu was less than 10 centimeters away from him. He was an archer who thrived at a distance, while Xiaoyu was a warrior whose explosive power increased the closer she got. The only options to create space were to move left, right, or backward. To his left stood Gu Fei, to his right was Fei Lian, and behind him lay the unfathomable depths of Yunjiao Lake. More importantly, the chest was no longer in his possession. In the end, each party retreated, and the chest remained with its original owner, as if everyone had tacitly agreed to forget the matter altogether. Inside the Rebirth Amethyst office, the oppressive atmosphere made Gu Fei feel somewhat breathless. One individual moved to the window, casually pushing open 2 panes. The expressions of the women present were grim, with none showing even the slightest sign of improvement due to Xiaoyu's acquisition of the chest. The blow they had suffered was indeed profound. Among the 7 who had ventured out, excluding Gu Fei and Xiaoyu, the rest had met with total annihilation. Xiaoyu only mentioned Qiyue and Luo, merely selecting them as representative figures. To encounter such a significant setback on their very first guild mission was truly heartbreaking. Gu Fei could empathize with their sentiments to some extent. The online gaming world had always been dominated by male players, with female players often relegated to mere decorative roles. This group of young women had come together, perhaps to prove something, yet their initial endeavor had faltered. After such a prolonged period of pent-up frustration, it was only natural for someone to erupt. Gu Fei mused, contemplating a certain individual. Too despicable. As he had anticipated, the first to explode in anger was a fighter named Lai Lai. She kicked a bench aside, slammed her hand on the table, and began to berate. If you have the guts, come at me with real weapons. What else with the backstabbing? For nearly 10 minutes, she ranted. And Gu Fei gathered that this girl had been taken down in an instant by a rogue's stealthy strike, without even having a glimpse of her assailant. She was vehemently condemning the lack of honor in such tactics. In response to this, Gu Fei, who had just engaged in a similar stealth operation, could only scoff. While he preferred direct confrontations, he did not share Lai Lai's complete disdain for sneak attacks. In fact, he considered such tactics a higher form of art, requiring a deep understanding of the opponent's psychology, precise timing, and the ability to deliver a lethal blow. The technical prowess involved in executing a successful ambush was undoubtedly superior to simply overpowering an opponent face-to-face. Lai Lai's outburst stirred the emotions of the other women, igniting a flurry of discussions. Gu Fei strained to extract useful information amid the chatter, only to hear the term instant kill repeated most frequently. Out of the 12 girls who had ventured out, 11 had returned after being instantly eliminated, and 1 had been collateral damage. This was due to the fact that the warrior's whirlwind strike had not been aimed at her. In her eagerness to stand by her comrades, she had unwittingly become a victim. The next most frequently mentioned terms were backstab, whirlwind strike, and sniping. Although the women's levels were not particularly high, casually eliminating another player was no trivial feat considering their encounter with Yutian Shinming. Gu Fei mentally associated these 3 terms with 3 names: Jian Gui, Zhan Wushang, and Yutian Shinming. The latter could eliminate ordinary characters with ease, while Jian Gui and Zhan Wushang were likely even more formidable. While Jian Gui's awe-inspiring presence could be easily described, the rogue's stealthy backstab left the unfortunate girl who fell victim to him entirely unaware of his appearance. Gu Fei felt a bit overwhelmed. If this were true, he found himself caught in the middle of a complex situation. Emotionally, he leaned more towards the mercenary group, as he believed he could never truly integrate into this all-female guild. Had it not been for the minimum member requirement, he would have left long ago. Yet, setting aside emotions, it was difficult to determine who was right or wrong. It was merely a matter of the system's task design placing both parties in opposition. It seemed that the system had simultaneously issued 2 tasks. One demanded the guild recover the treasure chest, while the other tasked another group with protecting it. Gu Fei had unwittingly found himself entangled with both opposing teams. However, for now, it was merely speculation. He needed to clarify the situation. Suddenly, Gu Fei stood up, exclaiming, "I just remembered something. I need to step out for a moment." The chatter continued unabated, with no one noticing Gu Fei's departure or hearing his words. He chuckled at himself, turning towards the door. "Where are you going?" someone suddenly asked. Turning back, he saw Xiao Yu calling out to him, and warmth filled his heart. It was a testament to their recent shared struggles. Despite her naivety, she was a true comrade who remembered him. Smiling faintly, he replied, "I just remembered something. I'll be back shortly," and stepped out of the guild. Only then did the women notice Gu Fei's absence, recalling that he and Xiao Yu had triumphantly returned with the chest, and they quickly surrounded her with questions. Once outside the guild, Gu Fei opened his friends list and saw that all 5 members of the mercenary group were online. Ever since he met Jian Gui, he had never seen him offline. Truly a master. Naturally, among the 5, Gu Fei was relatively closer to Jian Gui and decided to inquire about the situation. "Where are you?" Gu Fei messaged. "Shaolei's bar," Jian Gui replied. The bar was not far from there. Just a couple of turns down the street would lead him there. Gu Fei hastened his pace towards the location. Upon entering, he greeted Xiaolei and made his way to the familiar private room where the others gathered. Lifting the curtain, he paused in surprise. Not only was Jian Gui present, but Han family young master and Yu Gu were also there. "You traveled 1,000 miles to get here." Yu Gu greeted Gu Fei warmly. "A rare guest indeed. Come sit." Han family young master chimed in, ready to tease him. Gu Fei chuckled, saying nothing in response. Jian Gui shifted aside to make space for him, indicating for him to take a seat. "Where are Wu Shang and Yu Tian?" Gu Fei inquired. "Who knows? Probably leveling up," Jian Gui replied. "You group of leveling addicts have no idea how to enjoy life. We play games to elevate our existence. The emptiness and loneliness of our spirits will find perfect solace here. That is the true enjoyment," Han family young master remarked. "Has he had too much to drink?" Gu Fei asked Jian Gui. Jian Gui lowered his head and rubbed his temples, saying, "No." Yes, just like that. Gu Fei cast a sympathetic glance at Jian Gui and continued to ask the three, "Any quests today?" Han family young master smiled lightly, holding his glass. "Just ordinary tasks. Hardly worth our effort." "What ordinary tasks?" Gu Fei pressed. "Go check the mercenary building yourself." Han family young master replied. "Didn't you accept any tasks?" Gu Fei inquired. "I already told you, they're all tasks not worth our effort," Han family young master said impatiently. Gu Fei was taken aback. If that were the case, then the attack on Rebirth Amethyst had not been carried out by the mercenary group. A sigh of relief escaped him. He wouldn't have to play the middleman, which was for the best. As for who had launched the attack, he was indifferent. It was just an online game, after all. Every day was filled with battles. And since the system had forcibly entangled the two parties, there was no real animosity or grudge. Ultimately, it was simply that Rebirth Amethyst had been outmatched, leading to their failure while the opposing side succeeded in their task. If these young women were planning revenge, that was a matter for another time and did not need to be considered for now. Moreover, whether they brought him along for their plans was still uncertain. With a relaxed demeanor, Gu Fei lifted the curtain and called out, "Xiaolei, bring me a cup of wine." His cheerful expression left the other three somewhat perplexed. The young master of the Han family expressed his displeasure, saying, "You seem quite pleased, as if not receiving a task brings you joy." "No, it's not because of that," Gu Fei hastily replied. "Then what is it?" The young master inquired. "Your arrival today is rather peculiar." "In what way is it peculiar?" Gu Fei questioned. "You clearly exhibit the demeanor of someone who has no business to attend to," the young master remarked. "Not at all," Gu Fei insisted. "I merely came to sit with everyone." He had no intention of revealing the truth, as it would entail disclosing his affiliation with the Rebirth Amethyst, a matter he found difficult to articulate. Gu Fei was certainly not one to easily mingle among a group of young ladies. For him, it was an awkward predicament. "What's sitting?" "We are not that familiar," the young master of the Han family stated bluntly. "Come on, that's rather too direct," Gu Fei thought, feeling a bit disheartened. Indeed, they had only known each other for less than 3 days, and this was merely their third encounter. However, such bluntness seemed rather immature. Meanwhile, the sword demon, with his head lowered, swayed slightly, and said, "He's just like that." "Speak up, sword demon." The young master of the Han family banged the table. The sword demon shook his head. "Hey, I am just like this." Gu Fei finally realized that the sword demon was also acting strangely, and, in confusion, asked, "What is going on here?" Yu Gu offered a wry smile. "Haven't you noticed? They are both quite intoxicated." "Damn," Gu Fei lamented, "if they are both drunk, why are you still wasting time with them? They want tea, let me leave." "Look at them, one on each side," Yu Gu chuckled. Gu Fei stood up. "Sword demon, Xiaolei is calling you to fetch the wine." "Oh, coming." The sword demon got up and staggered out. "Let us go." Gu Fei gestured to Yu Gu. "Is it really that simple?" Yu Gu sighed. "By the way, I have something I want to ask you," Gu Fei said as he and Yu Gu left the private room and casually found a seat in the bar. Chapter 37. The intelligence expert in the private room. The son of the Han family persistently called out, "Sword demon, speak up." However, the sword demon was not present in the room. Instead, he lay sprawled across the counter, desperately asking Xiaolei, "Where's the wine? Didn't you tell me to get the wine? Give me the wine." Xiaolei, with a wry smile, glanced toward Gu Fei and Yu Gu, aware that the sword demon was friends with them. Yu Gu attempted to rise, but was restrained by Gu Fei. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed 2 novice warriors seated at a nearby table. "Hey, brothers," Gu Fei called out to the two. They turned to look. "Could you do me a favor and carry that guy to the back of the bar and toss him out? I'm a mage and lack the strength." Gu Fei indicated toward the sword demon. The 2 warriors remained motionless, bewildered. After contemplating, Gu Fei pulled 2 gold coins from his pocket and offered them. "Please help out." The warriors' eyes lit up. For them, whether Gu Fei was a mage was irrelevant. Gold coins were the truly enticing treasures. Such wealth was not something a novice player encountered often. Gu Fei, having recently become affluent due to a mercenary job the previous day, handed over the coins. The 2 warriors promptly rose and swiftly lifted the sword demon, who was so intoxicated that he could barely stand, offering no resistance as they carried him out of the bar. Moments later, they returned, excitement evident on their faces. "Brother, is there anyone else you want us to throw out?" they inquired eagerly. "No, thank you," Gu Fei replied. Yu Gu observed with a hint of concern. "Is this really okay?" "Don't worry about it," Gu Fei assured him. At that moment, the son of the Han family began singing in the private room, prompting Gu Fei to feel an urge to call the 2 warriors back. "He seems quite cultured, speaking as if reciting poetry." "How?" Gu Fei muttered. "It seems you are unaware," Yu Gu chuckled. "The son of the Han family is his new name in this game. Previously, He went by the name Wine Demon. Then, is the sword demon called Smoke Demon? Gu Fei inquired. That seems to be the case before this game. Yes. Yuga nodded seriously. Indeed. But why change names? Gu Fei pressed. Well, it is said that the inseparable duo of Smoke Demon and Wine Demon was often fantasized about by certain female fans. So the Sword Demon adamantly refused to go by Smoke Demon while playing this game. Thus, the son of the Han family decided to change his name as well, Yugo explained. Oh. Gu Fei sighed, finally asking, what are those female fans? They are a peculiar breed, Yugo replied. Gu Fei found the explanation rather complicated and decided not to pursue the topic further. He waved at Xiaolei. Bring me 2 glasses of the most expensive wine. Is that really necessary? Yugo exclaimed in surprise, fully aware of the price of the most expensive wine as an intelligence expert. It's fine, Gu Fei dismissed. When the wine arrived, he inquired about the price and gasped at the cost. Charge it to the son of the Han family. Huh. Xiaolei was taken aback. Isn't he still here? This table is all on him. Yes, Gu Fei confirmed. Xiaolei said nothing more. He was not concerned about not receiving payment, as failing to pay for goods constituted fraud, which could be reported to the system. The system was quite strict in protecting this highly realistic business framework, ensuring that even the strongest players were mere paper tigers before the system's deities. You are quite mischievous, Yugo remarked, eyeing Gu Fei with admiration. You keep your true abilities well concealed. Drink up. Such an opportunity is rare. Gu Fei raised his glass. Yugo took a sip and exclaimed, it's truly exceptional. It exceeds all expectations. Indeed, especially since I don't have to spend my own money, Gu Fei declared, downing his drink. Xiaolei, another glass. Yugo interjected. By the way, didn't you say you had something to ask me? He noticed Gu Fei was already on his second glass and worried he might soon be intoxicated. Yes, I do have something. Gu Fei placed his glass down. In this game, is there a type of quest where 2 people can mutually accept it, and then they stand on opposing sides? For instance, Gu Fei worried he wasn't being clear enough and wanted to provide an example, but Yuga nodded. Exactly. That does happen, and it's a significant feature of this parallel world. Generally, for guild quests that can involve multiple participants, the likelihood of receiving such mutual quests is higher, while the chances for solo quests are smaller. The contents of mutual quests often revolve around competition and protection, essentially, oppositional themes. UGE's insights were quite accurate. The situation regarding the Rebirth Amethyst quest was becoming clearer. However, Gu Fei still held some doubts and proceeded to explain the situation regarding the Rebirth Amethyst. Upon hearing this, Yuga laughed. They must have made a mistake. The quest information they gathered from the forum was about searching for a treasure chest. However, the quest they accepted was about retrieving the treasure chest. Though the 2 quests sound similar, their content is entirely different. A quest to retrieve a treasure chest would never have a guide because the opponents faced are always different, so there are no fixed strategies. That makes sense. Gu Fei nodded repeatedly, lifting his glass for another drink. Xiaolei, more wine. You can handle your liquor, right? Yugo asked, concerned. Don't worry, Gu Fei smiled. I'm only having this one. I'm not like those 2. Yuga nodded, then asked, why are you concerned about this? Have you joined a guild? No, absolutely not. Gu Fei quickly replied. He felt embarrassed to admit he was mingling with a group of girls. Ultimately, he spun a small tale, slightly altering the events at Yunjiao Lake to depict himself as a bystander watching others compete for a treasure chest. Yunjiao Lake. Hey, as the king of intelligence, Yuga certainly knows what that place is, he continued. Upon hearing Gu Fei had been there, a knowing smile crossed his face. I was just passing through, Gu Fei insisted. By the way, I also encountered Yutian Shinming. He was engaged in a quest to protect a treasure chest. This last statement was purely to shift the conversation. Gu Fei had not intended to mention Yutian Shinming. Oh, has he joined a guild? I hadn't heard that. Yuga said. His guild seems quite formidable, having wiped out everyone trying to seize the treasure chest. I heard they either used whirlwind slash or sniping, or perhaps they executed a stealthy backstab. Sounds like a skilled group, Gu Fei noted. Oh, their strength must be considerable. In Yun Danqing, there's probably only one such guild, Yuga remarked. Which one? Gu Fei inquired. Zongheng Sihai. That name sounds so kitsch. Yuga chuckled. In online games, guilds with common names are typically not weak. Why is that? Think about it. With such a common name, many people must have thought of it. The fact they could establish it implies that they started early. Being established early means they had more time to develop, so they are likely quite strong, Yugo explained. That's a valid point. Gu Fei felt enlightened. It was said that a single phrase from a wise person could surpass 10 years of study. He realized he needed to communicate more with Yuga to enhance his basic knowledge of online gaming. After all, gaming wasn't life. Errors like the one he made at the lake where he attempted to intercept someone only to be disregarded and knocked to the ground, should be minimized. All right. Gu Fei finished his third glass of wine and stood up. I have to go now. See you later. Yuga nodded, watching Gu Fei leave the bar. Xiaolei. Yuga called out. What is it? Xiaolei approached. Yuga pointed at the wine on the table. Bring me a bottle of the most expensive wine. I'll take it with me. Xiaolei was taken aback for a moment before asking. Charge it to the son of the Han family? Of course. With a composed smile adorning his face, Yuga made it clear that he was not the one who had instigated the events. After departing from the bar, Gu Fei returned to the Rebirth Guild, having comprehended the entirety of the situation. He deemed it necessary to inform the others, sparing them from further lamentations and confusion regarding the circumstances. As a member of the guild, he possessed the authority to enter the guild hall at will. Upon entering, the gazes of the women immediately shifted toward him, their expressions markedly different from before. They had already heard the tale of the encounter by Yunjiao Lake, attributing the resolution of the matter largely to Gu Fei. However, there existed a significant flaw in this narrative. Gu Fei was acquainted with the archer who had ambushed him. Currently, the guild's understanding of Gu Fei was limited to 3 points: high level, broken equipment, and misplaced attribute points. The latter 2 traits alone were sufficient grounds for disdain. It was indeed difficult for them to accept that such a mage could triumph over a level 30 elite archer, especially when it was now revealed that Gu Fei had a prior connection with this individual, casting shadows of doubt upon the authenticity of the tale. This hypothesis was proposed by Lai Lai, who cited further evidence. How could such a mediocre mage attain such a high level? Surely, he must have been accompanied by a cadre of similarly high-level, well-connected friends. Furthermore, the story had been recounted by Xiao Yu, whose attributes, well, the less said, the better. Even if there had been evident discrepancies at the time, she would have been oblivious to them. Additionally, it was Xiao Yu who had deliberately chosen to team up with him. Could that too have been part of a contrived scheme? In essence, every situation is susceptible to scrutiny. The women, attentive to details, engaged in a fervent discussion, transforming Gu Fei, who had initially salvaged Xiao Yu and seized a treasure chest, into a cunning, calculating rogue with ulterior motives. Ultimately, the women divided into 3 factions. The majority, led by Lai Lai, firmly believed that Gu Fei harbored nefarious intentions. Conversely, a few, including Qi Yu and Luo Luo, dismissed the baseless conjectures. As for Xiao Yu, she remained utterly bewildered. At that moment, as Gu Fei entered the room, all factions turned their collective gaze towards him. As he approached, they were met with an overwhelming scent of alcohol. The already tarnished image of Gu Fei plummeted even further in the eyes of the first faction. Even the members of the second faction couldn't help but furrow their brows. The guild's initial venture had encountered setbacks, and while everyone was in distress, this fellow had chosen to indulge in drinks, an act deemed rather inconsiderate. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu remained oblivious, bewildered by the pervasive odor, exclaiming, "What is that smell? What on earth is that?" Chapter 38. Seeking the mercenary group, Gu Fei sensed the resistance reflected on the faces of the women around him. Yet he chose not to dwell on it too long, as they had consistently displayed such expressions towards him. He took a few steps forward, ready to share the intelligence he had gathered, but just as he opened his mouth, he let out an unabashed belch. The scent of alcohol permeated the air, prompting the young women to hiss and scatter as if fleeing from a plague. "My apologies." Gu Fei covered his mouth, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. "All right, everyone, let's disperse for now." Qi Yu clapped her hands. Sighing, Gu Fei wanted to voice his thoughts, but upon witnessing the rapid exodus of the others, he ultimately refrained, letting out a deep sigh instead. "You have something to say?" Luo Luo noticed Gu Fei's expression and halted her steps. At that moment, only 3 of them remained in the room. Qi Yu was always the last to leave the guild, and Xiao Yu was still busy tinkering with the treasure chest. The guild mission we received this time should be a dual-purpose one. Gu Fei recounted the information he had learned from Yugo. The 2 listened quietly, and Qi Yu nodded. "I am aware of that. I haven't made any mistakes. Our task is indeed to find the treasure chest." Gu Fei was taken aback. "Someone is deliberately causing us trouble, attempting to thwart our mission," Qi Yu stated. "Oh, do you know who it is?" Gu Fei inquired. If not, he was ready to divulge the information himself. Unfortunately, Qi Yu nodded. "It's the group known as Zonghing Sihai." "Oh, so you were all aware." Gu Fei felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that his efforts were in vain, as they had already gathered information on the matter. This issue is unlikely to resolve itself easily. "Qianli, you should be cautious in the future," Qi Yu advised, glancing at Gu Fei. "Oh, you aren't wearing the guild emblem? Then it's fine. They certainly wouldn't suspect there is a male member in our guild." Qi Yu's smile appeared somewhat forced. "What exactly is going on?" Gu Fei asked, perplexed. "Zongheng Sihai. They have had conflicts with us before. I suspect the mission troubles are their form of retaliation. So everyone should be vigilant, Qiyu explained. Oh, understood. Gu Fei glanced at Xiaoyu, who was still engrossed in her treasure chest, seemingly unwilling to give up until it was reduced to splinters. I'm leaving now. Gu Fei bid farewell to the trio and exited the guild. As Gu Fei stepped out, Luo glanced at Qiyu. Aren't you going to tell him about that matter? Forget it. He doesn't need to know. He is merely a temporary member. It's better not to involve him, Qiyu replied. Luo expressed her concern. I never expected such a coincidence. That person is from Cloud City, just like us. After a moment of silence, Qiyu suddenly asked, Luo, are there any prominent mercenary groups available now? Are you considering seeking help from outsiders? Luo was somewhat taken aback. Qiyu sighed. Given our current predicament, we are simply unable to contend with them. Don't forget that your initial intention in forming this guild was merely to gather a few girls who enjoy online games to play together, Luo reminded her. Things have changed now, haven't they? Qiyu replied with a bitter smile, pondering how fate had intertwined their paths with that individual in the vast world of the game. With so many girls relying on her, she needed to devise a plan to navigate through this initial challenge. Luo remained silent. A mercenary group capable of contending with the largest guild in Cloud City likely does not exist yet. Then let us seek out a few more, Qiyu insisted. I know you're not afraid of spending money, Luo chuckled wryly, but the question is, I know of a formidable mercenary group. Xiaoyu suddenly interjected. Both Qiyu and Luo were startled. In their intense discussion, they had forgotten about the girl fiddling with the treasure chest beside them. You know? Qiyu laughed. What could this scatterbrain possibly remember? I overheard it while completing a solo quest. The mission to capture the bandit leader, so too, has been accomplished with the assistance of this mercenary group, Xiaoyu stated earnestly. Qiyu and Luo exchanged glances. The mission to apprehend the bandit leader, so too, was currently regarded as one of the most challenging tasks, difficult to even initiate, as entering the Wulong Cave required battling formidable foes. It was said that a large group had once banded together to vanquish the boss, but they had all been slaughtered and returned to town, leaving no one brave enough to attempt it again. Was the task completed? When? Luo asked, surprised that such a high-difficulty task had been accomplished without her hearing a word about it. It seems it was just yesterday, Xiaoyu replied. Oh, now I see, Luo mused, realizing that the news likely hadn't spread yet. What mercenary group was it? Qiyu began to feel hopeful. This mercenary group appeared to possess considerable strength, as long as it wasn't Zongheng Sihai's homegrown mercenaries. I forgot, Xiaoyu said. How many members? Who is the leader of the mercenary group? Qiyu pressed further. Xiaoyu pondered deeply. Enough. I'll go inquire about it. Luo smiled, deciding to take matters into her own hands. Go on, Qiyu urged earnestly. This mercenary group had evidently become their beacon of hope. In Cloud City, Gu Fei was wandering aimlessly while contemplating the situation. Qiyu had mentioned a past conflict with Zongheng Sihai, which could motivate them to go to such lengths to disrupt a mere task. The nature of this conflict must have been quite severe. Observing Qiyu's demeanor, it seemed she was reluctant to elaborate, and thus Gu Fei chose not to press further. The parallel world had not existed for long, suggesting there hadn't been sufficient time to cultivate such deep-seated enmity. This conflict must have roots in previous online gaming experiences or perhaps incidents from the real world. Gu Fei felt inclined to seek out Yu Ge for more information, yet he hesitated, having just spoken to him moments ago. It felt somewhat awkward to approach him again so soon, so he suppressed the urge, reflecting on Qiyu and the others' methods of gathering intelligence. Gu Fei felt it was essential for him to learn this skill. He promptly logged out of the game. Upon logging into a search engine, Gu Fei found himself at a loss. Typing in Qiyu, the resulting information was predictable. By chance, he typed in Luo, and to his surprise, he stumbled upon a narrative resembling a novel detailing a gaming experience. In this tale, Luo was but a supporting character, merely a background figure intertwined with the main plot. The true protagonists were two individuals, one named Qiyu Luhua, and the other called Bushao. Ironically, Bushao was quite fond of laughter. Gu Fei was taken aback by the opening lines of this narrative, marveling at the talent of contemporary authors. Yet, he was not there to admire the prose. After a swift overview, he grasped the complexities of the relationships and conflicts described within. It was a tale rife with love and hate, deception and truth, a narrative both kitsch and yet deeply enthralling. Qiyu Luhua was portrayed as passionate and generous, ultimately deceived by Bu Xiao, leaving her with nothing. Gu Fei couldn't help but wonder if this was the same composed and tranquil guild leader he knew. The story did not end there. After Qiyu's sorrowful exit from the game, another character emerged, employing even more sophisticated methods to bring Bu Xiao to ruin. Rumors spread through the gaming community that Qiyu Luhua had undergone a rebirth, returning to exact revenge with renewed vigor. Bu Xiao, filled with resentment, ultimately chose to depart as well. After all, it was merely an online game, and the story concluded there. Yet now, in this parallel world, it seemed a new chapter was about to unfold. Gu Fei surmised that the individual Qiyu referred to as having a past conflict was likely this Bu Xiao. Meanwhile, in the game, Luo Luo had left the guild and arrived at the tavern to undertake solo quests. In the realm of parallel worlds, there exists a plethora of tasks, akin to those that one might inadvertently stumble upon in the bustling streets. These are referred to as NPC storyline quests. Once undertaken, they are not available for a second engagement and yield substantial rewards. The single-player quests, as they are commonly referred to by players, emerge from the tavern, refreshed by the system every hour for players to claim. The number of such tasks is limited, awarded on a first-come, first-served basis, yet they permit repeated acquisition. It is primarily through these single-player quests that players accumulate experience points. The task of apprehending the bandit leader, Sotu, is among these quests. Renowned as the most challenging single-player endeavor currently available, the young lady found it somewhat easier to gather information. Casually, she inquired of several players. However, their responses mirrored her initial surprise upon learning that a mercenary group could successfully complete the task of capturing the bandit leader, Sotu. It appeared that only a day had passed, and the news had yet to spread widely. Contemplating this, she departed from the tavern and ventured to the mercenary guild. The mercenary guild boasts two halls. The Eastern Hall is where the system posts mercenary missions, primarily frequented by ordinary mercenary groups seeking tasks. Conversely, the Western Hall is a sanctuary for players in search of assistance, embodying the true essence of mercenary guilds, providing services for remuneration. Professional mercenary groups typically select their missions from this hall. A clear indicator of the prowess of various mercenary groups lies within the records displayed in both halls. Approaching the record book in the Western Hall, she meticulously perused the entries. At last, within the completed tasks, she discerned the name of the quest to capture the bandit leader, Sotu. A mage had undertaken this task, but, finding it insurmountable, sought assistance from the mercenary guild at a premium. The date of this undertaking was precisely yesterday. The mercenary group that accepted this employment task was tracing her finger across the record book. She located the information she sought, the young master's elite group, led by Master Han. A little later, she experienced intermittent connectivity issues with the internet, often unable to log in for a period, only to find it inexplicably restored without explanation. Chapter 39. A pleasant collaboration? The name Han Family Young Master echoed in Luo Luo's mind. Typically, skilled online gamers, regardless of the game they engage in, seldom change their usernames. This habit extends beyond just the experts. Many casual players share this preference. A well-known ID possesses considerable allure, constituting a significant intangible asset, particularly in activities involving guilds or mercenary groups. When Xiaoyu spoke of such an impressive mercenary band, Luo Luo pondered whether it might be assembled by a gaming virtuoso. Although Han Family Young Master is not a legendary ID, it was not the first time Luo Luo had encountered it. It seemed to rank prominently on the official priest experience leaderboard, something Luo Luo, as a fellow priest, had certainly noticed. As she continued to sift through her records, Luo Luo's attention was drawn to a line of text. In the notes for this quest, the player who posted it had left a singular evaluation of the mercenary group, possessing the strongest mage. The strongest mage. At present, the top-ranked mage was a fellow named Drifting. However, in this parallel world, where leveling up demands immense experience, gaining an advantage through sheer level disparity is utterly unrealistic. Equipment and skill proficiency are the true measures of strength. Thus, the so-called strongest mage may not necessarily be the highest-leveled Drifting. Finding such speculation unproductive, Luo Luo resolved to contact the mercenary group directly. She promptly opened her friend list to search for Han Family Young Master. Noticing he was online, she immediately added him as a friend. Hello. Luo Luo sent a message. After approximately half a minute, he replied, Good. Is this the elite young masters group? She inquired. Indeed, he affirmed. I have a request for you. May we discuss it in person? Luo Luo asked. At Shaolei Tavern. He replied. All right. I'll be there shortly, she responded, feeling a sense of relief as she closed the chat window. Han Family Young Master's succinct and direct manner left a favorable impression on her. She surmised that such straightforward individuals would not procrastinate in their dealings. The Shaolei Tavern was renowned, and although Luo Luo had yet to visit, she was familiar with its location. After traversing several streets, she arrived at the rear of the tavern. In a narrow alley, seemingly devoid of foot traffic, she spotted someone sprawled on the ground. Rushing over, she was immediately greeted by a strong scent of alcohol. The individual was snoring loudly, clearly intoxicated. Frowning, she chose to ignore him and circumvented the scene to enter the tavern. The affable Chalet approached her without delay. "Miss, what would you like?" "Oh, I'm looking for someone," Luo replied. "Whom are you seeking?" Chalet persisted enthusiastically. "Han family, young master," she answered, casting a curious glance at the legendary figure, wondering if he truly recognized all the patrons in his establishment. To her surprise, Chalet smiled and gestured toward a private room. "Over there." "Oh, thank you," Luo said somewhat absent-mindedly as she made her way toward the indicated room. Lifting the curtain that hung from the doorframe, she beheld a striking figure seated within. The ethereal beauty of Han family young master left her momentarily speechless. "Han family young master?" she finally inquired. "Luo Hua Wuqing," he countered. Luo nodded. "Please, have a seat," he gestured, then called out toward the door. "Chalet." Chalet appeared promptly. "What do you need?" "Clear the table, please. I have business to discuss." Han family young master smiled. Chalet swiftly tidied up the empty cups. Luo was astounded. Indeed, the Chalet Tavern lived up to its reputation with such authentic service. Was this diligent waiter truly the wealthiest individual in this parallel world? "Another glass of water," Han family young master requested, then turned to Luo. "Would you like something as well?" "I'll have a glass of water too," she replied. A tavern that served water. This alone set it apart from others, and she was curious to see what the tavern's water would be like. The water arrived promptly, and Han family young master drank deeply, while Luo took a delicate sip, savoring it. It was just water, nothing extraordinary. "Water is water," he remarked with a smile. Embarrassed, Luo set her cup down. "What task do you have in mind?" she asked. "How many members does your mercenary group have?" She sought to ascertain the situation first. 6 members, Han family young master answered. "So few," she exclaimed, taken aback. "An elite group values quality over quantity," he replied with a smile. "Is it just the 6 of you who completed the task against the bandit chief?" Luo queried. Yes, that would be us." Han family young master's tone faltered slightly, betraying a hint of uncertainty. Luo, oblivious to this subtle emotion, nodded and asked, "Can you introduce me to them?" Han family young master leaned back slightly and replied, "Perhaps you should first clarify what your task entails. If it does not pique our interest, I see no necessity to make introductions." "Oh, what kind of task would stimulate your interest?" Luo inquired. "It sounds like an impossible undertaking," he remarked. "Then I am certain you will be pleased with my task," Luo asserted. "Pray tell," he urged. "Assist us in dealing with Zonghengsi Hai," she articulated slowly. At that moment, her expectations of this mercenary group diminished significantly. She had not anticipated that it was merely a small band of 6. Even if each member was exceptionally skilled, the game was still in its infancy, meaning that no player, regardless of their prowess, would have a substantial edge over others. The individuals from Zonghengsi Hai had effortlessly eliminated the reborn Amethyst girls. Based solely on their ability to eliminate opponents instantly, their strength was formidable. The current top players could hardly compare. To her astonishment, upon hearing the name of Zonghengsi Hai, Han family young master did not flinch but instead asked, "Are they not the guild that currently claims to be the strongest in Yundan City?" Luo nodded. "They will soon no longer hold that title," he declared with a beaming smile. "What do you mean?" she pressed. "Because you have hired my mercenary group to confront them," he stated. Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. "Who was this individual?" "I only need to know one thing," Han family young master continued. Luo felt perplexed, sensing that there was much more to discuss. Surely he should elaborate on the specifics of his mercenary group? At the very least, he ought to clarify their fees with her. Yet his sole inquiry was, "What level of defeat do you wish for them?" Luo was utterly taken aback. Her initial thought had been to first invite the mercenary group back, and if one was insufficient, to hire additional members, then collaborate with the Guild-S girls in deliberation. She believed that July was contemplating a similar strategy. However, this individual seemed to imply that they could manage the strongest guild in Yundan City with just their 6 members. Noticing Luo momentarily speechless, Han family young master chuckled. "All right, I understand what needs to be done." "You do?" She was taken aback. Luo Hua Wuqing. Your primary objective is, of course, to eliminate the laughter," he jested. Han family young master was no ordinary player, Luo concluded. He was undoubtedly someone who had battled extensively in the gaming world, hence his knowledge of the story behind the laughter and July Luhua. Yet, simply eliminating the laughter might not suffice. What about completely wiping out the core members of Zonghengsi Hai? Han family young master proposed. "Then it's settled," he declared, rising as if ready to depart. "Wait," Luo called out. "How?" Is this not enough? Inquired the young master of the Han family. I merely wish to inquire about your fees, replied Luoluo. Well, let us discuss that once the matter is accomplished. I am not concerned that you might refuse, the young master of the Han family chuckled. Luoluo pondered for a moment. To discuss matters only after success implies that if the task fails, there would be no need for discourse. Was this fellow's previous boastfulness merely empty rhetoric? And would he soon return with news of failure? I will contact you again, the young master of the Han family declared as he exited the private room. Yet, observing him, Luoluo sensed no insincerity. In any case, their mercenary group appeared quite formidable, capable of fulfilling the task at hand, which stood as a testament to their prowess. And it seemed they bore no relations with the Zongheng Sihai. She needed to devise a means to ensure their assistance. Gazing into her cup of water, Luoluo was deep in thought when an ear-piercing scream erupted from outside. Who ordered this? She rose and lifted the curtain, witnessing the young master of the Han family furiously brandishing the bill at the bar. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei maintained his composure, calmly answering the young master's queries. That mage who was with your party. This scoundrel. The young master of the Han family slammed his palm onto the table, as if that were Gu Fei himself. Luoluo stealthily approached from behind, stealing a glance at the bill, and gasped in shock. The current game's most expensive beverages, 4 cups plus a bottle, amounted to approximately 200 gold coins. This was indeed a substantial sum. Even pooling the coin purses of all the patrons in the tavern might not yield enough. Truly, he was the mightiest mage, demonstrating unparalleled extravagance. Now, might we discuss the fees? Luoluo suddenly smiled. The young master of the Han family turned to glance at her, exhaling deeply. Let us talk inside. Could you introduce me to this mage? Luoluo inquired as she walked. Do not mention him in my presence. The young master's eyes blazed with fury. What is his name? Luoluo pressed on. Shamelessness is his name. The young master of the Han family resolutely refused to divulge. Achoo! Gu Fei, still engrossed in contemplating the past events of July's fiery sun and the absence of laughter, suddenly sneezed loudly. How strange. He had been sneezing quite frequently of late. Rubbing his nose, he muttered to himself. Chapter 40 Departure. The mercenary group as Luoluo left the Little Thunder Tavern, a satisfied smile graced her face. Although the young master of the Han family ultimately did not disclose the names of the mercenary group members, she at least learned that they were all formidable characters at level 30. Regarding the legendary strongest mage, the young master merely stated, he faced off against the bandit leader, Sutu. In truth, Gu Fei's ability to confront Sutu was a result of a series of fortunate coincidences, yet outsiders were unaware of the intricacies involved. Simply hearing this one sentence made it seem unprecedentedly powerful. Consequently, Luoluo was filled with confidence in this mercenary group, especially in this fabled mage. However, for reasons unknown, the young master of the Han family was adamant about keeping the members' names a secret, which left Luoluo with a lingering doubt. Nevertheless, this force had been secured to assist the young master in settling his tavern bill. Although it was not explicitly stated that this was the fee for their employment, it at least constituted a personal favor. The young master's evident arrogance and self-importance suggested that he would not belittle himself by owing anyone a favor. So Luoluo was not concerned about him going back on his word. However, the task at hand was not about redeeming any particular character. That would not fundamentally resolve the issue. Instead, it was a request for the organization, Zongheng Sihai, to cease troubling them regarding the rebirth of the purple crystal. Such a vague directive seemed to embolden the young master to agree. Rest assured, I will ensure that Zongheng Sihai will find it impossible to continue their antics. The young master assured Luoluo. He did not divulge the specifics of their plan, only indicating that Luoluo and her companions could simply watch the spectacle unfold. She hoped they would indeed resolve everything. After sending Luoluo off, the young master of the Han family immediately began gathering the members, intending to settle accounts with Gu Fei. However, upon checking the friend list, he discovered that Gu Fei was offline, which infuriated him. Soon, the group assembled at the Little Thunder Tavern, with the sword demon being carried back by the invincible warrior. How did he end up sleeping behind the tavern? The invincible warrior inquired. No one knew. Those who did, like Gu, suppressed their laughter. The sword demon was clearly inebriated and, after all the commotion, remained unresponsive, continuing to slumber in a corner. What is the task? Let us hear it. Yutian Shinming spoke up. The young master briefly summarized the story of July's flowing fire and the unyielding figure. Gu Fei's involvement was temporarily set aside, but seasoned players like Gu were familiar with the tale, easily piecing together the narrative. Killing the unyielding figure was not difficult. The challenge lay in ensuring he would not dare to trouble them about the rebirth of the purple crystal again. We must deliberate on this matter. You go. You should first gather intelligence on Zongheng Sihai and the unyielding figure, the young master instructed. Yuga nodded and then turned to Yutian Shinming. Yutian, are you currently with Zongheng Sihai? How did you know? Yutian Shinming was taken aback. All eyes turned towards him. Now that they were preparing to confront Zongheng Sihai, it was surprising that one of their own was affiliated with them. Don't look at me like that. I'm just casually playing in the guild. Yutian Shinming quickly clarified his position. Today at Yunjiao Lake. Yu Gu exclaimed in astonishment. I'm impressed. You truly are an information expert. How do you know everything? Yu Ji's smile remained calm as he addressed the situation. What happened? The young master inquired. This afternoon at Yunjiao Lake, Zongheng Sihai organized a disturbance against the rebirth of the purple crystal, and I participated as well. I even encountered Qianli. Qianli? Was he with a woman? She seemed to be from the rebirth of the purple crystal, Yutian Shinming replied. And then? Don't mention it. I distinctly heard that all the players from the rebirth of the purple crystal were female, but when I went to seize the treasure chest, aside from that girl, there were no other women around. There were a lot of people. I was sniping from afar and couldn't keep track. Eventually, I was ambushed from behind and knocked down the slope, losing consciousness. When I woke up, I saw Qianli. I noticed that he knew that girl. So I let her take the treasure chest, Yutian Shinming explained. Who attacked you? I don't know. I asked Qianli, but he didn't see either, Yutian Shinming replied. Strange. They got behind you. Why didn't they finish you off? So kind-hearted, leaving you alive. The group murmured. Fortunate. Yutian Shinming reflected, feeling grateful to the person who merely kicked him down the slope instead of eliminating him. The death penalty in the parallel world was severe, resulting in direct level loss and a chance of dropping items from one's inventory. This design was also a consideration for future players. After all, the game had achieved a unique server. Although currently limited in capacity, as the server upgraded, the game company would undoubtedly seek to attract more players. These new players would clearly not be able to compete on the same level as the veteran players, which could deter their motivation. Therefore, increasing the experience required for leveling up and intensifying the death penalty were measures to ensure that veteran players would not fall too far behind new players. I heard that the rebirth of the purple crystal was completely wiped out this afternoon. It seems your side succeeded? Yu Gu remarked with a grin. Yutian Shinming's nose crinkled in irritation. These guys know nothing. If it weren't for Qianli's sake, would I have let that girl take the treasure chest? Damn it. They say I can't play as an archer. I'm quitting the guild. Wait, don't be hasty, the young master interrupted. What? Yutian Shinming asked. You should stay with Zongheng Sihai for now. You might still be of use, the young master suggested. An undercover agent? Yutian Shinming mumbled. All right. Let us leave it at that for now, the young master declared. This task is not like those trivial system quests. Everyone needs to pay attention and prepare. Also, if you see Qianli online, let him know. And him? Yu Gu pointed at the still snoring sword demon in the corner. Where did you find him? The young master asked the invincible warrior. Behind the tavern, the invincible warrior replied. Damn it, why didn't some passerby finish him off? This useless guy? With such poor alcohol tolerance, how could he be from my circle? Get up, sword demon, get up. The young master delivered 2 punches to the sword demon's head. You two chat. We'll take our leave, the 3 men said, unable to bear the scene any longer, and departed. That day, Gu Fei did not log in again. The next day, upon logging in, he received an urgent call from the young master of the Han family. Gu Fei suspected that his earlier jest had backfired, and with his coin pouch in hand, he hurried to the Little Thunder Tavern. He had merely intended to tease the young master, never truly wishing to take advantage of him. Arriving at the tavern, he lifted the curtain to find all 5 members present, their eyes gleaming with intensity, and the young master's gaze distinctly filled with menace. A chill ran down Gu Fei's spine. What did this mean? It was just a joke, yet it seemed they were gathering to reprimand him. Feeling his coin pouch, Gu Fei announced, I'm here. We've been waiting for you. The young master bellowed. Can you refrain from basking in the sun and instead spend some time in front of the computer doing something truly meaningful? Gu Fei was rendered speechless. What kind of logic was that? Enough with the time wasting. Sit down and listen to Yu Ji's briefing, the young master ordered. Upon hearing that the young master did not mention the previous day's events, Gu Fei silently praised him for being a man of dignity who did not dwell on trivial matters. After taking a seat, he nudged Yutian Shinming beside him. What is this about? A new task, Yutian Shinming replied. Oh, Gu Fei responded. Yu Gu cleared his throat. This unyielding figure. What? Gu Fei exclaimed. The unyielding figure? Everyone turned to look at him. I know this person, Gu Fei quickly interjected. Everyone knows. Why are you shouting? the young master remarked. Do you fear that others are unaware of our plan to eliminate him? Gu Fei promptly lowered his voice. Are we really going to eliminate him? Please be quiet, said Yu Gu. Although the young master of the Han family did not mention the matter of payment for drinks, it was evident that he harbored some resentment towards Gu Fei. Yu Gu cleared his throat once more and continued. Bu Xiao is also an old ID in the online gaming realm. I shall refrain from recounting his past, as I believe it is well known among you all. In this parallel world, Bu Xiao's profession is that of a rogue, currently at level 30, ranking 11th on the Rogue Experience leaderboard, and is one of the 4 core members of the Zonghengxi High Guild. It is said that his skill allocation leans towards strength, with his equipment remaining a mystery. Recently, he has frequently been leveling at Yunxiao Valley, located west of Cloud City, usually teaming up with guild members, rarely venturing out alone. Yu Gu paused briefly before continuing. In Yunxiao Valley, the monsters are at level 40. Jian Gui, you typically grind there, don't you? The monsters here possess high attack and low defense, making it quite suitable for rogues, who excel in high damage and evasion. Jian Gui nodded, adding, Qianli also grinds in that area. Yu Gu was momentarily taken aback and involuntarily remarked, for mages, if one wishes to grind above their level, the Misty Basin is a better choice. The monsters there move slowly and have low magical defense. Mages often level up there. Oh, I will check it out next time, Gu Fei interjected. The group stared at him in bewilderment, and Yu Gu, regaining his composure, stated, This is all the information we have for now. If you wish for more details, it will take some time. That's enough. Let us give him a taste of our power, the young master of the Han family declared, pulling out a stack of rags from his pocket and tossing them onto the table. One for each of you. What is this for? Gu Fei questioned, picking up a triangular piece. To cover your face, the young master replied. Why would we do that? Gu Fei was taken aback. This mission is different from the last. We are not dealing with mindless NPCs, but players like ourselves. The game's identification skill reveals your level, profession, and equipment, but not your name. Hence, by covering our faces, we can avoid unnecessary troubles, the young master explained. This seems unnecessary. Several of them expressed their clear resistance. The young master scoffed. I haven't even disclosed your names to the employer. If anyone thinks this is superfluous, feel free to forego it. I do not insist. However, I must warn you that if even one person opts out, it could potentially bring trouble to everyone else. I will be wearing mine. You may decide for yourselves. After a moment of silence, Jian Gui was the first to pick up a piece and tuck it into his pocket. Zhan Wushang, Yu Gu, and Yu Tian Shunming followed suit. Gu Fei hesitated, weighing his options, but ultimately decided against burdening others and took a piece as well. Why are there still 2 left? Gu Fei noticed 2 remaining pieces on the table. The young master collected the last 2 and remarked nonchalantly. Even 2 pieces of cloth may not conceal my unparalleled beauty. Come on, the group exclaimed in unison. All right, switch the chat window to the mercenary group channel. Everyone prepare yourselves and head towards Yunxiao Valley independently. The elite team of the young master set out once more. Chapter 41. Preparations before battle upon leaving the tavern. The 6 companions dispersed in various directions. The sword demon and the unscathed warrior decided to first repair their equipment, while the heavenly caller prepared to replenish his arrows. Brother Yu rushed towards the Yunxiao Valley, and the young master of the Han family remarked, I believe 2 pieces of cloth are simply insufficient. I shall procure another. Gu Fei, on the other hand, made his way to the auction hall, still clutching a handful of gold coins, ready to acquire a suitable weapon. The previously owned plain white blade had been quite fitting, yet regrettably, in the eyes of ordinary players, it was deemed exceedingly mundane, so much so that no one would think to bring it to the auction hall for sale. Gu Fei's search yielded no results. Unlike typical players who focused on weapon selection, Gu Fei's primary consideration lay in the weapon's dimensions, specifications, and weight, as these attributes significantly influenced his performance more than mere attack power. Unfortunately, the game's search engine lacked an advanced feature to ascertain these specifics, forcing Gu Fei to examine each item in the exhibit hall individually. This laborious task consumed considerable time, and by the moment the 5 companions announced their arrival at Yunxiao Valley, Gu Fei had only just discovered a sword that appeared to be a suitable single-edged blade. Baptism of Flames boasted a slightly enhanced attack power compared to Gu Fei's previous weapon, in addition to a 30 chance of inflicting fire magic damage. To ordinary players, such a weapon might seem trivial. In the game's parallel world, magical damage tied to equipment depended heavily on the character's attributes. Characters with greater mana could harness higher magical damage. Warriors, being naturally low in mana, required magical attacks merely for their effects, such as slowing from ice damage or paralysis from electric damage. A weapon with no additional effects, albeit with high fire damage, held little value. Thus, this weapon, with its significant chance for magical enhancement, was priced at 60 gold coins yet remained unsold. In contrast, Sword Demon's exquisite dagger Frost's Remembrance had a mere 10 chance of inflicting freezing effects. Gu Fei, lacking extensive knowledge of online gaming intricacies, felt that the weapon's attack was commendable and its high probability of magical enhancement would effectively complement his low damage output. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. Qianli, how are you faring? As the five had reached the valley, yet Gu Fei remained unresponsive, the young master of the Han family began calling out. I'll be there shortly. Gu Fei had acquired Baptism of Flames. The blade, entirely dark red, radiated a slight warmth in his hand, a testament to its fire elemental properties. The sole disappointment was the absence of a sheath. Consequently, Gu Fei tucked it into his pocket and hastened on his way. Amidst the young master's criticisms and urgings, Gu Fei finally set foot on the familiar terrain of Yunxiao Valley. Memories of countless days and nights spent here surged within him, stirring unexpected excitement. He inquired in the chat window, I have arrived. Where are you all? Using the large boulder by the lake as a reference point, the dilapidated wooden house to the east is at 12 o'clock. I am at 1 o'clock. Sword Demon is at 4 o'clock, Heavenly Caller is at 6 o'clock, and Scathed Warrior at 9 o'clock, and Brother Yu at 10 o'clock. You should find a spot to hide and shield your face, instructed the young master of the Han family. Gu Fei pulled out the cloth and bound it around his face. This area was quite familiar to him, a level 40 training zone, while currently, players had only reached level 30. Those capable of battling monsters 10 levels higher were exceedingly rare, resulting in an empty landscape. Gu Fei slipped into the nearby woods, concealing himself therein. Do not rush to engage. Wait for the enemy to appear, assess their roles, and then formulate a clear strategy to strike decisively, the young master advised. The others nodded in agreement. Thus commenced a prolonged wait in the quiet valley. Gu Fei toyed with his newly acquired Baptism of Flames, resisting the urge to rush forth and test its edge. Half an hour elapsed, and the group began to grow restless, voicing doubts in the chat window. Brother Yu, is your intel accurate? Is he truly leveling up here? It cannot be mistaken. Brother Yu asserted confidently in his information. Encouraged by his unwavering tone, the group held out for another 10 minutes, yet still no one appeared. Even Brother Yu began to feel anxious. Perhaps we should train here for a while, Gu Fei suggested, eager to test his new weapon. Someone's coming. Sword Demon alerted. All eyes turned towards the entry of the valley, where a sizable group strode in with great vigor. Wow, there are quite a few of them, Heavenly Caller exclaimed. 10 in total. Brother Yu began his reconnaissance. Observing their attire, 2 warriors, 1 mage, 1 archer, 3 thieves, and 3 priests. Is there anyone who can use the identification skill? The young master inquired. The 4 shook their heads in negation, while Gu Fei's response was unique. I do not possess the identification skill. The group fell silent. As the 10 players fully entered the valley and approached the monster spawning area, they began to prepare for battle. Still no one who can approach for identification? The young master pressed. I'll give it a try, Sword Demon offered. Just what I was waiting to hear, the young master replied. Sword Demon activated his stealth skill and crept closer to the opposing team from the hillside. Currently, there were no specific skills to counter stealth, allowing thieves to hone their skills of observation. However, stealth was a technique that could easily be compromised at the slightest disturbance, and using the identification skill while in stealth would reveal his position. Thus, Sword Demon could only approach within 10 meters of the group, seeking a place to conceal himself and slowly execute the identification. He chose the very boulder by the lake that the young master had designated as a reference point. Once behind the boulder, Sword Demon revealed himself, causing the group's hearts to leap into their throats. He was merely 2 meters away from the leveling party. Any bold step forward would instantly expose him. Furthermore, the stealth skill could not be activated under any state of attack or similar non-standard condition. For experienced players, creating opportunities for a thief to use stealth was a simple task. More critically, to utilize the identification skill, one's eyes must focus on the target in question. At that moment, Sword Demon, hidden behind the boulder, was obstructed in his line of sight. To use the identification skill, he would need to peek out. But without visibility of the external scene, how could Sword Demon know whether he would lock eyes with someone upon revealing himself? At this juncture, Gu Fei finally witnessed the legendary synergy of the Double Ghosts partnership within the gaming realm. Positioned at a distance, the young master served as Sword Demon's eyes, observing the 10 players engaged in combat and issuing commands to Sword Demon. It was as though Sword Demon was under the young master's command, flawlessly seizing 10 opportunities to peek out and successfully execute the identification skill, presenting the results in the chat window. The Sea and Sky Alliance truly lives up to its reputation as the leading guild. Among the 10 players, 8 were at level 30. Of course, despite sharing the same level, there remained a significant disparity in experience compared to the top players like Sword Demon and his companions. However, experience alone held no bearing on combat efficacy, as this was how the parallel world adjusted player dynamics. While their levels are commendable, their equipment is rather average. Brother, you remarked, analyzing the combat tactics of the 10 while reviewing the identification results. Those 2 warriors are unlikely to be easily taken down. They appear to have invested in vitality. The mage wields a formidable weapon with high magical attack, but lacks defense. The archer seems to be merely tagging along for experience. Insignificant in the grand scheme. The 3 priests exhibit average skills, though should they focus on healing those 2 warriors, they could pose a challenge. As for the 3 thieves, 2 appear mediocre, while the 3rd is notable. Sword Demon's identification attempt failed, suggesting that his skill level exceeds that of Sword Demon. Very well, Sword Demon. Remain hidden for now, the young master instructed. The Sword Demon gestured an okay towards the direction of young Master Han, then vanished into stealth. Let's first deal with the 3 priests. What do you think, Yuga? Young Master Han inquired, initiating a tactical meeting in the chat window. Indeed, otherwise. Those 2 warriors pose a significant threat to us, Yuga replied. However, 2 of these priests have invested heavily in physical resilience, which complicates matters. A damage-free whirlwind strike might take one out, but the Sword Demon's backstab and Ution's sniper shot probably won't suffice. If they are clever enough to cast healing spells on each other to stall, it will become even more troublesome. It seems impossible to eliminate all 10 of them in one swift strike, young Master Han concluded. I concur, it appears unlikely, Yuga sighed. What about you all? Any thoughts? Young Master Han asked. Since we cannot wipe them out in one go, let's take them down one by one. Gu Fei proposed. Oh? Everyone awaited Gu Fei to elaborate. Their team composition holds a significant flaw, Gu Fei remarked. Really? The others began to pay close attention to the configuration of the 10 members. The mages have low defense and health, while that archer is relatively weak, Gu Fei continued. If we eliminate that mage, their team will effectively lack any long-range offensive capability. Young Master Han discerned Gu Fei's intent. Indeed, with Ution's attack power, a single sniper shot could potentially take out that mage. Gu Fei couldn't shake off the memory of Yution Shinming's sniping precision from the previous day. Yugu recalculated the mage's statistics, affirming, guaranteed to be a kill. Unless Ution, you miss. As if, Yution Shinming scoffed. If the archer snipes suddenly, I imagine their immediate reaction would be to scatter and seek cover, Gu Fei noted. This leaves us an opportunity. The Sword Demon can stealthily approach and launch a surprise attack on one of the priests. Not necessarily, the Sword Demon countered. Perhaps I could take down 2, but that would expose you, Yution Shinming warned. Then I'll just make a run for it. Can anyone catch up to you? Gu Fei suggested. There is still the archer, Yution Shinming pointed out. The archer's arrows would undoubtedly outpace the Sword Demon, Gu Fei remarked. By then, you could likely execute a second sniper shot, right? Gu Fei added. Thus, Gu Fei summarized. We simply need to effectively utilize the Sword Demon's stealth and Ution's sniping to dismantle their team. A commendable strategy, young Master Han acknowledged. However, our objective is total annihilation. Therefore, after the Sword Demon and Ution inflict sufficient damage, we all strike together. No problem. Everyone affirmed. Ution, prepare yourself. Young Master Han commanded, issuing the attack order. Chapter 42. A narrow escape with a graceful draw. Yution Shinming readied his bow. The arrow flying through the valley with a chilling whistle, striking the opposing mage squarely in the forehead. Such cruelty. Why aim for the head? Perhaps too much time spent playing CS? As the opposing mage transformed into a burst of white light, the mercenaries began to murmur among themselves. This sudden attack left the remaining 9 in stunned silence. The arrow had arrived so unexpectedly that none could discern its origin. In the realm of the game, a character's demise meant their body, adorned with the arrow, would return to the resurrection point, leaving no clues as to their fall. Unexpectedly, the remaining 9 did not scatter in panic as Gu Fei had surmised. Instead, they maintained composure, forming a protective circle, their gazes scanning the mountains with acute vigilance. Oh, well-trained indeed. Concealed within the thicket, Gu Fei felt a twinge of embarrassment as his plan faltered after just a single step. Experienced and unflappable. These seasoned players clearly trained together, not a mere random assembly, remarked the son of the Han family. What now? Gu Fei inquired. Let them play for a while longer. The son of the Han family replied. Yuqian, stay hidden. Of course, it is time they learn what a true archer is capable of, Yuqian Shinming retorted. harboring lingering resentment from the previous day's disdain. However, Gu Fei's impression of him began to shift. The silence from Yu Tian regarding the treasure chest yesterday was largely due to his connection with Gu Fei and Xiao Yu. Upon learning that Yu Tian had been looked down upon, Gu Fei initially feared that the youth would take his frustration out on him. Yet, it seemed this young lad possessed a commendable demeanor. As 6 of them quietly observed the 9 encircled players, boredom set in, prompting the son of the Han family to pose a question. Comrades, how would you handle a situation like this if it arose? Hide in the woods, came the unanimous response. Very well, then, Qianli, be vigilant. The son of the Han family advised. Just as he finished speaking, the 9, sensing the prolonged stillness, began to maintain their circular formation while advancing toward the woods. Yu Tian, is the cooldown on your sniper ready? The son of the Han family asked. It has long been ready, Yu Tian replied. All right, everyone, take your positions and strike. The son of the Han family commanded suddenly. An arrow once again pierced the air, accurately eliminating the lowest level archer among the 9. Yet, this shot revealed Yu Tianxinming's position. Over there, shouted a warrior beside the fallen archer, prompting the remaining 8 to abandon their plan to enter the woods and charge toward Yu Tian's ambush on the hillside. At that moment, the sword demon emerged from behind a rock, but his movement speed was significantly hampered while in stealth, rendering him unable to catch up with the fleeing opponents. One by one, they passed before him, leaving him without a single opportunity to strike. Once all 8 had their backs turned, the sword demon opted to relinquish his stealth state and activated his level 30 rogue skill, Sprint. His already swift movement increased by an additional 15, allowing him to dash behind the last of the 8, a priest. The priest, amidst the clamor of footsteps, sensed something amiss behind him just as the sword demon delivered a backstab, plunging his dagger into the priest's side. Ah! The priest cried out in anguish. As Yu Gu had forewarned, the sword demon's backstab was insufficient to instantly eliminate the level 30 priest. The priest, seasoned in battle, immediately cast a healing spell in response to the attack. The sword demon withdrew his dagger and struck again just as the priest's spell completed, but the priest remained standing. A chill ran through the sword demon. If he failed to finish the priest off now, he would be left with no chance. The priest had already detected his presence, and with 2 healing spells activated, the sword demon would have no opportunity to act. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he heard 2 swift sounds, and the priest let out another anguished cry before collapsing. In the flickering white light, the sword demon saw 2 arrows embedded in the priest's back. Gazing into the distance, he spotted Yu Tianxinming standing tall on the mountainside, his right arm raised high, flashing a V sign. Archer level 24 skill, double shot. The sword demon smiled and reciprocated with a thumbs up to Yu Tian, then swiftly retreated. You too, deal with that archer, one of the opponents commanded. Nodding, 2 rogues activated their level 30 skill, Sprint, and raced toward Yu Tianxinming. Wow, they're fast. Yu Tianxinming realized he had no time to shoot and began to run, knowing that should the 2 rogues reach him, he would be left with no escape. Unharmed, Yu Gu, assist Yu Tian, the son of the Han family ordered. Understood, Yu Tian. Take cover in the wooden cabin at 9 o'clock, Yu Gu responded. The remaining 3 warriors, 2 priests, and 1 rogue charged fiercely toward the sword demon. The rogue also activated his level 30 skill, Sprint, hastening toward the sword demon while shouting to the 2 priests behind him, don't let him go stealth. The 2 priests immediately began casting their meager, yet soul, offensive spell, Holy Light Ball. 2 pure little orbs of light materialized as the priests chanted. But the experienced sword demon had already activated his stealth after giving Yu Tian a thumbs up and had vanished from sight. The 2 luminous orbs could only lamentably dissipate into the air. Damn it! The rogue attempting to confront the sword demon cursed, frustrated. Be careful. He cautioned his 4 companions while retreating back into the formation. Simultaneously, he shouted into the empty air, "Who are you?" The response was 2 anguished screams. The rogue quickly turned to look. In the distance, the 2 rogues pursuing Yu Tianxinming were on the verge of catching him when unexpectedly, a warrior emerged from behind the wooden cabin, bolstered by a knight's blessing of strength. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the game's most visually stunning skill, Whirlwind Slash. The 2 rogue brothers never anticipated an ambush and were caught off guard, unable to evade the onslaught of the Whirlwind Slash. Yu Tianxinming added insult to injury with a few well-placed arrows, and in no time, the 2 rogues had met their demise. Out from the dilapidated cabin stepped another figure, wielding a knight's staff, who patted the warrior on the back. The 3 advanced quickly toward the unfolding battlefield. In the blink of an eye, half of the 10-member leveling party had fallen. A shiver of fear crept into the hearts of the remaining players. Who are you? The rogue shouted in desperation. Yet again, the only response was a scream. As the 5 remaining players began to tighten their formation, another priest fell victim to the sword demon's backstab. The opponents had been on high alert, preparing to defend, but this time, there was no chance for a healing spell. The priest struck down by the sword demon collapsed instantly. Fatal. The remaining rogues understood the maximum potential of a backstab from a rogue of their level and recognized their fallen comrade's frail defenses. The sword demon had evidently triggered a critical hit, and the choice to target the priest with the highest intelligence played a significant role. The sword demon attempted to retreat, but it was too late. The opponents had already closed ranks. Get him, the rogue commanded, brandishing his daggers as he charged forward, fixated on the sword demon's dagger, which appeared to possess deadly power, a truly exceptional artifact. If only it could be looted. Surrounded, the sword demon bravely thrust forward toward the last remaining warrior. The distant presence of the celestial divine voice had already initiated its assistance, as a precise shot whistled through the air, aimed directly at the sword demon's target. Zhang Wushang and Yu Ge hastily pursued the arrow, striding forward. Regardless of the circumstances, this adversary was doomed. Such were their thoughts as the attack landed upon the sword demon. With unwavering confidence, they anticipated the sword demon's imminent downfall, only for a beam of white light to descend upon him almost simultaneously with their assault. The sword demon, wholly focused, gritted his teeth and lunged at the warrior before him. The opposing priest, convinced that the sword demon would surely perish under the combined might of 4 attacks, neglected to heal his own warrior, instead preparing a holy light spell to relish the thrill of killing. However, the warrior fell heavily to the ground after enduring 2 consecutive strikes from the sword demon and a sniper shot from celestial divine voice. Seizing the opportunity, the sword demon broke free from the encirclement, a fresh beam of white light illuminating him once more. With a swift turn, he brandished his dagger across his chest, exuding an aura of ferocity. The opposition was utterly dumbfounded. What had seemed like a mere 2 healing spells had been executed with such impeccable timing that it bordered on the miraculous. The rogue was not a class known for its resilience. Under the combined assaults of 2 warriors and a rogue, a single strike from each would suffice to drain the sword demon's life force to the brink of extinction. Yet, the brilliance lay in the priest's timely healing spell. Had the sword demon endured all 3 assaults without this intervention, he would have fallen before he could recover. Thus, the priest had ingeniously released the healing spell during the minuscule gap between the 3 attacks, effectively raising the sword demon's life threshold and allowing him to withstand the onslaught. This healing spell, whether executed early or late, would have been futile. It was only in that fleeting moment that it could salvage the sword demon's life. Such finesse was beyond the reach of an ordinary player. The trio turned to see a priest standing not far away, casting his healing spell for the 3rd time, fully restoring the sword demon's vitality. Who on earth are you? The opposition inquired for the 3rd time. Fool, can't you see our faces are covered? Why would we reveal our identities? Young Master Han retorted coldly, stepping forward to block their path. Meanwhile, Zhang Wushang and Yu Ge had already rushed to the forefront, with celestial divine voice in the distance drawing his bow, poised for action. Silence enveloped them as the group, in perfect synchrony, launched their assault, swiftly taking down the remaining warrior and priest. However, the rogue vanished amidst the sword demon's relentless attacks. Vanished? The sword demon was taken aback. The effect of disappearance was indistinguishable from stealth, the only difference being its ability to activate under any circumstance. This was not a skill that a rogue of their current level should possess. It's a skill scroll, Yu Ge mused with furrowed brows. Skills activated from scrolls are determined solely by the scroll's attributes, unaffected by the character's current level or skill proficiency. They could even be abilities not yet learned, and all are instantaneously cast. Damn it! Young Master Han exclaimed in frustration. It was evident that this individual was their primary target. No smile. Yet, despite their meticulous calculations, they had not anticipated that he would possess such a high-tier skill scroll. In the final moments, the ultimate boss had managed to slip away. This was undoubtedly disheartening within the realm of the game. The group gazed toward the valley's exit, where no smile could now confidently stride away. Suddenly, Gu Fei's figure emerged from the woods. Young Master Han was furious. This fellow had only now chosen to reveal himself. Just as he was about to unleash his ire, Gu Fei raised his arm, the dark red long blade resting at his side. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei smiled. It's too late now. Chapter 43. Attach of the Law. Everyone was taken aback, believing Gu Fei had lost his mind, talking to thin air. Yet, Gu Fei took 2 steps to the right. His weapon, Baptism of Fire, still poised at his side. I'm talking to you. Don't run. The young master of the Han family was about to curse when he noticed a figure gradually materializing before Gu Fei, mouth agape in astonishment. It was the very thief who had attempted to flee, the protagonist of this escapade, Bu Xiao. The valley fell silent, all eyes fixated on Gu Fei. Except for the sword demon, whose expression remained calm. He had witnessed such occurrences before. Step back, Gu Fei said coolly. Bu Xiao suddenly erupted in laughter. He had employed an identification technique on Gu Fei, and although he could not fathom how Gu Fei had detected his concealed state, he was certain of one thing. This was a mage clad in pitiful gear, high in level but wielding a single dagger and brandishing baptism of fire. What do you intend? Trying to scare me? Bu Xiao thought, doubting Gu Fei's prowess and suspecting he was merely a lucky fool. Seizing the moment while the other five were still at a distance, Bu Xiao lunged at Gu Fei without hesitation. At this range, dealing with a mage would require no more than a few strikes, especially with a healer present. Everyone shared this sentiment, including Bu Xiao, as the young masters of the Han family hastened to assist. No one anticipated that when Gu Fei merely stepped back, Bu Xiao's strike would miss entirely. With an effortless bend of his wrist, baptism of fire arced back toward Bu Xiao. The swiftness of Gu Fei's counterattack caught Bu Xiao off guard, and in a flurry, he raised his dagger to defend. This was a skill honed by players after a period of immersive gameplay, rather than enduring attacks by relying solely on health points. They learned to maximize damage output by timing their strikes and positioning. To convert an opponent's attack into a miss required dodging or blocking actions. Standing firm would only guarantee a hit. This revelation was trivial for Gu Fei, who had approached the game with this mindset from the onset. Currently, his situation contrasted sharply with that of the players, who possessed the ability to evade yet failed to utilize it due to a lack of awareness or insight into their opponent's attacks. Meanwhile, Gu Fei lacked neither awareness nor insight. His only grievance was his body's inability to keep pace with his mind, resulting in occasional failures to evade. However, in the presence of the players, Gu Fei's advantage was glaringly apparent. Bu Xiao, believing he had successfully parried Gu Fei's strike, was unaware that Gu Fei's attack was laden with subsequent variations. An ordinary response to a horizontal blade would fall within the range of Gu Fei's maneuver. With a casual flick of his wrist, Gu Fei altered the trajectory of his strike, transitioning from a slash to a chop, landing it squarely against Bu Xiao's waist. The crimson blade flashed, igniting with a blaze that converged upon Bu Xiao's body. A 30 chance was triggered, unleashing a fire spell. Though Gu Fei had not invested in intelligence, the innate growth rate of a mage's intelligence was inherently high, a trade-off for diminished strength and constitution. As his level increased, Gu Fei's naturally accrued mana far surpassed that of most other classes, and the fire damage from this strike was not comparable to that of an ordinary warrior. While Bu Xiao could endure the initial blow thanks to his defenses, the ensuing fire damage proved excruciating. As a rogue with low health, his vitality plummeted by half. In shock, he barely registered Gu Fei's second strike. Bu Xiao raised his dagger to block, but he could not anticipate Gu Fei's sophisticated attack. Baptism of fire circumvented the dagger suspended in the air and struck his shoulder. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Bu Xiao closed his eyes, awaiting his demise. To his surprise, the fire spell did not activate. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, Gu Fei's third strike descended upon him. This relentless barrage was the essence of a rogue's style, leaving Bu Xiao utterly speechless. He began to question whether his identification technique had malfunctioned or if Gu Fei possessed a superior counter-identification skill. Was it an illusionary technique? He had never encountered such a skill. Bu Xiao made no attempt to resist the third strike, merely lifting his arm in a futile effort to remove the black cloth obscuring Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei deftly evaded while continuing his assault, landing another strike upon Bu Xiao. Once again, a fire spell was triggered, flames flaring as they threatened to engulf Bu Xiao. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended upon him. Restoration. Bu Xiao's life was salvaged by the incantation. In shock, he turned to the only healer present, the young master of the Han family. Gu Fei halted his assault, astonished that the character he was about to dispatch had been unexpectedly aided. The members of the team had initially intended to rush in for support, but upon witnessing Gu Fei's prowess, they hesitated. The sight of a mage wielding a dagger against a rogue was unprecedented, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. As they regained their composure, Gu Fei had already completed his 3 strikes, and the young master of the Han family had utilized his healing spell. They swiftly advanced, encircling Bu Xiao. While Bu Xiao remained the target, the focus of all eyes was on Gu Fei. The young master of the Han family maintained his composure. Addressing Bu Xiao with a nonchalant inquiry, Bu Xiao? Bu Xiao nodded, surveying the masked figures surrounding him, noting that the one speaking wore not just one but multiple masks. In this scenario, The one conversing was evidently the leader. Was a multitude of masks a sign of authority? As Bushao transitioned from being encircled to having his identity exposed, he was beset by a whirlwind of questions and doubts. Do you know who we are? The young master of the Han family asked. Bushao shook his head. That's good, the young master exhaled. Enough with the pleasantries, the sword demon interjected. Rolling his eyes, the young master nodded, pointing at Bushao. Have you heard of the rebirth of the Purple Crystal Guild? You all. Bushao gasped, realizing the implications. As even the onlookers could connect his past grievances with Chiyue. However, the young master continued. I do not know what grievances you hold against the rebirth of the Purple Crystal, but I have 2 younger sisters in that guild. If you pursue trouble with them, we will pursue trouble with you. Do you understand? Bushao remained silent. The young master did not press for a response, continuing with a calm demeanor. Consider this a warning. Today, your comrades have fallen. We are here for you, and there is no reason for you to escape. With a glance at his companions, the sword demon stepped forward, gracefully wielding his dagger, catching Bushao by surprise and swiftly ending the confrontation. Mission accomplished, declared the young master of the Han family. The crowd nodded in agreement, and suddenly they surged forward, seizing Gu Fei. Yuga reached out and tore away the black cloth covering his face. What are you doing? Gu Fei exclaimed, taken completely by surprise. How could one not say that friends can be more fearsome than foes? Truly, it's Qianli. Yu Tian Shinming shouted. What nonsense? Gu Fei retorted, feeling vexed. The son of the Han family, while removing the 3 pieces of cloth from his own face, stepped closer and examined Gu Fei's head from side to side. Gu Fei attempted to resist, but behind him, Zhan Wushang merely raised a finger, effortlessly quelling any defiance. The son of the Han family scrutinized Gu Fei's face and inquired of Yuga. There aren't any skills for disguise or alteration in the game, are there? It seems there aren't. Yuga, usually confident in his intelligence, hesitated slightly. He too approached to inspect Gu Fei's visage. Hey, have you all had enough? Gu Fei protested. It truly is Qianli, Yuga remarked. I concur, the son of the Han family agreed. Zhan Wushang released Gu Fei from his grip, and Gu Fei returned his knife to his pocket. The others continued to regard him as if he were a curiosity. You've allocated your points to agility. Haven to you, Qianli? Yugo asked. This was the first time, apart from the sword demon, that the mercenary group was witnessing Gu Fei's prowess. Gu Fei nodded. All agility. The group exchanged glances. What kind of training method is this? How did you come up with it? Yugo queried cautiously. He began to suspect that Gu Fei might be an insider from the game company, possessing access to many undisclosed data and information. For who else would invest their points into full agility as a mage right at the game's inception? What is there to ponder? Gu Fei recounted his grievance of having mistakenly chosen the mage class. His words were laced with endless regret for not becoming a mage, coupled with a profound yearning to be a fighter or even a warrior. This naturally provoked the discontent of Yu Tian Shinming, who, despite no longer being a mage, still held a fondness for the class. Come on, what is wrong with being a mage? Practicing like you is a sheer waste of a mage. Alas, Gu Fei sighed. You wouldn't understand the matters of adults. Yu Tian Shinming's nose crinkled in indignation. The others were equally puzzled. Why did Qianli hold such an affection for fighters? Because I am, at heart, a martial artist dedicated to the study of combat. Gu Fei replied. Chapter 44. Unaware of good and bad martial arts? Fighter? Research? A few individuals repeated Gu Fei's words while exchanging amused glances. Gu Fei had witnessed this expression numerous times before. Whenever he discussed his martial arts with certain individuals, they invariably displayed such a dismissive demeanor. However, in the realm of online gaming, Gu Fei possessed the convenient means to substantiate his claims. He brandished his baptism of flames, striking a pose, and proclaimed, "Observe my technique." It encompasses 4 variations and 4 follow-up moves. Alright, enough with the techniques. First, change your appearance. The enemy's follow-up is imminent, interjected young Master Han. Change my appearance? Gu Fei inquired, puzzled. Everyone, switch your equipment, young Master Han instructed, turning to the other 4. The group nodded in agreement, and in an instant, they donned simpler attire. Brother, you turned to Gu Fei to elucidate. Although we've concealed our faces, if the opponent employs identification skills, they will discern our gear, especially since their identification skills are quite advanced. For instance, the frost recollection of the sword demon is undoubtedly a remarkable piece of equipment. Thus, we must alter our gear to ensure they cannot recognize us. Gu Fei nodded affirmatively, but I only have this outfit. You don't need to change much. Young Master Han replied. Just remove that tattered straw hat, take off those worn shoes, stow away your shabby knife, and dress like a mage. Heeding the advice, Gu Fei complied as young Master Han continued. The mission has not concluded. It has merely commenced. Not Laugh has been around for years and won't be easily intimidated. I suspect he still has the resolve to seek revenge against us. Brother, you concurred. Moreover, he has the backing of the Four Seas Guild. I estimate they called for reinforcements as soon as they were attacked. Yutian Shinming nodded, affirming they indeed summoned help in the guild channel. However, we acted swiftly. They likely haven't made significant progress, young Master Han remarked, glancing at the time. Let's disperse and head to the Yunliao farm west of the city, mingling with ordinary players to grind levels. If you spot anyone from the Four Seas Guild, remember to gather intelligence and keep the chat window open for updates. The group nodded and, upon exiting the valley, prepared to split up. Hey, do any of you wish to learn a few martial arts techniques from me? Gu Fei called out. Perhaps another time, young Master Han replied, patting him on the back. Now scatter. The six chose different paths, deliberately avoiding the main road leading from Yunxiao Valley to Yunduan City. Upon leaving Yunxiao Valley, one would soon arrive at Yunliao Farm, where the monsters range from levels 25 to 30, making it one of the most frequented grinding zones for players. The low-level monsters were in high demand, and players paused intermittently, creating a picturesque scene of activity. In this environment, surprisingly, no one dared to steal monsters, as there existed an unspoken rule at Yunliao Farm. Those who attempted to steal would be collectively ostracized. This was not due to the players' high moral standards. Rather, they perceived the situation as one of limited resources. If someone provided such a compelling excuse to be ousted, the players would gladly oblige. As this situation persisted, instances of players being accused of stealing monsters grew increasingly common, with the accused typically sharing a common trait: they were too powerful. Powerful players dispatched monsters rapidly, causing discontent among the average players. Thus, whenever someone unjustly accused another of thievery, many would feign a mistake. And even the strongest players could not withstand the sudden onslaught of 20 or more individuals claiming to have made an error, vanishing without a chance to defend themselves in that vast expanse of hope. Yunliao Farm was undeniably a rather grim place. Brother Yu took to the mercenary channel to explain the situation at the farm, cautioning everyone not to draw too much attention. Just find a monster and pretend to engage with it, he advised, and the group nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at Yunliao Farm, Gu Fei surveyed the area and spotted a few individuals blending in with the crowd. They instinctively gravitated towards the central path leading to Yunxiao Valley, anticipating that the Four Seas Guild would likely pass through there. Gu Fei glanced around, noticing that everyone, following Brother Yu's instructions, wielded the most tattered weapons they could find. Slowly engaging a target, Gu Fei promptly retrieved his staff, opting not to cast spells, and instead used it to strike a nearby scarecrow. Before long, a cloud of dust arose in the distance as several players approached at a steady pace. Their formation remained remarkably intact, as differing builds and equipment influenced each class's movement speed. If they all sprinted at their maximum pace, the line would surge forward, presenting easy targets for attack. The individuals from the Four Seas Guild clearly took this into account, maintaining a controlled speed. Players training in the farm paused to watch, intrigued by the unusual commotion. "What's happening?" they murmured. Among them, an experienced player pointed to the insignias worn by the group in the center of the path, explaining, "Those are members of the Four Seas Guild." Consequently, many players interpreted this as a training exercise for the guild. "What a significant scene," young Master Han commented in the mercenary channel. "Yutian, how many members does the Four Seas Guild currently have?" "They just reached level 3, and they already have 300 members. Yutian Shinming replied. "And how many at level 30? "Brother, the rankings don't have numbers. Don't expect me to count them one by one," Yutian Shinming retorted. If Not Laugh were wise, he would have stopped these individuals. Alas, he seems overly confident in his backing. TSK, let us indulge him a little longer," young Master Han mused. The members of the Four Seas Guild soon passed through the farm, heading directly towards Yunxiao Valley, with only a few stragglers following behind. Yutian Shinming attempted to strike down a lone player, but was halted by young Master Han. "They are actively searching for us. Are you not revealing our location at Yunliao Farm? What shall we do now?" Yutian Shinming inquired. "Currently, we lack the strength to eliminate them all at once. We must capture the leader first. Did anyone spot Not Laugh among those who just passed?" young Master Han asked. "No," Brother Yu confidently replied. "This is his affair. He has no reason not to come. He likely just returned to the city and is still on his way. Qianli, head back to the city and see if you can send us a message when you spot him," young Master Han instructed. "Understood." Gu Fei rose, preparing to depart. "Move swiftly. Once you reach the city, go to the Thieves Guild. Not Laugh will undoubtedly respawn there. Seize the opportunity to deal with him." "Do you think you can take him on one-on-one?" young Master Han queried. "Absolutely," Gu Fei replied, shouldering his staff and whistling as he set off. As a maximally agile mage, Gu Fei made good time. After running for a while, he caught sight of the outline of Yunduan City in the distance and soon spotted a figure rushing towards him. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Not Laugh. "I see Not Laugh," Gu Fei announced in the mercenary channel. "Received. Ignore him and continue on your way. Send us a message when you reach the Thieves Guild." "Brother," you instructed. "Gu Fei, you should also be on your way. Let us estimate how long it will take for Not Laugh to arrive and strategize our ambush." "Absolutely." Gu Fei and Brother Yu replied simultaneously. As they sent their messages, Gu Fei brushed past Not Laugh, who, oblivious to Gu Fei's presence, hurried forward with a troubled expression. Upon returning to Yunduan City, Gu Fei swiftly made his way to the Thieves Guild, surveying the terrain before messaging, "I have arrived." Meanwhile, Brother Yu had already encountered Not Laugh. Once informed of Gu Fei's arrival at the designated location, the tactical plan was swiftly devised. "Not Laugh is coming," Yutian Shunming shouted in the chat channel. Hey, live text commentary. Unable to witness the scene firsthand, Gu Fei did not wish to miss out on the thrilling spectacle. "Allow me," Yutian Shunming eagerly volunteered. Without a hint of laughter, he approached, a solitary figure advancing towards them. Clutched in his hand was a dagger, symbolizing the glorious tradition of thieves. He strode along the country path, his gaze fixed ahead, unperturbed by his surroundings. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. My apologies. I ought to count backward for greater suspense. Forgive me. I am uncertain from which number to start counting in reverse. Let us proceed forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, drawing nearer, step by step, 6 steps, 7 steps. Here we go." The sword demon, lying in wait in the middle of the road, launched his attack. As he swiftly passed by Bu Xiao, he pivoted with agility, delivering a backstab that plunged the dagger deep into. My apologies. Was it the waist or the backside? I could not discern. Bu Xiao turned his head, his expression devoid of mirth, regrettably. All he beheld was a face obscured by black cloth. In a futile attempt, Bu Xiao reached out to grasp the fabric, but he was out of time. The sword demon struck again with a fierce blow. "Sword demon, I believe you should have allowed him to unveil the cloth from your face. That would surely terrify him to death, and perhaps he might drop some equipment. Get lost." With Bu Xiao dispatched, the sword demon had a moment to spare and uttered a single word. "Qianli, how fares your side?" inquired the young master of the Han family. "I can see him now," Gu Fei replied. He observed as Bu Xiao erupted from the Thieves Guild, visibly agitated, spinning in circles, likely disoriented by his frustration. Subsequently, he hung his head at a 45-degree angle, staring blankly at the ground. "I am making my move now. Regrettably, I lack the leisure to provide you with a live commentary." Gu Fei donned a black cloth over his face, placed a straw hat upon his head, and, with the baptism of flames slung over his shoulder, hastened towards Bu Xiao. Chapter 45. Pursuit. Bu Xiao was so absorbed in his thoughts that he remained oblivious even when Gu Fei approached from behind. Finding it rather dull to strike from behind, Gu Fei maneuvered to stand in front of Bu Xiao, exclaiming, "Hey!" Bu Xiao looked up, and, upon seeing the black cloth covering Gu Fei's face, jumped up as if electrified, instinctively attempting to flee without even thinking of retaliating. Gu Fei found this more tedious than battling an NPC. With a sigh of exasperation, he closed the gap and struck Bu Xiao. Though rogues are typically agile, Bu Xiao had invested in strength, and having just lost 2 levels, he was surprisingly sluggish compared to the fully agile mages. Despite mages lacking agility advantages, they were not at all deprived of it. The process of dispatching Bu Xiao bored Gu Fei tremendously. Bu Xiao was desperately trying to escape to the safety zone, but Gu Fei was faster, landing a blow with every step. Not once did the fire spell Baptism of Flames activate, and before Bu Xiao could reach safety, Gu Fei had decisively slain him, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. With a deep sigh, Gu Fei noted that Bu Xiao had resurrected in the Rogue Guild and was now furiously cursing him. Gu Fei, unfazed, shrugged helplessly and waved goodbye. What is going on? The mercenary channel was flooded with inquiries from Han's group. It's resolved. Gu Fei quickly posted in response. Did you get anything from it? Han inquired. Nothing, Gu Fei replied. Really? Such luck? Died 3 times without dropping anything? Han's words raised suspicion among the others regarding his intentions. Did he seek to suppress Bu Xiao's spirit or covet his gear? Let us kill him again. Yutian Shunming was more straightforward, doubting that Bu Xiao would remain empty-handed forever. How did he react when you first encountered him? Han asked Gu Fei. Fear, immense fear. And after being killed? Anger, profound anger. And now? I left, suspecting he would summon help to surround me, Gu Fei replied. The level 30 mage robe is quite conspicuous. You should buy a proper mage robe, Han suggested. I want something with higher defense, preferably with added agility or strength. Any recommendations? Gu Fei asked the experts. feeling unworthy to compare himself to their mastery despite having researched online. The Shadow Cloak often has agility attributes. The Cloak of the Strong typically adds strength. Consider these two options, Jian Gui advised. Though their defense is inferior to a warrior's armor, the latter requires a corresponding strength attribute to equip, which you haven't invested in, right? Not yet. I'll think about it later, Gu Fei said. Besides, please get a proper mage robe. A rogue's cloak on a mage will make you stand out even more. I guarantee you'll be the only one in the city, Han stated. A mage in a cloak. Comrades, I want to cry. Yutian Shinming lamented. Don't worry, you can cry when Qianli dons armor in the future. Yugo consoled him. This mage is a bit of a mess. We should recruit a real mage for our team, Han noted. Yutian Shinming, however, was already in tears. Had I known, I would have played a proper mage. All right, let us get back to business, Han continued. Now we should return to town. Qianli, keep an eye on Bu Zhao's movements. If the opportunity arises, try to gauge his intentions and see if he has given up. So should I buy clothes or probe him? Gu Fei asked. Decide for yourself, Han replied. Gu Fei contemplated. Clothes were always available. But the chance to engage Bu Zhao directly might not come again soon. Thus, he returned to the Rogue Guild, hiding behind a wall to observe. Bu Zhao remained, sitting forlornly at the guild entrance. Gu Fei had long suspected Bu Zhao would call for reinforcements, so he was cautious. After scanning the area, he made up his mind. Approaching the Rogue Guild, he found a shadowy corner, ensured he was unnoticed, and quickly donned his disguise. Emerging from the wall, he revealed himself to Bu Zhao, who was startled and bolted back towards the safety zone. Gu Fei, concealed by his mask, wore a smile that no one could appreciate. Leaning against the wall, he called out, "Hey!" Bu Zhao's eyes burned with hatred, fixating on Gu Fei. They were merely a step apart, yet in the realm of online gaming, that distance could signify life or death. Bu Zhao, now standing in the safety zone with a straighter posture, confronted Gu Fei. What do you want? Have I not already told you? Gu Fei replied. But you all. Gu Fei anticipated his words and interrupted. Indeed. You might not have found trouble with the rebirth purple crystal, yet you are now seeking trouble with us. This is a far more reckless and perilous move. To help you gain clarity, we had no choice but to eliminate you twice more. Now, the organization has dispatched me to inquire. Have you come to your senses? Who are you all? Bu Zhao's demeanor bordered on madness. Is there any point in asking the same question repeatedly? We are no longer children. It's time to mature, Gu Fei stated. All right, I will mature. Bu Zhao nodded, but suddenly let out a hysterical scream and lunged at Gu Fei, though he was unarmed, clearly attempting to embrace him. However, Gu Fei seemed to anticipate the move. He crouched swiftly, drawing his weapon in one fluid motion. And as he sidestepped Bu Zhao, the baptism of flames ignited, scorching Bu Zhao's form. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Fei brought the blade down upon Bu Zhao's back, simultaneously delivering a kick to his rear, retreating into the safety zone. Bu Zhao, still in the posture of attempting to embrace Gu Fei, was propelled forward by the kick, and unfortunately, Gu Fei's second strike activated the fire spell once more, consuming Bu Zhao's remaining health as he stumbled toward a group of players who had rushed to his aid, only to grasp not but a fleeting wisp of light. Gu Fei surveyed the players, adorned with various emblems, and sighed. Your murderous intent is too palpable. The group remained entranced, unable to process the rapid sequence of events that had just unfolded. Bu Zhao had stationed his followers nearby, anticipating the masked figure's appearance. He did not seek to kill, but was determined to unveil the identity of his adversary. For only then could he trace their origins and plot his revenge in due time. Bu Zhao felt a surge of joy upon Gu Fei's sudden arrival. He feigned indifference, stalling for time, hoping his subordinates would arrive to block Gu Fei's escape. Yet, to his surprise, Gu Fei seemed prepared, evading their ambush and swiftly resolving the confrontation. To the ordinary observer, Gu Fei's speed appeared astonishingly surreal. However, the truth was that his swiftness lay not in sheer speed, but in rhythm. While dodging, he simultaneously initiated his assault. The first strike landed, and he immediately adjusted to launch the second strike with utmost efficiency. Before the first blow had even concluded, he had executed a kick, sending Bu Zhao reeling while the second strike's fire spell extinguished his remaining vitality. In simpler terms, ordinary players would have divided their actions into 4 distinct steps. Gu Fei executed his maneuvers with a seamless grace, each step flowing into the next with remarkable speed. To the onlookers, the sole impression conveyed by his deft offensive and defensive techniques was one of swiftness. At that moment, Gu Fei stood securely within the safe zone, while 6 formidable players from various realms found themselves utterly powerless against him. Once again, the player known as Bu Zhao, having returned to the safe zone, seemed to have lost all semblance of rationality. He charged towards Gu Fei with a furious shout, his hands flailing wildly in the air, aiming directly at the black cloth obscuring Gu Fei's face. Yet this time, Gu Fei appeared oblivious, remaining completely still. Just as Bu Zhao's hands seemed poised to grasp the black cloth, they abruptly halted in midair. Gu Fei shook his head, remarking, "If you do not take the time to read the game instructions, you should know that this is a logout safe zone, where player interactions are strictly prohibited. If you and your companions were to rush in and throw me out, what would be the point of having a safe zone at all?" Bu Zhao's hand trembled in the air, a testament to his frustration as he had already perished 4 times. In a moment of desperation, he defiantly attempted to challenge the system, striving to breach the inviolable barrier of the safe zone. Naturally, this endeavor was in vain. Yet, an idea struck him, and he puffed a gust of air towards Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei, bemused, replied, "Are you truly daft? I have stated that contact is forbidden. Do you really think you can simply blow away the cloth on my face?" At last, devoid of options, Bu Zhao succumbed to despair, sinking to the ground. Gu Fei regarded him with a measure of sympathy and could not resist offering a few words of comfort. "Well, consider yourself fortunate. Having died 4 times without losing any items is quite a stroke of luck." Bu Zhao showed no response, leaving Gu Fei uncertain whether he had even registered the words. Shaking his head, Gu Fei turned to leave, only to find several imposing players stationed defiantly at the guild's entrance, evidently unwilling to permit his escape. Chapter 46. Departing with Dignity. "Hey, look!" Gu Fei turned around and crouched beside Bu Zhao, pointing at the group blocking the entrance of the Thieves' Guild. "I think you're still not quite awake," he remarked. Bu Zhao gazed at him, his expression impassive, remaining silent. Before long, the crowd outside not only failed to disperse, but seemed to be multiplying. Gu Fei sighed and opened the mercenary chat window. "Bu Zhao truly has backbone. I killed him once, and now he has surrounded me." "You're still alive?" Han Jia Gongzi inquired. "I'm in the safe zone," Gu Fei replied. "Can you charge out?" Han Jia Gongzi asked. "I'll give it a try." With that, Gu Fei stood up. "We'll be there soon," Han Jia Gongzi shouted in the chat window. "No need," Gu Fei said. "Their numbers keep increasing. Even if we all gather, we can't directly confront the 300 from Zongheng Sihai. I'll take the opportunity to charge out while the numbers are fewer." "All right, good luck. We're off for drinks," Han Jia Gongzi said. Gu Fei. The mage's robe, almost dragging on the ground, somewhat hindered his movements, so he lifted the hem and secured it tightly around his waist, gripping the flame of baptism tightly. He turned to Bu Zhao and declared, "I'm off." Bu Zhao looked at him in astonishment. Outside the Thieves' Guild, at least 10 players from Zongheng Sihai had already gathered, and reinforcements were still arriving. Did he really think he could just charge out without consequence? Even those blocking the entrance hadn't anticipated Gu Fei's bold move. They were prepared for a protracted battle, expecting negotiations to take place in the safe zone, or for reinforcements to arrive, leading to a chaotic melee outside. However, the current development suggested Gu Fei intended to challenge them all alone. As Gu Fei strode towards the safe zone's exit, his face obscured by a black cloth. No one could discern his expression, yet he exuded an undeniable aura that instinctively put everyone on edge. They reminded themselves, "There are many of us. What is there to fear?" Despite this thought, the earlier image of Gu Fei dispatching Bu Zhao in an instant replayed in their minds, leaving them baffled as to how he had accomplished it. Gu Fei had reached the door when he suddenly propelled himself forward, leaping out. He had crossed the fabled boundary between life and death. With a swift motion of the flame of baptism, he struck at a nearby chanting mage. Once Gu Fei launched an attack, no one could evade it, not only due to the speed afforded by his full agility build, but also because of the unpredictable angles of his strikes. Furthermore, even if he missed, his quick adaptations would render him formidable. His first strike landed heavily on the mage who was casting a spell, although Gu Fei lacked identification skills. The distinct attire of each character class made it easy to discern them: mages in their robes, thieves in cloaks, and warriors in armor. Judging a character's class by their appearance was a reliable tactic. This strike, while not lethal, successfully interrupted the mage's incantation. Gu Fei was cautious of the spells mages could unleash, particularly the low-level fireball, which possessed a tracking feature that, albeit short-lived, could significantly affect his maneuverability. After striking the mage, Gu Fei delivered a swift kick to another player. The damage was negligible, but the opponent stumbled back, inadvertently blocking 2 other players rushing forward. As Gu Fei landed, he pivoted the flame of baptism towards the mage once more. Unfortunately, the mage's health was already low, and his speed was lackluster, leaving him powerless against Gu Fei's relentless assault. The mage's staff seemed ineffectual as Gu Fei's fiery attacks began to take their toll, ultimately leading to the mage's demise. Energized, Gu Fei pressed on, while the group attempting to corner him found themselves at a disadvantage. A significant factor was Bu Zhao's loud command from the safety of the zone, "Do not kill him." Tear off the cloth from his face. Bu Zhao feared that if Gu Fei were to step out and be overwhelmed by 10 players, he would respawn in the safe zone. And the chance to unveil Gu Fei's true identity would vanish, making the same blunder as Cao Cao did in ancient times. It was said that during the Battle of Changban, Cao Cao shouted to prevent ambushes, demanding a live capture of Zhao Yun, which ultimately led to Zhao Yun escaping with Liu Bei's son, leaving Cao Cao in disarray. However, Cao Cao commanded an army of 1,000,000, while Bu Zhao merely had a scant 10 players and dared to emulate him. As Bu Zhao shouted, Gu Fei had already dispatched the mage, and the remaining players found themselves in a bind, unsure whether to attack or retreat. Ordinary players lack the capacity to unleash their full potential like Gu Fei, and even achieving the minimum damage with their weapons proved challenging. The warriors wielding heavy weapons hesitated, fearing that a single strike might incapacitate Gu Fei. Gu Fei was not a reckless fool. He had assessed the 10 players and believed himself capable of contending with them. However, with Bu Zhao's command, 9 of the 10 became hesitant, caught in indecision as they glanced at Gu Fei, unsure whether to strike or refrain. Gu Fei, feeling disheartened, cast a menacing glare at Bu Zhao. Bu Zhao, undeterred, continued to incite chaos from behind. Capture him. Capture him. Tear off the cloth from his face. The group hesitated, then dropped their weapons to rush at Gu Fei with bare hands. Yet, Gu Fei's flame of baptism moved with even greater vigor, flames erupting as 2 more frail players fell. One warrior, confident in his durability, attempted to withstand Gu Fei's assault in a bid to capture him. However, Gu Fei's speed outpaced that of the warrior, and with his agile movements, he evaded them as if they were clumsy hawks trying to catch a chicken. In the blink of an eye, 2 more players lay defeated, one of whom had underestimated Gu Fei's prowess. Bu Zhao soon realized that his commands had been a grave error. However, having gone this far, he had no choice but to persist, lest the initial bravado of the fallen players turn against him. He continued to shout, "Hold your ground. Reinforcements are on the way." To an outsider, it might have seemed that Gu Fei had brought an army to surround them. Hearing Bu Zhao's exhortations, Gu Fei also recognized that remaining in this skirmish was no longer advantageous. With the added fire damage, Gu Fei's offensive capabilities were formidable. However, the reality remained that his fire spell had only a 30% activation rate, a gap between maximum and minimum damage that even his skills could not bridge, leading to awkward situations during combat. For instance, he might unleash a strike filled with multiple clever follow-ups, only for the fire spell to activate and eliminate the opponent outright, leaving him unable to address another opponent swiftly. Conversely, he might strike to the left, hoping for the fire spell to trigger and dispatch that foe, only to find it failed to activate, forcing him to readjust his strategy. The sporadic nature of the fire spell both aided and disrupted Gu Fei's rhythm, affecting his performance. In one-on-one encounters, this impact was negligible. However, in a complex situation like this, it magnified considerably. Out of the 10 players surrounding him, Gu Fei had felled 5. Yet 8 remained, making the goal of eliminating all 10 seem increasingly unrealistic. Let us set aside the reinforcements that have yet to arrive. Even just the 2 thieves have already met their demise at Gu Fei's blade. Yet here they stand, at the entrance of the Thieves' Guild, resurrected on the spot, rushing forth to engage in battle once more. The directive from their leader not to slay their adversary based on appearance has led them to strip off their armor, opting instead for a bare-knuckle brawl with Gu Fei. His assaults have transcended mere sword strikes, encompassing punches and kicks, ensuring that none may approach him. Although the group has been thoroughly battered by Gu Fei, they remain under the illusion that their encirclement is effective. Little do they realize that it is not they who have ensnared Gu Fei, but rather Gu Fei's own volition to remain. As the desire to depart burgeoned within him, he swung his blade with fervor, exploiting the gaps left by his foes to dart outside the confines of their circle. The leader, still convinced of the success of his tactical maneuver, perceived Gu Fei's escape as a minor blunder among his subordinates and urgently commanded, "Quickly, surround him." In his fervor, he too dashed out of the safety zone, bearing his arms. However, Gu Fei had already gained several meters of distance, prompting the leader to shout at the 2 thieves flanking Gu Fei, "Activate haste, swiftly." The 2 thieves lamented, "We just died and lost a level. We can't activate haste." One of them cried out even louder, "I've already expended much of my proficiency for haste." Upon hearing this, the leader's heart sank. He had overlooked the cost of their losses, focusing solely on his own diminished levels and the durability of his equipment, which had plummeted to 0. However, fortune smiled upon him as he had not lost any items. In the midst of his frustration, he suddenly noticed Gu Fei halting ahead. Elated, he hastily directed his comrades to pursue. Unexpectedly, Gu Fei turned and sprinted back, muttering something under his breath. The group paused in confusion, instinctively taking a few steps back, only for Gu Fei to pivot once more and resume his vigorous pace. How foolish! The leader exclaimed in exasperation, as their momentary hesitation widened the gap between them. Just as they were lamenting their slowed pursuit, an eruption of flames engulfed their vision. A fire dragon soared upwards, swiftly transforming into multiple fireballs that hurtled towards them. With a collective gasp, the group was struck directly by the explosion. Among them, only the leader remained standing, albeit heavily injured, tears welling in his eyes as he finally uttered a profound sigh. Damn it, I forgot he was a mage. Chapter 47. A city in turmoil as Gu Fei departed. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he turned back to launch a fireball in quick succession. This marked his inaugural application of mage skills in a real combat scenario. His initial intent was merely to hinder the pursuers behind him, preventing them from closing in too swiftly. To his pleasant surprise, however, he managed to eliminate 2 of them outright. Regrettably, he soon noticed players rushing towards his direction from all around the streets, presumably summoned by Bu Xiao. Gu Fei abandoned his intention to return and finish off the remaining 3, hastening his escape from the scene of the incident. He navigated through the chaotic streets of Cloud City, making several turns until he found a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Once there, he removed the black cloth and his straw hat, stowed away his baptism of flames, and retrieved his staff, striding confidently out of the nook. The number of players racing towards the Thieves' Guild continued to swell, with only a handful being seasoned adventurers. The majority were mere spectators drawn by the commotion. Gu Fei felt a twinge of pity for them, as their timing meant they would witness nothing of significance. As the notorious murderer Gu Fei ambled through the streets, he soon arrived at the Xiaolei Tavern. The proprietor, Xiaolei, was quite familiar with him and his companions, particularly 2 individuals among their group who were hard to forget. Upon seeing Gu Fei enter, Xiaolei greeted him with a smile and gestured towards their designated private room. Gu Fei approached and lifted the curtain, discovering that his companions were indeed keeping their word. They had gathered as promised for a toast. The 5 men looked up at Gu Fei, with Han Jia Gongzi glancing at the time. 6 minutes. Sorry, I win, Jian Gui stated flatly, extending his hand towards the table. The other 4 reluctantly reached into their pockets, one producing 5 gold coins and tossing them onto the table. Jian Gui unceremoniously collected them all, then extended his hand towards Yu Tian. No, you owe me 10. Hey, I was just joking. Why take it seriously? Yu Tian protested. Of course, a wager must be honored. Jian Gui maintained his stance. Give it to him, or we won't be able to continue drinking, Han Jia Gongzi interjected. Reluctantly, Yu Tian extracted another 5 gold coins for Jian Gui. Once the debts were settled, they turned their attention to Gu Fei, with Han Jia Gongzi leading the applause. Welcome, welcome, our number 1 killer. Gu Fei, observing Jian Gui filling his pocket with coins, inquired, what are you all up to? Nothing much. Just calculating the time it took for you to break through, Han Jia Gongzi replied. A bet then? Jian Gui wins? Gu Fei remarked as he took a seat. Jian Gui nodded. Then I deserve half of it. Gu Fei chuckled. Jian Gui again nodded, reaching into his pocket to extract 12 gold coins, followed by 50 silver coins, which he pushed towards Gu Fei, half for each. Gu Fei was taken aback. He had merely been joking. Han Jia Gongzi sighed. Take it. Just remember, don't joke with those lacking a sense of humor next time. Jian Gui, however, was serious. It's only fair. I would have given you half regardless. Gu Fei gave a dry laugh. Thanks. He pocketed the coins, while Yu Tian wore a pained expression. What is the situation with Bu Xiao now? Han Jia Gongzi queried. Not sure. I rushed out after breaking the encirclement. Are you suggesting I should return to chat with him? There are quite a few people over there now. Gu Fei replied. Yu Tian nodded. Those heading to Yunxiao Valley were just called back. Has Bu Xiao said anything in the guild channel? Han Jia Gongzi asked Yu Tian. Yu Tian scrutinized the guild chat records. Everyone is asking what happened and who the assailants were, but Bu Xiao hasn't responded. Wait, he is speaking. Yu Tian suddenly exclaimed. What did he say? Brothers, avenge me. Yu Tian read aloud. The group exchanged glances. This guy is truly a handful, Han Jia Gongzi lamented. However, if he decides to target us and not pursue Rebirth Amethyst, we might consider our mission accomplished. Impossible. He doesn't even know who we are. He will definitely seek revenge on whoever possesses the Rebirth Amethyst, Han Jia Gongzi reasoned. I believe we've been slightly misguided from the start, Gu Fei remarked. Bu Xiao in July flowing fire. How long ago was that? For him to still harbor resentment is quite petty. Besides, he was at fault initially. Now he is the one provoking us again, showing remarkable audacity. After being killed 4 times, he still shouts, brothers, avenge me. His thirst for vengeance is quite pronounced. Such a person, as long as he remains in the game, will inevitably become a menace, and given the chance, he will strike again. What do you suggest? Should we expel him from the game? No matter how capable we are, that is unfeasible, Han Jia Gongzi replied. Just as Gu Fei was about to speak, Yu Gu interjected. Let us first assess the situation before making any decisions. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Gu Fei swallowed his words. Meanwhile, the entire Cloud City and all nearby chatting spots buzzed with discussions about this significant event. With the chat channel's 1,000 miles communication feature, news spread faster than ever before. Since the game's inception, no such PK incident had ever stirred an entire guild. Today, the largest guild in Cloud City, Zongheng Sihai, dispatched its members from Cloud City to Yunxiao Valley and back to the Thieves Guild in Cloud City. Reports from Yunliao Farm indicated that in the center of the main road, Bu Xiao of Zongheng Sihai was ambushed by a cloaked thief who swiftly struck him down before vanishing. Eyewitnesses from the Thieves Guild recounted seeing a formidable figure, also cloaked, wielding a single blade, who brutally slayed Bu Xiao at the guild entrance. After a brief diversion, he returned to strike Bu Xiao once more, then effortlessly broke through a crowd of several players before making his escape. Subsequent investigations established a timeline suggesting continuity in the locations where Bu Xiao was killed. Coupled with the identical mysterious cloaks worn by the assailants, it was concluded that this was a meticulously orchestrated assassination targeting Bu Xiao. Bu Xiao, an old ID familiar to many, soon prompted recollections of past grievances. A search for July Flowing Fire revealed it to be an unclaimed ID. While some speculated that July Flowing Fire was orchestrating events from behind the scenes, the lack of direct evidence rendered such claims unsubstantiated. The uproar spread throughout the city, and the women of Rebirth Amethyst were certainly not oblivious to the situation. July promptly summoned the ladies back to the guild office. Initially, aside from Luo Luo, the others were unaware that the current conflict traced back to prior incidents in the online game. However, the situation had escalated beyond concealment. To attribute the animosity solely to misunderstandings during a quest would be implausible, as only Xiaoyu might believe such a notion. After presenting the facts to her companions, July received unanimous support. After all, she had no intention of entangling herself further with the adversary. Bu Xiao's provocations were intolerable, and even the most mild-mannered of the women could not abide such behavior. Lai Lai, known for her fiery temperament, had already kicked a stool in frustration, expressing her desire to confront Bu Xiao once more. However, she was quickly restrained by the others. July solemnly addressed the group. Given the evident disparity in strength, we will seek assistance this time. The recent events in Cloud City were likely orchestrated by them. Yet, based on my understanding of Bu Xiao, killing him a few times will probably not intimidate him. Therefore, this matter is far from over. We must remain vigilant and, ideally, refrain from logging in for the next few days. July, hiding is not a solution. We must be prepared to fight, one of the ladies suggested. However, Sister July, you need not worry about us. It's merely a game. PK is simply a facet of the gameplay. We have no aspirations for supremacy if we die. We merely lose a few levels, and what is there to fear in that? Indeed. Everyone, please refrain from arguing. Since Luo Luo has taken the floor, it is true that losing levels upon death is not particularly daunting, but the crux of the matter is that we cannot die in vain. Yundansheng is the largest guild in the realm, boasting a total of 300 members, with more players at level 30 than we have in our entire guild. Thus, this will undoubtedly be a highly skilled PK battle. Who among you believes they can contribute meaningfully to this encounter? Silence ensued. Even Lai Lai, who had been quite the standout in this simulated online PK, held her tongue. Though she harbored her own doubts, speaking up at this moment would clearly undermine Luo Luo. Despite her fiery temperament, she possessed a nuanced sensitivity typical of young women. Observing the silence, Luo Luo continued, Therefore, let us heed Sister July's counsel. Each of you should exercise caution and evade confrontation where possible. The rest shall be handled by July, myself, Lai Lai, Xiaoyu, and the allies we enlist. Is that agreeable to everyone? The women nodded in agreement, harboring no objections to the quartet proposed by Luo Luo. July, without a doubt, would be involved. While Luo Luo was the highest level priestess among the women, Lai Lai was the most skilled in PK, and Xiaoyu held the highest level. Yet, concerning the highest level, Xiaoyu timidly inquired, What about Qianli? What purpose would he serve? Lai Lai retorted impatiently, He is nothing but a useless mage. What does it matter how high his level is? July nodded in agreement. Let us not trouble him then. Let us proceed. Luo Luo stated, I will greet those over there. Let us meet up. The four women chatted as they stepped outside, only to be confronted by a dark throng of people at the street corner. At the forefront stood a familiar figure, not smiling, Shao-Chi, it's been a while. Chapter 48. This is not an arithmetic problem. The four women immediately attempted to turn back, only to discover that their retreat was already blocked by figures approaching from the other end of the street. In a flurry, July sent a message through the guild channel. Everyone stay in your rooms and do not come out. The women, puzzled, inquired about the situation, to which July simply replied, be obedient. Turning back, she noticed the group blocking their escape advancing forward, whether intentionally or not, halting right in front of the Rebirth Amethyst Guild's entrance. July felt her heart race, urgently reiterating in the guild channel that they must not emerge. The women complied, huddling in their rooms, allowing July to finally exhale in relief. Although this end of the street was relatively open, the growing crowd of onlookers filled the gaps, creating an impenetrable net. With their combined strength, the four of them had no hope of breaking free. What do you want? July was left with no choice but to engage in conversation with someone she wished to avoid. What do you want? The unamused one retorted, chuckling ominously before adding, don't think I'm unaware that you hired someone to deal with me, but I want to hold you accountable for this. Just tell me who they are, and we can consider our matter settled. July laughed coldly. Is one deception not enough for you? Do you really think I would fall for your lies a second time? The unamused one's smile faltered, clearly uncomfortable as July's words struck a nerve. Losing patience, he raised his voice, threatening, if you don't reveal who they are, I'll have no choice but to hold you responsible. Fine. How will you hold me accountable? Do you want me to drop for levels? July replied with a sweet smile. The unamused one seethed in frustration, but before he could retort, July added, I'm not even level 30 yet. Even if I lose a level, it won't be a great loss. His face turned pale. This was no exaggeration. The experience required to level up surged significantly after reaching level 30. If he dropped from level 30 to 29, the experience loss would be considerable. As one of the top players on the leaderboard, he had amassed a great deal of experience at level 30. And dropping to level 26 meant he had effectively lost half of his hard work since entering the game. It was no wonder he was furious, physically and mentally battered. The unamused one desperately needed an outlet for his frustration. Gritting his teeth, he declared, all right, let us see you drop 4 levels first. You 4 will each lose 1. Among the crowd of onlookers, one individual attempted to rush into the fray, but was stopped by another. What are you doing? Gu Fei turned to Han's heir. While July and the unamused one exchanged heated words, Luo had already signaled Han's heir. The little thunder bar was nearby, and soon 6 individuals arrived, merging with the crowd to witness the unfolding drama. Observing the escalating tension, Gu Fei prepared to intervene, but was restrained by Han's heir. Going in is useless. Han's heir messaged Gu Fei. There are too many of them. That would be tantamount to suicide. What is your plan? Gu Fei inquired. As that girl said, if they die, the loss isn't significant. Gu Fei, irritated, broke free from Han's heir's grip. This isn't an arithmetic problem. With that, he pushed through the crowd. With a wave of his hand, the unamused one summoned several henchmen, surrounding July and the others, poised to strike at his command. I'm giving you a chance to reconsider. I doubt you want to see your sisters die alongside you. He sneered confidently. Go to hell, you despicable wretch. Someone interjected before July could respond. It was the hot-tempered Lai. Her disdain for the unamused one was palpable, and without hesitation, she launched herself forward. Executing the martial artist's level 24 skill, Galloping Meteor, a move she had previously demonstrated to Gu Fei. Accelerating and attacking, she aimed directly at the unamused one. Lai, July called out from behind, while Luo hastily cast a healing spell on her. Just as Lai charged, another figure rushed from the crowd, mirroring her stance and executing the same move, Galloping Meteor. The two martial artists collided, and the outcome depended solely on their respective strength and speed. Clearly, Lai was no match for her opponent, and her charge was countered, sending her crashing back. The rebound from the Galloping Meteor not only affected her, but also injured July and the others who rushed forward to assist her. With a mocking smile, the unamused one prepared to give the order to attack, when suddenly someone forced their way through the crowd, standing in the center with a confused expression. What is going on? Why are there so many people? What is happening? How did Qianli get out there? Inquiries flooded the elite mercenary channel as Jian Gui and others sought clarification. Because this isn't an arithmetic problem, Han's heir retorted bluntly, leaving everyone perplexed. Get ready for battle. Yu Tian, find a spot to ambush for a sniper shot. Jian Gui, conceal your face and go stealth, no damage. How long can you maintain your rage for the whirlwind slash? You, who just entered the fray, who is that martial artist? Han's heir fired off a series of questions. Feng Xing, one of the 4 core members of the Zhong Hung Si Hai, Yuga replied. The situation was escalating, and Han's heir instructed, everyone be prepared. If Qian Li seizes the opportunity, provide immediate support. What if there is no opportunity? Yu Tian Shenming asked. Then we'll return to drinking, Han Ser answered. As Gu Fei pressed through the crowd, drawing the attention of various factions, July and the others looked at him in surprise. Just as Xiaoyu was about to speak, July quickly grabbed her and shook her head. Xiaoyu, confused, complied and fell silent. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Can we even get through? Gu Fei feigned ignorance while scanning the surroundings. Friend, could you please step aside? The unamused one said. I need to get through. Gu Fei pointed to the other side of the street. Let us change our route. We have business here, the unamused one insisted. What business? Gu Fei inquired, curiosity etched on his face. But how could the unamused one explain? Should he recount grievances from years past? He certainly didn't possess the patience for such a conversation. Thus he dismissed Gu Fei with a haughty air, declaring, Haven't you heard of Zongheng Sihai? We're conducting business here. Just take a detour or wait on the side. Oh, in that case, I'll wait. Gu Fei stepped back, crossing his arms and standing beside the unamused one. All eyes returned to him. This could be interesting. Jian Gui remarked in the mercenary channel. Interesting? What good will that do? Han Ser scoffed. He might only manage to strike the unamused one once. What does that achieve in this situation? Keep it down. Qianli can see what S said in the mercenary channel. Be careful he doesn't retaliate against you. Yu Tian Shenming warned. I fear him not. Han Ser replied, though inwardly, he felt a twinge of unease. If Gu Fei were to swing that broken blade at him, he truly didn't know how to respond. The unamused one glanced at the boisterous Gu Fei beside him, ultimately letting out a resigned chuckle before waving to the crowd, saying, Ignore him, everyone, attack. Attack, attack. Gu Fei echoed, but midway through his gesture, his fingers suddenly lunged towards the unamused one's eyes. Even he would feel an inexplicable panic if someone waved their fingers in front of him, let alone the forceful thrust aimed at his eyes. In a moment of sheer alarm, the unamused one instinctively lowered his head and raised his arm to block the impending strike. Gu Fei's lips curled into a fleeting smile of sympathy as he extended his fingers, seizing the wrist of Bu Xiao, who was caught off guard. With a swift twist, he compelled Bu Xiao's fingers to open, causing the dagger he held to plummet in accordance with the laws of physics. With a deft motion, Gu Fei caught the descending blade in his other hand, subsequently releasing Bu Xiao and retreating to the wall's edge. This entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. It took Bu Xiao a full 5 seconds to realize that the dagger had vanished from his grasp. Leaning against the wall, Gu Fei examined the dagger with interest. Whispers of the wind, quite an impressive weapon. Agility 18, attack speed 10, skill theft disabled, cooldown 15 minutes. Not bad at all. Let me give it a try. It appears I cannot activate it due to class restrictions. It can only be wielded by a rogue. Gu Fei lamented with a hint of disappointment. The onlookers, including the young Master Han and his companions, breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing that the sudden disappearance skill previously employed by Bu Xiao was not some arcane scroll, but rather an inherent ability of the dagger itself. Before a player reaches the level required to learn the disappearance skill, this dagger possesses considerable value. Given the challenging nature of leveling up in this parallel world game, its worth is likely to endure for quite some time. The notion that such an exquisite dagger had been so effortlessly snatched by Gu Fei left Bu Xiao momentarily in disbelief. Do you still want the dagger? If so, you must call for them to cease their assault, Gu Fei remarked, glancing toward the fray. The situation for the 4 members of July had become dire. Stop! Stop! Hold on for a moment. Bu Xiao shouted urgently. The others paused, confusion etched on their faces. In their eagerness to engage in combat at Bu Xiao's command, they had failed to notice that the very dagger they were fighting for had been taken by the very individual who had urged them to attack. Bu Xiao's expression turned ashen. Gu Fei toyed with the dagger in his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. Disperse your people, and I shall return the dagger to you. Bu Xiao hesitated. Could anyone truly relinquish such a prized possession so easily after acquiring it? Though incredulous, he found himself at a loss. Clearing his name would merely provide a fleeting sense of satisfaction. The loss of such equipment represented an incalculable setback. After all, material civilization serves as the foundation for spiritual civilization. Repairing the connection. Delayed updates. Chapter 49, Shared Fate. Bu Xiao cast a glance at Feng Xing, one of the core fighters of the Zongheng Sihai. Feng Xing appeared to support Bu Xiao's notion of prioritizing equipment, nodding in agreement. Bu Xiao immediately raised a hand, instructing everyone to step back. The players of Zongheng Sihai complied, and Gu Fei gestured with his lips, signaling for the women to leave first. Bu Xiao readily nodded. After all, locating Qi Yu in the game was far easier than procuring an exquisite dagger. Let's go together. Xiao Yu approached Gu Fei, pulling him along. Gu Fei smiled. But before he could speak, Bu Xiao had already shouted, "He is not allowed to leave." Gu Fei nodded to the four women, saying, "You all go ahead." The players of Zongheng Sihai parted to create a path, and Gu Fei gently nudged Xiaoyu, urging her, "Go on." The four women began to make their way through the crowd, with Xiaoyu glancing back occasionally. "Make your way to the safe zone." Gu Fei sent her a message and then stood quietly, awaiting a reply. "Have you gone far enough? Can I have my dagger back now?" Bu Xiao, perceiving Gu Fei's thoughts, refrained from pressing him. Gu Fei chuckled, "If I return your dagger, can I leave?" "Of course," Bu Xiao replied without hesitation. Gu Fei grinned. "Not giving it back. You." Bu Xiao was enraged. There's no good ending for deceit. Gu Fei maintained a charming smile. Bu Xiao paused, then furiously exclaimed, "Damn it. There's a spy." Just moments ago, Yutian Shenming had leaked information to Gu Fei. Bu Xiao had already issued orders within the guild. Upon reclaiming the dagger, he would eliminate Gu Fei, and there were also hidden players near the Mage Academy, sworn to eliminate him. Gu Fei instantly altered his intentions, resolutely deciding against returning the dagger to Bu Xiao. He had always believed in repaying others with their own methods. With the lie exposed, Bu Xiao's attempts to play the innocent were futile. While he still harbored fantasies about his dagger, Feng Xing had already resolved to take action. "Kill him, until the wind's dark words are revealed." Feng Xing shouted fiercely, launching a punch from an angle, executing the technique known as galloping meteor. Gu Fei remained unperturbed, neither dodging nor avoiding. He lifted his arm, his staff aimed squarely ahead. Feng Xing was swift, but Gu Fei's arm rose even faster. The outcome appeared as though Gu Fei had merely positioned his staff to wait, resulting in Feng Xing colliding headfirst into it. Gu Fei's positioning was deliberate, targeting Feng Xing's pressure point. Under normal circumstances, Gu Fei's strength would not significantly impact anyone as pressure points, but this situation was different. Feng Xing charged in with fervor, leading to Gu Fei's arm being jolted back, while Feng Xing himself felt a wave of discomfort. This was a matter of physical principles. Forces act reciprocally. However, an ordinary person would lack Gu Fei's precision and knowledge of pressure point locations, making it impossible to utilize such principles effectively. The players of Zongheng Sihai stood agape, witnessing Gu Fei, a mage, strike the 6th-ranked fighter in this parallel world, leaving him disoriented. Bu Xiao, anxious for his dagger, disregarded Feng Xing's well-being and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Get moving." At that moment, a melodious voice called from above Gu Fei, "Raise your hand." The buildings in the game were not flat-roofed, but adorned with tiled rooftops. A charming face peeked over the edge, radiant against the red and black tiles. An arm dangled down from the rooftop, signaling to Gu Fei. Everyone paused, but Gu Fei seemed unperturbed. He raised his hand and leaped, connecting with the outstretched arm. The opponent pulled him up, and Gu Fei used the wall for a boost, their cooperation seamless. Gu Fei soared onto the rooftop with agility. "You possess quite a bit of strength," Gu Fei remarked. In reality, how many girls could effortlessly pull someone up onto a rooftop? "You're quite nimble yourself," Shi Xiaodian said, helping Gu Fei to his feet. From below, Gu Fei appeared graceful in his ascent, but in midair, his strength waned, and he exerted every effort to avoid falling. He paid little mind to his appearance upon landing. "Hurry." Shi Xiaodian had already taken the lead, and Gu Fei glanced down to see Bu Xiao directing the Zongheng Sihai players in forming a human ladder to find items and footholds to assist their ascent to the rooftop. After exchanging knowing glances with the Han family scions still mingling in the crowd, Gu Fei swiftly dashed across the rooftop. Shi Xiaodian exhibited an impressive familiarity with the rooftop layout, knowing precisely where to ascend, descend, or leap to the adjacent building. It was evident she had practiced this before, likely using these routes to escape on numerous occasions. The cacophony of Zongheng Sihai's players soon faded into the distance. Shi Xiaodian led Gu Fei through the rooftops, eventually arriving at the bell tower of Cloud-In City. Upon reaching the summit, they stood at the highest point within the city. From there, Gu Fei could clearly see the players of Zongheng Sihai navigating the bustling streets below, and he couldn't help but laugh. "Are you still able to laugh?" Shi Xiaodian queried from behind him. "What's wrong?" "Zongheng Sihai will undoubtedly continue to trouble you," she replied. "If that's the case, your troubles will likely surpass mine." Gu Fei laughed. "Me?" Shi Xiaodian shook her head. "I'm not as daunted by trouble as you might think. Levels and such are insignificant to me. So even if I'm occasionally pursued and killed, it's not a major concern. Moreover, in dealing with trouble, I may be far more adept than you. Of course, practice makes perfect." Gu Fei replied with a hint of sarcasm. "I'm a professional con artist. Amateur or professional?" Gu Fei interrupted with a smile. Shi Xiaodian ignored the question and gazed at the frenzied crowd below, saying, "As a professional con artist, there are rules to abide by. Our methods never involve deceiving others' emotions. We exploit human greed, setting bait to draw them in. That is our way. Are you referring to Bu Xiao? Gu Fei inquired. Shi Xiaotian nodded. It is said that shortly after Qi Yu was deceived into leaving the game, Bu Xiao fell victim to another con artist and lost everything. Was that person you? Gu Fei asked. Shi Xiaotian nodded again. Gu Fei exhaled deeply. Was it Qi Yu who sought your assistance? Shi Xiaotian shook her head. No. I didn't even know her then. I went on my own accord. Even to this day, she only harbors slight suspicion that I was involved, and I've never mentioned it. Then why did you go? Gu Fei asked, perplexed. Shi Xiaotian remained silent for a while before finally speaking. It was a passion. Passion? Gu Fei was confused. I have a fondness for con artistry, Shi Xiaotian explained. To me, it is akin to an enthralling art form. Your passion is certainly unique. Gu Fei chuckled awkwardly. Unfortunately, I cannot express my passion in reality, so I must indulge in it within the game. Shi Xiaotian stated. What did you say? Gu Fei, who had been somewhat indifferent, suddenly turned to Shi Xiaotian. What? Do you think I should go around deceiving people in reality? Shi Xiaotian retorted. You shouldn't even do that in the game. Shi Xiaotian forced a smile. The things I cherish, yet have no place to use them. This feeling of frustration, you wouldn't understand. Gu Fei felt gloomy. How could he not understand? However, Shi Xiaotian's deception is a blight upon humanity. His own heritage demands further cultivation and refinement. How can these two be compared? Gu Fei pondered, shaking his head in disbelief. What are you shaking your head for? Shi Xiaotian inquired. It's nothing. It's just that your sentiment, I might slightly, just slightly, be able to relate, Gu Fei replied. Firmly convinced that the feelings of employing deception and the inability to harness one's skills are distinctly different, hence he could only grasp a mere fraction of understanding. Clearly, Shi Xiaotian did not even believe this minuscule connection, merely shaking his head in skepticism. Nevertheless, due to this slight semblance of shared experience, Gu Fei's previously harsh impression of Shi Xiaotian underwent a subtle transformation. Within Gu Fei's heart, an involuntary sense of camaraderie emerged, akin to that of fellow wanderers in misfortune, prompting him to chastise himself. Such thoughts are perilously dangerous. How could he possibly find himself in the same depths as a charlatan? All right, I must take my leave. Regardless, I thank you for today. Gu Fei resolved to distance himself from this deceiver, fearing that lingering too long might corrupt his own thoughts. Typically composed and self-assured, Gu Fei departed with an air of hasty retreat. Upon descending the clock tower, he glanced back to see Shi Xiaotian still standing in place, peering down. Gu Fei waved his hand and chose a different street to traverse. Having distanced himself from the decay of corrupted thoughts, Gu Fei had important matters to attend to. Finding an unoccupied corner, he donned a black cloth, fastened a straw hat, concealed his staff, and retrieved the baptism of flame. Gu Fei had resolved upon receiving the intel regarding the heavenly resonance that he would not spare this loquacious and untrustworthy scoundrel. In the mercenary channel, young Master Han and others were clamoring, inquiring about Gu Fei's whereabouts. Gu Fei calmly responded with a message. Don't worry about me. Where is he laughing? What do you need him for? Young Master Han asked. To slay him. Gu Fei's reply was succinct and to the point. Chapter 50. The Busy One in a Frenzy. Bu Xiao raced through the clouds, having plummeted 4 levels within a mere hour, now bereft of his most formidable weapon. His anguish surpassed that of any player in the game at present. While directing his guild members to scale rooftops, Gu Fei and Shi Xiaotian had already bounded far ahead. Bu Xiao, consumed by his cries to hurry up and chase, saw his guild members scatter like headless flies. Many, losing patience, either ventured off to level up in the Cloud City or took on side quests, while others dashed into the safety zone, claiming urgent matters before hastily logging off. After all, it was merely a game. Although Bu Xiao was a core member of the guild, practicality dictated that loyalty must be earned. Without providing any tangible rewards to the guild members, not even the core members would yield their allegiance unconditionally. Initially, they had come with the intention of participating in what they thought was a guild activity, but as results eluded them, no one was willing to squander their time. Save for a few of Bu Xiao's closest friends. Bu Xiao, accompanied by his few loyal friends, scoured the streets in search of Gu Fei, incessantly inquiring in the guild channel if anyone had any leads. Initially, responses trickled in, but soon the replies dwindled to indifference, save for a few well-meaning but insincere individuals. I spotted that fellow on Shell Street. I'm tailing him. Yu Tian Shun Ming exclaimed. Stay sharp, we'll be there shortly. Bu Xiao urged his companions into a frantic sprint. However, moments later, Yu Tian Shun Ming reported, oh no, he just turned a corner and vanished. Bu Xiao's efforts were in vain. This cycle repeated 4 times, driving Bu Xiao to the brink of insanity. What the hell is going on? Yu Tian Shunming replied cryptically, I think he might be watching me. Otherwise, how could I see him wherever I go? Bu Xiao felt his spirit wane, gazing at his loyal friends, wanting to weep but finding no tears. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. Looking up, Bu Xiao saw a figure descending from the rooftop, a dagger raised high, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Clad in tattered straw hat, a dark cloth obscuring his face, and a flowing robe billowing in the wind. Bu Xiao barely had time to exclaim before the figure struck. After delivering a blow to Bu Xiao, Gu Fei landed, pivoted, and swiftly dealt 2 more strikes, igniting a fiery spell that engulfed Bu Xiao, erasing him from sight as Gu Fei sprinted away. Bu Xiao's friends, finally shaken from their stupor, shouted and pursued Gu Fei. Once again returning to the Thieves' Guild, Bu Xiao sobbed uncontrollably in the guild channel, only to find the members apathetic. In retrospect, at level 25, Bu Xiao was hardly a significant figure in the newly launched game, having also lost his prized dagger. Core member? In these early days, where prowess was paramount over connections, most members harbored a singular thought. Given that it was a newly opened game with a freshly formed guild, they had yet to cultivate a strong sense of cohesion. The ability to organize such a grand endeavor was merely a result of habits formed in previous online games. Upon seeing a guild event, members would rush to assist. However, after such prolonged ineffectiveness, that habitual response had faded, and everyone began to reassess whether aiding this level 25 Bu Xiao was worthwhile. The answer, of course, was a resounding no. Nonetheless, not everyone shared this sentiment. The other 3 core members of the guild felt that Bu Xiao's predicament severely tarnished the guild's reputation. As the premier guild in Cloud City, they aspired to carve a niche in the game. Within days, one of their core members had been so brutally attacked, risking ridicule from the outside world. The trio found it intolerable, but their concerns were rooted more in the guild's honor than in Bu Xiao's plight, which stemmed from his high level and superior gear, lacking the foundation of deep camaraderie. Ultimately, after deliberation, the 3 core members resolved to take action, otherwise, their guild would be belittled. Just then, news reached them that Bu Xiao had been slain for the 6th time. After weeping in the safety zone for an extended period, Bu Xiao noticed that his plight had seemingly evoked no response from the guild, leading him to curse the coldness of human sentiment. At that moment, messages from his friends arrived, reporting that the masked figure was still being pursued closely and had not shaken them off. Elated, Bu Xiao dashed out of the safety zone towards the direction indicated, eager to intercept Gu Fei perfectly. However, in the attempt to intercept, he failed. Gu Fei approached with a powerful kick that sent Bu Xiao tumbling to the ground, followed by 2 swift strikes that finished him off. Bu Xiao's level dropped to 24. Upon receiving this news, the 3 core members of Zongheng Si Hai could no longer remain passive. Action was imperative. After all, they had been the architects of this guild, their influence far surpassing that of Bu Xiao. Previously, it was through the rallying cry of the martial artist Feng Xing that 100 guild members had proudly marched through Cloudfield Farm towards Cloud Valley. What they had anticipated to resolve swiftly had devolved into a complicated mess. To this day, the 3 had yet to grasp the full circumstances behind the chaos. All they knew was that the one who had repeatedly slain Bu Xiao and the one who had grabbed his dagger were not the same individual. As the 3 prepared to take action, they suddenly received a message from the president of the Rebirth Purple Crystal Guild, July, requesting a face-to-face discussion. Dowing, please organize some members. Feng Xing and I will meet with her, declared Wu Zhijian, another core member of Zongheng Si Hai. Before long, the 2 parties convened at the appointed venue, the Little Thunder Tavern, the only establishment in Cloud City with private rooms conducive to discussions. July, Luo Lai Lai, and Xiao Yu arrived directly from the safety zone, while Wu Zhijian and Feng Xing came alone. Feng Xing had previously encountered the 4 women and had even exchanged blows with Lai Lai. Which one of you is President July? Wu Zhijian inquired as he took his seat. I am, July responded. Please hold on a moment, we're waiting for a friend. Just then, Gu Fei burst through the door, lifting the curtain and exclaiming, sorry for being late. Balancing the task of slaying and attending negotiations, Gu Fei was having quite a busy day. As Gu Fei entered, Wu Zhijian received news that Bu Xiao had been killed for the 7th time. Now at level 23. With no time to react, he turned to Gu Fei and asked, and who might you be? Having heard that the Rebirth Purple Crystal Guild was entirely comprised of women, he was unaware of Gu Fei's identity. Feng Xing quickly introduced Gu Fei, emphasizing that he was the one who had snatched Bu Xiao's dagger. Wu Zhijian regarded him with newfound respect. After all, anyone capable of seizing a prized weapon from another was undeniably a formidable character, prompting Wu Zhijian to sheath his sword. As it was a negotiation, the 4 women squeezed together on the left side, leaving the right for the two representatives. With Gu Fei's arrival, there was no room left for his faction, forcing him to take a central seat directly opposite the door, which might have led onlookers to presume he was presiding over a meeting. How much do you know about today's events, President Wu Ji? July began. Well, all I know is that our brother Bu Xiao has been killed 7 times and lost his prized dagger, Wind's dark whisper. It seems the incident originated from a slight misunderstanding between him and you, President July. Wu Zhijin replied. Well, during our guild quest yesterday, your Zongheng Si-Hai guild deliberately disrupted us, slaying 12 of our members. Surely you, President Wu Ji, are aware of that? July inquired. I was unaware. Wu Zhijin responded, bewildered, turning to Feng Xing for clarification. It seems Bu Xiao was calling for people to join him for a PK yesterday. When I inquired, he stated it was nothing serious, just a minor matter, and that a few brothers would suffice. Ultimately, it was just him and his close friends who participated, Feng Xing explained. Now, the esteemed President Wu Shi, you are aware of the origins of this matter, are you not? July inquired. What does President July mean? Wu Shi's sword asked. It's nothing, merely a game, filled with combat and skirmishes that occurred daily. However, this particular incident has indeed arisen due to a personal connection between myself and Bu Xiao. Thus, if your guild wishes to defend Bu Xiao, I kindly request that you refrain from causing trouble for my sisters and this friend of mine, July remarked, gesturing towards Gu Fei. Well, it seems this friend has also taken something from Bu Xiao. Wu Shi's sword contemplated leveraging this situation, but unexpectedly, Gu Fei reached into his pocket and tossed the Wind's whisper onto the table. Here it is. Whoever desires it may take it. The crowd was taken aback. Although this dagger held little value for a mage, it could be sold to a rogue in need, representing a considerable fortune. Would such a succulent morsel truly be relinquished so easily? After hearing about Gu Fei's previous act of seizing the dagger, Wu Shi's sword regarded him as quite audacious. Yet, at this moment, he appeared less formidable. Was he already intimidated before uttering a word? As Wu Shi's sword chuckled inwardly, Gu Fei rose. You may take the dagger back. But as for Bu Xiao, I have heard he is currently being pursued and attacked. It seems no one can save him now. Brother, a person like Bu Xiao is hardly worth the efforts of so many on his behalf. Just inform him that the condition for retrieving Wind's whisper is that he must withdraw from the guild. Let us see what choice he makes. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Feel free to continue your discussion. With that, Gu Fei exited the private room, turned a corner, and swiftly entered another. Where is the water I requested? Hurry, I'm exhausted. Gu Fei shouted upon entering. Young Master Han pushed a glass of water towards him. Gu Fei picked up the glass and gulped it down as Tian Shun Ming remarked. Bu Xiao has emerged from the safe zone quite swiftly. He is now leading a few individuals while cursing and lamenting within the guild. Damn it, you should have mentioned this earlier. Gu Fei exclaimed as he threw down the cup and dashed out. Bu Xiao truly found himself unable to muster a smile. Young Master Han murmured softly. Chapter 51. The Power of Fans. As Gu Fei exited the tavern, he hastily made his way towards the Thieves' Guild. He did not require knowledge of Bu Xiao's precise location, for the prevailing situation in Cloud City was clear. Wherever Bu Xiao was, a multitude would gather. The entire city had heard tales of this relentless pursuit. From level 30 to 23 in less than an hour, and the chase showed no signs of abating. The rumors surrounding the masked assassin had reached mythical proportions, and everyone yearned to witness it firsthand. The most effective way to do so, of course, was to follow Bu Xiao. Fortunately, the chat windows in this parallel world lacked the all-encompassing channels of previous online games. Otherwise, many players would undoubtedly have attempted to trade Bu Xiao for a glimpse of the assassin. As Gu Fei approached the Thieves' Guild, he indeed saw a throng of onlookers. He squeezed through to catch a glimpse, and there was Bu Xiao walking along the street with a few loyal companions, trailed by a vast number of players several meters behind. The crowd surrounding Gu Fei had circled around to occupy a vantage point at the intersection ahead, while the rooftops on either side were also teeming with spectators. Being the center of such attention displeased Bu Xiao, yet he had no choice but to endure it. The sheer number of people made it evident that if he were to utter a few harsh words, he would undoubtedly suffer another level drop before the assassin could even make an appearance. Gu Fei smiled slightly. Excuse me. Pardon me, he murmured as he navigated out of the crowd. Finding a suitable spot to ascend, he climbed onto a rooftop. The players above were intently watching Bu Xiao below. Gu Fei stealthily changed into his assassin attire and, on tiptoe, found a place to observe Bu Xiao's movements. Hey, excuse me. Gu Fei tapped the person in front of him. The individual turned around impatiently, but upon seeing Gu Fei, his eyes lit up. Gu Fei quickly signaled for silence. The man covered his mouth with both hands and fervently nodded. then aggressively nudged the person beside him. What is going on? The nearby person turned to see Gu Fei and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Gu Fei hastily made the same silent gesture, and the man mimicked the earlier reaction, nodding vigorously. In an instant, a group of wide-eyed players, mouths covered, parted to create a path for Gu Fei. As he emerged from the throng, the players across the street erupted in excitement. Why is it suddenly so quiet? Bu Xiao wondered, sensing something amiss. The noise from the crowd had faded to an eerie silence, so profound that he could hear the wind whistling overhead. Bu Xiao hastily looked up, only to see a red flash descending towards him. The crimson light illuminated him, and soon he found himself distanced from the crowd. Bu Xiao's companions were in a frenzy. They had been cautiously following him and felt a twinge of confidence that, with so many spectators, they would detect any attack from the assassin. Who would have expected that the crowd would so wholeheartedly assist the killer? They lamented in silent fury, yet could not transform their indignation into action. Gu Fei effortlessly evaded their grasp once more. The onlookers had already cleared a path for him, and he swiftly escaped the clutches of Bu Xiao as companions. However, he could not shake off the throng of followers. Many had taken up his pace. Curiosity about the assassin's true identity, coupled with the belief that following him would offer a better view of any impending violence than trailing Bu Xiao, spurred their pursuit. Gu Fei keenly realized the boundless power of fandom. If this continued, Bu Xiao's companions would soon trace the crowd back to him, compelling Gu Fei to push himself to flee even faster. After countless laps around Cloud City, he still could not rid himself of the crowd. Despite some players having slipped away earlier, he was astonished to find one of them wandering aimlessly ahead, perfectly colliding with him. As the old and new mingled, Gu Fei remained tethered to a trail of followers. Yet, fortune favored the diligent. Amidst his frantic escapade through the streets, he unexpectedly encountered the disoriented Bu Xiao once again. With no time for hesitation, he charged forth, and with a swift motion, eliminated Bu Xiao. In the flash of white light, Gu Fei vaguely noticed something falling to the ground. Players behind him gasped, "Loot drop." But as soon as they realized Gu Fei was fleeing without a backward glance, they froze momentarily before erupting into a frenzied dash towards the items Bu Xiao had dropped. The allure of the mysterious assassin paled in comparison to the prospect of a potentially exceptional piece of equipment. Thus, Gu Fei inadvertently liberated himself from his pursuers and darted into an empty alley. Upon ensuring he was alone, he quickly shed his disguise and exhaled a breath of relief. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Wu Shizhijian continued negotiations with Qi Yu, receiving reports of Bu Xiao's demise for the second time. Calculating swiftly, Wu Shizhijian felt a wave of unease. Bu Xiao was now at level 21. Part of his anxiety stemmed from concern for his guild's reputation, while another part was rooted in genuine fear. Though Bu Xiao's situation was dire, he was undeniably a formidable figure. Otherwise, Wu Shizhijian would not have enlisted him to navigate the treacherous waters of the gaming world, granting him a core position within their guild. Bu Xiao had shown no resistance. What would happen if the same were to occur to him? Wu Shizhijian felt a chill creep down his spine. Indeed, he was the leader of Cloud City's largest guild, with 300 members, but that did not guarantee he could lead them into battle every day. This assassin had managed to reduce Bu Xiao's level by 9 in such a short span, a feat that was utterly terrifying. Even more alarming was the fact that this assassin was acting alone. Reports from earlier indicated that Bu Xiao had faced 6 opponents. What if those 6 banded together? The thought of such a scenario sent tremors of fear through Wu Shizhijian, tilting the scales of negotiation. Was it worth expending effort for a level 21 player? After losing 9 levels, how could the guild possibly salvage its reputation? Moreover, the focus of their adversary was squarely on Bu Xiao. If the guild were to publicly support him, would they not become targets themselves? Wu Shizhijian acutely felt the anguish of being in the dark while the enemy held the advantage. Weighing the pros and cons, he finally made a decision and sighed. "President Qi Yu, how about this? We expel Bu Xiao from the guild and leave your matters for you to resolve." Wu Shi. The first to be taken aback by this decision was Feng Xing, standing beside Wu Shizhijian. Wu Shizhijian glanced at him but offered no explanation. Qi Yu and her companions were equally astonished. They had not anticipated such a significant concession from Wu Shizhijian. To expel Bu Xiao meant severing ties, a clear indication that their guild, Zongheng Si Hai, was retreating. Wu Shi, the guild leader, was astute and discerning. "I admire your wisdom." Luo offered a poetic compliment. Qi Yu remained perplexed, feeling as though she had not articulated a compelling argument to sway the opposing party. How, then, had they yielded so decisively? In a daze, Wu Shizhijian and Feng Xing rose to leave. "We'll take this dagger back. It serves as a reminder for Bu Xiao," Wu Shizhijian declared. Yu nodded in agreement. As they exited the tavern, Fengxing immediately inquired, why? The opponent is too powerful. You saw it for yourself. Bu Xiao was killed twice in the span of just a few moments. Wu Shizhijian replied. Are you afraid? Fengxing asked. Not only am I afraid, but I also fear for you, for all the members of our guild. If this individual sets his sights on any one of you, who among you can withstand him? Wu Shizhijian asserted. Why fear? Let him come. Fengxing retorted. Fearlessness in one does not equate to a lack of fear in all 300 members. When anxiety grips the hearts of many, and we find ourselves powerless to remedy the situation, can the guild truly endure? Fengxing has fallen silent. Let us depart. The whisper of the wind shall be returned, and we can at least provide an explanation to him. The Sword of No Oath remarked. Who are these individuals, after all? Fengxing, in a fit of rage, struck his fist. The pent-up frustration within him is indeed quite disheartening. Remember this well. A gentleman's revenge is not to be rushed. 10 years is but a brief wait. Fengxing nodded in resignation. Within the Little Thunder Tavern, the 4 of July were elated by the developments of the situation. Now, stripped of the support from the largest guild, and with his level so low, we need not fear him any longer, July expressed with relief. That pursuer of his is remarkably formidable. Lala exclaimed. Who exactly is he? Sister Luoluo. I have no idea, Luoluo replied, shaking her head. Aside from the leader of their mercenary group, he has disclosed nothing about the identities of the other members. The word on the street is that this individual is a mage, and from what I know, he is capable of single-handedly confronting the bandit leader, Sidu. Terribly powerful. Luoluo, please reach out and see if we can arrange a meeting to express our gratitude in person, July suggested. How shall we thank him? With my body, perhaps? Luoluo laughed. What nonsense. July replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Xiaoyu suddenly cheered, leaping into the air. What is the matter, Xiaoyu? The 3 women wondered. Can I go on a mission now? Xiaoyu inquired. Go ahead, but do exercise caution, July advised. It's fine. No Smiles is too preoccupied. The hunt is still ongoing. Luoluo remarked. Sister Luoluo, you haven't gone out either. How do you know so much about what is happening outside? Lalai asked in surprise. I was having a private chat with their leader. He informed me, Luoluo explained. In another private room, 3 rooms away from the 4 women, a group was criticizing young Master Han. Why don't you drink? Why are you always lost in thought? Quiet down, young Master Han retorted. I'm currently negotiating business with the employer. After all this toil, how could I not charge a bit more? That is only right. The others nodded in agreement. So, does this mean we'll be earning a hefty sum again? Yugo asked cautiously. The sword demon nodded. It would seem so. The group lamented. We are merely a band of laborers. Yutian Shunming cried out in despair. Qianli, I curse you. Achoo. Gu Fei, who had just struck No Smiles for the 10th time, sneezed. Today has truly been exhausting, Gu Fei murmured, but it is not yet over. A masked assassin has fled. A shriek pierced the air as a throng of players rushed forward, forming a line, then regrouping again. Chapter 52, Celebration Unsmiling, who had fallen to level 20, stood frozen in the Thieves' Guild, oblivious to the surrounding players who were pointing and whispering. Look, the guy who ranked 11th on the Thieves' Experience leaderboard has now been reduced to level 20. TSK, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and come out. I want to see the masked killer. Haha, I've already seen him twice. I chased him through 5 streets. Why is he taking so long to come out? It's driving me crazy. The crowd of players wore anxious expressions, eagerly waiting for Unsmiling to emerge from the safe zone. If it weren't for the safety features preventing physical contact in the offline zone, the scenario that Gu Fei had warned about, being thrown out of the safe zone to be killed, might have already befallen Unsmiling, while the masked killer awaited his appearance. The players instead spotted Wu Shizhijian and Fengxing. Like Unsmiling, they were core members of the guild across the seas. Those in the know understood that Across the Seas was initiated by Wu Shizhijian, Fengxing, and a player known as Daoing Yanhua. Unsmiling was merely a newcomer. Seeing the large crowd gathered, the two made their way directly to Unsmiling's position in the safe zone. Unsmiling, Wu Shizhijian called. Unsmiling looked up, his eyes dull and lifeless. The rebirth of the purple crystal has spoken to me, Wu Shizhijian continued. Unsmiling remained silent, listening intently. They said they can return your wind's dark whisper, but the condition is that you must leave the Across the Seas Guild. Wu Shizhijian's eyes gleamed as he regarded Unsmiling. What do you propose? Unsmiling's lifeless gaze flickered with hope. That's simple. I'll withdraw from the guild first. Retrieve the wind's dark whisper, and then rejoin. Wu Shizhijian's eyes widened in disbelief. What a cunning individual Unsmiling was, able to concoct such a sly plan in an instant. His deceitful nature was glaringly obvious. Wu Shijian suddenly felt that expelling such a person from the guild was, in the long run, a wise decision. After all, poor character makes everything difficult. With that thought, Wu Shijian produced the wind's dark whisper and tossed it to Unsmiling. Let it be so, he said, turning away with Feng Xing. What does this mean? Unsmiling was taken aback. His confusion was soon answered by a system message. Due to repeated violations of guild rules, the player Unsmiling has been expelled from the Across the Seas guild. Other guild members are advised to take heed. Wu Shi, what do you mean? Unsmiling roared. In moments of anger, it is common for individuals to throw things in frustration. Unsmiling raised his hand, but quickly remembered the wind's dark whisper he had just retrieved and hastily retracted it back into his pocket. Damn! Unsmiling bellowed, causing the crowd to hiss in disappointment. They had hoped to see him lose his composure and toss the wind's dark whisper in his frenzy. Among the spectators, Gu Fei rubbed his hands together in anticipation. After all, Unsmiling had been holed up in the safe zone for quite some time. Now that he had regained his prized dagger, would he come out joyfully to strut about? Instead, Unsmiling tucked the wind's dark whisper away and quickly logged off. The crowd sighed collectively in disappointment, and seeing that there was no spectacle left to witness, they gradually dispersed. Gu Fei felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he mingled with the departing throng, only to receive a message from July. What are you up to? Come back to the guild. With Unsmiling offline, Gu Fei found himself at a loss for what to do. He strolled through several streets, arriving at the rebirth of the Purple Crystal Guild. Inside, a number of girls had already gathered, and Gu Fei estimated he was the last to arrive. Upon entering, he heard July joyfully announce, Unsmiling has been expelled from the Across the Seas guild. The girls erupted in cheers, while Gu Fei stood alone in a corner, smiling and filled with a sense of accomplishment. Luo, thank you for bringing in that mercenary group. They were incredible. Who are they? The girls inquired curiously. Luo replied regretfully, I only met their leader. The others have remained hidden. They always covered their faces when they acted, clearly wishing to conceal their identities. July nodded, saying, I intended to thank them in person, especially that mage among them, but it seems wise to avoid causing them any trouble. The girls expressed their disappointment, particularly Lai, who lamented, I wish I could know who that mage is. Gu Fei listened silently, maintaining his smile. However, the girls were oblivious to all that Gu Fei had secretly orchestrated. They only saw what was apparent. July continued clapping, apart from the mercenary group that Luo found. We also owe thanks to Qianli. It was thanks to him unexpectedly seizing Unsmiling's exquisite dagger that the four of us could escape and secure a strong bargaining chip in negotiations with the Across the Seas guild. The girls' enthusiasm was not as high as before. It wasn't that they held any deep resentment toward Gu Fei. Rather, they had largely ignored him in the past. And now, seeing him play a significant role, they felt a bit awkward about their previous indifference. The girls, being somewhat sensitive, found it hard to reconcile such a drastic change in attitude, and for a moment, they felt uncomfortable. However, while equipment may be exceptional, so too were the individuals. Lai, who had always found Gu Fei bothersome, approached him and said, I didn't realize you were rather impressive. Gu Fei merely smiled, offering a polite acknowledgement in response to Lai's compliment. Feeling snubbed, Lai turned and walked away in frustration. Sensing the atmosphere had cooled, July quickly resumed, All right, let us move past this incident and continue enjoying the game. The girls cheered in agreement and then huddled together, gossiping about the legendary masked killer. Thank you, July said earnestly as she approached Gu Fei. It's nothing. Though I'm just a temporary worker, I am part of the guild now. It's only right that we protect one another, Gu Fei replied with a smile. July was at a loss for words. They had never regarded Gu Fei as a true member of the guild, and he seemed not to consider himself one either. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the one who had played the most crucial role was precisely this so-called temporary worker. Don't mind their attitudes. They're just July stumbled, struggling to find the right words to explain. It's fine, Gu Fei interjected. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go ahead, July replied. As Gu Fei turned to exit, July suddenly called out to him. What is it? Gu Fei turned back. What happened to your straw hat? Weren't you always wearing it? July asked. Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly responded. Oh, I didn't know you couldn't wear random equipment when I first started playing. That thing wasn't suitable for mages at all, so I discarded it. Oh, July said, as Gu Fei waved goodbye and left the guild. What's wrong? Do you think Qianli is that masked killer? After Gu Fei departed, Luo approached July. I heard that the masked killer also wore a straw hat and a novice mage robe, and is level 30. Doesn't that sound a lot like Qianli? July speculated. Indeed, besides that, Qianli, like that person, also enjoys using daggers. He used one during his fight with Xiao Yu, Luo remarked. But, Luo continued, Qianli didn't actually fight Xiao Yu last time. If I hadn't been there, he would have died. Was he deliberately letting Xiao Yu win? July asked. It's hard to say, Luo replied. If he couldn't even handle Xiao Yu but managed to swiftly deal with unsmiling, then they certainly shouldn't be the same person. July nodded in agreement. Who knows? Perhaps the assassin has seen Qianli's ludicrous appearance before and deliberately disguised themselves to conceal their identity, Luo remarked. Well, they certainly possess a sense of humor, Chiyue chuckled. Regardless, the possibility of it being Qianli is indeed quite substantial, Luo continued. Yes, we will surely have another opportunity to meet in the future, Chiyue responded. Having departed from the Rebirth Amethyst, Gu Fei had already come to this realization. Given his distinctive attire, those like Chiyue and Luo, who had previously encountered him, would likely deduce it was him. What a predicament. It would be prudent to consult with the young Master Han and his companions. As he pondered, a message from young Master Han arrived. How goes it with the assassin? I'm offline for now, Gu Fei replied. It's been 10 times already. You ought to take a break. Hurry back to the tavern. There is something important to discuss, young Master Han insisted. What matter? Gu Fei inquired. Dividing the spoils. Young Master Han stated. Oh, I'll be there shortly, Gu Fei responded. In the Shaolei Tavern, 5 individuals sat clustered together, awaiting Gu Fei and Apos' arrival. The table was piled high with 10 bulging pouches of coins, resembling a small mountain. Let us open them and spill the contents, Yutian Shinming urged, his voice trembling with excitement. 1,000 gold coins. It must look splendid all piled together. I want to see. Pathetic. The other 4 chided, swallowing their disbelief. How much did we earn from the last mission? Yutian Shinming asked. 210 gold coins. Qianli took 60, and we each received 30, young Master Han replied. This time, the sum is astonishing. The women from Rebirth Amethyst are quite affluent. Yutian Shinming exclaimed. How shall we divide it this time? Yug inquired. Well, Qianli indeed contributed significantly. How about he takes half, and we 5 share the remaining half? Young Master Han suggested. That seems fair, the sword demon nodded. 500 gold coins. Yutian Shinming said, looking bewildered. Even 100 is not insignificant. Let us be content. Zhang Wushang remarked. Finally, I can afford a slightly better weapon. Yug scanned the group. Among us, only Sword Demon S Frost Remembrance and Yutian Shua Divine Bow can be deemed top tier, right? What I possess is hardly top tier. It merely boasts higher attack power than an ordinary bow. Sword Demon S weapon is the true elite, with a 30 critical rate. If my bow had such attributes, I would be invincible, Yutian Shinming boasted. Be discreet. The king of assassins stands right behind you, Zhang Wushang cautioned, patting Yutian Shinming. Upon turning around, Yutian Shinming saw Gu Fei, who had just parted the curtain and was now standing behind him. Chapter 53. Oh, the assassin. Ah, the king of assassins, you have returned. Please, take a seat. Yutian Shinming jumped up and exclaimed, offering his place to Gu Fei. Gu Fei patted his head and chuckled. What a good boy. Wow. There is quite a bit of money here. As soon as Gu Fei sat down, he noticed the table was overflowing with money bags. Qianli, how shall we divide this? Inquired the cunning young Master Han. They say familiarity breeds comfort. If last time Gu Fei had suggested splitting the bounty left everyone feeling a bit shy, this time they would certainly comply without hesitation. None of those present were innocents. Only the sword demon sometimes took things a tad too seriously. However, when young Master Han spoke, he cast a glance towards the sword demon, who remained silent, perhaps having understood the unspoken message. Oh, let me see. Facing the eager gazes of his companions, Gu Fei raised his fingers to tally. The goal is not to smile. We've killed a total of 10 times. With me having accounted for 8 and Sword Demon for 2. There are 10 money bags here, so that means Sword Demon gets 2, and I take 8, right? Yes. Indeed. Agreed. Sword Demon affirmed. How dare you? Young Master Han erupted in anger. Using eye contact is so outdated. Gu Fei mocked him. We communicate via private messages. Damn you too. Young Master Han continued to curse. Fine, let us just split it evenly. You all worked hard today, Gu Fei generously proposed. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Yutian Shinming pounced eagerly, snatching away 2 money bags. The others quickly followed suit. And Gu Fei felt a sense of accomplishment. At the same time, he was amazed at how affluent the girls from July seemed to be. Based on the current exchange rate from the trading post, where players buy equipment with RMB and sell it for in-game currency at the auction house. 1 gold coin in the game was worth about 10 yuan. Given that this was the early stage of the game, gold coin production was still relatively low. Even players who were using real money to accumulate gold found it challenging, as most of the items from the trading post were relatively high-priced. After purchasing such equipment with RMB, selling it back in-game for currency was quite a difficult task due to the steep prices. In this scenario, amassing 1,000 gold coins was truly remarkable. It indicated that they had likely purchased numerous low-priced items and sold them gradually for in-game currency. Completing such an endeavor required extraordinary perseverance. When Gu Fei finally savored the moment, he noticed that the money bags on the table had vanished entirely. "Hey, where's mine?" Gu Fei banged the table. "Strange, how did it disappear?" Someone remarked. The intelligence expert, Yu Gu, chimed in. "There are 6 of us, and the money was divided into 10 bags. Let us pour it out and split it." Dividing 1,000 by 6 doesn't yield a whole number. The crowd displayed expressions of distress. Just as Gu Fei was about to explode, the leader, young Master Han, interjected. "No need. The division is just right." "What nonsense! I don't have a single cent," Gu Fei exclaimed. "Have you forgotten?" Young Master Han replied calmly. "You drank here yesterday, spending 200 gold coins. That conveniently covers the deposit for our business. I already paid for your drinks." 200 gold coins? What kind of drinks did you have, Qianli? Everyone gasped. "Wait a minute. That day, Yugo and I only had 4 cups. The bill should be." "Hey, where's Yugo? Where did he go?" Gu Fei looked around. "This needs clarification. I'll go fetch him." Zhan Wushang stood up and exited. However, after waiting for a long while with no sign of him returning, Yu Tian Shenming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, those 2 old foxes must have colluded. I'll go catch them both." Just as Yu Tian Shenming left, young Master Han stood up, saying, "Hey, you guys are being unreasonable. Come back." As he was about to head outside, a wave of heat swept past his face, and he quickly dodged. Gu Fei's flame baptism was now blocking the doorway. "Nice blade." Young Master Han chuckled. "I've chopped 8 times today without smiling." Gu Fei gazed at his sword, feeling a surge of heat akin to a player in peak form. "I don't believe you would truly strike me," young Master Han challenged. "Of course not. But unless you present the money, you won't be leaving today," Gu Fei replied. "All right then." Young Master Han yawned, settling back into his seat. "If I'm not leaving, does my title of God of Wine mean nothing? Xiaolei, bring me the finest wine. Put it on my tab." Gu Fei added. "Make sure it's the most expensive. I'm afraid of you. Bring me 2 bottles." Young Master Han shouted. Xiaolei hurriedly entered with 2 bottles. Such a deal was rare. 1 bottle cost 120 gold coins. 2 bottles totaled 240. Young Master Han readily tossed a money bag, laughing. "Now I'm broke too. What will you do about it?" "Ha. Let us act like we're all destitute." Gu Fei smiled slightly, swiftly snatching the 2 bottles that had just been placed on the table into his arms. "Hey, what are you doing? Eating alone isn't fair," young Master Han protested. With a beaming smile, Gu Fei swiftly caught Xiaolei, who was about to leave with the money. "Xiaolei, how about I sell you 1 bottle for 100 gold coins?" Xiaolei paused, and young Master Han was taken aback as well. "Would you not see such a lucrative deal?" Gu Fei grinned. Xiaolei suddenly laughed, dropped 2 money bags, and Gu Fei adeptly caught them, shoving the 2 bottles into Xiaolei's arms. "Let us go." Gu Fei stood up, bowed to young Master Han, and dashed away like the wind. "Damn! Damn! Damn!" Young Master Han shouted in disbelief. Players outside the room overheard and curiously inquired, "Xiaolei, has your tavern started offering adult services?" "Forget it." Sword Demon consoled young Master Han. "I'll treat you to a drink." "Good brother." Young Master Han clapped Sword Demon on the shoulder. "Xiaolei, make sure to get the most expensive." Sword Demon's dagger slid onto the table as he slowly declared, 2 bottles will be 240 gold coins. "I don't have enough money. Bring me the second, most expensive wine." That night, the legendary god of wine, young Master Han, drank and wept. He truly was an assassin. After leaving the tavern, Gu Fei went to the training area to hunt some monsters. Just like his previous experiences, the unpredictable damage of flame baptism significantly affected his rhythm. While navigating through several NPCs, he encountered numerous close calls, as this time, no one would shout for him to spare the living. To resolve this, Gu Fei could simply switch to a weapon without such unpredictable effects. Yet he refrained from doing so. For him, this was a rare opportunity for training. In the game, there was no physical training. All reactions and strengths were determined by game data rather than human choice. In-game training could be said to focus on the mind. Faced with various situations, how to respond appropriately. Should he counterattack or evade? Which enemy should be targeted for a counterattack? In which direction should he maneuver to evade? All these decisions needed to be made in an instant. How to choose the most correct and effective path among multiple options. Some say it relies on intuition. Indeed. But intuition comes in 2 forms. One is talent, The other is experience. Gu Fei did not dare to claim he was particularly talented, as such scenarios were unlikely to occur in real life. However, at the very least, he could accumulate experience effectively. Eyes follow hands, hands follow eyes. Eyes refer to the instantaneous insights, judgments, and decisions made. This skill can be practiced both in and out of the game. Yet outside the game, Gu Fei could hardly find so many opportunities for practical experience. In the realm beyond the game, one's hands may serve solely to enhance physical prowess. Yet within the game itself, they rely on attributes and equipment, rendering the endeavor considerably simpler. At this juncture, Gu Fei's efficiency in monster hunting had somewhat diminished, and even a moment's negligence could lead to his demise. Any typical gamer would certainly abstain from continuing in such precarious circumstances. However, Gu Fei was an exception. His motives for engaging in the game diverged entirely from those of ordinary players. To him, this practice held far greater significance than merely ascending a few levels and accumulating additional points. The fluctuating attack damage compelled Gu Fei, whose previously mechanical rhythm of assault had become a tapestry of unpredictability, to continuously adjust his strategy based on a 30 chance of additional effects. This transformation rendered monster hunting an exhilarating pursuit, rife with variability. Of course, this was only true for Gu Fei. A typical player might opt for a cautious approach, tackling monsters one by one or switching equipment, never daring to persist under such risk. After over an hour of this unique hunting endeavor, Gu Fei concluded his gaming session for the day. Yet, the legend he had woven continued to resonate. Before Gu Fei could complete his pursuit of the player known as Not Smiling, the event had already ignited discussions on the gaming forum. The saga evolved with each progression of the chase, ultimately culminating in a tally of 10 levels lost. This day's incident of reducing a player's level by 10 sparked fervent debates among gamers, yielding a spectrum of opinions. Enthusiastic PK, player killing, aficionados dismissed the act with a single sentiment: exhilarating. Conversely, those perpetually apprehensive about various issues expressed a multitude of concerns, lamenting the emergence of violent tendencies and lamenting the transformation of the game into a mere battleground. Some even fretted over whether this might adversely affect the game's company revenue, a matter that was far beyond their purview. Moreover, many revelers in chaos eagerly anticipated the continuation of the chase, particularly after learning that it had concluded upon Not Smiling logging off. Regardless of the differing opinions, players unanimously agreed on 2 points. First, the assassin was undeniably impressive, for he was reputedly merely a mage yet had managed to vanquish a rogue with melee tactics. Truly remarkable. Second, Not Smiling was considered quite foolish, as everyone was aware of his being hunted. Despite knowing he was no match for his adversary, he failed to log off promptly, resulting in a 10-level loss. Absolutely foolish. Chapter 54. Troubles after the PK. After logging off, Gu Fei suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. Given the amount of time he spent playing daily, it was unusual for an ordinary person to feel drained. Yet it was evident that Gu Fei's day had been exceedingly eventful. The relentless pursuit, coupled with the intensity and heightened focus required during the combat after switching to the flame baptism, had taken a toll on his mental energy, leaving him weary as soon as he relaxed his nerves upon exiting the game. Being a master in the online gaming realm certainly came with its own challenges. Gu Fei recalled the relentless battles waged by the likes of Sword Demon and his gang, who gamed day and night. For those reclusive individuals, their physical state was likely not a match for his, and it was commendable that they could endure such fervent gaming sessions. After resting for a night, Gu Fei did not rush to log back in the next day. Instead, he casually browsed the official game forum. Undeniably, Gu Fei was an expert in combat within the game, yet he remained a novice in other aspects, as he was merely a newcomer in the gaming world. The flame baptism served as an effective supplement to his attacks, providing him with a decent training environment. However, in critical moments, the inconsistent application of this spell could prove fatal. Gu Fei was now keen to explore whether there were methods to enhance the probability of this spell being applied to 100. If so, he would undoubtedly become a stable high-damage assassin. Regrettably, the current research within the game regarding spell enhancements primarily focused on effects such as the slowing of frozen damage or the paralysis inflicted by lightning damage. As for fire-based enhancements, due to the limited mana of melee classes, opting for fire spells was less advantageous than choosing poison damage. The extent of poison damage varied with equipment and was completely independent of mana levels, providing a steady drain on health. As long as the equipment was not subpar, it could easily surpass the damage dealt by fire spells. Another critical factor was that spell enhancements required ordinary attacks as a prerequisite. When using character skills to execute attacks, the spell attributes on weapons would automatically enter a frozen state. This was inconsequential during routine leveling, but in genuinely challenging battles, such as PKs or boss challenges, skills were the decisive factor in determining victory. Consequently, fire-based enhancements, which focused purely on damage output, lost value and were dismissed by players as inferior. Naturally, worthless items garnered no research interest, and Gu Fei found nothing useful despite his thorough search. He did learn that, in addition to weapons, rings, necklaces, and badges could also possess spell enhancement attributes. In the game, equipment was categorized into 9 slots: head, body, belt, shoes, 2 rings, a necklace, and a badge. Having fought countless monsters, Gu Fei still had empty slots for his fingers and neck, indicating the low drop rate of accessories. As for the straw hat and boots he wore, they were not particularly bad. They simply did not suit a mage's class, leading to ridicule from individuals like the young Master Han. After conducting extensive research, Gu Fei decided he would check for accessories that could enhance fire spells. And it was indeed time to don a more approachable and less eccentric outfit. Upon reviewing these items, he returned to the forum and Oppo's homepage and immediately noticed a highly popular pinned post: the melee mage of Cloud City. 10 kills in 10 steps, no trace left behind. Having completed the task, I depart, concealing my identity and name. Gu Fei's heart raced as he clicked on it, and indeed, it was a full report of the events surrounding his pursuit of the player not laughing in Cloud City the previous day. The origins of the incident had been uncovered with remarkable accuracy by the keen-eyed, seasoned gossip-mongers. However, the crux of the matter was the process of not laughing's demise 10 times. The information was derived from numerous eyewitness accounts, and as the party involved, Gu Fei could attest to its accuracy. Discussions regarding the incident primarily revolved around 2 aspects. The first was the moral implications. This topic had been fervently debated since the live broadcast of the incident began. Gu Fei casually skimmed through various opinions, finding them all unconvincing. He felt no guilt in this matter. Not laughing had deceived July 1st, and his subsequent misfortune was due to the machinations of the trickster Shishao, bearing no relation to July. Moreover, now, within the game, Not Laughing was harassing July again, and given the disreputable nature of this individual, it was only natural for Gu Fei to feel justified in his actions. The posts on the forum, despite their tumultuous nature, did little to affect Gu Fei's psychological state. The subsequent discussions veered towards technical aspects. The notion of a mage employing close combat to pursue a rogue seemed rather fantastical. Many players had watched the live stream, and there was a thread dedicated to analyzing Gu Fei's techniques. This technical thread opened with a presentation of Gu Fei's complete set of equipment, indicating that countless players had employed identification spells on him. However, discussions quickly digressed, as users began to debate the origins of Eddie's emblem. With a single attribute of 6, the total of 5 attributes amounted to 30, representing the pinnacle of attribute-enhancing equipment currently available. Gu Fei felt a chill run down his spine upon reading this. Had he not come across this post, Eddie's emblem would have revealed his identity as the masked assassin. Among those familiar with the game, it was likely that July and her companions had employed identification spells, and if they came across this post, his cover would be blown. Nevertheless, he hoped they would keep silent. With a firm resolve, Gu Fei continued to scroll down. After several posts, the discussion returned to Gu Fei's strategies and tactics. Thanks to the abundance of material provided by the audience, the characteristics of Gu Fei's character became apparent: agility-focused attributes and spell enhancements. The swift strikes combined with the spell damage allowed Gu Fei to swiftly eliminate the fragile rogue Not Laughing. Following this, numerous experts commenced a feasibility analysis of such a character, offering varying opinions and engaging in heated debates. Gu Fei noticed a user named Mystic Eye contributing to the discussion. This individual posited that Gu Fei's success in slaying Not Laughing was merely a fortuitous occurrence. The rogue, being agility-oriented, was suppressed by the all-agility mage. Moreover, as a fragile class, Not Laughing appeared weak against the physical and spell-enhanced damage from the mage. If faced with a high-defense tank or a faster character, the outcome would have been uncertain. Furthermore, few players don magical defense gear. If anyone possessed such equipment, it would significantly reduce the effectiveness of spell damage attacks. Additionally, Mystic Eye pointed out a detail that had largely gone unnoticed. Although Not Laughing had been slain 10 times, it seemed no one had witnessed the first encounter when he was at his peak state at level 30. The second time, when he was level 29, he had been attacked by a rogue. It was only after Not Laughing had dropped those 2 levels that the mage commenced his assault. Did this not imply that the mage was not entirely confident in his ability to kill Not Laughing while he was at his prime? This analysis was well-founded. While it was applicable to ordinary players, it overlooked the fact that Gu Fei possessed considerable skill. After all, Gu Fei had concluded his pursuits of not laughing in just a few strikes. To an untrained eye, it would be challenging to discern the true intricacies of his methods. After perusing all the replies, Gu Fei felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a comprehensive analysis of his role within the thread. Instead, it followed the typical trajectory of such discussions, from discourse to disputes, to mutual ridicule, and eventually fading into obscurity. Gu Fei realized that he would have to continue his own exploration of how to forge a path suitable for a mage. After exiting the forum, Gu Fei logged back into the game. The first thing upon going online was to remove Eddie's insignia. The current attention regarding his masked identity was overwhelming. Should a passerby decide to employ an identification spell, his identity would be exposed without delay. Concerned, Gu Fei hastened towards the auction house, hoping to procure a common outfit for disguise. However, upon arrival, he found the auction house peculiar. He was unable to perform any actions, and the working NPCs refused to acknowledge him. Unaware of the situation, Gu Fei attempted repeatedly, becoming increasingly flustered. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. "What are you doing here?" Gu Fei turned around to find Brother Yu, a fortunate encounter with an expert, and promptly posed his questions. Brother Yu stared at him in disbelief. "We were just discussing how reckless you are. It turns out you're unaware of the PK rules?" "What?" Gu Fei inquired hastily. Brother Yu explained. "In the game, each time you kill a player, you accumulate 1 PK point. Initially, some NPCs will cease to serve you, and you lose 2 levels upon dying. At 10 PK points, all NPCs in the city will stop assisting you, and you lose 3 levels upon death. At 20 PK points, NPC guards and patrols will pursue you, resulting in a 4-level loss upon death, and if captured, you lose 2 levels and must serve time. At 30 PK points, NPCs will execute you on the spot, leading to a 5-level loss. What should I do now?" Gu Fei was left dumbfounded. "You're likely below 20 points now. You could surrender, serving time which reduces your PK points by 1 per hour. Alternatively, you can remain at large and lose 1 point every 2 hours, Brother Yu suggested. Who would choose to go to prison? It merely means I can't buy anything." "What's the big deal?" Gu Fei retorted. Brother Yu nodded. "It seems there is something even more significant that you might not be aware of." "What is it?" "There is a task in the game known as the bounty mission, which resets daily. The targets are players with PK points. You can accept it solo or as part of a mercenary group, and rewards are based on the PK points of the captured player. Given your notoriety yesterday, you are sure to be at the top of today's bounty list." Gu Fei was left speechless. He had not anticipated that engaging in a mere skirmish in the game would lead to such a multitude of complications. Chapter 55. Number 27149 Hasn't and Oppos. My identity already been exposed by appearing on this wanted list? Gu Fei inquired. "As long as you don and Oppos, get caught, it will be fine." Yugu reassured him. "Will my name not be released?" Gu Fei pressed on. "No," Yugu shook his head. "Those listed on the wanted board are assigned a number. Your current designation is that of a wanted criminal, XXXX. "I see," Yugu continued. "Players who accept wanted missions will have their coordinates updated every 5 minutes in the task list. So, as long as you time it correctly and relocate every 5 minutes, it won't be easy for them to track you down." "That makes sense. I need to get moving now." Gu Fei glanced at the time. He had nearly been online for 5 minutes. "What do you need to buy?" "I can help you," Yugu offered as he approached the trading window of the auction house. "Oh, I need a robe suitable for a level 30 mage. And I'll also check for a necklace, ring, and emblem that enhance fire magic attack probability," Gu Fei replied. Yugu, expressionless, departed from the trading window. "It's getting late. We should hurry." Gu Fei and Yugu hastily exited the auction house and made their way towards the city gates. Not long after, they heard a commotion of footsteps behind them. Turning around, they saw several players rushing towards the auction house. "Are they coming for me?" Gu Fei gasped. "It seems so," Yugu responded. "There are quite a few of them." Gu Fei exclaimed. "Just surrender," Yugu calmly suggested. "Don't," Gu Fei protested. "In that case, cover your face. With so many people around, it's likely that someone with sharp eyes will recognize you. To them, you are merely a number, clearly visible." Yugu advised. "All right, let us leave the city quickly. Too many eyes here, it's troublesome." Gu Fei dashed towards the city's exit, while Yugu lagged behind, calling out, "Be careful." Without looking back, Gu Fei waved his hand. Yugu turned back to the auction house, where a multitude of players were searching. With new arrivals joining constantly, Yugu realized he had underestimated the seriousness of the situation. He hadn't anticipated that Gu Fei would attract such a crowd. Human curiosity truly is formidable. After leaving the auction house, Yugu contacted the young Master Han and others. Upon hearing the news, everyone was taken aback. "What? That guy doesn't know the PK rules? What a fool. Let us hold a meeting." As the guild leader, young Master Han first criticized Gu Fei, then summoned everyone to meet at the usual spot in the Shaolei Tavern. Meanwhile, the swift Windwalker rushed to their guild leader, Wu Zhijian. An opportunity has arisen. Windwalker nearly barreled through the door of the Zhongheng Sihai Guild. Wu Zhijian was engaged in conversation with several female guild members when Windwalker interrupted him. Frowning slightly and speaking in a hushed tone, "I've told you countless times to remain calm in the face of adversity. The masked killer is wanted," Windwalker shouted. Of course he would be wanted after killing Bu Shao so many times, Wu Zhijian replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composure before the ladies. "Let us go see." With a casual wave to the girls, Wu Zhijian exited the guild, only to be taken aback. How could he be wanted after killing Bu Shao so many times? Didn't he turn himself in to serve time? With everyone chasing him, his identity must be exposed. What was the point of being masked? Windwalker remained silent. "Speak." Wu Zhijian's demeanor had changed dramatically from his previous calmness to a restless state. I don't know. I just heard there was a criminal with a PK value of 15, and I figured it must be him. Let us go check." Wu Zhijian strode towards the location where wanted missions were issued. The task issuance window was bustling with activity. Wu Zhijian quickly spotted many leaders from other guilds in Cloud City. He surmised their intentions. They likely wished to befriend this ruthless individual, ideally to draw him into their own guild. Wu Zhijian harbored similar thoughts but decided not to dwell on them just yet, with so many people around. It was uncertain who would ultimately gain the upper hand. Wu Zhijian turned to search the wanted list. The information on the masked killer shown at the top, PK value 15, number 27149. Those still within the hall were in no rush to accept the task, believing Gu Fei would inevitably turn himself in. The place for that would also be this hall, so everyone was keenly observing the comings and goings of players. Whenever a mage appeared, their eyes would light up, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing it wasn't Gu Fei. No wonder he hasn't turned himself in. That would be a dead end, Wu Zhijian muttered to himself. A significant number of mages had entered and exited, yet number 27149 remained at the top. In one corner of the hall, July, Luo, and Lai Lai were also watching the flow of people. "Ah, this one must be him. A novice rope," Lai Lai exclaimed for the 17th time, pointing at a player. Luo, after using an identification spell, sighed. "Lai Lai, not all skilled players have to be handsome. That's just your wishful thinking. You can't just assume every good-looking mage is him. The one you just pointed out is only level 12. "Oh, how long have we been here?" July asked. "Almost half an hour," Luo replied. "Doesn't he plan to turn himself in?" July voiced the truth. "Impossible. With a PK value of 15, he would have to stay out for 30 hours without logging off. If he were to log off, he would likely be discovered on the way back to the safe zone. Any player who has accepted a wanted task can be attacked even in a safe zone," Luo reasoned. "Then why hasn't he shown himself?" July glanced at the wanted list. "Perhaps he anticipates that many will wait for him to surrender and is deliberately stalling," Luo speculated. "All right, let us wait a bit longer." Everyone shared this sentiment, patiently awaiting developments until an hour had passed. "Ah, this one. Oh, it's a priest." Lai Lai began to shout again, pointing at someone. Luo followed Lai Lai's gaze, and her eyes brightened. She gently tugged at the two, whispering, "That's young Master Han." After a brief tour of the task hall, young Master Han soon departed. Luo pulled July and Lai Lai to quietly follow him. Young Master Han walked slowly, and after 2 blocks, he arrived at a secluded spot and suddenly turned around. The 3 girls quickly shrank back into a nearby corner. "What are you hiding for? Come out. You have someone watching you from behind." Young Master Han called out. "Don't move. He's definitely trying to trick us," Lai Lai warned. "He's not lying." A clear voice sounded from behind the 3. The girls were stunned, and Lai Lai turned to look. Even more bewildered. "Did you hear someone talking?" July stood up straight, gazing at the empty air behind them, sighing, "It's a thief, lurking behind us. Can you come out now?" Young Master Han continued to call. Reluctantly, the 3 girls emerged from their hiding spot. Lai Lai swung her fists in the air behind her. "Hitting nothing. Be cautious. You even have an eye watching your back," Luo remarked. Young Master Han, however, paid her no mind and coldly stated, "It seems our transaction concluded yesterday." "It did, but perhaps there are new dealings to be made," Luo countered. "We don't have time for that now," Young Master Han replied. "Oh, what are you busy with?" Luo inquired. Young Master Han smiled. "What do you think? This matter arose from us. If there is any assistance required, we shall not decline," July said earnestly. "Miss, regarding all that we have done for you, you have already compensated us fairly. Thus we owe each other nothing. This is now entirely our affair, and you need not concern yourself with it." Curiosity should be set aside. You should return swiftly, the young master of the Han family declared, turning to leave. Young Master Han, Lalai suddenly called out. The young master halted in his tracks. We know your name and your appearance. Are you not afraid that we might divulge it? Lalai exclaimed. Lalai. Both July and Luoluo were evidently taken aback by Lielye's audacity. Are you threatening me? The young master of the Han family retorted. No, what I mean is, if your identity is known to us, why can't we meet others? We would certainly keep it a secret. Lalai insisted. The young master chuckled softly, gesturing towards July and saying, perhaps you should ask your leader. She may comprehend my intentions. July appeared momentarily taken aback. Do not follow me any longer. My temper is foul, and I am in a poor mood. I could easily turn hostile. Allow me to offer you a final piece of advice. Do not entertain thoughts of uncovering this person's true nature. He is ruthless, showing no mercy to anyone. He is a true assassin. The young master and Appo's final words were spoken through gritted teeth, imbued with resentment, before he departed without a backward glance. What kind of person is this? So self-righteous. Lalai exclaimed in frustration. Miss, it is ill-mannered to speak ill of others behind their backs, a voice echoed in the air. How can there still be someone here? Lalai fumed, stamping her foot. Get lost, you peeping Tom. She shouted into the void, flailing her fists. Let us go, Lalai. July interjected, pulling her away. Should we take on a task, July sister? Luoluo inquired. Yes, July replied resolutely, but not to uncover his true identity. Rather, to see if there are ways in which we can assist. Utterly belated. Chapter 56. The speed squad outside Cloud City. Gu Fei had been wandering aimlessly for an hour. After some reflection, he calculated that his PK value should be 15 points. According to Yugo, it would take him 30 hours online to cleanse it. During these 30 hours, he must avoid capture by players who had accepted bounty missions. Otherwise, he would be thrown back into prison to endure another 15 hours of inactivity. Given the nature of the holographic MMORPG, players could not simply log off to watch a movie. Thus Gu Fei insisted on venturing into the wilderness. As he traversed the landscape, Gu Fei harvested monsters along the way, maintaining his movement and thus avoiding any peril thus far. He had only once heard voices in the distance, but for reasons unknown, that group seemed to have engaged in combat. Presumably, it was a clash between two rival factions, which allowed Gu Fei to remain unnoticed and continue his evasion. However, as time passed, Gu Fei began to feel the pressure. A considerable number of players believed he would eventually turn himself in, and thus they lingered in the bounty mission hall, waiting for him. Consequently, the number of players pursuing him was still relatively low. Yet, over an hour later, Gu Fei and Appo's number 27149 remained at the top of the list, prompting many to initiate new strategies. Numerous guilds and mercenary groups formally began their pursuit of Gu Fei, with a throng of players converging on the same coordinates. Among them, the largest and most formidable was the top guild of Cloud City, Dominance. The core members of the guild, Wu Shizhijian, Feng Xing, and Daoing Nianhua, arrived at the outskirts of the city with a substantial following. Just moments ago, Gu Fei had vanished from these coordinates, leaving a multitude of players frantically searching in various directions according to their own strategies. The sheer number of players was quite bothersome. Even if some traces were left behind, they were undoubtedly obliterated. Daoing Nianhua glanced disdainfully at the bustling players around him. How shall we proceed? Wu Shizhijian inquired. Assuming he is a level 30 mage with a full agility build, his agility should total 186 points, considering the 6 agility from Eddie's emblem. Without any enhancements or reductions in agility growth, his maximum movement speed would be 6.2 meters per second. With his lightweight boots, which increase speed by 5, his final speed would be 6.51 meters per second. If he were to sprint in a straight line to the next coordinates, it would be approximately 1,953 meters away. The human eye can discern distances up to about 2,000 meters, so as long as our line of sight is unobstructed, we should be able to spot him. Daoing Nianhua articulated. And what about now? Currently, there are 3 minutes and 47 seconds until the coordinates refresh. He is at most 77 meters away from here. Everyone, look in an unobstructed direction to see if you can spot any figures running, Daoing Nianhua suggested with a smile. The group immediately began scanning their surroundings. Nothing, I suppose. So, his chosen route must be either the Misty Forest or the Wulong Mountains. Daoing Nianhua pointed to the 2 regions before them. What are we to do? Wu Shizhijian asked. You may disband, Daoing Nianhua replied. What? In truth, Gu Fei had no need to run. At his speed, most players could see him but could not catch up. From now on, all those with a full agility build, follow me, Daoing Nianhua commanded. A few individuals emerged from the crowd, either thieves or archers. Oh, I forgot to mention. You must be level 30, Dowing Nianhua added, leading to the exit of 2 more players. Archers with over 150 agility can join as well. Dowing Nianhua called out. One person raised their hand and stepped into the ranks. Dowing Nianhua scrutinized the 3 archers and 2 thieves before him, nodding as he said, if we are to capture this masked killer, it can only be our team. Let us set forth. Wait, does that mean we are out of the picture? Fengxing stared in astonishment at the 6 individuals hastily making their way toward the Wulong Mountains. Dowing Nianhua was correct. If that mage was merely running, there was little they could do. Wu Shijian rubbed his heavy armor. No, I cannot swallow my pride. I shall take a turn. Perhaps luck will be on my side, and I might just stumble upon him. Fengxing clenched his fist and dashed off alone. Everyone, do not disperse. Wu Shijian turned to the remaining allies. Since we have accepted the mission, let us form groups of 5 and find a place to level up. If you see 27,149, do not reveal yourselves. Act oblivious, and if possible, encircle him from the shadows. Understood? The others nodded and dispersed. Dowing Nianhua led his 5 companions swiftly toward the mountains, and midway, the coordinates refreshed once more. Indeed, placing them on Wulong Mountain. We possess greater speed than he does. As long as we maintain the correct direction, we shall soon catch up to him. Dowing Nianhua declared. The others nodded in agreement, though the previously mentioned archer with 150 agility had already fallen several meters behind. Is it really necessary to keep him with us? The 4 agile members murmured amongst themselves. Dowing Nianhua smiled. Having an extra person can only bolster our efforts. Though he may be slightly slower, he can still contend with that mage. He then gestured for the archer to catch up. The archer nodded and followed. The group quickly arrived at the freshly updated coordinates, which led them to a fork in the mountain path. To the left lay the Wulong Cave. While proceeding straight would take them further along the mountain range, the ultimate destination of which remained unknown. Which way shall we go? If we continue straight, that would be ideal. It is a direct path, and we will inevitably catch up. However, I doubt he would choose such a monotonous route. He is likely heading for the Wulong Cave. Let us proceed there first. If the coordinates do not align, we can always return to pursue him. As we only have these 2 paths, Dowing Nianhua reasoned. What if he retraces his steps? One person queried. Then he would likely encounter other players pursuing their coordinates. Surely, he cannot be that foolish? With the coordinates refreshing every 5 minutes, would he dare to backtrack? Dowing Nianhua chuckled. Now let us move swiftly. The group turned left and charged toward the Wulong Cave. Upon reaching the entrance, they still saw no sign of Gu Fei. Dowing Nianhua checked the time and spoke calmly. If we have not erred in our path, then he must have entered the cave. The Wulong Cave's intricate terrain made it an excellent hideout, allowing him to evade pursuers while simultaneously leveling up by battling monsters. Yet, he had underestimated the number of players on his tail. The current hunters were more than capable of cleansing the entire cave. If Gu Fei had indeed retreated inside, would it not lead him to a dead end? Though Dowing Nianhua spoke with that conviction, a shadow of concern crossed his face. This would render their speed advantage moot. What shall we do? Wait for the larger group? Someone asked. Of course not. We have gained a significant lead. So we must enter the cave. Dowing Nianhua waved his hand, and the others followed him inside. After progressing for a while, the coordinates refreshed again. Dowing Nianhua glanced at the new data and suddenly erupted into laughter. Ah, now I understand this fellow's intentions. What do you mean? Someone beside him inquired. If we had not entered the Wulong Cave ahead of time, but instead followed the coordinates he left behind, we would likely never find him again. Dowing Nianhua explained. Why is that? The game features separate maps for inside and outside the cave, each with its own coordinates. Yet the coordinates displayed do not indicate this distinction. It is a flaw in the design. Those still outside the cave, upon seeing this coordinate, would scour Wulong Mountain without a clue, and I assure you, they would find nothing. Dowing Nianhua chuckled. This fellow must have relaxed his guard by now. Let us hasten our pace. The 6 of them began to venture deeper into the cave, discovering that most of the monsters along the way had already been cleared by Gu Fei. In the midst of their pursuit, Dowing Nianhua expressed great joy. He indeed acted as if nothing had happened and began to engage in monster slaying to level up. It wouldn't be long before we caught up to him. Everyone remained poised for battle. How fortuitous that the monsters were cleared so thoroughly. Was it not akin to him illuminating a path for us? Once the 6 reached the coordinates left by Gu Fei, they continued onward in the direction where the monsters had been vanquished. At that moment, another coordinate appeared, causing Dowing Nianhua to pause in astonishment. What's wrong? Let us keep moving. This coordinate is incorrect. Dowing Nianhua responded. What do you mean? The distance to this coordinate is far too great compared to the previous one. There are still traces of his battles along the way. How could he have traveled such a distance while simultaneously clearing monsters? Daoing Nianhua explained. What could this mean? There is another layer within the Wulong Cave. Daoing Nianhua declared. Is that so? How do we get there? The group inquired, as they had never ventured to this side for leveling up. I don't know. I've never heard of it. Daoing Nianhua frowned. Let us continue along this path. Surely, his traces of monster slaying cannot be wrong, someone suggested. The corpses of the small monsters scattered on the ground undoubtedly indicated the direction in which Gu Fei had proceeded. It seems we have no other choice. Daoing Nianhua led the group onward until they completely lost the traces. Could the passage to the other layer be nearby? Let us search the surroundings. Daoing Nianhua proposed. The group dispersed, and soon one of them called out excitedly, There's a secret passage over here. What? Daoing Nianhua, who was searching in another direction, immediately rushed over upon hearing the voice. Lifting the iron plate revealed a passage just tall enough for a person to crouch through. Rogue, go and scout down there, Daoing Nianhua instructed. A rogue descended into the passage, and moments later, sent a message back. Indeed, this is the coordinate from earlier. He passed through here. Quick, let us pursue. Daoing Nianhua leaped into the passage, followed closely by the others. However, when the last person was about to descend, a sudden scream pierced the air. What happened? The few inside the tunnel exclaimed in alarm. The only response was the heavy sound of the iron plate being slammed shut. This is bad. The 5 inside the cave turned pale with fear and rushed towards the entrance. Indeed, the exit had been sealed once more. They pushed with all their might, feeling it was locked tight. We've fallen into a trap. Daoing Nianhua stood there, utterly stunned. Chapter 57. The escape. Reflecting on the past, he only realized he had been deceived, yet he could not comprehend when it had all begun. Was it when his adversary entered the Wulong Cave, discovering that there were pursuers behind, leading to this cunning ploy? Or had they intended from the outset to mislead them in this direction? Can't push it open? Reflecting asked. The despondent thief, who had already given up, nodded sadly. Who hasn't come in? Reflecting surveyed the 4 individuals within the cave. Yutian hasn't come in, one replied. It seems he was taken down by a surprise attack. Reflecting sighed deeply. He already had 15 PK points, and yet he still killed someone. 15 points already, so what's one more or one less? Reflecting stated. That's not right. Yutian in the guild is still level 30, he hasn't died, another noted. Quick, message him. Several urged. I'm still alive. He struck me once and locked this iron door before fleeing. Yutian Shunming replied. Locked? There's a lock at the entrance of this tunnel. How do we get it open? Yutian Shunming inquired. That guy can open this secret passage. He has the key. Hurry and call someone to chase him. Reflecting shouted, simultaneously frantically broadcasting in the guild channel that Gu Fei was in the Wulong Cave. At that moment, Gu Fei had already emerged from the Wulong Cave alongside Yutian Shunming. Your last was poorly executed, Gu Fei remarked. Indeed, I thought it was too funny. I almost turned on to Was it easy for me? Yutian Shunming replied. The two hastily descended the mountain path, encountering several figures at the junction ahead. How is it? Yugu approached and asked. Of course, it's all good. Yutian Shunming boasted proudly. Humph, that reflecting character is no match for me. Young Master Han coldly sneered before turning a stern gaze towards Gu Fei. Why didn't you follow the coordinates I laid out precisely? Come on, your coordinates either lead into a pit or have protruding stone spikes. Is that even a place to stand? Were you trying to get me killed? Gu Fei retorted. Enough, there and Oppos. No time. Let and Oppos. Proceed to the next step. Jian Gue interjected. At the mention of the next step, Gu Fei appeared a bit teary-eyed. Isn't it possible not to go? No, we must go. Young Master Han insisted firmly. Hey, are you trying to set me up again? Gu Fei expressed his doubts. Young Master Han coldly stated, this is undoubtedly the best plan. If you shake off those who were tailing you, just follow this route along the Wulong mountain range, and no one will catch up with you. How long until the coordinates refresh? Yugu inquired. 9 seconds, Gu Fei replied. Let's hurry. Yugu urged. Go for it. Jian Gue encouraged. You can do it. Yutian Shunming chimed in. Zhan Wushang silently nodded vigorously. Get lost. Young Master Han appeared irritated at the sight of Gu Fei. Leaving. Gu Fei immediately turned and dashed off upon seeing the new coordinates refresh. We won't encounter anyone else on the way, right? Yutian Shunming murmured. Absolutely not. Young Master Han confidently stated. Based on the last coordinate he left in the Wulong Cave. Those looking for him are now on the other side of the Wulong mountain range. Even the fastest among them would take at least 10 minutes to reach our position. Wait a minute. Yutian Shunming suddenly exclaimed. Why would they take 10 minutes when they can run for 5 minutes and refresh the coordinates again? Well, after running for 5 minutes, They discover the new coordinates and need 12 minutes to reach them, young Master Han explained. Yutian Shinming was left speechless. What about the third set of refreshed coordinates? Young Master Han's expression turned pained. If they don't persist in reaching the second coordinate and change their route upon receiving the third set of refreshed coordinates, they will find themselves at a dead end in 4 minutes. And then they can only retrace their steps. But by then, Qianli will have refreshed the coordinates for the 4th time. Indeed, young Master Han nodded. But they must first return to the second set of refreshed coordinates to continue the pursuit. I can't even calculate how much time has been wasted at this point. I truly admire anyone who would continue to chase after all this. How tragic, Yutian Shinming lamented. There's something even more tragic. Young Master Han gestured dismissively behind him. These fellows are heading to the Wulong Cave with these coordinates. Oh heavens, you won't blame me for being too ruthless, will you? They turned to see Zongheng Sihai gathering a large group, marching up the mountain path under the leadership of Wu Shizhijian. Oh, I also need to take them to rescue Reflecting in the secret passage. Yutian Shinming suddenly remembered. Do you have the key? Yugo asked. No, Yutian Shinming replied. What about the key? Everyone inquired. In the secret passage, Yutian Shinming answered. In the secret passage? They echoed in confusion. Yeah. Qianli said he threw it in the secret passage, Yutian Shinming explained. Then how can we rescue them? Only the honest Jian Gui was still pondering this question. I don't know. I just meant it as a suggestion. I feel like I've already forgotten how to get to the secret passage's entrance, Yutian Shinming said. Waving goodbye to the 4. I'm off. He turned and raced down the mountain path, shouting, Boss. Not good. Reflecting, and the others are trapped in the tunnel. Shall we go as well? The 4 began to follow suit down the mountain path. Where will that path lead? Yugo asked. When Qianli returns. You can ask him, young Master Han replied nonchalantly. 30 hours without logging off. Can Qianli endure that? I see he usually only plays for 3 to 4 hours. Yugo remarked. That's his concern, young Master Han replied. It should be fine, right? Yugo continued. Absolutely fine. Jian Gui affirmed. Zhang Wushang nodded. Until Qianli returns. The mercenary group won't take on any tasks. We'll have a break, and everyone can do as they please. Young Master Han waved his hand. At that moment, Gu Fei was briskly walking through the Wulong mountain range. The path was quite wide, with a rock wall to the left and a cliff to the right. The road ahead and behind was shrouded in mist. There were no small monsters to fight along the way, making the journey exceedingly dull. Gu Fei could only quicken his pace, hoping to encounter a training area ahead. An hour later, news came from the Yun Dui city side that players were returning in droves, announcing they were abandoning the pursuit mission. Additionally, many were left with temporary aftereffects. Anyone hearing numerical representations of positions would immediately fall into a daze. Those with severe symptoms would lose composure upon hearing calls for tables 7 and 8 in the tavern. Even more tragic was Zongheng Sihai, who turned the Wulong cave upside down but could not find a trace of Gu Fei. The entire guild was at a loss before a rusted padlock. Trapped in the tunnel, Reflecting and the 4 agility warriors ultimately decided to explore an unknown exit, only to stumble into the lair of the bandit chief, Soatu, with predictable consequences. The most heart-wrenching moment was when Reflecting and the 4 agility warriors were sent back to the revival area by Soatu. While Wu Shizhijian was announcing in the guild channel, the blue monsters guarding the entrance to the secret passage have spawned and been successfully dealt with. The key has been obtained, and we will soon open the tunnel. Meanwhile, a small group searching for Gu Fei deep within the Wulong cave was overwhelmed by Sawtu and Appo's minions, summoned by his whistle. By the time Zongheng Sihai and Appo's group emerged from the Wulong cave, they were battered and bruised, both physically and mentally. As Gu Fei walked alone on the mountain path, he passed the time with messages sent by the mercenary group when he suddenly noticed a figure faintly visible through the mist ahead. After such a prolonged journey, I finally encountered a peculiar figure. Gu Fei, filled with excitement, stretched his limbs and drew forth the baptism of flame from his pocket, rushing forward. As the distance closed, he began to discern the details more clearly. Although he could not recognize the individual, the burlap sack upon their back struck him as surprisingly familiar. Upon further contemplation, Gu Fei removed the black cloth obscuring his face. Xiao Yu? He called tentatively. The burlap warrior turned, revealing none other than Xiao Yu herself. Qianli, what a delightful surprise. What brings you here? Are you on a mission? Yes, a mission indeed. Gu Fei nodded vigorously, wiping the sweat from his brow, pondering how to respond to Xiao Yu's inquiry about his presence. To his astonishment, she had already conjured an answer for him. Oh, are you heading to Nightlight Village? She inquired. Indeed. Gu Fei replied casually, inwardly musing about the oddity of the place. Wonderful, so am I? Xiao Yu exclaimed. Is that so? How splendid. Gu Fei remarked. Shall we go together? She proposed. Absolutely, Gu Fei affirmed. What mission are you undertaking? Xiao Yu asked. Oh, it and Oppos. Eddie and Oppos. Quest, Gu Fei answered nonchalantly. What kind of quest is that? She pressed. It and Oppos. A quest chain, Gu Fei replied. A quest chain? Xiao Yu exclaimed in astonishment. You've taken on a quest chain? Yes. It was a fortuitous occurrence, Gu Fei said. I shall assist you, Xiao Yu declared. Well, I'm still uncertain about how to proceed. I'm merely going to give it a try, Gu Fei explained. Of course, it's a quest chain, not something easily accomplished. But fear not. With my assistance, we shall surely succeed. I am quite the expert in quests, Xiao Yu boasted, patting her chest confidently. Chapter 58. Crossing the Wulong mountain range. As Xiao Yu claimed to be an expert in missions, Gu Fei decided to seek her counsel. Do you know what Eddie's mission entails? This is a mission chain, and each time it's different. How could I possibly know? You're truly foolish, Xiao Yu retorted. Feeling quite aggrieved, Gu Fei wondered how he could be called foolish by this naive girl. Was there anything more unjust in the world? However, I do know of a mission called Rescue Eddie. I wonder if it relates to yours, Xiao Yu added. Do tell, Gu Fei prompted. The wandering warrior Eddie was ambushed by bandits while passing through Wulong Mountain and was imprisoned by their leader, Sodu. You must find a way to rescue him, Xiao Yu recited, as if from memory. Oh, have you undertaken this mission? Gu Fei inquired. Not at all. I've merely heard about it. But no one has completed it yet, as they don't know where Eddie is being held, Xiao Yu explained. Right in Sota's abode, Gu Fei exclaimed. How do you know that? Xiao Yu asked, puzzled. The Eddie in my mission is the very same you mentioned. How could I not know his whereabouts? Gu Fei replied. Oh, intelligence. I must jot this down quickly. Suddenly, Xiao Yu dropped her sack, pulled out a small notebook and a feather quill. Gu Fei leaned closer to see her diligently inscribing. Eddie, in Sodu and Oppos, abode. Sodu and Oppos, abode, is that his bedroom? Xiao Yu suddenly turned to ask Gu Fei. Well, it likely is, Gu Fei answered. Why would Eddie be imprisoned in his own bedroom? Xiao Yu pondered. Could there be an unspeakable secret between them? Perhaps. Gu Fei mused. Brokeback Mountain, Xiao Yu suggested. Maybe. Do you think so too? Xiao Yu beamed. Gu Fei was at a loss for words. Then saw Xiao Yu earnestly add a line beneath Eddie's information. In an affair with Sotu. All right, let us continue our journey, Xiao Yu declared, stowing her paper and quill before hoisting her sack again. What's in that sack? Gu Fei asked. Food, Xiao Yu replied. Food. Gu Fei was bewildered. It might take a while to reach Nightlight Village, and I was worried about getting hungry on the way, so I brought some provisions, Xiao Yu explained. In the game, staying online for over 10 hours would indeed instill a sense of hunger, but it was a sensation that stemmed from reality, not the game itself. Eating within the game did not resolve any issues. Food served to restore health or stamina only when stationary. Even if it were useful, did she really need to carry an entire sack? Gu Fei estimated that even rationing it would suffice for an extended journey. He doubted that Nightlight Village could be as far as 25,000 miles away. Not just food. There's water too. Are you thirsty? Would you like a drink? Xiao Yu promptly offered, placing the sack down to retrieve water for Gu Fei. No, I'm not thirsty, Gu Fei quickly declined. As they trudged on for another hour, their conversation dwindled. Speaking with Xiao Yu was quite taxing. For instance, telling a joke required a 3-minute reaction time, during which Gu Fei would forget the very essence of the joke he had shared. Conversely, the jokes that Xiao Yu recounted were often trivial in Gu Fei's eyes. Such as, I have a friend who walked into a tree one day. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yu laughed uproariously, while Gu Fei could only feign amusement. Nevertheless, having a companion made even the longest journey feel less burdensome. Seeing another person engaged in the same endeavor reassured him that even the silliest of tasks were not his alone. It was a source of comfort. Through their unwavering efforts, they finally left the Wulong mountain range behind. Before them lay vast expanses reminiscent of the outskirts of Cloud City, barren lands, rolling hills, and forests. Gu Fei checked the time. Traversing the Wulong mountain range had taken a full 3 hours. Of course, now that he realized no one pursued them, and with Xiao Yu as his companion, Gu Fei was no longer sprinting wildly. They were now walking at a steady pace. What delighted Gu Fei even more was the sight of NPC monsters ahead. According to the plans with the young masters of the Han family, Gu Fei was assigned to flee to such a remote area, yet one still populated with monsters. To grind for 30 hours. After clearing his PK value, he was to return to Cloud City. He had expected to encounter small monsters in the Wulong mountain range. But instead, he found only clouds and fog. In such a hazy environment, he was accompanied by a girl. Unfortunately, she was a friend rather than a romantic interest. So reflecting on those 3 hours felt like a crime in wastefulness. Gu Fei, feeling restless, charged forward, drew his weapon, and struck at the small monster, which he dispatched in an instant. Giving Gu Fei and Amp, Oppo's, attack power, the lack of any magical enhancement meant the monster and Amp, Oppo's, level was obvious. Wait a minute, Gu Fei murmured. By the basic logic of online games, the further one is from a major city like Cloud City, the higher the level of the training areas should be. After spending 3 hours crossing the Wulong mountain range, I ended up in such a desolate place. How tragic. The monsters here are so low level. Gu Fei remarked to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu seemed oblivious to Gu Fei and Oppo's words, gazing into the distance, muttering, "Where's Nightlight Village? Do you know?" She turned back to ask him. Let me inquire for you. Gu Fei, impressed by her courage to traverse the mountains for 3 hours without knowing her destination, resolved to help. Gu Fei opened his friend list and found the information king, Hong Chun Yishao, who was even more knowledgeable than Brother Yu. "Are you there? I have a question," Gu Fei typed. "I am a disciplined game worker." Hong Chun Yishao replied. "An auto reply?" Gu Fei questioned. "No." "Then why does it always say that?" Gu Fei inquired. "Because you know my true identity," Hong Chun Yishao stated. "That was your own reveal. Shouldn't I silence you then?" "Ask your question, I'll tell you what I can." Hong Chun Yishao offered. "Oh, could you tell me how to get to Nightlight Village? Just a direction, nothing too sensitive, right?" Gu Fei asked. "Oh, have you found a clue to your mission chain?" Hong Chun Yishao responded. What clue?" Gu Fei was confused. "I said nothing at all." Hong Chun Yishao replied. "How do I get to Nightlight Village? Is that so sensitive? That route is rather far. First, you need to cross the Wulong mountain range." Hong Chun Yishao answered. "I've already crossed it." "Wow, you've run quite a distance. That must have been tough for you." Hong Chun Yishao remarked. "What should I do next?" Gu Fei asked. "Next, just ask someone nearby. The players over there should know," Hong Chun Yishao suggested. "Players? Are there players around here?" Gu Fei scanned his surroundings, finding no one. "You just crossed the mountains, right? That area is far from the main city. Continue heading northwest, and you will reach the main city, Moonlight City. The players there should certainly know how to get to Nightlight Village," Hong Chun Yishao advised. "Why are the monster levels so low in such a remote area from the main city?" Gu Fei queried. "Just decoration. It's all for show. Who would bother coming out here?" Hong Chun Yishao replied. "All right, thank you." Gu Fei expressed his gratitude. "Not at all. However, there is something I would like to remind you of," Hong Chun Yishao added. "What is it?" Gu Fei asked. "The bounty mission is a server-wide pursuit, which means that players in Moonlit City can also see 27149 on the wanted list. However, it will be marked that you belong to Cloud City, and thus it is unlikely that anyone will take it up. Yet, one cannot be entirely certain, can they? So, exercise caution, as Hong Chun Yishao advised. "Isn't this a violation?" Gu Fei inquired. "What constitutes a violation?" "Anyone who has diligently reviewed the bounty mission guidelines would understand. Just consider me a serious player." Hong Chun Yishao replied. "Thank you. Once we return to Cloud City, I shall treat you to a drink," Gu Fei said. "You and Oppo's, re too polite. I must take my leave now. I have a journey ahead," Gu Fei concluded, ending the chat. "Damn it, I let something slip." Hong Chun Yishao muttered to himself, situated in Cloud City. His interest in Gu Fei had not waned. He had been exhilarated by the action-packed chase of Qian Li Yizue pursuing Bu Xiao the previous day. Moreover, he had been closely monitoring the progression of the task chain that Gu Fei had received. The task chain is one of the focal points of the parallel world, a masterpiece that has consumed countless brain cells of the designers from conception to arrangement and synthesis. It is a proud achievement of Hong Chun Yishao and his design team. Even the mere thought of the potential plotlines within a task chain excites them. Upon learning that Gu Fei had received a task chain, Hong Chun Yishao promptly accessed the data, committing the randomly generated task chain to memory with remarkable ease. Yet, the true owner of the task chain, Gu Fei, showed no inclination to act on it. It felt akin to having crafted a perfect piece of art that remains unappreciated and overlooked, which left Hong Chun Yishao in a state of agitation. When he heard Gu Fei inquire about Nightlight Village, he was momentarily elated, believing Gu Fei had found a clue. However, it turned out to be an entirely different matter. His eagerness to speak had inadvertently conveyed information to him. Reflecting on this now fills him with frustration, hoping that Gu Fei had not taken note of it. But how could Gu Fei not have noticed? As he proceeded towards Moonlit City with Xiaoyu, he mulled over those very words. The third volume is out, and the new book ranking is available. Those with tickets should not be complacent. Let us rally together and elevate the standings. For only from a higher vantage point can one truly see far. Chapter 59. The customs of Moonlight City, as Gu Fei mentioned Nightlight Village. Hong Chen immediately remarked about finding clues. Undoubtedly, Eddie's mission would encounter a significant breakthrough in Nightlight Village. Gu Fei pondered that the key to this quest lay in first understanding the nature of Eddie's mission, which would facilitate the subsequent steps. It appeared that there should be traces left in Nightlight Village, or perhaps it was a place Eddie once visited, or even that he was a resident of Nightlight Village. Unearthing such intelligence should not pose a challenge. Once they reached Nightlight Village, inquiring among the NPCs would likely yield some results. As Gu Fei contemplated, he and Xiao Yu continued their journey, gradually catching sight of the distant silhouette of Moonlight City. Compared to Cloud City, it did not present any notable differences. Xiao Yu pointed at the city, astonished, and exclaimed, "What a large village." Gu Fei chuckled, "This is not Nightlight Village. This is Moonlight City, also a main city like Cloud City. Nightlight Village should be nearby. A simple inquiry will provide us with directions." Glancing around, Gu Fei noticed a few scattered players engaged in monster hunting. It seemed this area was not a bustling training ground, as those who chose to level up here were few. He selected a target and approached with Xiao Yu. The individual, clad in rogue attire, moved nimbly across the terrain, often opting to circumvent enemies rather than engage them directly. Occasionally, he crouched down to search for something. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu caught up to him and called out, "Excuse me, what do we call you?" "Master Kong," the man replied after sizing them up. "Ha ha ha, Master Kong, like instant noodles." Xiao Yu laughed heartily. Such humor resonated well with her. For her, a name like Fireball seemed rather profound. The man's expression soured, and he retorted, "It's not like I chose this name myself." Upon hearing this, Gu Fei felt a sudden kinship, realizing he, too, was a victim of an unsatisfactory account name. He stifled Xiao Yu's laughter and continued, "We wish to go to Nightlight Village. Could you tell us how to get there?" Master Kong looked surprised, scrutinizing them from head to toe, then exclaimed, "You can't identify it? Your levels are higher than mine, level 30? Both nodded in affirmation. "Level 30 and you don't know how to get to Nightlight Village?" Master Kong regarded them with newfound respect. "You misunderstand. We are not from Moonlight City. We hail from Cloud City," Gu Fei explained, pointing in the direction of Cloud City. Master Kang's eyes brightened. "Cloud City? Another main city? Is it possible to reach here from there? How long does it take?" "Just follow the main road through the Wulong mountain range. We've been walking for about 3 hours, though we weren't moving quickly," Gu Fei replied. Come. I have a question for you." Master Kong pulled Gu Fei closer. "On your side, in Cloud City, have you seen a plant with green leaves and pink or rose-red flowers, the leaves being quite large?" He gestured with his hands. "No." Gu Fei immediately shook his head. "Think again," Master Kong urged, his expression full of anticipation. "A plant with green leaves and pink or rose-red flowers. Such plants are common, but with leaves that large, I've never seen one." Gu Fei mimicked his gestures. The leaves Master Kong indicated were exaggeratedly large. Gu Fei guessed they must be as tall as a person. He concluded that it could not simply be classified as a flower or grass. It would have to be considered a small tree. He had never encountered such a thing in the game. "What kind of plant is that?" Xiao Yu inquired curiously. "Oh, it's nothing. I'm an alchemist. Just looking for some herbal materials." "Are you alchemists too?" "If not, you wouldn't understand," Master Kong replied. The two felt relieved. Gu Fei was not well versed in the various professions, only knowing of chefs, blacksmiths, tailors, alchemists, and alchemists. Chefs produced food, blacksmiths forged weapons, tailors crafted clothing, alchemists researched potions, while alchemists made staves and accessories. If you have the chance, you should explore Cloud City yourself. We don't understand it well enough to provide accurate information," Gu Fei suggested. Master Kong nodded but wore a worried expression. "It seems Cloud City is not far from here, but I've heard that it's quite dangerous over there." "What makes it dangerous?" Gu Fei asked, puzzled. "I've heard that the #1 killer in the entire server is from Cloud City. In one day, he racked up 15 PK points, chasing down and brutally reducing a player's level by 8. No one dared to intervene. It's terrifying," Master Kong recounted. Gu Fei could only manage a wry smile, while Xiao Yu became indignant. "What nonsense. Do you know who he killed?" "He's a notorious swindler." Master Kong nodded. "I've heard that too." "Damn. If he was that merciless, he must have been severely deceived by that scammer." Gu Fei was utterly bewildered. How had the story morphed so dramatically after passing through Wulong Mountain? Normally, information in the game should circulate through online forums and similar venues, where everyone discusses gossip uniformly. How could there be such a significant distortion? Gu Fei had momentarily forgotten a crucial fact. Although players were categorized into different regions based on their starting main cities, their interpersonal relationships remained unaffected. Friends who entered the game together rarely ended up in the same main city by sheer chance. Yet, even across 10 Wulong Mountains, Communication via short messages persisted. Most players would find their friends from Cloud City to be more credible sources than any online information. Such subjectively transmitted narratives are inherently prone to distortion. However, Gufei was not inclined to dwell on this matter at the moment. After conversing with Master Kong for a while, he still hadn't learned how to reach Nightlight Village. All right, I'm just casually searching for herbs. I'll lead you there regardless of direction, Master Kong generously declared. Thank you so much. Gufei expressed his gratitude. The trio set off, with Master Kong leading the way, occasionally bending down to pluck a few herbs. Gradually, they entered a popular training area, with an increasing number of players surrounding them. The ratio of players to monsters rivaling that of the infamous Cloud City's resource farm. However, the social dynamics here were quite different. The resource farm was characterized by an unspoken, underhanded style, while the atmosphere of Moonlight City was marked by bold, overt confrontations. As they proceeded, Gufei witnessed players wielding bamboo poles, hoisting tattered cloths adorned with ghastly designs, thrusting them into the ground while shouting, "This land belongs to us. Anyone who steps forward will die." Only those with significant numbers dared to assert such claims. However, this was not necessarily a guarantee. A more formidable group could easily encroach upon the fertile territory, planting their flag and asserting their intentions, leading to immediate standoffs. Due to the challenges of leveling up, Gufei observed that players were generally reluctant to engage in life-or-death battles. Typically, they would send a few individuals for one-on-one duels, adhering to a principle of restraint. As a result, incidents of bloodshed and level reduction were notably fewer than those in the resource farm. Of course, this referred to clashes between equally matched groups. If one were to single-handedly appropriate another's territory, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Gufei noticed that Master Kong, who had been leading the way, became subdued upon entering this area. He walked with his head down, seemingly familiar with the local customs, not even glancing at the NPC monsters in the training zone. This fellow truly embodied the essence of a local of Moonlight City. Once they had distanced themselves from the bustling area, Master Kong finally let out a breath of relief. Turning back, he adopted a demeanor of someone well acquainted with local customs and said, "I forgot to warn you earlier. I was genuinely concerned you might inadvertently stir up trouble." Thankfully, it all went smoothly. Gufei recalled something and asked, "If we were to perish here, would we resurrect back in Cloud City?" "Are you resurrecting in Moonlight City again?" "I am uncertain about that," Master Kong remarked, gesturing ahead. "That is the village of Radiant Glow." "Thank you so much," Gufei replied promptly. "Shall we head over? Allow me to treat you to a drink." He had already spotted a tavern at the entrance of the village from a distance. "No, thank you. I do not drink." Master Kong waved his hand dismissively. "I must take my leave. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out. Call for me when you return to Cloud City, and if possible, I shall accompany you." "Certainly." After both parties added each other as friends, Master Kong retreated into the nearby woods to gather herbs. Gufei and Xiaoyu stepped into Radiant Glow Village. The village nestled within a forest, exuding an air of secrecy, reminiscent of a grand quest's origin point. "Xiaoyu, what is your task?" Gufei inquired, eager to resolve the simpler quest first. "I must find Mr. Adrian and extract a batch of precious gold, or," Xiaoyu declared as she read her mission. "Oh, let us attend to yours first," Gufei suggested. With that, the duo entered the tavern. Noting that quests in online games bore a striking resemblance to those in single-player RPGs, with taverns being the quintessential places for gathering intelligence. "Owner, do you know who Mr. Adrian is?" Xiaoyu asked with practiced ease. "Ah, Mr. Adrian is the wealthiest individual in our village. He resides in the large house next to the church at the eastern end of the village," the tavern owner replied. "Thank you, owner," Xiaoyu expressed her gratitude politely, as she was perpetually driven by the spark of hidden quests within her heart. After Xiaoyu's inquiry, Gufei quickly followed suit, adding, "Owner, do you know who Eddie is? This gentleman has traveled far. A drink would surely alleviate his fatigue," Gufei remarked. Gufei was left speechless. Xiaoyu adeptly pulled Gufei away, stating he does not know. As they made their way eastward through the village, Gufei posed numerous questions to various passersby, yet none offered any assistance. "What is going on?" Gufei pondered, realizing the root of the issue. Eddie's emblem. He recalled that he had placed Eddie's relic in his pocket rather than wearing it. Perhaps this was a crucial step to trigger the quest. Without donning it, NPCs would perceive him merely as an inconsequential passerby. With this thought, Gufei discreetly donned the emblem. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming sensation of countless eyes fixated upon him. Steadying himself, Gufei approached the fifth passerby. It was late, yet he continued to seek votes. Having fallen off the new book list, he noted a slow increase in collections and recommendations, causing him great distress. Chapter 60. Are you a warrior? Gu Fei had previously observed his surroundings carefully and found no players, which allowed him to don Eddie's emblem with a sense of assurance. In an instant, he became the focus of attention from the NPCs in the village, including the passers-by he had conversed with earlier. This reinforced Gu Fei's belief that the emblem was indeed a crucial element. Steeling himself, he approached an NPC who was staring at him. However, before Gu Fei could draw near, the NPC turned and walked away, seemingly cautious to avoid any contact with him. Gu Fei, skeptical of this behavior, quickened his pace to pursue. The NPC did not seem to possess any mechanism to accelerate, and within a few strides, Gu Fei caught up with him. He attempted to engage in conversation, but the NPC persistently avoided eye contact and turned away. Strange. Xiao Yu, observing the scene, found it amusing and quickly caught up to the NPC, inquiring, "Do you know where Mr. Adrian is?" Mr. Adrian is the wealthiest person in our village. He resides in the large house next to the church at the eastern end of the village. The NPC responded with a warm smile and provided accurate information. What is going on? Why is he ignoring you? Xiao Yu scratched his head in confusion. Perhaps this is how my quest narrative unfolds, Gu Fei pondered. The NPCs in this parallel world lacked the genuine intelligence to engage humans meaningfully. They remained programmed automatons. The NPC before him responded to every one of Xiao Yu's inquiries, regardless of whether he could answer, but when it came to Gu Fei, he consistently displayed one reaction, turning away to evade. This was merely conveying a message to Gu Fei. These NPCs were deliberately avoiding him. Upon further reflection, Gu Fei noticed that when he ceased to engage this particular NPC, the latter would walk a certain distance away and then resume a watchful stance, casting furtive glances back at him. Gu Fei surveyed the area and found that all the NPCs regarding him bore a similar demeanor. Yet, there were some NPCs who looked at him unchanged, unaffected by his wearing of the emblem. An idea struck Gu Fei as he selected an NPC who appeared indifferent to him. This individual indeed did not shy away. And when Gu Fei approached, he looked up at him. "Do you know who Eddie is?" Gu Fei inquired. "I don't know. You should ask the village chief. He knows more," the NPC replied. Taken aback, Gu Fei sought out another NPC of this type and received the same response. "Who is the village chief?" Gu Fei asked. Seeking further clarification, "Edwin is our village chief. He lives in the small cabin beyond the woods over there." The NPC gestured in the indicated direction. "Ah, I got it," Gu Fei exclaimed. "This is how quests work. As long as you ask every NPC, someone will eventually have the answer," Xiao Yu remarked, imparting his experience to Gu Fei. Though it seemed a rather simplistic approach, Gu Fei had to concede that it was indeed effective. Noticing the differing attitudes of the NPCs, he gleaned the necessary information. Xiao Yu, uninterested in this particular NPC, could have swept through them one by one to extract answers. For the NPCs that held two distinct attitudes towards Gu Fei were evenly split. As for why this was the case, it was likely a key aspect of the quest. Gu Fei could not devise a reason, so he proceeded to follow the earlier NPC's directions to find the village chief's cabin at the edge of the woods. Knocking on the door of the small cabin, he was greeted by an elderly man with graying hair and beard. In the design philosophy of games, the young and capable protagonist usually takes center stage, making it quite odd for a frail old man to be tasked with saving the world. Typically, the elderly in games are portrayed as rigid, stubborn, cowardly, and oblivious, with only a rare few wise characters who meet their end after imparting their last bit of wisdom to inspire the hero. "Village chief, do you know someone named Eddie?" Gu Fei asked eagerly, realizing that undertaking quests could be quite thrilling, particularly due to this sense of anticipation. "Eddie? He is a fine young man. He promised to help our village," the village chief replied. "He has passed away," Gu Fei said, his heart heavy with sorrow. The village chief was taken aback. What shall we do now? Is there anything I can assist you with?" Gu Fei adhered to the script. "Who are you?" the village chief inquired. Gu Fei hesitated, unsure how to respond, so he stated the facts. "Eddie sent me to help." The village chief's eyes brightened immediately. "Are you the warrior Eddie found who can defeat the monsters?" Monsters? Warriors? These terms sounded quite formidable to Gu Fei, who couldn't he help but wonder if his current level 30 self could indeed handle such challenges. However, it seemed that the village chief's inquiry served as a pivotal choice regarding whether the quest would continue. Regardless, Gu Fei knew he could not abandon it now. Feeling somewhat bashful, he nodded and replied, "I am." "Welcome, warrior." The NPC was remarkably resilient, quickly recovering from the shadow of Eddie's demise. "What manner of monsters are we speaking of?" Gu Fei began to probe for information. If these monsters were melee types and not significantly faster than he was, Gu Fei felt confident he could manage a confrontation. After all, this was a game, and monsters were designed for players to combat. they surely wouldn't be overwhelmingly powerful. Follow me. The village chief beckoned, hunching his back as he started walking. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu trailed behind, wishing the village chief would move a little faster. While Xiao Yu, brimming with excitement, seemed unaware of whose quest this truly was. Leading the two, the village chief arrived at the Church of Nightlight Village. The church's front door was in disrepair, half hanging off its hinges, while a stone path leading up to it had been neglected, overrun with weeds. The village chief led them along the path, stopping midway to examine the ground. Here, he said, striking the ground with his cane. The blood of Morpheus. Not even years of rain could wash it away. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu looked down to see a dark stain on the stone where the village chief had struck. According to him, this was blood. What happened here? Gu Fei queried. Werewolves. The village chief exclaimed. There are werewolves lurking in our village. Werewolves. Gu Fei murmured to himself, recognizing this as a rather cliché creature from Western mythology. By day, they appeared as humans, but under the full moon, they transformed, losing their senses and becoming exceedingly ferocious. What was worse, it was said that werewolves exhibited heightened agility and strength when in their true form. If this were indeed a creature of such speed, it would pose quite a challenge. As Gu Fei contemplated this, the village chief continued to recount the legends of werewolves, while Xiao Yu listened intently, taking notes in his small notebook. Gu Fei's thoughts raced faster than the village chief's words, and just as he processed these thoughts, he heard the village chief say, Legend has it that werewolves fear all silver items. Warrior, do you possess any silver weapons? I do not, Gu Fei replied. Do not worry, I am prepared. Hand me your weapon, and I can coat it with silver, the village chief offered. Could we perhaps do that later? I would like to search for clues about the werewolves first, Gu Fei suggested. Feel free to come to me whenever you need. The village chief replied before tremblingly departing from the church. Why not let him coat your weapon with silver? Xiao Yu inquired. I think I should find a knife or sword first, then have him coat it with silver. I doubt a staff would inflict the necessary damage on a werewolf. Gu Fei displayed his staff to Xiao Yu, showcasing its blunted edge. Xiao Yu nodded thoughtfully. Would you like to borrow my axe? I fear I may not be able to lift it, Gu Fei remarked. While it is stated in the game that equipment bears no class or attribute requirements, the reality is that such criteria are merely not explicitly stated in numerical form. For instance, with regard to Xiao Yu's colossal axe, the officials imply that a mage could wield it. However, should one lack the requisite strength, it becomes irrelevant to us. This amounts to an implicit attribute requirement, and the exact specifications remain shrouded in mystery, rendering it quite unreasonable. Then let us procure a weapon that you can manage, Xiao Yu suggested. I can manage on my own. After all, you are in search of the individual in that house for some gold, or, are you not? You proceed with that. And I shall find you once I have made my purchase, Gu Fei replied. Very well. Xiao Yu consented. See you shortly. With a wave, she headed towards the large house adjacent to the church. Gu Fei hurriedly dashed off, catching up with the village chief, who was still en route. Village chief, could you assist me by coating this blade with silver? He implored, producing the flame of baptism. Though Gu Fei harbored doubts about whether Xiao Yu's carelessness might lead her to recognize that the flame of baptism was the weapon wielded by yesterday's masked assassin, he believed that caution is the mother of safety, and it is best to remain inconspicuous. Without hesitation, the village chief accepted the flame of baptism. He then retrieved a small cup from his pocket, pouring a silvery liquid over the blade while muttering incantations. In an instant, a flash of silver illuminated the scene. The overall hue of the flame of baptism remained unchanged. However, a subtle silver line appeared along the edge, elusive to the eye upon closer inspection. Brave warrior, I entrust this to you, the village chief said, returning the flame of baptism to Gu Fei. Upon lifting his gaze, Gu Fei noticed that the weapon's name had transformed into the holy flame of baptism. In addition to the previous 30 fire magic probability, a new attribute had emerged, regeneration prevention. Chapter 61. The marks before the church, preventing rebirth? Gu Fei pondered the implications of this new attribute. Werewolves, a common motif in mythology, likely influenced the game's design. He had never heard of werewolves possessing the ability to resurrect, so preventing rebirth could not be aimed at countering such a power. Excluding this possibility, it suggested that werewolves had formidable healing capabilities, akin to health regeneration in gaming parlance. Bosses with such abilities often appeared in online games, where the damage dealt in a second was less than the health they regained, a high compliment for such bosses. Gu Fei speculated that this preventing rebirth ability he possessed was akin to that. After bidding farewell to the village chief, Gu Fei turned to find Xiao Yu. The door to the wealthy man's room was wide open, and peering inside, he saw no one. After sending Xiao Yu a text to inquire about her whereabouts, He hurried to the backyard of the large house, where a cellar awaited. Xiaoyu had mentioned she was busy mining for gold inside. Could it be that the backyard housed a mine? Rounding the corner, he spotted Xiaoyu beside the cellar and rushed over. Have you bought weapons already? Xiaoyu asked. I happened upon a player selling equipment. Gu Fei replied casually, pulling out the blade of fiery baptism and handing it to her. This sword is quite impressive, and it has magical attack properties. It's suitable for me, considering my low strength, he thought, having planned this ruse well in advance. After all, if they were to fight together, he would inevitably need to draw his sword. By presenting it this way, Xiaoyu would naturally assume he had just purchased it and would not suspect otherwise. Given Xiaoyu's straightforward nature, Gu Fei believed this deception was foolproof. However, he felt a twinge of guilt for playing tricks on such an innocent girl. Upon receiving the sword, Xiaoyu examined it without a hint of suspicion. It's nice. How much did it cost? 50 gold coins, Gu Fei replied. That's rather expensive. She exclaimed. There's no choice. We needed it urgently for the quest. If we had to travel to Nightlight City, it would waste a lot of time. What if this quest had a time limit? That would be frustrating, Gu Fei explained. Xiaoyu nodded, clearly resonating with his words. Of course, the quest is the most important. She then handed the blade of fiery baptism back to him. Let's go find the village chief. I already spoke with him. The sword's name is indeed the blade of fiery baptism. It only transformed into this sacred form after being silver-plated, and the preventing rebirth attribute was also a result of that, Gu Fei informed her. What does preventing rebirth mean? Xiaoyu asked. It likely prevents monsters from regenerating health, Gu Fei surmised. Oh, I need to jot that down, Xiaoyu exclaimed, promptly retrieving her notebook and diligently noting it down. Gu Fei chuckled softly. I was just guessing. Xiaoyu added a parenthetical note, next to preventing rebirth. Prevents monsters from regenerating health. What are you doing standing there? Gu Fei inquired. I'm waiting for that person to fetch the gold, Xiaoyu indicated towards a nearby cellar. Gu Fei stretched his neck to take a glance, but saw nothing but darkness. Could it be that this mine was located right in their backyard? As he mused, a cough emerged from beneath the cellar, and a figure climbed up the wooden ladder with a small bag in hand. It was undoubtedly an NPC, and upon emerging from the cellar, the individual appeared a typical shifty merchant, clearly the wealthiest man in Nightlight Village, Mr. Adrian. Adrian tossed the small bag to Xiaoyu. Gu Fei leaned in for a closer look. Inside were several unrefined gold nuggets, varying in size, inconspicuous and dull in color. Have you completed your task? Gu Fei asked. I just need to return this to Cloud City to complete it, Xiaoyu replied. What rewards will you receive? Gu Fei inquired. I don't know yet, she said. This task, while not particularly challenging, involved a lengthy journey, consuming considerable time. If the reward were not substantial, it would be quite unjust. All right, my task is finished. Now, I will assist you, Xiaoyu said, placing the small bag into her pocket and patting it. Gu Fei nodded and glanced around, feeling a bit disappointed. But who is this werewolf? There isn't a single clue. Just ask. Completing quests involves conversing with NPCs until they cease to provide new information, from which you can glean clues, Xiaoyu advised. This task is quite laborious. Despite Nightlight Village's small size, there are numerous NPCs. I questioned over 20 individuals from the east end of the village to the west, not counting those who ignored me. The consistent answer was, the village chief knows more. Gu Fei lamented. Reluctantly, the two returned to the village chief's home, where he reiterated the werewolf's characteristics, mentioning the full moon and similar details. Indeed, the game distinguished between day and night, each cycle lasting 6 hours, with 4 hours of daylight and 2 hours of night. Nighttime was not so dark as to render visibility impossible. Enough light illuminated the area, supposedly provided by moonlight. However, Gu Fei had never paid attention to the moon's phases. Xiaoyu, too, could not answer that question. Checking the time, Gu Fei noted that they had spent over 3 hours crossing the Wulong Mountains since it had been daytime. Now, with less than an hour until nightfall, it was possible the system had granted them a full moon specifically for their quest. We should return to the church and search the surrounding stones and bushes. Perhaps we can find something that proves the werewolf and Apos' identity, Xiaoyu suggested. Gu Fei agreed, recognizing the logic in her reasoning. Although common sense would suggest that if such evidence existed, the villagers would have discovered it long ago, the quest was designed for players, and thus clues should remain for them to uncover. Back at the bloodstained stones before the church, Xiaoyu immediately knelt down to search intently. Gu Fei found it somewhat amusing. If this were indeed a designed quest, then the clues should only be findable by the quest taker. What could Xiaoyu possibly discover by kneeling on the ground? Yet, seeing her enthusiasm, Gu Fei refrained from dampening her spirits and quietly began searching as well. After a thorough inspection, he found nothing and stood in front of the church's broken door, lost in thought. Xiao Yu, undeterred, ventured into a more remote corner to continue her search. Gu Fei surveyed the area he had just combed through, the grass they had disturbed, the stones they had moved. In a short span, the system had restored them to their original state. This was a rule of the game. Anything touched or moved by players would be refreshed or restored by the system after a certain period, unless in specific circumstances. Movements made by NPCs, however, were considered refreshed content and would not revert. As Gu Fei stood in his spot, surveying the restored courtyard, he suddenly froze. He could not determine whether this was a system design or an intentionally left clue, but he discerned traces of a struggle. Cracked stones, trampled grass, and broken shrubs. These signs were unmistakably the result of conflict, not mere happenstance. Gu Fei descended the steps and followed the traces one by one. Scenes of action flashed in his mind intermittently. These signs of struggle were undeniably real, he concluded. He doubted such a scene could be created solely through programming or graphics. The current spectacle must have been crafted from an initial scene, then simulated a set of opponents battling upon it, preserving the aftermath of their confrontation, resulting in such realism. However, considering this as a clue for the quest seemed rather exaggerated. Gu Fei harbored doubts about the ability of ordinary individuals to discern any clues from the situation. Even the game designers, he speculated, would struggle to reconstruct the scenes of battle from this evidence. Although Gu Fei himself was equally incapable, he could at least infer from certain fragments that the conflict had been intense and rapid. This led him to a new inquiry, judging by the traces left behind. It appeared that the two adversaries had engaged in combat for a considerable duration before one ultimately fell. This suggested that the deceased, Murphy, possessed some skill. However, Gu Fei recalled that the village chief had previously introduced Murphy solely as a kind and upright young man, neglecting to mention any martial prowess. Suddenly, Gu Fei thought of the official website's promotion and description of the quest chains. It claimed that each generated quest chain represented the hard work and dedication of the game's staff, featuring complete plots and events that genuinely unfolded around the players. Interpreting the situation through this lens, Gu Fei realized that while he, as the quest taker, would not witness the event of Murphy being slain by a werewolf, the system would still simulate the occurrence, allowing the narrative to progress until Eddie was captured by mountain bandits. All of this had transpired within the realm of the game. The nature of Murphy's identity became a genuine point of contention. Ironically, Gu Fei's skepticism centered on whether Murphy truly existed. If the programmers had merely fabricated two characters to engage in a skirmish at the church entrance for the sake of narrative enhancement, it would represent a profound misdirection for someone like Gu Fei, who could discern the underlying truth. Nevertheless, Gu Fei resolved to pursue this lead further. He then called out to Xiao Yu, who was still digging in the corner. "Have you found anything?" Gu Fei inquired, sensing a note of urgency in his voice. "A little. We should seek out the village chief," Xiao Yu replied. "What for?" "To inquire about who exactly this Murphy is," Gu Fei responded. "Stay sharp." Chapter 62. The vanished Morphe. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu departed from the church and once again sought to disturb the village chief. What kind of person was Morphe, who was slain by a werewolf? Gu Fei asked directly. Morphe was a fine young man, upright, kind-hearted, and well-liked by the villagers. "His death is truly a tragedy," the village chief replied. Gu Fei then succinctly inquired if the young man was skilled in combat. The chief reiterated his earlier remarks. "Where did Morphe go after his death?" Gu Fei pressed on. "He is buried in the cemetery behind the southern hill. All villagers are laid to rest there," the chief explained. Stepping out of the chief's house, Gu Fei strode towards the village grocery store to procure a shovel, then made his way toward the southern hill. "What are you planning to do?" Even Xiao Yu, with her usual naivety, sensed Gu Fei's intentions. "Digging up a grave," Gu Fei stated. "Why would you do that?" Xiao Yu queried. "I find something peculiar about Morphe." Gu Fei replied. "What exactly is peculiar?" she asked. "He should have been quite formidable, yet the village chief seems unaware of it," Gu Fei remarked. "How do you know?" Xiao Yu inquired. It's just a hunch," Gu Fei responded. "Oh, such an answer is sufficient to satisfy Xiao Yu." For the sake of their mission, she appeared undaunted by any sacrifice. Even the act of grave digging did not instill a shred of fear in her. The duo arrived at the cemetery behind the hill and found Morphe's name among several tombstones, promptly commencing their task. A brown coffin gradually revealed itself to their eyes. Gu Fei wedged the shovel into the gap of the coffin lid, beckoning Xiao Yu to assist. With a strong pull, Xiao Yu flung the lid aside with ease. Anticipating the dreadful sight that might lie within, Gu Fei quickly shielded Xiao Yu's eyes and swiftly peered inside. "I'm not afraid," Xiao Yu exclaimed, pushing Gu Fei's hand away. She peered into the coffin. Why is it empty?" Gu Fei pondered. "Is the game developer being lazy?" Xiao Yu suggested. That seems unlikely. If they wish to avoid detailing the interior, there would be no need to place an empty coffin here. Since they designed the coffin, it wouldn't be difficult to include a skeleton or a corpse. There must be some significance here, Gu Fei asserted. Could it be that Morphe is not truly dead? Xiaoyu posited. That is one possibility, Gu Fei acknowledged, or perhaps the body has been stolen. Why would someone steal a corpse? Xiaoyu inquired. I don't know. Perhaps the body harbors some secret? Gu Fei speculated. What do we do now? Xiaoyu asked. We wait here for a while, Gu Fei replied. Wait for what? She questioned. If digging up the grave wasn't an intended part of the mission, then this open grave will soon reset. However, if it is part of the design, it should only revert after I complete the entire task, Gu Fei explained. Xiaoyu listened, bewildered, and after a long moment, she said, How am I supposed to know what they're thinking? Gu Fei chuckled. Neither do I. It's just a wild guess. They lingered by the grave for a few minutes. And Morphe's grave remained unchanged. Gu Fei nodded in affirmation. There is definitely something amiss with Morphe's character. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao Wu, seeking amusement, observed Gu Fei's mission through the monitoring Team S tracker. In response to the Team S inquiries about the unconventional nature of the task, Yi Xiao Wu justified. He is the first to receive this task chain. I need to monitor him to see if there are any underlying issues. In truth, Gu Fei was not the only one fortunate enough to receive this task chain. Yi Xiao Wu's interest in the character motivated his surveillance. Gu Fei's progress in the task astonished him. The completion of the task chain was not a linear path, as multiple divergent opportunities would arise along the way. Naturally, these were all part of the designer's crafted narrative. The disparities in player levels, professions, and skills significantly influenced the various resolutions available. Yi Xiao Wu had developed a profound understanding of Gu Fei's account. After immersing himself in the character, he found that regardless of the approach taken, there were always obstacles encountered along the way, primarily due to level or skill limitations, issues that could not be solved merely by clever thinking. Driven by a mischievous impulse, he was eager to witness Gu Fei's predicament. When Gu Fei and Xiaoyu searched for clues within the church, Yi Xiao Wu secretly chuckled for a long while. However, he was taken aback when the pair seemingly discovered something, leading them directly to the village chief's house and subsequently to Morphe's grave. Morphe indeed represented a potential link, and it was plausible to find a breakthrough from the church, yet it was far from the solution that Gu Fei and Xiaoyu's haphazard search could provide. Yi Xiao Wu was well aware that the method he knew was one that these two could not possibly employ. Yet, at that moment, they appeared to have stumbled upon something significant. Yi Xiao Wu yearned to hear their conversation. However, the audio in the monitoring system was muted, as players' discussions often contained sensitive information. Unless absolutely necessary, player conversations were not monitored. Lifting the audio restriction required a high level of authorization, far beyond what Yi Xiao Wu or the monitoring team could decide. In confusion, Yi Xiao Wu pondered alongside Gu Fei and Xiaoyu at the cemetery's edge. Suddenly, it occurred to him that if level or skill restrictions were indeed in play, then the initial eddy segment of this task chain should not have been achievable by a mere level 30 player. Yet Gu Fei had managed to surpass it. Could it be that within their own designed task chain, there were pathways they had yet to realize? As Gu Fei and Xiaoyu departed the cemetery, they returned to the village chief. Upon informing him that Morphe's body was missing, the chief was taken aback but could not provide any answers. Leaving the chief's home, dusk had fallen. 4 hours of daylight had passed, and the game was now transitioning into night. Gu Fei scanned the sky for the moon, wondering if tonight would be a full moon. If it were a full moon, where would the werewolves appear? Gu Fei's thoughts drifted back to the church, prompting him to hasten in that direction with Xiaoyu. The moonlight finally cascaded down, but regrettably, tonight's moon was not full. If the moon in the game were to exhibit variations, then this night was likely the least full of all. Xiaoyu, what shape is the moon? Gu Fei asked, feeling a twinge of suspicion that he might be ensnared in a scene of the mission, living under a different sky from other players. Are you nearsighted? Xiaoyu asked while gazing upward, finally responding, it's crescent-shaped. Same shape, Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was not a designated night for werewolves to reveal themselves. The dilapidated church appeared desolate and forlorn in the night. What a perfect murder scene. Gu Fei sighed. Just then, a shadow darted past the crumbling wall. Who goes there? Gu Fei instinctively called out, drawing his knife in preparation to charge forward. But the shadow had already lunged at him. A werewolf! Xiaoyu cried out. Yet instead of fear, her voice was filled with excitement. The werewolf has appeared. The game designers would surely be distraught. They had crafted such a bizarre scene, only to encounter a girl so oblivious that she forgot to be frightened. Gu Fei mused as he brandished his knife at the encroaching shadow. Indeed, it was a werewolf, tall and imposing, with luminous green eyes and powerful front claws lunging toward Gu Fei. Its gaping maw dripped with saliva, sharp teeth glinting ominously in the moonlight. As Gu Fei faced the oncoming strike of the wolfman, it deftly twisted in midair to evade the blow, its forepaws swinging powerfully towards him. Gu Fei could already sense the foul stench emanating from its maw. In that urgent moment, he positioned his sword at his side, intercepting the creature's claw. With a resounding whoosh, Gu Fei was propelled backward. It was astonishingly swift. Gu Fei mused, realizing that the wolfman was indeed as agile as he had anticipated. In terms of speed, it could rival the warrior's whirlwind strike. Thus, Gu Fei employed the same technique he had used to counter Little Rain's whirlwind strike, and fortunately, his blade remained intact this time. Moreover, with his blade angled outward, and the wolfman attacking with its claws rather than a weapon, it should have sustained an injury. This was yet another principle of physics. The forces are reciprocal. As Gu Fei landed on the ground, he felt a slight decrease in his health. Had that claw struck him, he had no doubt he would have been swiftly eliminated. Glancing up, he saw Little Rain raising her axe, ready to strike. No, Gu Fei shouted urgently. They had initially stood together, and if the wolfman had chosen to attack, it could have easily taken them both down. However, it had fixed its sights solely on Gu Fei, evidently because he was the one who had accepted the quest. Yet, its lack of aggression towards Little Rain did not guarantee that it would refrain from retaliating if she attacked. Little Rain was already too committed to halt her swing. But at that moment, the wolfman emitted a low growl, abruptly turning and leaping over the wall to escape. Little Rain's axe had barely completed its arc. Did I scare the wolfman away? Little Rain stood in astonishment. Gu Fei quickly pursued beyond the wall, but the wolfman had vanished without a trace. It had been injured. Returning to Little Rain's side, Gu Fei knelt down to examine a few drops of blood on the ground. Did you notice anything on its neck? He inquired. Little Rain shook her head. Does the wolfman wear a dog collar? Gu Fei pondered silently. Just before the wolfman fled, he had caught sight of something adorning its neck. The persistent call for votes, the endless solicitation for support, the eternal plea for acknowledgement. Chapter 63. The truth. Only one could it be that the creature was not a werewolf, but merely a particularly large wolf dog? Xiaoyu speculated. Surely not. Gu Fei believed that the quest chain was a hallmark of the game company's design, and such an incongruous suspense was unlikely. A werewolf that is not truly a werewolf, but rather a wolf dog that has attained some form of sentience. That seems excessively comical. Let us see if there are any other traces of blood, Gu Fei suggested. Indeed, we can follow the blood trail to track it down, Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. It's merely a scratch on its paw. It shouldn't be that exaggerated, Gu Fei remarked. Who knows? Xiaoyu had already begun her search anew. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was lost in thought, gazing at the few drops of blood on the ground. The strength of the werewolf surpassed Gu Fei's expectations. Its speed was astonishing, and its attacks were formidable. Despite putting forth his utmost effort, he had only managed to fend off a single strike. In a true confrontation with a werewolf, he would stand no chance of victory. After all, such disparities were an unavoidable reality within the game. He pondered over how to compensate for this gap in skill, yet found no feasible way to do so. Gu Fei had not even had the opportunity to engage the werewolf closely enough to discern any weaknesses in its attacks. It could likely dispatch him in mere moves. But why would such a powerful boss flee? Could a mere scratch on its paw instill fear in a creature known for its ferocity? That seemed rather melodramatic. Or could it be that the silver-imbued flame's baptism was truly that sharp? Did the werewolf, upon detecting the silver attribute, flee in terror? It was evident that the werewolf's retreat was not a decision made on its part under the circumstances. It was a plot preordained by the designers. Gu Fei had merely met the conditions that prompted its escape. This condition, it seemed, was simply to injure the werewolf. Yet, what message was this narrative trying to convey? Gu Fei found himself momentarily perplexed. No other traces of blood remain. Xiaoyu returned from her thorough search, disappointment etched on her face. Let us go find the village chief. I have more questions, Gu Fei said. Really? Let us hurry. Under the night sky, the village of Nightlight was tranquil. The NPCs that had previously scattered throughout the village had vanished, replaced by the glowing lights of the homes. Players engaged in the game day and night, while the NPCs adhered to a strict schedule, emerging during the day and retreating at night. It was a curious distinction between who was truly human and who was machine. Upon knocking on the village chief's door, the chief greeted them with his customary politeness. Ah, brave warrior, you have arrived. In the chief's eyes, Gu Fei had always been a valiant warrior. What did the werewolf that killed Morphe look like? Was it wearing anything around its neck? Gu Fei inquired. Oh, you must ask Adrian, who lives beside the church. He was the only one who witnessed it. That night, he heard a commotion from the church, went to investigate, and saw the werewolf slay Morphe. Poor fellow, He was utterly terrified, the chief explained. Adrian Gouffet recalled the wealthiest man in Nightlight Village. Chief, where is Morpheus' house? Gouffet asked again. The third house by the edge of the forest. Ever since his death, no one has visited it, the chief replied. Let us go take a look, Gouffet said to Xiaoyu. Morpheus' house was easy to find. It was the only house among the brightly lit ones that remained dark. After Morpheus' demise, it had become an uninhabited dwelling. Approaching the house, Gouffet gently motioned for Xiaoyu to stay behind him, signaling her to be quiet. He then held the flame's baptism protectively in front of him and cautiously made his way toward the house. Xiaoyu, too nervous to breathe, watched as Gouffet pressed his ear to the door, listening intently for a moment before pushing the door open. Xiaoyu anxiously surveyed the surroundings before stealthily following Gouffet inside. Gouffet lit the oil lamp in the room and stood by the bed, examining a piece of parchment in his hand. What is it? Xiaoyu leaned closer. It appears to be a map, Gouffet replied. A treasure map? Xiaoyu's excitement was palpable. Alas, it lacks coordinates. Finding it will be a bit troublesome, Gouffet remarked. Let me take a look. Xiaoyu took the parchment from him. This is the main road of the village. It looks like this is the church, she said, tracing her finger over the map while muttering to herself. I know where it is. Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully a moment later, but when she turned around, she found Gouffet standing by the door, cautiously peering outside. What are you looking at? Xiaoyu approached him. Gouffet gestured for her to be quiet. Though the figures outside were NPCs, he was uncertain if making too much noise would disrupt their activities. Let us follow them and see what they're up to, Gouffet suggested, pulling Xiaoyu along. I found the location of the treasure. Xiaoyu waved the parchment excitedly. Indeed, we shall go dig it up shortly. First, let us follow these 4 individuals, Gouffet replied. What are they up to? Xiaoyu asked. I'm not sure, but I recognize 3 of them as those who were avoiding me. The 4th I've never seen before. There's definitely something peculiar about this group, Gouffet remarked. Keep up, Xiaoyu urged. The 4 figures silently traversed the main road of Nightlight Village, each carrying tools such as shovels. Oh no, they're not planning to dig up the treasure, are they? Could it be ours? Xiaoyu wondered. Didn't you already deduce the location of the treasure? Let us see if they're headed in the right direction, Gouffet replied. They're not headed in the right direction, Xiaoyu insisted. Stay close. The 4 eventually arrived at a nearby mountain. Halfway up, they pushed aside a layer of foliage covering the slope and vanished from sight. Look, what's that? Xiaoyu pointed. That appears to be a cave, Gouffet observed. What are they doing there? Xiaoyu inquired. How would I know? Gouffet replied. Should we go investigate? Xiaoyu suggested. Let us not rush. We'll wait until dawn. They will likely leave by then, Gouffet replied. How can you be so sure? Xiaoyu pressed. During the day, they will have to stand guard along the main road of Nightlight Village, Gouffet explained. Xiaoyu glanced at the time. That is still over an hour away. Let us head to the location you figured out. Where is it? The woods behind Morpheus' house. The 2 retraced their steps to the woods behind Morpheus' dwelling. Xiaoyu, holding the parchment, led the way, glancing around until she finally stopped beneath a tree. This is the spot, she declared, pointing. Indeed, the shovel was a worthy purchase, Gouffet muttered, retrieving the shovel from his pocket and beginning to dig. Treasure, 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 Xiaoyu chanted, watching as the hole deepened. Yet, instead of a treasure chest, a heavy sack emerged. It's so heavy, Gouffet exclaimed, tugging at it unsuccessfully. I'll handle it. Xiaoyu stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the sack from the hole, leaving Gouffet feeling rather frustrated. Upon opening the sack, both were taken aback. Gold. They exchanged astonished glances. Xiaoyu pulled out a small pouch of gold given as a quest reward and compared a piece with the gold from the sack. They look quite similar, she noted. Adrian, Gouffet pondered. Let us return the gold to him. There must be a reward for this, Xiaoyu said cheerfully. Did you trigger a quest? Gouffet inquired. No, I didn't. Without a quest, how can there be a reward? Gouffet pointed out. Then what is this for? I suspect this is also a crucial element of my quest chain, Gouffet replied, feeling overwhelmed as the situation grew more complicated. I'm exhausted. Let us take a break. Where to? Xiaoyu asked. The village inn should still be open. Let us rest until dawn, Gouffet suggested. 2 individuals arrived at the village inn. After all, it was merely a game where establishments like shops never closed. Drink whatever you wish. It's on me, Gouffet declared. Suddenly, Xiaoyu felt an overwhelming fatigue and laid her head down on the table. Gouffet casually ordered a drink, sipping as he pondered the intricacies of his quest chain. The stark contrast between the 2 factions of villagers, the signs of a fierce struggle before the church, the formidable yet obscure strength of Morpheus, the inexplicably vanished body of Morpheus, the werewolf that fled with but a scratch, the gold hidden by Morpheus, and the 4 villagers who ventured to the cave in the dead of night. All these elements hinted at a coherent narrative that could elucidate these events. This was the ultimate and flawless plot of the quest chain known as Eddie's Emblem. If the task were merely to locate and slay the werewolf, Gu Fei harbored doubts about whether it would clarify all these issues. At that moment, he had already formed some thoughts. All that remained was to await dawn. With the acquisition of a few more pivotal pieces of information, the truth could very well be unveiled. Meanwhile, Yishiwu, who had been observing Gu Fei's quest as if watching a film, had experienced a plethora of wonders brought forth by Gu Fei. After meandering in front of the church, he abruptly dashed off to excavate Morpheus's grave, still uncertain whether he had stumbled upon a significant discovery or merely acted on a whim. Astonishingly, he had managed to repel the werewolf that attacked him, despite being only at level 30. A level 30 character should have been easily dispatched by a single strike from that werewolf. If the current trajectory of events continued, Gu Fei's completion rate for the quest chain could potentially exceed 90%. Indeed, completion rate. This metric serves to gauge the extent of a quest chain's fulfillment and ultimately determines the rewards bestowed. Slaying a werewolf. That is merely one method of completing this quest chain. If Yi Xiaowu were to take on the task, knowing the werewolf's location, he could simply seek it out and deliver a fatal blow, thus accomplishing the task, albeit with the lowest completion rate and the least favorable rewards. Perfectly presenting the entire narrative arc of the quest chain is the true route to achieving the highest completion rate. It is akin to an open-ended single-player game with multiple outcomes, where all endings can be considered a completion. Yet among them, there must be one that is deemed the perfect ending. As the great young detective Conan once proclaimed, there is only one truth. Chapter 64, Werewolf? Human Wolf? Gu Fei enjoyed a solitary drink, observing Xiao Yu sleeping soundly, which induced a hint of weariness within him. In the realm of the game, consuming food and drink merely serves as a sensory stimulation, exerting no influence on the physical body. Only sleep truly alleviates bodily fatigue, though the effect pales in comparison to the comfort found in a real bed. Thus, choosing to sleep within the game when feeling tired is undeniably an imprudent choice. Surveying his surroundings, Gu Fei noted the tavern was utterly deserted. Nightlight Village lay not far from Moonlight City, with no popular training areas nearby, resulting in a complete absence of fellow players. Gu Fei and Xiao Yu had meandered about for several circuits, their view cluttered solely with NPCs. Caught in a quandary, whether to sleep or remain awake, Gu Fei found himself with nothing to occupy his time. He rose to practice his sword techniques, then pulled out his staff for some staff drills, concluding with a series of martial arts movements. Finally, the sky began to brighten. Rise and shine. Gu Fei nudged Xiao Yu. Is it dawn? Xiao Yu murmured, her eyes still heavy with sleep. It is, Gu Fei confirmed. Just 5 more minutes, Xiao Yu mumbled. Rolling over. Tasks await, Gu Fei insisted. Time waits for no one. Instantly alert, Xiao Yu straightened her posture, declaring, let us go. Exiting the tavern, the duo headed straight for the hillside they had tracked the previous night. Familiar with the coordinates, they found it easy to navigate despite the uniformity of the surroundings. The area was deserted, allowing Gu Fei to push aside a large cluster of foliage that concealed the cave's entrance. The cave was modest, much less intricate than the Wulong Cave. After a few steps, they reached its innermost chamber, a cavern roughly the size of a room. Gu Fei picked up a few scattered stones, examining them, before running his fingers along the cave's walls. This modest cave was evidently a gold mine. The wealth bestowed upon Xiao Yu by the affluent Adrian, along with what they had discovered in the woods behind Morphe's residence. It appeared to originate from the same source. Did this mine, along with the sack of gold hidden by Morphe, have any connection to Adrian? Gu Fei recalled that Xiao Yu's gold mine quest bore no relation to his own quest chain. In other words, it was purely coincidental that Xiao Yu accompanied him here and happened to have such a task, leading Gu Fei to uncover Adrian's possession of this gold mine. Without this fortuitous event, Gu Fei would never have associated the gold mine with Adrian. What is this? While Gu Fei pondered, Xiao Yu discovered a jar in the cave's corner. By the time Gu Fei approached, Xiao Yu had already opened the jar, extracting a handful of grayish-white powder and presenting it to him. Gu Fei's expression turned grave. This is ash. Ash. Xiao Yu blinked in surprise. Remains of the deceased. Once cremated, it becomes ash, Gu Fei explained, cautiously eyeing Xiao Yu as she shrieked and hurled the jar away. However, Xiao Yu remained unfazed, questioning, whose is this? There seems to be only one corpse in this village, Gu Fei replied. Morphe? Xiao Yu suggested. Gu Fei nodded. Someone has dug up Morphe's body and cremated it. Why would they do that? Xiao Yu inquired. It appears Morphe was a werewolf, Gu Fei concluded. So, Morphe wasn't he murdered, but rather took his own life. Xiao Yu exclaimed. Gu Fei shook his head with a smile. Morphe was a werewolf, which explains many mysteries. As a werewolf, he could certainly contend with another of his kind. Moreover, he had to conceal his true identity, thus the villagers were unaware of his capabilities. Additionally, having been buried, someone exhumed him for cremation. What does that imply? According to legend, it is said that a werewolf's corpse, upon death, may transform into a vampire zombie. To prevent such a fate, someone chose to cremate his body, Gu Fei explained. Who could that be? Xiaoyu asked. His kin. Only another of his kind would be aware of his true identity and concern themselves with the potential transformation of his corpse into a vampire zombie, Gu Fei posited. Was it the werewolf that killed him? Xiaoyu queried. Perhaps. However, the presence of the ashes here indicates one thing, Gu Fei stated. What is it? Anyone who ventures into this mine to extract gold is undoubtedly a werewolf. I suspect those who have been avoiding me are all werewolves, Gu Fei surmised. Huh. See. I told you so. Xiaoyu chimed in. Gu Fei offered a wry smile. You truly are sharp. Xiaoyu beamed with pride. I've always said I'm a quest expert. Impressive indeed. What shall we do next? Xiaoyu asked. These werewolves seem to coexist with humans without causing harm. Their objective appears to be the gold mine. This cave is modest. It could accommodate 4 individuals working together. Likely, 4 of them come here each night to mine. However, Morphe had ulterior motives, hoarding a sack of gold. When discovered by others, he was ultimately killed. That seems to be the case, Gu Fei explained. Even werewolves can be greedy, Xiaoyu remarked. With so many werewolves, I doubt my task is to eliminate them all. There must be an alternative solution, Gu Fei theorized. How should we proceed? Xiaoyu inquired. First, let us identify the one who attacked us yesterday, Gu Fei suggested. Do you know who it is? Gu Fei smiled. His right hand was injured by my blade, which is coated in silver, possessing the ability to impede regeneration. A werewolf's wound does not heal swiftly. I believe this is the clue the system has provided to identify the werewolf. Whoever has an injury on their right hand must be the werewolf. Xiaoyu exclaimed. Precisely. Let us hurry. The duo exited the mine, covering the entrance once more, and returned to the village. The NPCs were scattered about in their designated spots. Gu Fei hesitated, contemplating whether to approach and inspect the right hand of the suspect directly, fearing it might provoke an immediate confrontation. After some thought, he decided to observe discreetly. Fortunately, NPCs in the game had a penchant for idle chatter and gestures. Xiaoyu approached a villager to converse, while Gu Fei stayed nearby, ready to watch. As they observed, it became evident that all the werewolves, who had been avoiding Gu Fei, bore no injuries on their right hands. How could this be? Gu Fei pondered, astonished. Is there anyone we've overlooked? Xiaoyu asked. Gu Fei had previously inquired with the village chief about the number of villagers. Now, counting them, he noted that everyone was present, soaking up the sun outside. Let us check everyone, Xiaoyu suggested. It seems we have no choice. Gu Fei reluctantly agreed to this cumbersome method. As Gu Fei approached the villagers, they responded amiably, yet after another round of inspection, still no injuries were found. Why is there none? Xiaoyu wondered. Now, only one person remains unexamined, Gu Fei announced. Who? Adrian, Gu Fei revealed. All the villagers were engaged in activities around the main road, while only Adrian remained by his grand house next to the church, not straying an inch. Right. He possesses gold. Surely, anyone with gold must be a werewolf, Xiaoyu affirmed. Not necessarily. As the wealthiest in the village, he could have obtained his gold from werewolves. Gu Fei countered. Let us seek him out first. The two made their way to Adrian's residence. Xiaoyu, familiar with the path, knocked on the door, but received no response for quite some time. Do NPCs sometimes not be home? Gu Fei mused in frustration. Perhaps he is in the backyard, Xiaoyu suggested. They ventured to the backyard, discovering the gate secured with a lock. Adrian was evidently not inside. Upon returning to the front door, they unexpectedly spotted Adrian returning from outside. Gu Fei swiftly called out to him. Oh, esteemed warrior. Indeed, the wealthiest man in the village exhibited a distinct demeanor, treating Gu Fei with the utmost kindness and warmth. I have heard that you encountered the werewolf that killed Murphy, Gu Fei remarked. Adrian's face instantly displayed a look of terror. It was indeed a dreadful night, he replied, subsequently detailing the terrifying visage of the werewolf. At that time, Murphy was already dead, was he not? Gu Fei inquired. Yes, the poor soul, Adrian affirmed. Did you witness how he was slain by the werewolf? Gu Fei pressed. No, by the time I arrived, he was already deceased. The werewolf had fled shortly thereafter. Adrian explained. Gu Fei expressed his gratitude, which Adrian accepted with evident pleasure, stepping aside to allow the two departing individuals to pass. It seems your right hand bears no injuries? Xiaoyu remarked. None, Gu Fei nodded, feeling disheartened, as he had not anticipated that this method would prove ineffective. However, Following his dialogue with Adrian, new questions began to arise in Gu Fei's mind. For Murphy to engage in battle, he must have revealed his true form. Thus, at the moment of his death, he ought to have taken the shape of a wolf. Why then? Did both Adrian and the villagers who arrived later only witness a human corpse? No one can arbitrarily alter the form of a werewolf. This ability resides solely with the werewolf itself. This implies that, in his final moments, Murphy, fully aware of his impending defeat, expended his last vestiges of strength to revert to human form. He would rather perish than allow the villagers to discover his true nature as a werewolf. What kind of mindset is this? A heart bent on goodness, forsaking darkness for light? A wolf that has acquired a human heart. Thus, he is no longer a werewolf, but rather a man-wolf? Frustration welled up within Gu Fei as he shouted to the heavens. This task chain was driving him to the brink of madness. Just as he began to make a discovery, he found himself confronted with a puzzling inconsistency. Raising his gaze, he spotted an NPC, the very individual who had stealthily mined the night before. Damn it, what is the point of mingling with a group of system-defined automatons? Is not the essence of the task to activate the appropriate conditions through repeated attempts? Worst-case scenario, one simply dies. What else could happen? With this thought in mind, Gu Fei strode forward, pointing at the individual. Hey, you there. The NPC immediately exhibited signs of evasion. I saw you mining for gold, Gu Fei stated directly. The NPC and Oppo's expression shifted noticeably, and he suddenly turned to flee. Do not run, Gu Fei shouted, exhilaration coursing through him as he pursued. You see, sometimes activating a new plotline is as simple as this. It was late, and the crucial point was that this chapter had been rewritten 3 times. Chapter 65. The Legend of the Werewolf. The NPC sprinted with remarkable speed, leaving Gu Fei, who was fully agile, struggling to keep up. He could only ensure that the figure remained within his line of sight, while the clumsy Xiao Yu was quickly left far behind. However, the NPC did not run far. He meandered through the village before finally dashing into a house. Gu Fei's gaze never left him, and without hesitation, he strode forward, pounding on the door. Understanding that this individual was also a werewolf, Gu Fei steeled himself with a determination of impending doom. He was curious to see if the werewolves of half the village would reveal themselves to attack him. If such a situation arose, he would accept it. Completing this quest chain would likely require the formation of a guild. After a few forceful knocks, the door finally swung open, revealing a robust man towering a full head above Gu Fei. Gu Fei gasped. Upon transformation, werewolves became even larger, and if this man was already so formidable, he must grow to the size of an elephant in his true form. Gu Fei recognized this man from earlier. The fleeing NPC had sought refuge in his home. Could this individual be the leader of the werewolf clan? I wish to inquire about the gold mine, Gu Fei stated directly. The man remained silent, neither speaking nor showing any intention to expel him. I already know that you are all werewolves, Gu Fei pressed on, throwing caution to the wind. Surprisingly, instead of displaying a murderous intent, the man exhibited signs of anxiety and distress. Rest assured, I will not disclose your secret, Gu Fei assured him. However, reflecting on the situation, Gu Fei realized that mere verbal assurances would not suffice. Sometimes, it was necessary to present tangible evidence. He could not treat these NPCs as if they were real humans, for emotional appeals would be futile. With that thought in mind, Gu Fei produced Morpheus's urn and presented it before the man. I found these ashes in the mine. The grave of Morpheus is empty. I suspect you were responsible for exhuming and cremating him, Gu Fei asserted. The man's eyes began to glisten with sorrow. The emotional shift of this NPC was laid bare, clearly intended for Gu Fei to witness. Gu Fei had to consider the matter from their emotional perspective. Upon hearing that Gu Fei knew they were werewolves, the NPC seemed increasingly agitated. When Morpheus's demise was mentioned, the NPC displayed profound sadness. It was apparent that Morpheus had chosen to conceal his werewolf identity until the very end, with the rest of the villagers still oblivious to the truth. Gu Fei finally understood. These werewolves feared the villagers discovering their true nature. Morpheus's final act of humanity was to prevent panic among the villagers, thus protecting his kin. After all, Morpheus belonged to the village. If his werewolf identity were to be revealed, suspicion would ensue, and any slip by the werewolves could lead to exposure. Feeling ashamed for having presumed they killed Morpheus over a dispute, Gu Fei pondered the origins of the werewolf responsible for Morpheus's death. What troubled him further was the silence of the towering figure before him. Was it possible that this being was a purebred werewolf who had yet to master human language? You do not wish for the villagers to know your true identities, do you? Gu Fei continued. The man continued to gaze at him. Why? Gu Fei pressed on, embodying Xiao Yu's indomitable spirit. We do not wish to kill, Nor do we wish to be killed. The man finally spoke. Gu Fei exhaled in relief and asked, "What do you mean? If the villagers were to discover we are werewolves, they would surely seek to annihilate us," the man explained. "Yet, we have lived alongside them for many years, never intending to harm them. We only hunt beasts in the depths of the forest on nights of the full moon to honor our primal lineage. Then why do you choose to coexist with humans?" Gu Fei inquired. "We were the first to inhabit this land. Initially, we lived in the forest, but over time, we adopted human ways, emerging from the woods to establish a village, and gradually, humans began to live alongside us. This has been the way for many years," the man replied. "And what of the werewolf that killed Morpheus?" Gu Fei asked. "He is not one of us," the man declared. "I know not whence he came, but he possesses tremendous power. I suspect he may be someone from the village, as he seems well acquainted with us. However, we cannot detect his presence." "Why did he kill Morpheus?" Gu Fei pressed. The man fell silent once more. "Ah, you run so swiftly." Xiao Yu's voice echoed from behind. Having just arrived after some time, Gu Fei gestured for her to bring forth the sack of gold he had unearthed from the woods behind Morpheus's house. "I found a map at Morpheus's place, which led me to this," Gu Fei declared, presenting the evidence once more. "What is the situation with the gold mine?" he asked again. The man finally spoke. "On a certain full moon night, we went into the forest to hunt, when this unfamiliar werewolf appeared, demanding our obedience. Morpheus challenged him, but was defeated. Since then, he has compelled us to take turns extracting gold from the mine each night. With so many of you, why fear just one? You could confront him together," Gu Fei exclaimed. "Our method of attack is to treat prey as such. Battles among werewolves must be one-on-one. We adhere to the tradition of obeying the strongest," the man replied. "Was that how Morpheus met his end?" Gu Fei inquired. "No. We all sensed that this stranger was not to be trusted, yet none could defeat him. Morpheus sought to uncover his human identity, believing he could leverage that to negotiate. It was likely during this pursuit that Morpheus was discovered and slain," the man explained. "Do you not wish to avenge Morpheus?" Gu Fei asked. "We do not know his human identity, nor is there anyone capable of besting him," the man replied. Gu Fei pondered for a moment before suddenly asking, "What happens if a werewolf is wounded by silver?" "In that case, the wounds take many days to heal," the man answered. "Is a single night sufficient?" Gu Fei inquired. "Not enough. Is there any medicine or spell that could aid in recovery?" he pressed. "None. We werewolves possess a robust regenerative ability. As long as the wounds are not inflicted by silver, we can recover swiftly," the man explained. Gu Fei's mind began to formulate a plan. He nodded and said, "Allow us to assist you in dealing with this individual. Relying on humans to solve our problems is utterly disgraceful," the man retorted. Gu Fei was taken aback by the werewolf's sense of honor. "Perhaps he is human as well?" Gu Fei suggested. "Human? We have seen him transform into a werewolf, exuding the essence of one. He only conceals his aura well when in human form, which is why we cannot trace him," the man clarified. "Does he wear something around his neck?" Gu Fei asked. "It seems so. That's him. I injured him with silver yesterday. Yet today I have found no villagers with wounds. If he were not human, how could he heal so quickly?" Gu Fei remarked. "Rest assured, I will handle this. Furthermore, I will not reveal your identities to anyone." After bidding farewell to the towering man, Gu Fei and Xiao Yu set off once more. "What have you learned?" Xiao Yu asked, having arrived midway through the conversation. Gu Fei recounted the gist of their discussion. As she listened, she seemed to forget the earlier parts, only questioning the last statement. Can a human's wound heal overnight? Humans lack this ability, but spells exist. A priest's healing can restore wounds in an instant, can it? Consider the priest stationed at the entrance of the seminary. Gu Fei reminded Xiao Yu. At the entrance of the priest academy in Cloud City, players who have sustained injuries can receive healing from the system priests, their wounds miraculously restored. They can heal players, and, of course, they can also cure NPCs. However, werewolves, being creatures of the dark, are evidently incapable of receiving such divine treatment. How then could a human possibly transform into a werewolf? Xiao Yu inquired. "I am not entirely certain, but I have discerned his identity," Gu Fei replied. "Who is it?" Xiao Yu asked. "Whoever possesses the gold mine," Gu Fei chuckled. "Adrian," Xiao Yu exclaimed. "Precisely," Gu Fei nodded. "Oh dear, if you kill him, will I be unable to complete my quest?" Xiao Yu expressed her concern. "How could that be?" Gu Fei reassured her. "After I complete my task, even if Adrian were to perish, he would respawn, remaining the affluent Adrian of Nightlight Village. Perhaps next time, you may even return to him for gold." "That is a relief," Xiao Yu responded. "I owe this to you," Gu Fei said. "How so?" "If it weren't for your quest, I would have remained oblivious to the connection between Adrian and the gold mine. How else would I have known he was a werewolf?" Gu Fei chuckled. "I have always claimed to be an expert in quests. Xiaoyu declared. Truly impressive. Gu Fei marveled. Is your quest chain nearing completion? Xiaoyu inquired. It appears so. The outline of Adrian's grand residence is already visible ahead, Gu Fei remarked, drawing forth the baptism of flames. The current challenge lies in how to vanquish this fellow. Chapter 66. The Fangs of the Wolf King. Though Gu Fei spoke casually, he was confident in seeking out Adrian. Humans could transform into werewolves either through spells or artifacts. Adrian had worn a peculiar item around his neck when he became a werewolf, leading Gu Fei to deduce that it was the necklace facilitating his transformation. During their previous encounter, Gu Fei distinctly recalled Adrian's neck being bare, indicating that this was not a mere accessory, but rather a transformative necklace that would activate upon being worn. As long as Gu Fei ensured Adrian did not don the necklace, he would remain an ordinary human. Such was the simplicity of the matter. Gu Fei mentally reviewed his plan, feeling assured of its success. Adrian's grand residence loomed before him. He stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and knocked on the door. When Adrian answered, Gu Fei scrutinized his neck once more. It was empty. Ah, esteemed warrior, you have come, Adrian greeted, repeating his customary phrase. Gu Fei tossed the bag of gold he had acquired from Morphe. I am aware of your dealings. This is the gold Morphe concealed. I suspect it was intended as bait to lure you out. You must have searched for it for quite some time. This was not a meaningless gesture. NPCs formed a unique category. While they could be approached casually, any interaction deemed an attack by the system would render them invulnerable, as if within a safe zone. Thus, Gu Fei needed to ensure that Adrian could be harmed. The moment the gold was thrown, Adrian's expression shifted noticeably. The werewolves have divulged everything to me. I know you are manipulating them. You understand their identities and their reluctance to engage in conflict with humans, and so you exploit them for your own gain. Despicable. How tedious, Gu Fei thought, bemused by the fact that he was imparting a moral lesson to a robot. Submit, Gu Fei declared, revealing his fire baptism. Adrian abruptly turned to flee, but Gu Fei had anticipated this. He would not grant Adrian even a fleeting moment. Donning the necklace for just a brief instant would suffice. With a swift motion, Gu Fei struck, but Adrian deftly evaded, displaying agility that, while commendable, paled in comparison to that of a werewolf. Xiaoyu, block the back door, Gu Fei shouted. Understood. Xiaoyu had already positioned herself, ready to seal the exit before Gu Fei and Adrian reached a point of no return. In the confined space of the room, Gu Fei could apply relentless pressure, leaving no opportunity for Adrian to wear the necklace. He had practiced this method the previous night in the inn, where the lobby's dimensions closely resembled those of Adrian's grand abode. As his blade danced, the waves of heat from the fire baptism reverberated throughout the room, casting a dazzling glow from the crimson edges of his weapon. Under Gu Fei's relentless assault, Adrian found himself with no choice but to evade. Damn it, exclaimed Yi Xiaowu, who watched from a distance. Unable to contain his excitement as Gu Fei approached this critical juncture. The necklace they had devised truly transformed Adrian upon wearing it. Yet they had not anticipated it would become a flaw to exploit, were it not for his own eyes witnessing it. Yi Xiaowu would never have believed someone could prevent Adrian from even having the chance to wear the necklace. While the quest chain was evaluated by the completion of the storyline, it invariably included a climactic battle, for combat was indeed the essence of online gaming. In Gu Fei's quest chain, the final confrontation with the werewolf resembled the climactic battle against a formidable boss. Defeating it through sheer strength was the most straightforward approach. However, alternative strategies such as sabotaging the werewolf's necklace or stalling until its effects diminished were devised for scenarios where direct confrontation was unfeasible. Yet, there was never a strategy that allowed for an immediate denial of Adrian's transformation opportunity, yet Gu Fei had indeed achieved this. Consequently, the formidable boss's strength had been significantly reduced. Currently, Adrian's abilities mirrored a diminished version of Soto. His speed remained comparable, yet his offensive and defensive capabilities had markedly weakened. Wait. Adrian, now battered and bruised, cried out. He had to still possess some semblance of a boss-level threat. He was not felled instantly like a cowardly mortal. After enduring numerous strikes, he still had the vigor to flee. Gu Fei pressed on, wary that this might be a ruse to lure him into halting his assault, only for Adrian to swiftly don the necklace and transform. Do you comprehend your actions? You are aiding the enemy in exterminating your kin, Adrian shouted as he fled. What are they? They are werewolves, brutal and savage creatures. Gu Fei felt exasperated, incredulous that once again a robot was lecturing him on morality. Spare me. Half the wealth in my cellar is yours, Adrian pleaded. The only response he received was the flash of Gu Fei's blade. All of it is yours, Adrian continued to shout, but again, the only answer was the glimmer of steel. Gu Fei showed no mercy, and at last, Adrian collapsed, screeching, "You fool!" With a decisive strike, silence enveloped the world. Yi Xiaowu gazed blankly at the screen. Gu Fei had seen through Adrian's final ploy. The game was designed such that when Adrian's health fell to 1/5, he would begin to attempt verbal manipulation. If a player mistook this for a potential reward and lowered their guard, Adrian would seize the opportunity to escape for treasure from the cellar. This was a rigid programmatic stipulation. The narrative could not be altered by players, and Adrian would undoubtedly vanish. To allow the ultimate schemer to escape would mean the quest might be deemed complete, yet the completion rate would only reach a maximum of 80%. This guy? Yi Xiaowu muttered to himself, for the surveillance system lacked audio. He could not hear Gu Fei's retort after slaying Adrian. "You are the fool. Killing you does not change the fact that your cellar's wealth is now mine. It's done." Xiaoyu cheered after Adrian's demise. Gu Fei opened his quest log, noting that the quest remained active, likely requiring some follow-up tasks. Thus far, he had yet to receive any experience rewards. He rummaged through Adrian's corpse and discovered a necklace, the Fangs of the Wolf King. Equipment effect: transform into a werewolf lord. Duration 15 minutes. Cooldown 60 minutes. Eager to try it, Gu Fei picked it up, only to be met with a system notification. Quest item, player cannot use. Such occurrences were exceedingly rare in parallel worlds. Even though a mage could not equip a warrior's armor, they could still attempt to wear it, pressing themselves down as if pinned. Gu Fei had never encountered a situation where an item could not be donned at all. Xiao Yu expressed interest, but when Gu Fei attempted to hand it to her, the action was similarly thwarted. "It's a quest item," Gu Fei lamented. "Oh, let me search again," he said, bending down to continue his search of Adrian's body. "We need to find the key to the cellar. There's bound to be a fortune." The key was indeed hanging from Adrian's waist. The two of them, brimming with excitement, made their way to the backyard and unlocked the cellar, descending into its depths. Inside, they discovered a wealth of riches. Yet all of it resembled the gold from Morpheus' sack. The gold was indeed gold, but in the game, no one knew where to exchange it for currency. They exchanged glances, perplexed. "What now?" Xiao Yu inquired. "Can this be exchanged for money?" Gu Fei asked. "It seems not," Xiao Yu replied. The gold she held was meant for quest completion to earn rewards, and whether those rewards would be monetary remained uncertain. A cellar filled with gold, yet it cannot be transformed into usable currency, is indeed a profound source of anguish. Even the thought of carrying it away is futile. Gold is exceedingly heavy, and even the single sack that Xiao Yu bore was a considerable burden, while Gu Fei could manage no more than 3 steps with it. "Let it be," Gu Fei sighed. Xiao Yu muttered repetitively, "Not gold, but refuse. Not gold, but refuse. Not gold, but refuse." Thus, the two departed from the cellar, and Gu Fei, clutching the Wolf King's fang, sought out the village chief to recount the tale of their ordeal. It was all orchestrated by Adrian, who had transformed into a werewolf, terrorizing the villagers to compel them into servitude, and had even slain Morphe. Gu Fei honored his promise and refrained from disclosing the presence of a multitude of werewolves in the village. "What a rogue," remarked the village chief. "Thanks to you, brave warrior, we have overcome a grave crisis in our village. To express my gratitude." The chief turned to rummage through a cabinet. Gu Fei felt a surge of excitement. The reward was imminent, and his efforts had not been in vain. "Take this robe," the chief returned, presenting Gu Fei with a long, flowing robe, the robe of a mage. Gu Fei was utterly disheartened. He had merely sought a mundane disguise to conceal his identity. Yet after such a taxing quest, he was solemnly bestowed with a mage's robe. Was this not an extravagant waste? Gu Fei found himself harboring a deep disdain for the mage profession. He surmised that rewards were tailored to one's class. Had he been a rogue, he would surely have received a rogue's cloak. "Take it," the chief urged again. Xiao Yu, growing impatient, exclaimed, "Hurry up and take it. What are you waiting for?" With a grimace, Gu Fei accepted the robe, casting a casual glance at it. The Moonlight Spirit Robe, while not particularly impressive in defense, an attribute common to mage robes, boasted an intelligence boost of 20, spell proficiency of 1, and an increase of 10 in spell attack damage. "What is spell proficiency?" Gu Fei inquired as he showed it to Xiao Yu, who shook her head in confusion. It was clearly a prestigious mage garment, enhancing either intelligence or spellcasting, yet for Gu Fei, it felt less than ideal. With a sigh, he reflected that, regardless, it was undoubtedly superior to a novice robe. The defense alone was significantly better. After all, it was a piece of elite gear. As he donned the robe, he found himself cloaked in darkness, embodying the essence of the night. "It looks quite sinister," Xiao Yu commented. Gu Fei felt resigned, but soon noticed that the village chief had issued the reward. Yet the Wolf King's fang remained uncollected. He glanced at it. It was still marked as a quest item. Could it be that if I show it to the werewolves again, I might receive another reward? Gu Fei's hopes ignited anew. The quest had finally reached a conclusion. In truth, I do not relish the task of writing quests, and with such emotions, the quality may not be exceptional. Nevertheless, it is a relief that it has come to an end. I shall reflect upon it, and see if there are any inconsistencies. Chapter 67. The final reward with the Wolf King's tooth in hand. Gu Fei paid another visit to the towering, formidable werewolf. I have eliminated him, Gu Fei stated while presenting the Wolf King's tooth. He used this to transform into a werewolf and deceive you all. The large werewolf accepted the item. Astonishment evident in his expression. The werewolf lord. No wonder it possesses such immense power. Thankfully, Gu Fei remarked, noting that he had not truly witnessed the full extent of the werewolf lord's prowess. There had been an opportunity to do so in the church last night, but unfortunately, the creature fled as soon as it was injured. We are deeply grateful for your assistance and for not exposing our identities, the large werewolf expressed. To prevent any further confusion, may we keep the Wolf King's tooth? Certainly, Gu Fei affirmed. To express our gratitude. The werewolf turned and rummaged beneath his bed. Gu Fei's heart sank. After all, the village chief's belongings were kept in a cabinet, while this werewolf had carelessly tossed his treasures under the bed. What could it possibly be? When the werewolf returned, Gu Fei's spirits lifted. In his hand was a sword, its blade a deep purple, enveloped in a shroud of black luminescence. Visually, it resembled an extraordinary artifact. The werewolf handed it over, and Gu Fei accepted it with awe. The Night Radiance sword. The attributes left him utterly astounded. This sword possessed not only high physical attack power, but also magical attack capabilities, surpassing even the staff that July had gifted him. While staffs primarily focused on magical attacks, often with only negligible physical attack values, weapons like swords, daggers, and knives never boasted dual magical attack symbols. Examining further, Gu Fei discovered 2 additional lines of data: sword coefficient, 170, magic coefficient, 170. Continuing down the list, he noted, critical hit chance, 10, level, 10, agility, 20, intelligence, 20, attack speed, 20, skill, night radiance, conditions not met, unable to use. An extraordinary treasure, without a doubt. Even a novice like Gu Fei could discern the immense power of this sword from its additional attributes. The frost remembrance of the sword ghost was the most formidable weapon he had encountered thus far, but in comparison, it paled in significance. Though frost remembrance was a golden tier equipment, this night radiance sword was purple tier. Purple tier gear represents the pinnacle of single attributes in parallel worlds, with only green tier equipment capable of surpassing it. However, green tier gear is part of a set, and requires collection and activation of dark attributes to unleash its full potential. In terms of standalone items, purple tier gear remains superior. Look, behold my sword, Gu Fei exclaimed, eagerly presenting it to Xiaoyu for admiration. Xiaoyu gasped in excitement, finally asking, what do sword coefficient and magic coefficient mean? I don't know, Gu Fei replied, but they must be impressive. Why? Xiaoyu inquired. Because I've never seen such terms on ordinary weapons. Gu Fei produced the flame baptism for comparison and confirmed it bore no such coefficients. Incredible. Xiaoyu returned the sword to Gu Fei, declaring, I want to undertake such a quest. Perhaps one day, Gu Fei encouraged with a pat on her back. With the tasks completed, Xiaoyu suggested they leave the room. As they stepped outside, a sudden flash of white light enveloped Gu Fei. What is happening? Xiaoyu exclaimed. Her axe drawn. Don't panic. Gu Fei shouted. It's nothing. I just leveled up. Why would you level up out of nowhere? Xiaoyu questioned. Gu Fei glanced at the system message. Just as he stepped out of the werewolf's room, the system had reported, the quest chain Nettie's uses complete, completion rate 95, experience and gold awarded. The experience had propelled Gu Fei directly to level 31. Such abundant experience. Gu Fei was left speechless. The rewards from this quest chain were indeed lavish. Considering the silver-plated flame baptism that had enhanced his attributes, it was akin to receiving 4 pieces of equipment. And he had not anticipated such a bounty of experience. However, the gold was meager. A mere 50 coins graced his purse. Could it be any less? In the distance, Yi Xiaowu observed Gu Fei's astonished expression and could only smile wryly, completing a high-level quest chain while skipping several levels. It was indeed peculiar that the experience was insufficient for even 1 level up. Moreover, the final rewards of the quest included attributes such as spell mastery, sword coefficient, and magic coefficient, attributes not yet introduced in low-tier equipment for lower-level players. Yet Gu Fei had already acquired high-end equipment through the quest chain, leaving Yi Xiaowu utterly speechless. What further irked him was Gu Fei's earlier discontent when obtaining the moonlit spirit robe. At that moment, Yi Xiaowu had wished to stab him in frustration. How could one despise such a treasure? Fortunately, Gu Fei's exuberance over the Night Radiance sword had somewhat balanced Yi Xiaowu's feelings. Let us head back, Xiaoyu suggested. Back where? To Cloud City. I'll call Master Kong, Xiaoyu replied. Wait, don't rush, Gu Fei interjected. After traveling 3 hours to reach such a distant main city, shouldn't we explore a bit first? Don't you want to see if there are any quests available here? Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled. Good point. It would be best if we could take on a quest that requires us to return to Cloud City. That way, it won't feel like a wasted trip. Gu Fei, ever persuasive, had Xiaoyu nodding in agreement. Finally, she decided, you're right. I'll stay in Nightlight City for a few more days. If you want to leave, you can go ahead without waiting for me. I'm a bit tired. I'll log off after entering the city, Gu Fei said. The two departed from Nightlight Village, making their way towards Moonlit City. The players around Moonlit City displayed a fierce demeanor, much like those in the training area. In the brief distance from Nightlight Village to Moonlit City, Gu Fei and Xiaoyu had already witnessed 4 or 5 brawls, with participants engaging in brutal, relentless combat. They cautiously navigated around the skirmishes, wary of inadvertently becoming embroiled in conflict. At that moment, Gu Fei was still entangled in a PK dispute. Since logging in from Cloud City, he had been on the run for nearly 10 hours, with another 20 hours remaining before his record could be cleared. Entering the city now felt somewhat perilous. But Gu Fei had little choice. The quest chain had primarily involved mental labor, and Xiaoyu had been of little help aside from performing menial tasks. Gu Fei felt more exhausted from pondering the quests than he would have been from battling monsters all afternoon, and he was eager to log off for a respite. Upon entering Moonlit City, Gu Fei bid farewell to Xiaoyu and inquired with another player about the nearest safe zone for logging off. Learning that Gu Fei had come from another main city left the player astonished, and after providing directions, he turned the conversation to Gu Fei, seeking detailed insights on how to get there. Moonlit City is unbearable. It's too chaotic. Every day is filled with fighting and killing. By level 30, no one even trains anymore. It's all PK. Why is that? Gu Fei asked, perplexed. Level 30 means a lot of experience is at stake. Just think about it. If you were at 35 and someone killed you, you'd lose the equivalent of dropping from level 29 to 25. A devastating loss. Everyone's terrified of that happening, so they avoid leveling up. And then they worry that others will level up before them, resulting in this vicious cycle of constant fighting. The player explained. Is that really the case? Gu Fei was taken aback. Alas, there's no choice. They're too afraid to level up. So everyone is focusing on crafting skills. The players in Moonlit City have remarkably high crafting skill levels. If you're looking to make equipment or brew potions, then you haven't come in vain, the player concluded, before suddenly asking, by the way, I forgot to ask, what's the name of your city? Cloud City, Gu Fei replied. Wow, Cloud City, the one known for its melee mages? The player exclaimed. Melee mages? You can't be serious. Gu Fei replied, bewildered. You must have heard of the top player on the PK wanted list, codenamed 27149. A mage who focuses entirely on melee combat, legendary. A little rogue was dispatched with just 3 hits. It's incredible. This kind of player should definitely come to our Moonlit City. They would surely dominate. On the surface, Gu Fei remained composed, yet within, he felt a profound sense of reflection. He pondered his martial prowess, which found no avenue for expression in reality, while in the game. He had merely scratched the surface, stirring a tempest of admiration. After all, martial skills are meant for combat, and only in a battleground akin to this realm can one earn the utmost respect. Lost in thought about his abilities, Gu Fei noticed someone gazing at his attire with intrigue. Did you just mention that the nearest offline safe zone is accessible from here? Gu Fei inquired, gesturing towards the street ahead. Indeed, came the affirmative response. I shall take my leave now. Perhaps we'll meet again. Gu Fei bid farewell to the individual. Farewell. The other person nodded. Gu Fei stepped onto the thoroughfare, while the observer fixated on his retreating figure, activating his mercenary channel. I've spotted a plump target. How plump? Someone queried in the channel. Clad in a black mage's robe. Have you seen such a sight? The individual replied. What are its attributes? I couldn't identify them. He answered. Damn, isn't your identification skill at level 8? Indeed, but there's always someone stronger, haven't you heard? He retorted. With identification skills honed to such a level, he must be no ordinary character. Are we capable of handling him? Rest assured. It's fine. He appears to be from another main city. He is alone. If we don't seize him, who will? Quickly now, he is heading to the offline zone. Which route is he taking? Route C. Damn. That is still quite a distance. Even so, we must hurry. I'll follow closely. The individual slipped into stealth mode, trailing Gu Fei at a measured pace. Unexpectedly, He thought he would have updates by noon, but realized now that they had not been posted. Perhaps there was an issue during the upload, or he had lost connection. He would rectify this now. Chapter 68. A band of foolish thieves. Gouffé strolled alone down a deserted street, boredom gnawing at him, prompting him to admire his nightlight sword once more. As a martial artist, he was indifferent to clothing but harbored a special affection for weapons. This sword felt perfectly balanced in his hand, its design appealing to his aesthetic sensibilities, a rarity he had never encountered in reality. Just as he was lost in admiration, a cacophony erupted ahead, and a group of people appeared at the street corner, brandishing their weapons and clashing noisily. The melee soon spilled into the narrow alleyway he had taken, and someone shouted, "Don't let those rascals escape." Gouffé furrowed his brow. He had taken a shortcut suggested by a passerby, only to find himself in a tight squeeze between two rows of houses. The alley was so narrow that the brawl had effectively blocked any escape. He realized that even if he pressed forward, the combatants would never cease their hostilities to let him pass. Turning back was not an option. The line behind him stretched long, and he felt exhaustion creeping in. Reluctantly, he gripped his sword with his right hand and retrieved his flame baptism with his left, continuing to move forward. As he drew near, both parties engaged in combat took notice of him, momentarily relaxing their efforts. Gouffé, seemingly oblivious to the ongoing fight, lowered his head and stepped into the fray. "Watch out!" Someone on his left called out, thrusting a dagger toward him, but Gouffé deftly maneuvered himself between the two fighters, evading the attack. Despite the warning, the assailant showed no intention of halting his assault. Gouffé paid no mind to the man's attitude, as he raised his flame baptism to deflect the blade, stepping forward and slipping past the combatants. "Ah!" Another shouted from the right, as a heavy sword swung down from above. Gouffé knew better than to block such a powerful strike directly. Spotting a brief pause in the duel ahead, he seized the opportunity to dart forward, narrowly avoiding the descending blade. With both hands extended, he intercepted attacks from both sides, stepping forward once more to evade another pair of blows. In a flash, he had navigated through 3 pairs of fighters, employing a mix of dodging, blocking, and weaving, advancing with a rhythm that fluctuated between haste and caution. Once clear, Gouffé sheathed his nightlight sword and flame baptism, brushed off his sleeves, and slipped his hands into his pockets, continuing on without a backward glance. The alley was now silent. The combatants stood frozen, staring at one another in bewilderment. "Did he just walk through?" one man murmured, glancing at his weapon in disbelief. "It seems so," another replied, skepticism lacing his tone. "How did he manage that?" "Seems like this one attempted to mimic Gouffé's movements, only to wince in pain, clutching his waist." "What happened?" the others exclaimed. "I twisted my back. The difficulty of those moves is insane." "You try it," he lamented. Thus, the group began to imitate Gouffé's actions, but half of them failed miserably, while the other half strained themselves to the point of injury, the severity of their ailments proportional to their exertion. "Ah, it hurts." A chorus of groans erupted. Just then, a figure materialized from the shadows, rushing towards them. It was the man who had directed Gouffé earlier. "Did he get away? You didn't stop him?" he gasped, astonished at the sight of his wounded comrades. Shame washed over the group. They had unconsciously allowed Gouffé to pass. The injuries they sustained were a result of their own clumsy attempts to replicate his grace. What was that guy's profession? Someone ventured to change the topic. Right. What was it? He had some strange skills. The inquiry spread among them, each convinced that Gouffé must possess abilities beyond their own. "Perhaps a mage?" the guide suggested, though uncertainty tinged his voice. "But you couldn't identify him, could you? How do you know he is a mage?" Another challenged. "Didn't you see his robe?" The guide retorted. "Who says wearing a robe makes one a mage? None of us thought he looked like one." Came the rebuttal. "Exactly. Not a mage. Besides, the robe's color is questionable. It's black." Haven T confirmed anything. It was true. No black mage robes had ever appeared in the game. Players generally assumed that mages and priests were associated with the light, never to wear dark colors. Those were reserved for rogues, a profession often deemed unsavory. The guide faltered, unable to counter the arguments. Finally, he asked, "If it's not a mage's robe, then what is it?" No one could provide an answer. The one added, "That sword he wielded was magnificent. I've never seen one like it." "Enough chatter, let us pursue him," someone shouted. "Quickly, where might he go next?" Another exclaimed, pulling out a map. "I directed him this way. He should be." The guide traced a route on the map. "But he has already seen us. He might recognize us if we meet again," someone pointed out. "Looks like we can't pretend it was an accident anymore. Let us confront him directly," came the consensus. "Let us mask our faces," someone suggested, and the group eagerly retrieved triangular face coverings, their expressions earnest. Thanks to the players from Cloud City for this ingenious method of concealing our identities. We shall embark on a prosperous path henceforth, one proclaimed seriously. Thanks indeed. The others nodded in agreement. This is our first time using these. Let us be professional and not embarrass ourselves in front of the Cloud City players, another added. The group solemnly nodded in unison. Excellent. The leader surveyed his companions, producing a slip of paper marked with the number 27149. This represents our trailblazing master. Though we know neither his name nor his visage, his record of 15 PK points per day shall endure eternally. May he bless us. With that, he ignited the paper, and the group joined hands over their hearts, silently praying. Someone broke the silence, raising a hand. Boss, I heard this guy left behind the loot after defeating someone. He doesn't seem like one of us. Let us not dwell on that. We'll make do. The leader replied. The group resumed their prayers, concluding their ritual. 100 meters away, Gu Fei let out the loudest sneeze in the history of his gaming experience. How are things? The leader asked his companions, who stood in unison, one hand wielding a weapon, the other on their hips, those who had just mimicked Gu Fei's movements and strained their bodies. We're fine. We must participate in our first massed operation, they declared. Very well, the leader nodded. Now, everyone prepare, mask up. At his command, all faces were concealed. Let us show the players from Cloud City the prowess of the masked professionals from Moonlight City. The leader shouted, rallying his comrades. Onward, onward. A band of thieves marched forth, brimming with boldness and determination. The leader furrowed his brow, noticing that half of the group, with hands placed firmly on their hips, ambled awkwardly, creating an eyesore that tarnished the entire team's image. However, upon further reflection, he realized that with their faces concealed, others would be unable to recognize them, rendering the concern trivial. How splendid it is to be masked, he mused, for even the notion of embarrassment becomes unattainable. He found himself admiring the ingenious creator of the mask. Just to be safe, I shall add another layer, he thought with a sense of pride, believing this to be a stroke of brilliance that the inventor could never have anticipated. As the group hastily emerged from the alley, they immediately attracted the astonished gazes of players on the street. Yet, it was evident that the group understood well the advantage of anonymity, paying no heed to the curious stares as they proceeded along their predetermined path. Who are these people? One player inquired. The Blackhand Mercenary Corps, came the reply. How do you know? Another questioned. Because I recognized the mercenary badge worn by one of them, was the answer. Why keep the badge on while wearing a mask? Isn't that foolish? Someone remarked. Perhaps so. The procession continued until suddenly, a player emerged from the side of the street, seizing one of the masked individuals who was hurrying along. Coward. You promised me 2 rolls of bandages yesterday. Hand them over. I am not a coward. The masked man replied calmly. I know. I was just calling you coward savior. The 4 syllables are too bothersome. 2 are more convenient, the newcomer stated. How do you know it's me? The coward savior asked, astonished. I recognize your equipment. The player retorted. By the way, what are you all doing? He inquired. Leader, I've been exposed. The coward savior lamented in the mercenary channel, distressed at having failed to conceal his identity as a member of the masked faction. I'm afraid you're not a qualified member of our mercenary corps, the leader replied coldly. A harsh system notification echoed, announcing the coward savior's expulsion from the mercenary group. Damn it, I will fight you, he exclaimed, tearing away his mask and lunging at the player who had revealed him. Do not engage him, continue forward. The leader commanded the hesitant members. Leader, I've spotted him. He is just ahead, reported a player at the forefront. Disperse and encircle him. We must not allow him to reach the safety zone. Once he passes this opportunity, it will be lost. The leader ordered. Go, go, go. The crowd shouted as they scattered. Chapter 69. The Gu family sword technique. Gu Fei emerged from the alley and strolled down the street, the safety zone just ahead. Suddenly, he sensed a movement nearby. A quick glance revealed a figure darting past him into the alley ahead, peeking out with half a head visible, seemingly fixated on him. What is this all about? Gu Fei turned around to take another look, and 2 nimble heads swiftly withdrew against the wall. He twisted his neck and turned back suddenly, only to see the 2 heads reappear once more. Gu Fei felt a pang of frustration. There was no tranquility to be found anywhere. Where there are people, there is a world of intrigue. How true that is. With that thought, Gu Fei unsheathed his newly acquired Nightflow sword. Blades and swords are often spoken of together. One is likened to a fierce tiger, the other to a soaring phoenix. The elegant portrayal of the sword emphasizes its grace and technique. However, the reality also highlights that, in practical combat, the sword's effectiveness and lethality pale in comparison to that of the blade. While the blade is primarily designed for cleaving and chopping, the sword is predominantly for thrusting. making it evident which inflicts greater harm. Although the sword can also cleave, it does so with only one edge during such strikes. Moreover, a double-edged sword complicates its crafting and diminishes its durability. Thus, in the theater of war, the sword's role is often overshadowed by the blade, relegated to a mere symbol of status. This gives rise to the saying that scholars wear swords while warriors wield blades. Of course, Gu Fei did not aspire to the battlefield. His focus lay in research, with a wide-ranging interest in various martial arts. The sword, being the most ubiquitous of weapons, was something he had practiced since childhood. There is a saying in martial arts that changing forms is easy, but mastering the strength behind them is difficult. Those who study the more aggressive styles often struggle when suddenly tasked with learning something like Tai Chi. The transition between blade and sword follows suit. Gu Fei was regarded by his family as exceptionally talented, precisely because of his adeptness in these transitions. From a young age, he could seamlessly integrate various boxing styles and techniques, prompting his family to cultivate him as a martial arts encyclopedia, inundating him with their ancestral teachings. While there were disciplines he did not excel in, by the time he turned 22, there was nothing he could not grasp. The Gu family sword technique carries a certain prestige within martial arts circles. According to the elders, it was passed down many years ago, having undergone modifications by several masters along the way. The original sword manual, preserved in the family, is said to be inscribed on bamboo slips. Regrettably, Gu Fei never had the fortune to behold it. When he began his study of the sword, his father handed him a CD, claiming it was the way of the 21st century. As for the legendary bamboo version, his father stated that he would only gain the right to view it once he took charge of the family. In his youthful exuberance, that mysterious bamboo version was a long-held dream for Gu Fei. However, as he matured, his curiosity waned, rendering him indifferent to it. From a pragmatic standpoint, the learning efficacy of the bamboo version would undoubtedly fall short of the CD's vivid presentation. After all, humanity is ever evolving. With the sword in hand, even though the adversaries approaching him had not revealed themselves, Gu Fei performed a sword salute, pointing the tip of his sword to the ground. He then called out, "Come out, I can see you." Immediately, two masked figures emerged from behind the wall, but before any conversation could occur, swifter hands surged from behind them, yanking the two back with alarming speed. A voice, loud enough for Gu Fei to hear, chastised them. How foolish. They were merely bluffing. And you fell for it so easily. Gu Fei couldn't help but chuckle, finding these individuals far more endearing when they weren't trying to conceal themselves. He surveyed his surroundings. Everyone remained composed, no one daring to show themselves again. The players who had been wandering the streets had suddenly vanished, and those who contemplated passing by quickly turned away. In this regard, Moonlight City exhibited a more mature demeanor than Cloud City, which still attracted curious onlookers whenever a skirmish broke out. The street fell silent, the wind swirling dry leaves at Gu Fei's feet. The scene felt cinematic, though the dialogue lacked atmosphere. Gu Fei sighed, reiterating, "I truly see you. If you don't show yourselves, I shall take my leave. I mean it." Knowing where the opponents concealed themselves, he also recognized the path that lay unguarded. Gu Fei shifted direction and slipped into a nearby alley devoid of ambush. The group was taken aback. They were mere steps away from encircling him, yet here he was, refusing to proceed. How infuriating, they lamented. As the leader of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps, one must adeptly adjust in such awkward situations to meet new challenges. With unwavering resolve, he stepped forward, bellowing, "Wait." Gu Fei turned around, and all those hiding in corners and behind doors stepped into the open. The situation became somewhat awkward. They had intended to surround Gu Fei, but now they stood in a standoff, Gu Fei on one side and the entire group on the other. "Who are you?" Gu Fei inquired while retreating. "The Black Hand Mercenary Corps," one member blurted out, only to be swiftly silenced by a slap from a nearby companion. The leader shot him a stern glare, resisting the urge to expel him from the mercenary group for such a faux pas. "What do you want?" Gu Fei asked. This time, no one dared to speak, not even the leader, who simply waved his hand, and the group surged toward Gu Fei. Nonetheless, the game delineated professions, and those charging forward were all melee classes. Gu Fei cast a discerning gaze. They were all warriors, a profession that currently intimidated him. Warriors wield heavy attacks, making it unwise to block their strikes with his weapon, and their heavy armor rendered Gu Fei's attacks negligible. There were also thieves lurking, deviously creeping behind the warriors, believing Gu Fei was oblivious to their presence. Gu Fei was well aware, yet in the chaos, he couldn't ascertain their exact numbers or locations. The distant mages and archers had already begun their assault. Well coordinated, Gu Fei noted, recognizing the experience these players possessed in real combat. The archers' arrows flew swiftly, some unleashing sniping shots, others executing double strikes. An hour ago, the archer sniping would have posed a significant challenge for Gu Fei. However, with the Night Flow sword in hand and having just leveled up, his agility had surged, allowing him to evade the arrows with a swift sidestep. A fireball hurled by a mage followed, exhibiting a slight homing capability that could not be avoided with mere twists of the body. Gu Fei sprinted several steps, only for the fireball to lose its target. This won't do. Gu Fei felt a tightening in his chest. The current situation differed starkly from that in Cloud City. The warriors acted as a shield at the forefront, and unless he could breach their defenses and eliminate the mages and archers behind them, he would find no opportunity for close combat, especially with lurking thieves poised to strike. In that fleeting moment, Gu Fei recalled the tattered cloth dangling from a pole in the training area outside Moonlight City. These players, undeniably born from the heat of battle, had arranged themselves with remarkable order, clearly demonstrating the advantage of their numbers. I cannot engage head-on, Gu Fei contemplated, retreating into the alley he had previously entered. Oh no, he's running again. Someone from the Black Hand Mercenary Corps exclaimed. Initially, they believed Gu Fei was fleeing when he entered the alley. However, upon hearing the leader call out for him to wait, he had turned back. Now, seeing him poised to confront them, they were taken aback when he suddenly reversed course. Why was he so unpredictable? How infuriating. Quick, pursue him, the leader commanded, and the group rushed into the alley after Gu Fei. Gu Fei sprinted ahead, glancing back with a victorious smile. As he dashed away, the difference in speed due to their stat allocations became evident. While the formation remained distinct, it had transformed. Now, leading the charge were the nimble thieves willing to expend their movement speed. Under normal circumstances, the speed of a rogue pales in comparison to that of an archer. Following these two professions are the mage and the knight, with the knight possessing a slight edge in speed. In parallel worlds, the knight is perceived as a remarkably balanced class, with attributes that neither exhibit absolute advantages nor disadvantages. This results in a lack of a unified standard for attribute allocation, leading to a myriad of approaches. Some allocate points to agility, thereby surpassing the mage in speed. Currently, standard mages do not invest in agility. Next in line is the slower warrior, originally designed to serve as a tank, now relegated to the role of a rear guard. As Gu Fei ran, he glanced back, realizing that the agile rogue was indeed formidable, gradually closing the distance. Cheers erupted from the opposing faction, unaware that Gu Fei was preparing to confront his pursuer, mistakenly believing he was merely fleeing in panic. Estimating the rogue's pace behind him, Gu Fei silently counted 1, 2, 3, turn, suddenly halting and pivoting. He executed a horizontal slash, a technique from his family's ancestral swordsmanship known as floating cloud slash. While slashing may not be the sword's forte, this maneuver showcased the sword's unique characteristic, having edges on both sides. It is said that this technique must be executed in a manner that leaves the opponent bewildered as to which edge will strike. In his youth, Gu Fei found this concept fascinating. Now, with his own mastery of skills, he perceives this technique as somewhat superfluous. A straightforward strike would suffice without the need to perplex the opponent regarding which edge would be employed. If there were a distinction between the sword's dual edges, the technique would hold some significance. However, in reality, if the two edges of a sword are different, it is deemed inferior. Gu Fei speculated that the originator of this technique must have been bullied by knives, compelling him to make the sword achieve effects beyond the knife's capability. Regardless, Gu Fei executed the slash with the grace of floating clouds. The two agile rogues, unable to halt their momentum, were struck solidly. They yelped in retreat, and Gu Fei advanced with a thrust. However, midway through the strike, he suddenly retracted his attack, targeting a less vital area. After all, he was still burdened with PK points. If he continued to eliminate opponents, when would it end? A sudden thought crossed Gu Fei's mind. Chapter 70. Show Mercy. Gu Fei's PK value totaled 15 points, of which he had already shed 5, leaving him with 10. Currently, he faced a group of over 10 adversaries. Should he eliminate them all, his PK value would surge to unprecedented heights, shattering the myth of 149 that he himself had established. Such audacity troubled Gu Fei. Even more perplexing was the fact that he remained unaware of the intentions behind this group's pursuit. They had attacked him without a moment's hesitation, revealing the surreal nature of the online gaming realm, where excuses were rendered unnecessary. Concerned about further increasing his PK value, Gu Fei decided to spare the rogue before him, who had already been severely wounded. The Dark Knight Flowing Light sword boasted a staggering attack power, a burden too great for the current players to bear. The rogue, having suffered 2 strikes, was on the brink of death. Upon realizing Gu Fei had refrained from attacking, he retreated, his face ashen. What happened? inquired the comrades who had just arrived on the scene, still unaware of the situation. Nearly died, the rogue replied, his voice trembling. How could that be? The others exclaimed, surprised at Gu Fei's swiftness, assuming he must have invested heavily in agility. Observing the sword in his hand, the more experienced among them deduced that he was a knight, contradicting earlier assumptions of him being a mage, which had earned them disdain. However, even if he were a knight who had focused on agility, the damage he inflicted was still extraordinary. The only explanation could lie with that sword. I was terrified. If he had used Blessing of Strength, I would have been dead by now, the rogue lamented, still shaken. At that moment, another rogue, equally pale, retreated hastily. Quick, heal! One rogue shouted, but alas, the priest had not yet arrived, as priests were notoriously slow-moving. How much health did we lose? Someone queried. What does it matter? We just lost health. The rogue retorted impatiently. The group exchanged glances, hesitating to approach Gu Fei, who stood before them. Suddenly, amidst their contemplation, a scream pierced the air. A rogue, having attempted to stealthily approach for a surprise attack, was swiftly dispatched by Gu Fei in a matter of moments, returning with barely a sliver of health remaining. Archer! Archer! Someone exclaimed, awakening to the urgency as the archers, lagging behind the swift rogues, finally arrived. However, Gu Fei had resolved not to engage with these individuals any longer. After toppling a few pressing foes, he turned and fled. Go! 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 The rogues shouted, rallying for another charge. As the archers sprinted, they began to unleash arrows, a veritable storm descending upon Gu Fei. Yet, amidst their movement, they were unable to utilize their most potent sniping skill. Resorting to basic attacks, they managed only the simplest version of a powerful arrow, which posed little threat to Gu Fei. Undeterred by the barrage, Gu Fei darted into another alleyway. Don't let him escape, the swiftest rogue cried, encouraging his companions as he charged ahead. With a graceful leap, he positioned himself at the intersection, preparing to unleash an arrow. Clearly, his intent was not solely to hit Gu Fei, but to exhibit his prowess. Yet, such a complex maneuver. Even an Olympic champion would struggle to predict the trajectory of his shot. The game provided a modicum of system assistance for archery, but relying solely on player skill required significant time to master, let alone to achieve accuracy. Even with assistance, it was not an endless service to players. As this rogue executed his high-difficulty move, the system abandoned him entirely. Though he drew his bow, he could not find his mark. In pursuit of style, he loosed an arrow into the air. In response, Gu Fei swung his sword fiercely downwards. The unfortunate archer, who had attempted to play it cool, was met with Gu Fei's strike mid-air, resulting in a rather anticlimactic landing. How disgraceful, the archer thought, lamenting the interruption of his grand performance. That was close, Gu Fei mused, narrowly avoiding the arrow. Stop! Watch for ambushes, shouted one of the archers trailing behind, as the foremost rogue spread his arms to block the others. The rogue who was still rolling on the ground was incensed by this development. I'm not dead yet, he protested, feeling abandoned by his comrades who were prepared to forsake him. Help! Someone come save me, he cried out. The others, displaying a measure of wit, refrained from revealing themselves. Realizing the rogue's legs were still visible in the alley, one agile rogue swiftly darted forward, grabbing the fallen rogue's legs and yanking him back to safety. That was a close call. He congratulated himself, believing that his timely intervention had prevented a beheading. However, this also meant that the group lost any chance of tracking Gu Fei's movements. They exchanged bewildered glances for a few seconds before speaking in unison. Is he still here? No one dared to check. If Gu Fei was pressed against the wall, stepping out would mean engaging in close combat. Would an archer even survive such a confrontation? Drawing arrows and preparing to shoot required time. According to gaming terminology, even basic attacks necessitated a casting time, which could easily be interrupted by an unexpected assault. Retreat. Back, one rogue whispered, as they all moved to the opposite wall, ensuring they maintained distance from Gu Fei. I'll count to 3, and we'll charge out together, that way. He won't know who to target, one rogue suggested. Excellent idea, they agreed. 1, 2, 3, go, 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 he shouted, attempting to startle Gu Fei with their collective shout. Where is he? They exclaimed, scanning the narrow alley where Gu Fei's figure had vanished. The distance between the two intersections was considerable, and Gu Fei had likely turned the corner in that brief moment. The archers exchanged uncertain glances. Soon, a few rogues arrived, and the group, after meticulous analysis, remained oblivious to Gu Fei's whereabouts. Did he log off forcibly? Someone speculated. Forced log-offs were permitted in the game, though they carried significant risks, deterring players from attempting them. The game developers had made it clear, logging off abruptly would result in a rollback, the extent of which was uncertain. Subsequent arrivals included mages, heavy warriors, and others, all gazing helplessly at the empty alley. Attention all sectors. Attention all sectors. The mercenary captain announced in the channel. The target has mysteriously vanished. Report any sightings immediately. As the group traversed the alley, one rogue suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, he must have gone to the rooftops." With that realization, they looked up to see that the buildings were not particularly high. Given the narrowness of the alley and the proximity of the walls, it was easy to scale them with a bit of effort. The rogue demonstrating the climb swiftly ascended and scanned the surroundings, declaring, "No sign of him. He may have already run far. Rest assured, as long as he remains in Moonlight City, we shall capture him," the captain asserted confidently. At that moment, the rogues who had barely survived their encounters began to describe Gu Fei's sword with growing fear. "One strike, and half my health was gone. If he were a warrior with full strength, his basic attack would have been lethal," one player exclaimed. The captain, a warrior himself, felt invigorated by this revelation. He inundated the mercenary channel with messages, commanding all members to mobilize and ensure they located the figure clad in black, resembling a mage in a long robe. 7 minutes later, the captain received a report. Someone had seen a figure resembling Gu Fei entering a safe logout area. "Which logout zone?" the captain inquired. "The night camp in Area A," came the response. "Take turns to keep watch. We must not let this fellow escape," declared the leader. "If he were merely an ordinary target, we would likely abandon the pursuit and spare ourselves the effort." However, having learned that Gu Fei wields such a formidable sword, the leader was resolute in his determination. "One of us will go keep an eye on him. The rest should gather at the 6th Night Tavern. The drinks are on me," the leader boasted. The Blackhand Mercenary Corps congregated at the 6th Night Tavern, awaiting Gu Fei's return to the game. Meanwhile, Gu Fei had logged off, intending to catch some sleep. However, the fact that he was relentlessly pursued until he forced a smile from his opponent demonstrated that Gu Fei was not one to easily let go of matters weighing on his mind. With a PK value hanging over him, everything he endeavored to do felt cumbersome, akin to a thorn lodged in his throat. An uncomfortable sensation that grew more pronounced upon leaving the game. Gu Fei was aware of this flaw in his character, which, from a medical standpoint, could be interpreted as a mild form of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He resolutely chose to disregard it, compelling himself into a deep slumber. Upon re-entering the game, Gu Fei noted the most significant change. The 6th Night Tavern was now filled with inebriated patrons. "I wager this chap will show up within an hour," one drunken individual proclaimed hazily. "Indeed, that scoundrel has kept us waiting for a full day and night. We must not let him slip through our fingers." This was calculated based on in-game time. The eyes that remained in the offline zone were also clouded with intoxication. By now, they had consumed enough to be sprawled in a corner, dozing off. Gu Fei confidently strode right in front of one such individual, who was blissfully unaware of his presence. Staying in the offline safety zone still counted towards reducing PK values. Gu Fei was in no rush to venture out. He still had a few inquiries he wished to address. Before entering the game, Gu Fei had consulted the official website regarding the unfamiliar terms of spell proficiency, sword coefficients, and magic coefficients, but found no useful information. Reluctantly, he decided to trouble Red Dust for assistance once more. Chapter 71. The Endless Robbery. "Are you there?" Gu Fei inquired with a smile. What responded to him was merely a series of ellipses. Gu Fei retorted with a question mark. Nothing prompts a visit to the Three Treasures Hall without reason. "What brings you here?" Hong Chun Yishao asked. "Sword coefficient, magic coefficient, proficiency in spells. These attributes have appeared on my equipment. What do they signify?" Gu Fei questioned. Hong Chun Yishao hesitated. "Is it something you cannot disclose?" Gu Fei probed. "It's not that I cannot say it. I simply did not expect we would delve into this so soon," Hong Chun Yishao replied. "Then please, enlighten me," Gu Fei urged. "You should know that in parallel worlds, there are no class restrictions on weapon types. Anyone can wield them," Hong Chun Yishao explained. "Indeed," Gu Fei affirmed. "However, that is not entirely accurate," Hong Chun Yishao continued. "For low-end weapons, the attributes are relatively similar. Thus, we chose to disregard this influencing factor. Yet, for high-end equipment, different types of weapons possess coefficients that determine whether you can unleash their full potential. This is what you now see as sword coefficient and magic coefficient." "How do these coefficients determine potential?" Gu Fei inquired. "They are dictated by the way you allocate your character's attributes. Different classes inherently possess bonuses to certain weapon coefficients. For instance, mages gain bonuses to magic coefficients, rogues to dagger coefficients, archers to bow and crossbow coefficients, while warriors benefit from bonuses to all weapon coefficients aside from magic. Naturally, there are variances in degree," Hong Chun Yishao elucidated. "In summary, With high-end weapons, if your character lacks the requisite coefficients, you cannot fully harness the weapon's power. Having explained extensively, Hong Chun Yi Xiao concluded with a question, "Do you understand?" "Now I see," Gu Fei responded with realization. Earlier, while attacking with the Night Flowing Light sword, he had sensed that the damage did not seem to reach the sword's maximum potential. Since he had always relied on his skills to attain these statistics, he initially believed he had merely failed to execute the moves effectively. Now, he understood that it was the equipment's coefficients at play. Viewed in this light, sword coefficient and magic coefficient were not enhancements to oneself, but rather requirements imposed by the equipment. Hong Chun Yi Xiao continued. As for the relationship between attribute allocation and character coefficients, it is quite complex and closely tied to class. I cannot explain it all at once. Generally, as long as you follow the typical allocation method suited to your class, you should be fine. For more unconventional allocations, alternative solutions must be sought. Wait, with such calculations, if a weapon possesses an exceptionally high coefficient, even the right class would still need to be at a high level to wield it, wouldn't they? If the attribute allocation is insufficient, the character's coefficients cannot meet the requirements. Gu Fei exclaimed. It's not that you cannot wield it. It's just that you cannot unleash its full power, Hong Chun Yi Xiao clarified. Isn't that essentially the same? Doesn't that indirectly impose a level requirement on the equipment? Gu Fei argued. That is not quite right. It is more accurate to say that your coefficients determine how much power you can extract from the equipment, even if you fall short. A difference of 10 is not the same as a difference of 20. For example, if a sword has a sword coefficient of 200, and your character's sword coefficient is only 180, then when wielding that sword, you must view its attributes as being reduced by 80. In other words, if your sword coefficient reached 199, although it still falls short of the sword's requirements, it would hardly make a significant difference in practice. How is a character's coefficient calculated? Gu Fei asked. We do not plan to disclose that. We look forward to players conducting their own research. Hong Chun Yi Xiao replied. Are you doing well in Moonlight City? After discussing serious matters, Hong Chun Yi Xiao rarely engaged in casual conversation with Gu Fei. Good. The atmosphere in Moonlight City is terrible. People attack on the streets without a second thought. Is there no law? Do you not manage this? Gu Fei protested. If we were to manage it, we would have to start with you. You are the #1 wanted criminal in the game, yet you roam freely. Is there no law? Is there no one to manage this? Hong Chun Yi Xiao countered. Gu Fei was momentarily speechless, and after a pause, he said, but that doesn't justify attacking people for no reason. You are a wanted criminal. Everyone has the right to take you down. Hong Chun Yi Xiao remarked. If others attack me, do I not even have the right to defend myself? Gu Fei had already noted this issue. Originally, you did, but now you do not, Hong Chun Yi Xiao stated. Why? Gu Fei inquired. Because you are a wanted criminal. Everyone has the right to take you down. Hong Chun Yi Xiao reiterated. Take care of yourself. I protest. I am also a player. I should not be discriminated against simply because I have PK points, Gu Fei exclaimed loudly. What then? Should we reward you for your behavior of harming dozens of people daily? Hong Chun Yi Xiao retorted. At the very least, grant me a chance for redemption. Gu Fei suggested. There is. The prison gates have always been open for you, haven't they? Hong Chun Yi Xiao replied. What about options aside from imprisonment? Gu Fei pressed. Then you would have to earn your redemption through merit, accepting tasks to hunt down others with PK points like yourself. Ordinary players receive money and experience as rewards, while you will receive a chance to cleanse your PK points. The number of PK points of the targets you hunt will be deducted from your own, Hong Chun Yi Xiao explained. Gu Fei laughed. To kill in order to stop killing. No, it's about mutual slaughter, encouraging you vile individuals to turn against one another. Hong Chun Yi Xiao jested. There's still one thing you haven't explained. What about spell proficiency? Gu Fei asked. I'll tell you next time. I have something to attend to. I must log off now, Hong Chun Yi Xiao said before disconnecting. After concluding his conversation with Hong Chun Yi Xiao, Gu Fei scanned his surroundings and spotted a figure curled up in a corner, looking pitiful like a little match boy. He stepped forward and called out, Brother, may I ask how to get to the place that issues wanted tasks? The individual lifted his head, bleary-eyed, exhaling the scent of alcohol, and mumbled indistinctly. It's south on 4th Night Street. Thanks, Gu Fei said, patting the person's shoulder. If you need to sleep, you should log off. It's uncomfortable to linger here. I'm fine. I'm waiting for someone, the individual replied. A man dressed in black, resembling a mage's robe, somewhat handsome, but his behavior is a bit lewd. Have you seen someone like that? Sorry, aside from the last part, you seem to be describing me. Gu Fei replied. Huh. The half-asleep individual widened his eyes, finally realizing who he was talking to, and abruptly sobered up. Just as he was about to speak, Gu Fei raised his hand, drew his sword, and swiftly slashed at him, the blade resting against his chest. After all, it was a game, and merely pointing a sword at someone did not count as a threat without first depleting some health. Are you from the Black Hand Mercenary Corps? Gu Fei queried. The person stammered. What do you want with me? Robbery. Gu Fei said. Robbery? Gu Fei didn't quite understand. The individual fell silent. Gu Fei observed his vacant stare, guessing he was likely shouting for help in the chat window. Immediately, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave. Though this person was an enemy, the information provided should not be incorrect. Gu Fei made his way to 4th Night Street after exiting the offline zone and casually asked another player for directions, confirming the exact route. However, he could not avoid encountering members of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps along the way, so Gu Fei sought a deserted corner. He removed his Moonlight Spirit robe and donned a Novice Mage robe. Clearly, the opposition used their black attire as their primary identifier. Gu Fei surmised that by shedding this dark garb, the impression of his appearance would become blurred. With that, he strode confidently onto the street. The Novice Mage's robe has become a rather sensitive symbol in Cloud City, yet it is quite commonplace in Moonlight City. Gu Fei has noticed that most players in Moonlight City are clad in novice gear. He surmises that it is not due to a lack of superior equipment, but rather because the prevalent PK culture here dissuades many from risking significant losses upon death. As he strolls along the path, he suddenly receives a message. Upon opening it, he sees it is from Yugo. Wow, you've already reached level 31. Is there some special training area over there? No. I completed a quest chain that rewarded an enormous amount of experience, Gu Fei replies. A quest chain? Yugo muses, what kind of quest? You must tell me all about it when you return. Well, now that you're level 31, it will be much easier for you to conceal your identity. Yugo states. How so? Identification skills are low level and cannot identify high-level players, including character identities. There are very few players at level 31 in the game, so you need not worry about your equipment being identified, nor can anyone discern your profession through identification, Yugo explains. I see. Gu Fei's eyes brighten. That is splendid. However, if it weren't for your current notoriety as player number 27149, you could swagger into the bounty office to accept missions without a care. Yugo adds. Gu Fei chuckles. In Cloud City, I am 27149, but here, I am not. I am indeed preparing to visit the bounty office. Where are you? Yugo inquires. Moonlight City, just beyond the Wulong Mountains. It's a new main city, Gu Fei responds. I see. What is it like over there? Yugo asks. Chaotic, extremely chaotic. The streets are rife with brawls, and there are even muggings. Oh no, I've been robbed again. I'll talk later. Gu Fei exclaims. Who are you? Gu Fei stares at the individual before him. My name is the Savior of Cowards. I must vindicate myself. I am not a coward. The person proclaims, raising his arm high. Another one who has had too much to drink. Gu Fei sighs inwardly. Come on, Gu Fei declares, drawing forth the baptism of flame, a precaution to prevent the members of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps from recognizing him through the shadow sword's glimmer. Unbeknownst to Gu Fei, this individual was once a member of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps as well. The Savior of Cowards stands empty-handed, striking a pose. And Gu Fei is taken aback. Mantis Fist? Chapter 72. The Skilled and the Coward Skilled and Not Cowardly. It is evident that my Mantis Fist has caught your discerning eye, and I must commend your insight. Upon hearing Gu Fei's words, the Coward Savior's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly exclaimed. Gu Fei was at a loss for words. The stance of the Mantis Fist was too vivid, and considering the fellow before him had executed it so flawlessly, anyone who had seen a film featuring Mantis Fist would easily recognize it. It hardly warranted a compliment for discernment. With that thought, Gu Fei returned the blade of the flame to his pocket and assumed his stance. Are you also practicing Mantis Fist? The Coward Savior was taken aback, then quickly retorted, You shouldn't imitate others so casually. That's rather underhanded. I am not imitating. Gu Fei exclaimed, bewildered. What do you mean you aren't? Then what is this? The Coward Savior positioned his arms in front of him, his body swaying exaggeratedly. This isn't imitation. Gu Fei was about to clarify when he heard the other shout, Enough of this. Let us spar. With that, he rushed towards Gu Fei, throwing a punch straight at his face. What a mess. Gu Fei raised his hand and swatted the punch aside. Not bad, you have some skill. The Coward Savior exhibited commendable agility. After his punch was deflected, he swiftly followed up with another. Gu Fei observed his footing closely, and to his amusement, he bent away from a punch while simultaneously executing a simple sweeping kick, sending the Coward Savior tumbling to the ground. Do you even know Mantis Fist? Gu Fei shouted at him. Of course I do. Hiya. The Coward Savior lay on the ground, striking a mantis pose before abruptly shouting and performing a somersault to get back on his feet, re-establishing his stance. Gu Fei retreated several steps, and the coward savior immediately pursued him at full speed. Stop! Gu Fei thrust his hand forward, commanding him to halt. The coward savior paused, bewildered. What now? Gu Fei stepped closer, patting his arm. Your upper stance resembles the 7-star mantis fist, but what about your lower body? He tapped the coward savior's calf with his foot. You don't even know the 7-star steps? Have you studied 7-star mantis fist? What steps? 7-star steps? What is that? Gu Fei took 2 steps back and drew the blade of the flame once more. Use your weapon. True skill relies on one's fists. The coward savior clenched his fists. Gu Fei lunged forward, sweeping the coward savior off his feet, and proceeded to stomp on him, exclaiming, I will not let you insult martial arts again. I will not let you insult martial arts again. Stop stepping on me, or I will retaliate. The coward savior cried out. Gu Fei, a master of agility, engaged in close combat, his entire offensive capability stemming from his weapon. The damage from his unarmed strikes, though delivered with his feet, was insufficient to breach the coward savior's defenses. Despite his appearance, the coward savior's health had hardly diminished. I have long since turned against you, Gu Fei shouted. He understood that his attacks were not truly harmful, allowing him to stomp away without concern for inadvertently lowering his PK value. Meanwhile, he retrieved the knight's flowing light sword, enhancing his agility and allowing him to inflict several more stomps within a minute. The coward savior suddenly yelled, reaching up to grasp Gu Fei's descending right leg. Gu Fei was taken aback, only to feel a tremendous force surge forth, rendering him unable to resist as he was flung into the air. In that fleeting moment, Gu Fei attempted to regain balance to land steadily, but found himself unable to exert any force, and before he knew it, he had crashed to the ground. His health plummeted by more than half. How could such a simple fall cause such significant damage? Gu Fei mused, for he was quite familiar with this game's classes. The fighter's skill, Body Slam, at level 30, had been executed by the coward savior while on the ground, not reaching its full potential, yet still managing to inflict considerable damage, comparable to that of a marksman's sniper shot or a rogue's backstab. It was a powerful skill capable of easily dispatching low-level players with minimal health. The coward savior stood up, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. You forced me to reveal my ultimate move. Now you see how formidable I am. Even the most composed individuals have moments of folly. And Gu Fei had certainly lost his temper then. The coward savior's absurdly exaggerated mantis fist stance had infuriated him, and in his fervor, he had forgotten that this fellow could indeed retaliate. Gu Fei slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, sheathing his sword back into his pocket, and turned to leave. The coward savior, still clenching his fists, stood frozen for a moment, then shouted as he chased after Gu Fei, Stop! Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei glanced back. I initially thought you were skilled, which is why I engaged with you. Turns out you know nothing. Enough. Go back to whatever you were doing. How dare you look down on me? Take this. The coward savior roared, launching a swift attack. Gu Fei sidestepped effortlessly, and the coward savior spun around to deliver another punch. Gu Fei retreated once more, but the coward savior's leg flew out, only to miss entirely. Gu Fei stepped forward, grasping the fellow's ankle, giving it a gentle push. The coward savior, standing on one leg, immediately lost his balance and fell to the ground, although not very far. As Gu Fei had not exerted much force, the coward savior looked stunned. His previous uppercut and kick were no mere antics, but rather skills from the fighter class at levels 12 and 18, respectively. In gaming terms, the uppercut would launch an opponent, allowing for a follow-up with a kick combo, culminating in a signature move unique to fighters. Yet, Gu Fei seemed to have merely sidestepped with ease. You do know martial arts. The coward savior exclaimed suddenly. Gu Fei nodded in affirmation. Take me as your disciple. The coward savior pleaded. What a joke, Gu Fei replied. If you don't take me, I won't get up. The coward savior lay on the ground, refusing to rise, rolling around instead. Times have changed. Gu Fei sighed. In the past, one would kneel for an apprenticeship, but in this new era, kneeling had gone out of style, replaced by rolling on the ground. The words remained the same. If you don't take me, I won't get up. Take me. Take me. The coward savior shouted, fully engrossed in his rolling, but suddenly glanced up to find Gu Fei had already vanished. With a swift motion, the coward savior sprang to his feet, clenched his fist. I must learn martial arts, for with skill, there are no cowards. By this time, Gu Fei had already made his way 2 streets away. People with such enthusiasm for martial arts were rare, but alas, this one seemed a bit unhinged, Gu Fei lamented. It was far better to disappear quickly than to endure further embarrassment alongside him. After inquiring with a few more individuals along the way, Gu Fei finally arrived at the 4th Street of Moonlit City. The bounty task release area was quite spacious, and given that Moonlit City was a hotspot for PK activity, it bustled with players, each harboring their own intentions, scanning the leaderboard and waiting for their targets. Simultaneously, everyone marveled at the player with the highest PK value, 27149. Though he had lost 5 points, no other player in the game boasted a PK value in the double digits, and Gu Fei's 10 points remained unrivaled. Gu Fei was quite concerned that someone nearby might take the task, but fortunately, such misfortune did not occur. He checked the wanted list, sorted by area. The top player in Moonlit City had a PK value of 4, numbered 29,527, and without hesitation, Gu Fei selected to accept the bounty. The system promptly informed him of the task stipulations. One could only accept one target at a time, the task could not be cancelled, and it would automatically conclude once the target's PK value reached 0 or was apprehended by another player. Gu Fei departed from the mission release station, and shortly thereafter, the coordinates of 29,527 were transmitted to him via the system's messaging service. With a renewed sense of purpose, Gu Fei sprinted towards the specified location. Based on his movement direction and the shifting coordinates, he deduced that this position lay within the city. 5 minutes elapsed, and the coordinates were dispatched once more. Upon glancing at the message, Gu Fei was taken aback. Compared to the previous update, this individual's coordinates remained unchanged, indicating that he had been lingering in the same spot for the entire duration. Such audacity was astounding, Gu Fei mused, having fled to clear his PK value. While this person nonchalantly remained stationary, did he not fear pursuit? Intrigued yet suspicious of a potential trap, Gu Fei continued to approach the coordinates. As he drew nearer, he spotted a tavern ahead. Was this individual still drinking within, or were there hidden dangers inside? Gu Fei circled the tavern twice, hesitating to enter. Observing numerous players casually coming and going, he contemplated that while he could see the identifier 29527, the other party remained oblivious to his mission of capturing him, thus rendering the notion of a trap implausible. With this thought, Gu Fei resolved to step inside the tavern. The establishment, as designed by the system, featured a hall adorned with small tables. Gu Fei immediately spotted 29,527 seated at a table amidst a group, jovially drinking and conversing. Players entering and exiting merely cast fleeting glances, seemingly unaware that they were in the presence of the notorious wanted criminal from Moonlight City, thus ignoring him entirely. What was the meaning of this? Gu Fei pondered, approaching the bar to order a drink from the system NPC. After taking a sip, he turned to see that the individual was still engrossed in conversation, now merely 2 meters away. Without hesitation, he raised his arm and struck down with a swift blow. No turning back. Gu Fei made his decision. Despite the peculiar circumstances, to cleanse his PK value, he would venture into the lion's den if necessary. With a decisive leap, he charged forward, wielding his weapon, Flames of Baptism, with force, and 29527 was instantly felled to the ground. The surrounding players erupted in astonishment. 29527, still clutching his chair, showed no sign of resistance, merely gazing at Gu Fei in bewilderment. What was he waiting for? Was he not prepared for capture while sitting here? Gu Fei found it curious, yet he did not pause, advancing to deliver 2 more strikes while shouting, "It's you, 29527, without a doubt." Chapter 73. Impersonation 29527 had not yet responded, and it seemed that misfortune was indeed his fate. With a 30 fire magic probability from Baptism of Flame, 3 consecutive hits ignited fiercely, and the bewildered individual vanished. Amidst a flash of white light, a resounding clang echoed, signaling that the opponent had been dispatched to prison. Players who were tasked with bounty hunting had the authority to eliminate others, and the deceased player would be sent directly to the system's prison without incurring a death penalty. Due to the nature of the escape, akin to resisting arrest, the time served in prison differed from that of voluntary surrender. Those who surrendered would have their PK value diminished by 1 point for every hour, a swifter process than evading in the wild. Conversely, those imprisoned after being pursued by players would endure a tower reduction for each point, akin to the challenges of survival outside, yet devoid of freedom, a pitiable state. For 29527, with a PK value of 4, an 8-hour prison term awaited him, and the absence of a death penalty was his sole consolation. At that moment, Gu Fei also received the system's notification. The bounty task for 29527 was complete, and players could claim their rewards at the task distribution center. Gu Fei exhaled in relief. The perplexed expression on 29,527's face had made him tremble slightly when he delivered the final blow, causing him to doubt whether he had struck the right target. Now, with the system's confirmation, he could finally relax. He sheathed Baptism of Flame, clapped his hands, and ambled towards the bar. Where he intended to savor the drink, he had only just begun. The nearby players at 29,527's table gazed at Gu Fei in astonishment. He smiled and nodded at them before reaching the bar and taking a sip of his drink. Upon glancing back, he noticed everyone was still staring at him, prompting him to wonder if his earlier actions had been excessively impressive. With that thought in mind, he raised his glass in a gesture of politeness. Suddenly, a loud crash resounded as a table was kicked over. The players at the adjacent tables seemed to awaken from a stupor, their astonishment swiftly morphing into anger. Directed squarely at Gu Fei, other players in the vicinity, possessing an acute instinct akin to that of beasts in the moonlit city, sensed the shifting atmosphere and began to rise, preparing to vacate the tavern. "Hey, Master Kong, it's you. You're here too," Gu Fei exclaimed, spotting someone and promptly approaching. Master Kang's complexion turned pale as he hurriedly replied, "Who am I? I don't know you. Am I not that someone?" Gu Fei said while swiftly closing the distance, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Stop standing there, run. You've doomed me." Master Kong lamented, running towards the exit, but Gu Fei's speed outpaced him, allowing him to dash through the door first. Damn, that guy's escaped. The furious patrons of the tavern, still glaring, suddenly snapped back to reality and surged towards the exit. Gu Fei had already sprinted several meters ahead, with Master Kong trailing closely behind. The angry mob burst from the tavern, spotting the two and shouting, "Over there! Two of them! Don't let either escape!" Upon hearing this, Master Kong cried out, "Why are you dragging me into this? Can't you just ignore me?" Gu Fei felt apologetic. "My bad. I had to divert their attention." "Who are they?" Gu Fei inquired while glancing back, noticing that the pursuers appeared to be losing ground. "They're from the Past Mist Guild, the largest guild in Moonlit City. The person you killed is named Silver Moon, their guild leader," Master Kong explained, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Why did you have to attack him?" "I was on a bounty mission," Gu Fei replied. "With so many targets, why did you have to pick him?" Master Kong exclaimed. "His PK value is 4 at most. Not entirely your fault." Master Kong sighed, continuing, "This task doesn't display names, and since you're from out of town, you wouldn't know Silver Moon. Do you think he has so many PK points for no reason? It's because others, even if they accepted the bounty, would see him and retreat in defeat. What is the experience and reward for a bounty? Offending the Past Mist Guild like this, how can one survive in Moonlit City?" "Oh, I see," Gu Fei realized, understanding why that guy had met his end in such confusion. Though he had entertained doubts about this very aspect, he had lacked the courage to challenge it. "Even if you did attack, you could have just run afterward. How could you still drink and greet me? You've ruined my life." Master Kong lamented again. "Don't worry. In a couple of days, you can follow me to Cloud City. Surely they won't pursue you there," Gu Fei reassured him. "Perhaps." Master Kong hesitated. "What is the big deal?" Gu Fei was taken aback. The emotional turmoil of these PK fanatics is something we cannot comprehend. They worry daily about lacking an excuse for combat. Now, with a grand chase underway, they might find it exhilarating, Master Kong suggested. "Exhilarating my foot. We've already lost them." Gu Fei glanced back once more and noticed the pursuers had vanished. Master Kong, being a thief, and Gu Fei, a swift mage, both possessed considerable speed. Clearly, the mob did not include anyone with such agility, rendering them incapable of catching up. "What now? We might already be surrounded," Master Kong fretted. "I'll teach you. Change your outfit and cover your face. They won't recognize you," Gu Fei suggested, covering his face and donning the moonlit spirit robe. "Cover my face? Isn't that too conspicuous?" Master Kong questioned. "Not at all. Many players in Moonlit City are covering their faces today," Gu Fei replied, not mentioning that the masked individuals could also be hunting him. Gu Fei pondered, feeling perplexed by his own low-profile demeanor. Why was he attracting so much hostility? He had merely sought to rid the world of a PK fanatic and ended up in a heap of trouble. Of course, compared to his own PK value, that man was just a minor threat. Master Kong followed suit, peering cautiously around before stating, "All right, let us leave Moonlit City and head back to your Cloud City." "Absolutely not." Gu Fei firmly refused. "Why not?" He had to confess, "I carry a PK value too. Returning to Cloud City would only invite trouble. I came to Moonlit City to escape." Master Kong recoiled several steps, exclaiming, "So you're also a PK fanatic? You're not the notorious killer of Cloud City, are you?" "Not at all. I only have a tiny bit of PK value," Gu Fei falsely claimed, thinking that Master Kong was overly sensitive about PK issues. He likely suffered many losses in this regard and was now clearly on edge. "Then I'll head to Cloud City on my own. I just need to pass through the Wulong mountain range, right?" Master Kong asked. "Yes, go ahead." Gu Fei nodded. "Be careful. If we get the chance, I hope to see you again in Cloud City." Master Kang's tone suggested he believed he might never see Gu Fei again. After saying this, He turned and vanished into the street. Still sneaking? Why bother with disguises? Just slip away unnoticed. This person is far too cautious, Gu Fei mused, turning to walk away. His destination was 4th Night Street, the task distribution center, as he had just apprehended a criminal and had yet to claim his reward. He hastened towards the task center, encountering puzzled glances from players regarding his appearance. The Black Hand mercenary group, Gu Fei explained to those bewildered players. Yet, they remained perplexed. Nonetheless, Gu Fei had spread considerable word regarding this matter along the way. He found himself somewhat worried for the members of the Black Hand mercenary group. Surely, if a masked individual committed any significant acts in Moonlit City in the future, they would become the prime suspects. As Gu Fei neared the task distribution center, he turned a corner, only to immediately retreat. He recognized several familiar faces, seemingly those he had encountered previously at the tavern. A group of individuals, exuding an aura of menace, squatted at the entrance of the quest board, idly toying with their weapons. It appeared they were already aware that Gu Fei had accepted a bounty mission to eliminate their guild leader, and they understood that to claim the reward for the completed task, he would have to return here. Thus, they lay in wait, like hunters poised to ambush. Gu Fei found it perplexing. If that were the case, why did they not retreat indoors but instead stand conspicuously outside? Was the intelligence of the players in Moonlight City generally lacking? When faced with diminished intellect, one might resort to brute force to resolve conflicts, much like many animals do, which bore a certain resemblance to the prevailing atmosphere of Moonlight City. Given such a level of intellect, Gu Fei felt that his ostentatious attire would not arouse suspicion as he approached. With this in mind, Gu Fei stepped out of the alleyway and made his way toward the quest board. His masked appearance immediately drew considerable attention, particularly from the members of the Black Hand Mercenary Corps. Upon exchanging glances with those who were watching him, he declared, "I am from the Black Hand Mercenary Corps." As he arrived at the entrance of the quest board, he deliberately directed his words toward a member of the former Chasing Shadows guild who was playing with a knife, saying, "Get lost." The individual impatiently retorted. For the first time in his life, being scolded felt exhilarating to Gu Fei, and with a cheerful demeanor, he entered the quest board to claim his reward, receiving a system notification that his PK value had been reduced by 4 points. He then accepted a new task. Though regrettably, there was no longer a bounty as significant as the previous one of 29,527. The remaining wanted players had a PK value of only 1. Around him, players engaged in bounty tasks lamented in despair. In a town where PK culture was so rampant, the PK values were surprisingly conservative, leading everyone to feel embarrassed. Gu Fei casually selected one of the tasks, stealthily donned a novice mage robe from behind the unsuspecting crowd, and then exited the quest board. He turned once again to the knife-wielding individual, asserting, "I am from the Black Hand Mercenary Corps." "Damn it," the man exclaimed, leaping up with his knife. "Are you guys not done yet? I killed your leader." Gu Fei enunciated each word deliberately before suddenly turning on his heel and fleeing. "Damn it, that guy? Don't let him escape," the man shouted in a frenzy. A new week had begun, and he urged for support, collections, clicks, and recommendations. Stay spirited. Chapter 74. The consequences of being talkative. Gu Fei was mistaken. He was indeed gravely mistaken. Upon witnessing that fellow unleash a thunderous roar, followed by a deluge of players emerging like a volcanic eruption from every street corner, Gu Fei realized the folly of underestimating his opponent's intellect. A few boisterous youths stood outside the door, which lulled Gu Fei into a false sense of security. Had he not encountered such a foolish arrangement, he might have remained vigilant. Even if he hesitated to enter the premises himself, he could have sought a friend to scout for members of the former guild inside, which would have been entirely reasonable. Nevertheless, his adversaries, anxious about such possibilities, had deployed these seemingly dim-witted individuals at the entrance, while the true ambush lay hidden in the shadows. This brazen display of waiting would naturally cause most to lower their guard, leading them to mistakenly believe they had the situation well in hand, merely needing to devise a plan. Gu Fei was no exception, marking the first point of his misjudgment. The second blunder was even more egregious. With his disguise in place and face obscured, Gu Fei should have remained silent. Perhaps his masked presence would arouse suspicion. Yet until they confirmed his identity, they would not recklessly reveal their ambush, for they could not afford to expose any vulnerabilities to a potential observer lurking nearby. Thus, they might have sent 1 or 2 individuals to tentatively approach Gu Fei, but this alone would have been sufficient to alert him. This was, in essence, the flaw in their arrangement. However, before they could even initiate their probing, Gu Fei had already revealed his identity. There was no hesitation. The net laid by his adversaries swiftly ensnared him, and Gu Fei was thoroughly caught. They had engaged him in a serious psychological battle, while Gu Fei, in his arrogance, had underestimated his foes and indulged in frivolity, resulting in substantial losses. Surrounded on all sides, the situation appeared dire for Gu Fei. Yet, it was his style to never concede defeat until the very end. Perhaps due to the urgency of the moment or the belief that he was alone against a manageable number of opponents. Gu Fei found this scenario more bearable than facing a horde of thousands in a Cloud City. To preempt any potential reinforcements from his adversaries, Gu Fei seized the moment and took the initiative. With a swift motion, he drew the Night Glimmer sword from his pocket. Due to the sword's attributes, he could not unleash its full potential, and he needed to calculate precisely how much damage he could inflict. Recalling his previous experiences, he estimated that he could achieve about half its capacity. Compared to the damage from flame baptism coupled with its additional effects, this was somewhat lesser. However, in light of the troubling circumstances he faced, Gu Fei required the stable damage output of the Night Glimmer sword, even if it was comparatively diminished. The 30 chance of critical hits, though sporadic, could prove fatal in this instance. Moreover, without the added effects of flame baptism, its attack power fell significantly short of even half that of the Night Glimmer sword. Leaping down the steps in front of the quest hall, Gu Fei raised his sword. One of the ultimate techniques from the Gu family martial arts. Morning 3, Evening 4. From Gu Fei's perspective, he was not particularly fond of this technique's name. While the idiomatic expression was beautiful, it evoked thoughts of the infamous Chin Shimmy. However, this technique was an ancient swordplay, and to understand Morning 3, Evening 4, one must delve into its most primal interpretation, which essentially means seeing through the surface to grasp the essence. Thus, this move is fundamentally a grand illusion. In an instant, he unleashed several sword strikes, targeting numerous foes. Among these attacks, some were feints, while others were genuine, creating a deceptive appearance. The true thrusts were aimed with precision. If all strikes were to land effectively, it would require considerable force, and achieving multiple successful hits from such a distance was impractical. Therefore, the more feints executed, the greater the number of targets he could engage. Given Gu Fei's prowess in real life, he could strike 12 times if he executed one genuine thrust, and the rest as feints within the allotted time. However, due to game mechanics, he assessed that he could manage no more than 6 strikes. With a slight adaptation, he could forego a genuine thrust altogether and manage to strike an additional 2 times. This was the thought that crossed Gu Fei's mind as he swiftly unleashed 8 strikes, aimed at 8 targets, with the sword's brilliance illuminating the space. This technique, Morning 3, Evening 4, could deceive even skilled practitioners, making it a simple task to bewilder ordinary players. In that moment, the 8 players designated as Gu Fei's targets believed they were about to be struck, hastily raising their weapons to defend. They had all heard tales of this fierce individual who had dispatched their leader in mere moments, and they understood the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, their leader had merely suffered 3 consecutive 30 critical hits. Gu Fei observed their reactions with satisfaction. As expected from a town known for its PK culture, the players exhibited remarkable skill, instinctively raising their weapons to block. Had this been Cloud City, half of the novices would have foolishly braced themselves to take the hit, continuing to strike at Gu Fei with their weapons. With a single stroke, Gu Fei had effectively deterred 8 opponents, and he took the opportunity to weave through the crowd. Raising his hand once more, he executed another maneuver. This time, he targeted 6 foes. Solely relying on deception was bound to be transparent. Gu Fei could no longer afford to underestimate their intellect. Among the 6 strikes, 1 genuine thrust was concealed, and naturally, his preferred target was the rogue. Although mages possessed even lower health than rogues, the melee skirmish would not attract mages, leaving the rogues as the most vulnerable targets. As 5 feint strikes passed, he aimed directly at the 6th rogue. The rogue swiftly brandished a dagger to defend, but Gu Fei merely smiled faintly, effortlessly altering his technique. The sword tip trembled past the rogue's blade, finding its mark against his forehead. The rogue let out a piercing cry. Being struck in such a manner was indeed terrifying. Gu Fei rotated the blade once more, executing this technique for the 3rd time. The first strike had been counterclockwise. This time, he reversed the direction, commencing with a genuine thrust aimed once again at the unfortunate rogue. With the combined might of 2 Night Glimmer sword strikes, the rogue fell, lifeless. Gu Fei's PK points naturally increased by 1, but this was all part of his calculations. If he merely displayed flashy maneuvers without inflicting harm, the intimidation factor would dissipate after a few attempts, allowing his opponents to grow bolder. With the aura of power now established, mental fortitude must not wane. Seizing the moment when the crowd had been momentarily pushed back, Gu Fei swept the sword's tip around, stirring up the dust from the ground in a whirlwind that spun a full 360 degrees. This is my sword's domain. Those who enter shall perish. Gu Fei thought to himself, acknowledging the necessity of a show of force. Sure enough, the enemy hesitated, fixated on Gu Fei's sword, apprehensive about making any moves. They had witnessed how 2 strikes had dispatched a rogue, and although rogues had low health, they had not even employed their skills. The most pressing question remained: what was Gu Fei's actual class? The surrounding players were frantically attempting to identify him, but could glean nothing. At that moment, Gu Fei felt a pang of frustration within. Their temporary stasis was a result of his display. Encircled by players, he found himself in a large ring, making a breakout exceedingly challenging. His opponents were momentarily bewildered, but soon they would rally archers and mages to find higher ground for an aerial assault. And that would spell disaster for him. How could he escape this encirclement? Gu Fei surveyed the diverse array of players surrounding him. Although none dared to approach, their confidence surged, emboldened by their numbers. Everyone was acutely aware that Gu Fei could not eliminate them all. Yet, no one wished to act rashly. In the chaos, Gu Fei pondered a desperate gambit, knowing that with his current attack power, taking out even 2 foes could lead to mutual destruction. None wished to be among those 2, so they awaited a more secure strategy. Where are the archers and mages? Someone began to shout. Upon realizing that time could no longer be squandered, Gu Fei had no choice but to take a gamble. With a fierce shout, he unleashed his sword, sending the blossoms of steel cascading through the air. This time aimed at a warrior. Yet, the technique employed seemed somewhat stale, as the warrior raised his massive sword to block, leaving Gu Fei unable to adapt in time. When their blades clashed, a tingling sensation coursed through Gu Fei and Appo's hands, invigorating the warrior with newfound spirit as he swung his sword down upon Gu Fei. Gritting his teeth, Gu Fei managed to raise his sword in defense, but the force of the strike was so overwhelming that it brought tears to his eyes. It was a moment filled with both sorrow and indignation, as he observed the disparity in strength, noting the warrior's brawn, which seemed almost disproportionate to his own lean frame. Gu Fei was forced back several steps, yet his hands were not idle. He swiftly pivoted and thrust in the direction of his retreat. This maneuver, known as the reflected shadow, was a specialized technique designed to ambush foes lurking behind him. The unsuspecting player behind him stood no chance against such a deft strike, receiving a direct hit that halved his health and left him utterly horrified. In an instant, Gu Fei turned his body, and unbeknownst to him, his other hand had drawn a dagger, which he aimed to cleave down upon his opponent. The player, drenched in sweat, instinctively raised his hand to block the descending blade, only to inadvertently grasp Gu Fei's arm and halt its descent. At that moment, Gu Fei's sword was already retracting, poised to deliver another blow. Having felt the weight of that previous strike, the player understood that another hit would spell his doom. In a moment of panic, he threw his arms forward and shouted, "To hell with you." With that, Gu Fei was flung away, yet he breathed a sigh of relief. This was precisely what he had anticipated, the grappler's 30-level skill known as body slam. Trusting that his opponent was indeed at level 30 and would resort to such a desperate maneuver, Gu Fei's judgment finally proved accurate. Now, having broken free from the encirclement, it was time to make a swift escape.